You were originally a young supreme being who suppressed a generation of prodigies, but suddenly learned that a year later, the world would undergo a cataclysmic change, and your sacred physique would be rendered useless. At that time, not only would your fiancée, the princess of the immortal dynasty, come to break off the engagement, but your clan brother would also exploit the situation to dig out your supreme bone. After a long while, you finally snapped out of the system's information. Turns out you had bound with the system a year early, but since you've already embarked on the path of invincibility, there's no turning back. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the beginner's gift pack and obtaining max-level comprehension. Hearing this, you felt a surge of joy, but the most pressing matter at hand was dealing with the cataclysmic change a year later. The Ascension Immortal Dynasty was once a top-tier force in the immortal realm, but over the past few millennia, it had gradually declined. Logically, Yu Yanran had no right to be your fiancée, but because she possessed the Ascension Divine Body and the Ascension Immortal Emperor personally came to strongly advocate for the match, your father reluctantly agreed to the marriage. Since she wants to break off the engagement, you might as well grant her wish. After some thought, you made up your mind. Moments later, in the council hall, an elder asked with a smile, Ran'er, what's the matter that you've called us all here? I want to annul the engagement with the Ascension Immortal Dynasty, you said without hesitation. Getting straight to the point, the elder nodded and said, if Ran'er doesn't like it, then annul it. The Ascension Immortal Emperor wouldn't dare say a word anyway. That's right, how could the prodigy of our Xiao family be someone they could aspire to match? As expected, all the elders voiced their agreement. Then, you turned to your father and asked, Father, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhantian also nodded and said, since you've made up your mind, then so be it. Elder Xiao Quan, please accompany Ran'er on this trip. Leave it to me, Elder Xiao Quan replied with a smile. Seeing this, you secretly rejoiced. Having an immortal king accompany you would be enough to intimidate anyone who dared oppose. The next day, the group set off in a divine Kirin carriage, bringing along a vast quantity of divine herbs and immortal pills as they majestically made their way to the Ascension Immortal Dynasty. Along the journey, you kept asking the system about the cataclysmic change a year later, but the system ignored you as if it hadn't heard anything. Helpless, you joked, bro system, you're a bit too aloof, did binding early fry your CPU or something? Filled with curiosity, the group soon arrived at the territory of the Yu Immortal Dynasty. As the Kirin Divine Chariot passed through the sky, countless citizens of the dynasty looked up in awe, their eyes filled with reverence and longing for the powerful. Such a grand commotion naturally alarmed the royal family. The Yu Immortal Emperor looked at the guard before him in disbelief and asked, are you certain you didn't mistake it? It's truly the Kirin Divine Chariot? Absolutely, Your Majesty. How would I dare to falsely report such an important matter? The guard replied respectfully, quick, go and invite. No, I'll go myself. The Yu Immortal Emperor hurriedly and excitedly stepped out of the palace. Immortal Emperor, it's been a while. Xiao Quan suddenly appeared before the Kirin Divine Chariot, looking down as he spoke. So it's Immortal King Quan, you grace us with your presence without prior notice. Quick, prepare a banquet. The Yu Immortal Emperor hastily ordered his civil and military officials. However, Xiao Quan did not immediately respond, instead turning his gaze toward the interior of the chariot. Noticing this, the Yu Immortal Emperor's heartbeat quickened, and he asked, young master, what do you think? Only then did Xiao Quan speak. Since the Immortal Emperor has extended such a warm invitation, we naturally cannot be impolite. Your voice echoed from within the Kirin Divine Chariot, startling the assembled officials. They hadn't expected the voice to belong to a young man. So it's the young master gracing us with your presence. The Yu Immortal Emperor understood. He had once visited the Xiao family with Yu Yanran and had met you a few times. Rumors had long circulated about your fondness for romantic affairs. Now that you had come in person, he couldn't help but speculate, could it be? Thinking this, his face flushed with excitement. After years of decline, is our dynasty finally about to rise again? Just as he was secretly rejoicing, you stepped out of the Kirin Divine Chariot, dressed in a white brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns and wearing a white jade dragon pendant at your waist. You looked every bit the noble young master who had stepped out of a painting. The assembled officials couldn't help but marvel inwardly at your elegance. No need for formalities, Immortal Emperor. Since the banquet is ready, let's continue inside, you said politely. After all, the main event had yet to arrive. Revealing the intention to annul the engagement now would spoil the fun. Yes, of course. The Yu Immortal Emperor warmly welcomed you while discreetly sending a message to an official nearby. Quickly summon Yanran. Not long after, in the Golden Palace, you ignored the exquisite immortal fruits and delicacies before you, your gaze fixed on the dancers performing in the center of the hall. The rumors about the young master of the Eternal Life Xiao family's fondness for romantic affairs seemed to be true. The officials of the Yu Immortal Dynasty noted silently. Young master, it seems you've forgotten the main matter. Xiao Quan reminded you upon seeing this. You smiled faintly. The system's task was to defeat Yu Yanran. If you simply annulled the engagement now, there would be no reason to take action. Before long, the music in the grand hall came to an abrupt halt, and the numerous dancers quickly lined up on both sides, assuming a welcoming posture. Immediately after, a young girl clad in golden feathered garments descended from the sky, gracefully dancing amidst a crowd of attendants. Seeing this, you concluded that this must be Yu Yanran. As Yu Yanran danced, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly lively. The feathered transformation immortal emperor, noticing your unwavering gaze on Yu Yanran, was overjoyed, certain that the matter was settled. Yu Yanran also noticed your stare and shyly smiled, though inwardly, she scorned you, thinking, just as the rumors say, a lecherous man. Excellent, excellent. As the dance concluded, the feather transformation immortal emperor was the first to speak. Yanran, this is Xiao Ran, the heir of the eternal life Xiao family and your future husband. Come and greet him properly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yanran's face flushed red as she slowly approached you and gave a slight bow. Yanran greets the heir. What fine acting, you thought to yourself. Had you not known her true nature beforehand, you might have been thoroughly deceived. You merely responded with a faint acknowledgement and a slow nod. This indifferent reaction left Yu Yanran, who had been putting on a show, utterly puzzled. Just a nod? Given this lecher's nature, shouldn't he have taken the chance to hold me and cop a feel? This isn't following the script. Yanran and the heir haven't seen each other in years, so they're a bit unfamiliar, the feather transformation immortal emperor said, sensing the awkwardness and trying to smooth things over. Coincidentally, the jade immortal flowers in the imperial garden are in bloom. Why don't the heir and Yanran go take a look? No rush. There are still some modest gifts I haven't presented. You finally spoke, signaling your guards to bring in dozens of large chests. Heir, you're too kind. There was no need to bring gifts to our immortal court. Before the feather transformation immortal emperor could finish, his gaze was drawn to the open chests. Inside were artifacts radiating immortal light and rare divine herbs from heaven and earth. Any single item would be considered a national treasure in the feather transformation immortal dynasty. Is this the wealth of the eternal life Xiao family? The ministers were awestruck by the family's extravagance. A flicker of greed flashed in Yu Yanran's eyes, though she quickly concealed it, secretly pleased. She assumed these gifts were for a marriage proposal and reminded herself to remain composed, thinking that once she became the mistress of the Xiao family, she would gain even more. Watching the crowd's unbecoming reactions, even the usually composed Xiao Quan found it amusing. These items were merely a drop in the bucket for the Xiao family, proving the heir's decision to annul the engagement was absolutely correct. It seems the immortal emperor is quite pleased, you remarked coolly. Heir, you are too generous. Such lavish gifts are truly undeserved, the feather transformation immortal emperor said humbly, though his eyes never left the chests. Like Yu Yanran, he assumed you were here to propose. You deserve them, you said meaningfully, locking eyes with him. Consider this compensation for my annulment of the engagement. Now, you may kneel and receive the letter of divorce. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the grand hall instantly froze. Even the usually composed Xiao Quan turned serious. Is the young master joking? The Yuhua immortal emperor reluctantly tore his gaze away from the box and stiffly looked at you. Yu Yanran was even more astonished. Unable to believe it, this lecherous man actually wanted to break off the engagement? With her peerless beauty, how could he bear to? Do I look like I'm joking? Your tone remained indifferent, yet it struck the Yuhua immortal emperor like a bolt from the blue. His body swayed uncontrollably, nearly causing him to stumble. Young master, why is this? His eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow, unable to comprehend what had gone wrong. Why? Let this old man tell you. Xiao Quan stepped forward, sweeping a disdainful glance over the crowd. The prodigy of my Xiao family, how could a mere princess of your insignificant immortal dynasty be worthy? People should know their place and not indulge in unrealistic dreams. This is too much. The Yuhua immortal emperor was enraged by the insult, his terrifying immortal aura surging like a tornado. Yet Xiao Quan merely gave him a cold look, instantly suppressing all his power and rendering him immobile. The vast disparity in strength made the emperor sober up instantly, realizing he had just dared to lose his temper before an immortal king. This annulment is indeed my Xiao family's fault. Consider these items as compensation. You'd best not act rashly, Xiao Quan warned with a cold snort. The Yuhua immortal emperor gritted his teeth but dared not make another move. He knew full well that even if he summoned his clan's ancestor, they would be nothing more than ants before Xiao Quan, utterly powerless. Seeing him subdued, you coldly turned your gaze to Yu Yanran beside him and declared, "This young master divorces you today. You have no choice. Now, kneel and receive the letter of divorce." Xiao Ashes stepped on the golden lotus with his feet, and his voice rumbled like thunder in the 9 heavens, which could be heard throughout the feathered imperial city. What? I didn't hear you wrong. The son of the Changsheng Xiao family is not here to propose marriage, but to repudiate his wife? In the feathered imperial city, everyone was caught up in a heated discussion. In that case, I'm afraid that your highness, the princess who was praised as the goddess of the feathered imperial dynasty, will be reduced to a laughingstock. Although this is the case, according to common sense, the divine maiden is indeed not qualified to become the world consort of the everlasting Xiao family. Someone pertinently said, such a humiliation made the feathered immortal emperor dare to be angry, and he could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. It couldn't be helped. Who let Xiao Ashes be the world son of the Changsheng Xiao family? Xiao Ashes looked down at Yu Yanran with indifference in his eyes. You, go to hell. Facing Xiao Ash's humiliation, Yu Yanran also completely exploded. A pair of gorgeous divine phoenix feather wings unfolded behind her, and a sword stabbed towards Xiao Ashes. In the face of Yu Yanran's sudden outburst, Xiao Ashes did not half panic, but instead smiled faintly. With his palm outstretched, he unexpectedly caught this full-strength sword of Yu Yanran's with his bare hands. Yu Yanran looked somewhat incredulously at the glib Xiao Ashes. Now, do you recognize the gap between you and me? Before me, you are but a caterpillar worthy of desecration. Get tired of it and feel free to pinch it, Xiao Ashes said indifferently. There were four-colored divine flames bursting out from his palm, instantly melting this valuable longsword in Yu Yanran's hand, and then a fist was swung out, and the powerful force instantly blasted Yu Yanran out, her body as if it were a kite with a broken string, falling down hard on the ground. Trying to climb on me. You're not worthy. Xiao Ash's voice was ice cold, and there was no trace of guilt in his heart, because a year from now, Yu Yanran will only go even further. Huma, your highness. The feathered immortal emperor as well as the civil and military officials panicked when they saw this and came to Yu Yanran's side in a panic. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Yu Yanran was only miserable in appearance but her life was not in danger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yu Yanran, rewarding the great Dao immortal bone. The system's prompt sounded in Xiao Ash's mind, causing the corners of Xiao Ash's mouth to spread into a smile. The purpose of coming here this time is considered completely fulfilled. Humph! Daring to assassinate the world prince. It seems that there is no need for the feathered immortal dynasty to exist, Xiao Quan said in an icy tone, seeing Yu Yanran being injured and about to have a seizure. The Fei Hua immortal emperor instantly felt a wave of cool air penetrate his chest when he heard the words. If Xiao Quan wanted to destroy the feathered immortal dynasty, it would really be a very simple matter. Immortal King Quan rests his anger. World Sun rests his anger. Yanyan was just confused for a moment and had no intention of trying to murder Seiji. Yan, why don't you make amends to the world prince? Strongly suppressing his anger, Immortal Emperor Yu Hua shouted furiously at Yu Yanran, who was struggling to get up. Yu Yanyan smiled at the words and suddenly the aggrieved tears almost came down. Obviously the one who was injured was herself. Why should she apologize? That's not fair. However, in the face of the feathered immortal emperor's terrifying eyes, Yu Yanyan still forced herself to hold back the aggression in her heart and said to Xiao Ashes, I'm sorry, is that the end of it? Looking at the aggrieved Yu Yanyan, Xiao Ashes did not have the slightest bit of pity. Xiao Ashes, I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Yu Yanyan gritted her teeth, her face twisting up a bit. Shut up. Seeing this, the feathered immortal emperor was shocked and furious, and viciously slapped Yu Yanyan on the left side of her face. The terrifying force instantly caused the left side of Yu Yanyan's face to swell up high, and her ceremonial temperament was lost. Father. Yu Yanyan covered the left side of her face and looked at the frenzied immortal emperor Fei Hua with some puzzlement. She didn't understand why her father, who usually doted on her extremely, would hit her with his hands. Kneel down and make amends to the Seiji, the feathered immortal emperor roared. How could I have such a stupid daughter? If I really angered Xiao Ashes, the entire immortal dynasty would have to be buried with her. Yu Yanyan looked somewhat strangely at the feathered immortal emperor who was furious on the surface but was actually very fearful, and then looked at the cold-faced Xiao Ashes as well as Xiao Quan, and her heart finally understood. I'm sorry, the party was reckless on my part. I beg your pardon, Seiji. Yu Yanran knelt down to Xiao Ashes with tearful eyes. That's right, there are times when one has to recognize oneself. Xiao Ashes condescendingly looked down on Yu Yanyan, stepping on the top of her head with one foot and crushing her to the ground, then dropping the letter of repudiation in her hand in front of her. Yu Yanyan completely collapsed, like a dead dog lying on the ground, without a bit of the past petulance and arrogance in her eyes. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. You'll be punished for life not to leave this feathered imperial palace for half a step. Otherwise, the feathered immortal dynasty would have no need to exist. As Xiao Ash's words fell, the feathered immortal emperor, who had been keeping his nerves taut, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Seiho for your generosity. the feathered immortal emperor said gratefully. Although this kind of imprisonment would cause the latter half of Yu Yanran's life to be almost destroyed, immortal Emperor Yu Hua did not dare to complain. Assassinating the world's son. If Xiao Ashes really pursued the matter, it would bring an unimaginable horrible disaster to the feathered immortal dynasty. After this turn of events, the banquet, which was originally immersed in a joyful atmosphere, also became a bit depressing. The 100 officials of the immortal dynasty all accompanied the Xiao family and their party with the banquet with some trepidation until Xiao Ashes got up and prepared to leave. Now that the purpose had been achieved, there was no point in remaining here. As for Yu Yanran, if she keeps her peace in the future, it's fine. If she doesn't come looking for death, then there's no way out. Xiao Ashes, who possessed the system, was already invincible. When Xiao Quan and the others saw that Xiao Ashes was planning to leave, they naturally got up and followed, leaving only the feathered immortal emperor and a group of officials winded and confused. Huma, my daughter, are you okay? Only after Xiao Ashes and the others had completely left did immortal Emperor Yu Hua have the time to check Yu Yanran's injuries. Why is that? I should have been that phoenix above the 9 heavens. In the face of the feathered immortal emperor's concern, Yu Yanran murmured as if she hadn't heard it. Chapter 5, on the surface, a loving mother, behind the back, digging up bones and black hands? Ding! Detected that the host is harboring a great Dao immortal bone. Is it fused? Xiao Ashes, who had returned to the Xiao family, was comfortably soaking in a bath under the service of many delicate maids when he heard the system's prompt. There's no hurry, wait until this seigneur is done getting comfortable. Xiao Ashes stretched his waist and rolled over very comfortably, enjoying the massage from the professionally trained maid. System, tell me, what exactly is the great change in heaven and earth a year from now? Xiao Ashes started torturing the system again. The system was silent, just silent. Well, there you go again. But there was still time, and during this time Xiao Ashes must figure out exactly what would happen. Go down, all of you. Xiao Ashes first dismissed the maids, fearing that the movement of fusing the immortal bones would be too loud in a moment, and it would be bad if they were mistakenly injured. Avenue Immortal Bone? It's already invincible, but if it fuses with the great Dao Immortal Bone, how can it let the other heavenly prides live? Lonely, Xiao Ashes first sighed with emotion, then decisively chose to fuse the immortal bone. Rumble! The moment Xiao Ashes chose to fuse the immortal bone, a ball of immortal light floated up from his chest and then shot straight up into the sky, shining in all directions. It was as if there was a curl of immortal sound in the sky and earth, and the calm earth surged violently as Golden Lotus after Golden Lotus emerged, blossoming with supreme divine light. The extreme immortal aura spread and shook the entire eternal life Xiao family. Several terrifying immortal thoughts intertwined, searching for the source that caused this great commotion. Family Master, it seems to be coming from the world's sun. Should we block off heaven and earth? An immortal King Realm clan elder inquired. The commotion caused by Xiao Ashes this time was too great, and it was extremely easy to be targeted by someone with a heart. Xiao Zhantian frowned at his words and was about to order the blockade of heaven and earth when a vastly powerful aura interrupted him. No need. Would my Xiao family's Qilin son be afraid of revealing himself to the world? The ancient voice came out, causing Xiao Zhantian as well as the many clan elders to have their gazes instantly solemnized. Elder Ancestor. The many clan elders as well as Xiao Zhantian respectfully said, kneeling down towards a shadow that emitted an incomparably vast aura. Immortal sound, the Earth's golden lotus. My Xiao family has been silent for a long time, but is there finally going to be another immortal emperor? With immediate effect, raise the strength of the clan to protect Dao Xiao Ashes. I don't care if the juniors fight amongst themselves, but if there is anyone who bullies the small with the big, I, the eternal life Xiao family, will personally come to their door and exterminate their Dao lineage. The Xiao family ancestor's voice stirred for billions of miles, causing many forces to be terrified. The eternal life Xiao family, that was a giant with 1,000,000 years of inheritance. Its oldest ancestor, Xiao Chen, was even at the immortal emperor realm. Is another supreme heavenly pride going to be born today? Will other forces be allowed to live? Respectfully following the order of the old ancestor immortal, Xiao Zhantian as well as the many clan elders of the Xiao family respectfully responded, and then they all headed to the palace where Xiao Ashes was located. Is this the great Dao immortal bone? Surprisingly, it's fused with my supreme bone. This feels pretty good. The space around Xiao Ashes was distorted, and the runes in his chest were complicated, with the aura of the great Dao flowing in a very mysterious manner. After fusing the great Dao immortal bone, Xiao Ashes' cultivation level also rose by a level. It had already broken through from the peak of Saint to the first level of the Saint King realm, one step closer to stepping into the immortal path. In the immortal realm, only stepping into the immortal path could be considered the true beginning. Old me didn't see it wrong. Is that the legendary immortal bone? Just as Xiao Ashes was feeling pleasured by the fusion of the immortal bones, almost all of those who had some status in the Xiao family flocked into Xiao Ashes' palace. Xiao Quan, who ran the fastest, was staggered when he saw Xiao Ash's chest that was still emitting immortal light. Isn't Seiji a supreme bone? Why did it turn into a fairy bone? Many clan elders were talking. Ashes, your supreme bone. Xiao Zhantian was also a bit puzzled at this time. What was happening in front of him was a bit beyond his knowledge. After all, Unicorn was still a bit too far ahead for Xiao Zhantian. My supreme bone underwent a small change and evolved into an immortal bone. It's as simple as that. Facing the Xiao family's crowd, Xiao Ashes did not hide anything. What an immortal bone! It seems that my Xiao family really needs to produce another immortal emperor. Seeing Xiao Ashes acknowledging it, countless clan elders cried tears of joy. The significance of an immortal emperor to the everlasting clan was too great. You know, only immortal emperors can live the same life as heaven. Even Xiao Zhantian revealed a rare smile. This son of his never lets himself down. Gee, not bad for my good nephew. Surprisingly, it has evolved into an immortal bone. A slightly piercing voice caught Xiao Ash's attention. Looking towards it, he realized that it was a beautiful woman in a palace dress. This was Xiao Ash's eldest mother, Yun Wutir, from the everlasting Cloud family. But the Changsheng Yun family was far worse than the Changsheng Xiao family, and that immortal emperor of the Yun family was rumored to have gone to the forbidden land of chaotic antiquity and disappeared. Without an immortal emperor in attendance, the everlasting Cloud family was far inferior to the Xiao family, both in terms of its sphere of influence and its heritage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the second mission. After the great change in heaven and earth, you were tricked into going to the everlasting Cloud family, and Yun Wutir dug out your supreme bone and transplanted it to your younger brother, Xiao Yi. The weak and frail you were sent by Xiao Zhantian to the Xiao family's ancestral land to return to health, and he himself traveled to find a way to save you. Ding! Mainline mission to defeat Xiao Yi. Rewarded with primal true solution. Trenching. Xiao Ashes, who heard the system prompt, changed his gaze towards Yun Wutir. Honestly speaking, Yun Wutir treated Xiao Ashes very well on weekdays, and he often said that he wanted his younger brother, also known as Xiao Yi, to assist him in becoming the head of the family. Together, they are all about their supreme bones. It's all nifty acting powerhouse. However, Yun Wulian did not know in the slightest that Xiao Ashes had already known everything, and at this moment, he came to Xiao Ashes with a big smile on his face. A pair of Danfeng eyes stared tightly at Xiao Ashes' chest, the greed in them flashing by. Good nephew, the supreme bone is already a born supreme, and now that it has evolved into the immortal bone, wouldn't it be a born supreme immortal? My Xiao family's Qilin son is in existence that will ask for the realm of the immortal emperor. What is a supreme immortal? Xiao Quan laughed, looking at Xiao Ashes with a gaze full of favor. Heir, you must cultivate hard in the future and strive to become Ashizer's right-hand man. Yun Wutir's gaze went to a teenager who was squeezed into the crowd. The young man's face is tough, although still young, but it is difficult to hide its noble spirit. The most peculiar is that its pair of eyes, even heavy pupils. Heavy pupil sage, I will not let mother down. Unlike Xiao Ash's licentiousness, Xiao Yi was slightly cold in nature. So very good. Yun Wutir nodded joyfully. Good nephew, you should take care of your brother in the future. With your brother's talent, even if he's not as good as you, he can still become one of the pillars of the family. Yun Wutir seemed to plead. Please don't worry, auntie, I will take good care of my brother. Xiao Ashes looked at the cold-faced Xiao Yi and faintly smiled. Xiao Yi was the most outstanding heavenly pride of the eternal life Xiao family besides Xiao Ashes. At only 15 years old, he had already stepped into the sacred metamorphosis realm and possessed a heavy pupil, which was enough to become a successor cultivation when placed in any other big power. It is a pity that the eternal life Xiao family still has Xiao Ashes, so Xiao Yi is destined to be reduced to a companion. With these words from Ash's child, auntie will be relieved. It just so happens that in a month's time my Yun clan's heavenly pool of creation is going to be opened, cleansing and reshaping the roots for the juniors. I wonder if Ashes is interested. Chapter 6, Clouds Rise in the Tai Chu Divine Realm. Who is the true heaven's pride? The heavenly pool of creation? As Yun Wutian's words fell, many Xiao family elders were slightly moved. The heavenly pool of creation was one of the greatest underpinnings of the everlasting Cloud family. It can improve the root bones and wash the meridians to achieve the counterintuitive effect of remodeling the foundation. If a person with ordinary qualifications went through the baptism of the heavenly pool of creation, he would immediately become a genius with superior qualifications. Only the opening conditions of the heavenly pool of creation are extremely harsh, and it takes 100 years of precipitation to draw the spirit of heaven and earth to open once, and there are a limited number of slots open at a time. It was basically open to the pride of the everlasting Cloud family, and it was almost impossible for outsiders to enjoy it. Although Xiao Yi was a member of the everlasting Xiao family, he after all also had the bloodline of the Yun family, so it was understandable that he could enter the heavenly pool of creation. But Xiao Ashes, tearless, is that true? Faced with the lure of the heavenly pool of creation,
Xiao Zhantian also had to pay attention.
With Xiao Ash's current heaven-defying qualifications, if he were to obtain this chance from the heavenly pool of creation,
who in the immortal realm can compete?
That would directly propel Xiao Ash's to become a supreme heavenly pride that collapsed the ages.
I don't dare to deceive the family master.
Although the heavenly pool of creation is not open to outsiders as a rule, there are exceptions to everything. My Changsheng family has a daughter of heaven's pride who is similar in age to Ash's child. Yun Wu Tier didn't continue,
but those present who knew understood,
and those who didn't could only pretend to understand when they saw that others did.
So it is.
Very good, very good. Xiao Quan lightly stroked his beard, although the Changsheng Yun family was somewhat declining, but after all, it was also a great family that had been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, so it was qualified to be matched with Xiao Ash's.
It's much better than that Yu Yanran stream.
Ash's, what do you think? Xiao Zhantian did not immediately agree to Yun Wu Tier, but instead, his gaze went to Xiao Ash's. For this son of his, Xiao Zhantian could be described as extremely doting, never forcing Xiao Ash's to do anything. Just go with your preference, because he had the confidence to cover everything for Xiao Ash's. Xiao Ash's sniffed and glanced at the smiling Yun Wu Tier as he fell into thought. According to the normal script, this Yun Wu Tier should have waited until he was wasted before digging up his own bones. After all, she was the unicorn child of the everlasting Xiao family, and she could not bear the consequences of being discovered. Now that it was like this, I'm afraid that it had something to do with the evolution of his bone into an immortal bone, causing the greed in his heart to be put to the maximum, and he was willing to take the risk. He didn't believe that Yun Wu Tier would be so kind as to allow himself to increase his reserves.
In that case,
a brilliant light flashed in Xiao Ash's eyes.
Yeah, thanks, dame.
Xiao Ash's agreed. Yun Wu Tier smiled and said, after exchanging pleasantries with many of the clan's esteemed elders for a while, silence returned to Xiao Ash's palace. Heavy pupils? It is rumored that by cultivating the heavy pupil to a high level,
one can peer into karma.
Since immortal bones can be transplanted, then heavy pupils naturally can as well. It's just a matter of enduring some pain. Xiao Ash's muttered to himself, and then the four-colored divine fire surged in his palm, reflecting his own shadow. If one were to look closely, one would realize that there seemed to be living things surging within that shadow.
Supreme Elder Xiao Chen, the latecomer has something to ask for.
Xiao Ash's laughed. One could only see a pale figure detach itself from Xiao Ash's shadow and transform into an old man who emitted a terrifying aura.
Say ho, but say so. Xiao Chen's eyes were half open,
as if he was adapting to his newly awakened strength. Xiao Chen was the protector that Xiao Zhantian had arranged for Xiao Ash's, and his cultivation had reached the peak of Immortal King. It was one of the oldest existences of the Xiao family. It was a pity that the peak of the Immortal King was already Xiao Chen's limit, and there was no more possibility of advancing by half an inch.
Endless years go on.
Their own lifespan is already less than 100 years, so they are willing to be the protector of Xiao Ash's, sleeping in Xiao Ash's shadow on weekdays, and only when Xiao Ash's encounters a life and death crisis or takes the initiative to wake up.
Will they make a move to protect the way?
Xiao Ash's briefly explained his speculations about Yun Wu Tier.
If that's true, she deserves to die.
Xiao Chen's eyes opened wide and flashed with intense killing intent.
As a dying man,
witnessing Xiao Ash's grow into a supreme being was his last obsession.
Anyone who gets in the way deserves to die, but this is only a guess by the late generation.
So I would like to ask Supreme Elder Xiao Chen to go to the Yun family to investigate and find evidence. Xiao Ash's opened his mouth. Since Yun Wu Tier had dared to dig up his own bones, he must have made all the preparations. At the very least, Xiao Chen's existence was clear to Yun Wu Tier. The old man understands. Xiao Chen gave Xiao Ash's a deep look before his body plunged into the void. One of the most powerful old ancestors of the everlasting Cloud family was currently located at the immortal exaltation realm, but his lifespan was about to end and he was sleeping on weekdays. Therefore, with Xiao Chen's strength, it was enough to have an unimpeded passage in the everlasting Cloud family. 7 days later, Xiao Ash's withdrew from the cultivation state, and his own aura grew horribly. After fusing the immortal bone, Xiao Ash's understanding of the immortal Tao was deeper, and his own cultivation speed was also a notch higher than before. In just 7 days, he had already elevated from the Saint King first level to the Saint King third level realm. This kind of cultivation speed was enough to make any other power's pride feel appalled, but Xiao Ash's wasn't very happy about it. It's a shame it's not as good as Firelink Fly. Xiao Ash's smacked his lips. As a traveler, he had witnessed what it meant to be the strongest gifted person,
Perhaps it's time to fuse the fifth type of strange fire. Xiao Ashes felt his own state and pondered. What he cultivated was the most growth-powerful technique of the eternal life Xiao family, the burning technique. Although this burning skill started out as merely the most inferior technique, it possessed infinite growth power. As long as one continued to devour the heaven and earth strange flame, one could evolve continuously. Now that Xiao Ashes had devoured 4 types of flames, the burning skill had also evolved to the heavenly rank primary. As long as one more was devoured, it would evolve into the heavenly rank advanced, arriving at the extreme of mortal realm feats. The mortal realm feats of this world were divided into heaven and earth. Xian Huang. The immortal laws are divided into the psychic diffusion of God and the heavenly fate flood. Each stage is further subdivided into middle and advanced levels. And on top of that, there was a special tier named reincarnation level feats. This type of technique was not created by a single person. It was evolved from heaven and earth or deduced from generations, and it was incomparably powerful. For example, the divine ability within Xiao Ashen's immortal bone belonged to the reincarnation level. Seiji, it's a big deal. Just as Xiao Ashes was pondering what to fuse with the 5th type of chi fire, a maid ran over in a bit of a panic. What's the alarm? Xiao Ashes was a bit displeased. Xiao Yi, he broke a number of your records. Shitsi, and by the looks of it seems like he's going to break all of your records. The maid stammered a bit. Oh, Xiao Ashes was instantly interested at his words. In the Xiao family, as long as one's cultivation reached the Saint Molting realm, one could go to the Tai Chu divine realm for a potential test. In the beginning, Xiao Ashes had easily broken all the records of the everlasting Xiao family throughout the ages with just a little exercise, so he didn't continue to pull this record up and leave some thoughts for future generations. However, it did not occur to me that today was Xiao Yi jumping face to face to open the big one. That's a little pressed? Is there an authorization behind this from your own good old lady? Go get together. Xiao Ashes smiled and then headed to the Tai Chu divine realm. At the same time, the primordial god realm, surprisingly breaking another record. Is this Xiao Yi going against the heavens? The crowd looked at Xiao Yi, who was constantly breaking records, and revealed a look of awe. Chapter 7 Brother, can your heavy pupils see the difference between us? The primordial god realm was a secret realm unique to the everlasting Xiao family. In the Tai Chu divine realm, a cultivator's cultivation would be completely limited, and they could only rely on physical strength. Among the mortal 8 realms, the sacred metamorphosis realm was an important tipping point. In this realm, one's own potential would be fully revealed, and it would be best seen how much one could achieve in the future. At this moment, Xiao Yi stood before the peakless mountain in the Tai Chu divine realm, his breath long and outstanding. Previously, he had already broken several of Xiao Ashes' records, and only this last one remained. Polarity jump. When Xiao Ashes jumped straight up into the sky under this peakless mountain, he himself was even leveled with the peak of peakless mountain. The end was terrifyingly incomparable. Now, he was bound to break Xiao Ashes' entire record, letting Mother know that he was the strongest heavenly pride of the everlasting Xiao family. He, definitely, would not fail Yun Wu Tier's expectations. At this thought, Xiao Yi's gaze became firm, his body slightly bent, and every cell in his body mobilized. Going to jump. Many people from the Xiao family had looked forward to seeing Xiao Yi's movements. This was the last record. As long as Xiao Yi could succeed in breaking it, then he would become the new generation of legends of the eternal life Xiao family, leaving countless records for future generations to look up to and aspire to. Boom! As Xiao Yi jumped, the earth crumbled under his feet, cracks stretching for dozens of miles, causing many people of the Xiao family to retreat in panic, but their gazes were fixed dead center on Xiao Yi, who had already transformed into a small dot in the sky. Soon, Xiao Yi's body passed through the heavy clouds and arrived at a height that was on par with the peak of Peakless Mountain. Will it surpass? This was the heartbeat of countless Xiao family members. Leap! Xiao Yi roared with fury, his small face filled with a hideous color. Crackling bones bursting sounds came from all over his body, and his originally stopped figure suddenly drew up, unexpectedly surpassing the summit of the Peakless Mountain. Wow! Countless people of the Xiao family immediately erupted in great cheers at the sight of this. They witnessed the birth of a legend. Xiao Yi, the pole realm jump breaks the highest record, granting a drop of Tai Chu divine blood. A magnificent voice resounded throughout the entire Tai Chu divine realm. This was the world spirit of the primordial god realm, representing the will of the primordial god realm. What a terrifying talent! I'm afraid that even the current son of the world is far inferior? That's not necessarily true. The world son, now that the supreme bone has evolved into the immortal bone, his talent potential is unknown how many notches stronger than before. Many people from the Xiao family were talking. It was natural to start comparing Xiao Ashes to Xiao Yi. Mother, I did it! Xiao Yi landed back on the ground, and a hint of a smile unfolded on his rigid face after seeing Yun Wu tear. I knew my heir was the best. My family's heir is going to be an immortal emperor in the future. Yun Wu tear was all smiles, a pair of Danfeng eyes filled with overflowing pride. Snap! Just then, an untimely clap rang out, catching the attention of the crowd. Congratulations to the clan brother for setting the record. Xiao Ashes laughed, looking at Xiao Yi with a meaningful gaze. Heir, he got lucky and accidentally broke Ash's record of yours. You shouldn't be blaming him, right? Yun Wutir pulled Xiao Ash's hand over and said with a smile. Xiao Ashes looked at Yun Wushu with a strange expression on his face. If he hadn't known Yun Wutir's true face in advance, he would have been fooled by his superior acting skills. This kind of mind and city is really scary. Categorically cannot be allowed to stay in the Xiao family, or it will always be a scourge. Naturally not. As a brother, I couldn't be happier. Xiao Ashes smiled as he looked at the cold-faced Xiao Yi. That's good. In the future, when Heir grows up, I believe that he can definitely become Ash's right-hand man. Yun Wuter continuously filled Xiao Ashes with the mesmerizing soup that would not threaten him. I look forward to that day, Xiao Ashes also said with a false sense of humor. Xiao Ashes, I want to challenge you. Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Ashes and suddenly said, can't hold back at last? Xiao Ashes said in his heart. Oh, are you sure? Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Yi and faintly said, Heir, don't fool around. Yun Wuter gently chided Xiao Yi, but had no intention of stopping him. Ashes, Heir is young and uninformed, so I hope I won't be blamed. Yun Wuter apologized. There's no harm in it. Since clan brother Xiao Yi wants to challenge me, I can fight you instead. Xiao Ashes agreed directly. So much the better, Xiao Yi said expressionlessly. In this Tai Chu divine realm, his cultivation would be completely suppressed and he could only use his physical strength. Not to mention that Xiao Ashes was at the Saint King realm. Even if he had stepped into the immortal Dao, he would still dare to fight. But words aside, clan brother Xiao Yi, are you really ready to challenge me? Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. I have broken all your records and am already on the path to invincibility, Xiao Yi proudly said. Xiao Ashes was a bit dumbfounded at the words. Do you know what is the invincible road? Between brothers, point blank, but don't get hurt. Yun Wutir also stopped pretending and directly agreed to Xiao Yi's fight with Xiao Ashes. At the same time there was some anticipation welling up in his eyes. Having broken all of Xiao Ashes' records, if he were to defeat Xiao Ashes himself again, then wouldn't Xiao Yi be able to replace Xiao Ashes as the eternal life Xiao family's world son? Many people of the Xiao family also exploded when they saw Xiao Yi challenge Xiao Ashes. For so many years, no one in the Xiao family had ever dared to challenge Xiao Ashes. Now that it's finally appeared? Moreover, this person had previously broken all of Xiao Ashes' records in the Tai Chu divine realm. Will Xiao Yi defeat Xiao Ashes to become the new generation of everlasting Xiao family legend? Or will Xiao Ashes continue to remain invincible? They were looking forward to it. Boom! Xiao Yi did not have half a minute of nonsense. His body was like a ferocious beast rushing towards Xiao Ashes, and where he passed by, a series of air explosion sounds were produced. Earlier, he had already broken Xiao Ashes' record in terms of speed, and he believed that it was enough to take advantage of his defenses and knock him out in one fell swoop. However, in the face of Xiao Yi's terrifying speed, Xiao Ashes' face appeared very calm. His right hand was slightly raised as if he had blocked Xiao Yi's terrifying straight punch as if he had not predicted it. Cluck! Xiao Yi used his entire body's chi and found that he could not shake Xiao Ashes in the slightest. How is that possible? Brother, you carry heavy pupils. Can't you see the gap between us? Xiao Ashes looked at the incredulous Xiao Yi, and his palms snapped, ruthlessly flinging Xiao Yi onto the earth. Boom! The earth crumbled, interspersed with Xiao Yi's grunt of pain. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and quickly broke free from Xiao Ashes, no longer wrestling with Xiao Ashes but utilizing his speed to continuously throw hundreds of punches towards Xiao Ashes. But each time, it was easily diffused by Xiao Ashes, as if he was walking in the rain. Is that the speed you're so proud of? Xiao Ashes no longer spoiled Xiao Yi. His figure suddenly gave a lurch, and then rushed towards Xiao Yi with an incredible speed. Sensing the rapidly approaching Xiao Ashes, Xiao Yi's pupils instantly dilated and his heavy pupils flashed, narrowly avoiding Xiao Ashes' attack. Heavy pupils? What about this? Xiao Ashes' speed was even faster, and even Xiao Yi's heavy pupils were somewhat unable to see Xiao Ashes' movements. Xiao Yi, who was well aware of the perilous situation, gritted his teeth, and then leapt straight up into the ninth heaven in an attempt to temporarily circumvent Xiao Ashes' attack. Do you think that you can get away with this, brother? Xiao Yi's ears suddenly resounded with Xiao Ashes' voice as if it was a magic spell, and his heavy pupils suddenly shrunk, horrifiedly discovering Xiao Ashes in the sky above him. Its height has far exceeded the peakless mountain. That's not possible. Chapter 8, 1 Foot crushes clan brothers' dream of heaven's pride. 5 Fire Burning Technique Steps on Sing King 9. The horrified Xiao Yi could only watch as Xiao Embers, who was in the air above him, dropped a terrifying kick. The terrifying force contained in this kick directly kicked Xiao Yi back to the ground viciously from 1,000 meters in the air, and the bones all over his body issued an unbearable bursting sound in that instant. Boom! Xiao Yi's body was like a shooting star as it flew down, cracking the earth, and the smoke and dust spread for 100 meters, making many people of the Xiao family not able to see what had happened. Heir, Yun Wutir screamed in horror when she saw the miserable Xiao Yi and hurried to Xiao Yi's side to feed him the sacred medicine for healing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Yi. Rewarded with the primal true solution. The system's prompt sounded in Xiao Ash's mind, while a piece of arcane and obscure text surfaced in Xiao Ash's mind. Primordial True Explanation, Divine Introductory Chapter. This primal true explanation was not some powerful technique, but rather a dharma sect that had something to do with shaping a supreme foundation. By analyzing the essence of the root of all spirits as well as the runic mysteries, it was able to help cultivators in the mortal 8 realm cultivate to a certain extreme, thus laying a foundation against the heavens. Through his full level of enlightenment, Xiao Ashes had comprehended its core mysteries after only a simple viewing. It was a pity that today Xiao Ashes had already cultivated to the Saint King realm, and his previous foundation had already been laid, unless there is some sort of counterintuitive chance that can push everything back. But even so, this primordial true solution was of great benefit to Xiao Ashes. Not bad for the system. Xiao Ashes laughed, very satisfied with this reward. Sorry to disappoint you, mother. The extremely injured Xiao Yi's voice was hoarse. No, Trail, it's not your fault. Yun Wutir stroked Xiao Yi's chest with some heartache. Fairy bones. It must be a fairy bone. His ear had already surpassed Xiao Ash's, and it was that immortal bone that made Xiao Ash's talent potential go up another level. This is what led to Xiao Yi's defeat today. If Xiao Yi can get the immortal bone, then ask who else in this immortal realm can compete? His ear was the absolute heavenly pride who had truly stepped onto the path of invincibility. Yun Wutir screamed miserably in her heart. Xiao Ashes. The records are all refreshed, rewarded with 10 drops of primordial divine blood. That magnificent voice resounded once again, causing the many people of the Xiao family who were still in shock to come to their senses. Seiji is truly invincible, a person from the Xiao family said nastily. The others nodded thoughtfully at that. It was then that they realized that Xiao Ashes had kept all of his previous records just to give those who came after him something to look forward to and not to despair too much. As for now, who could be clear about whether the Xiao Ashes of the party had used his full strength? Ridiculously, they actually did have a moment of doubt that Xiao Yi was enough to be on par with Xiao Ashes. Returning to the ground, Xiao Ashes glanced at Xiao Yi's mother and son. Being humiliated by himself in this manner, Yun Wutir surprisingly did not have a seizure. I must say, it was quite a stoicism for the sake of one's immortal bones. I just don't know who will be the real hunter when the time comes. Xiao Ashes sneered in his heart. Xiao Ashes would not spare any of those who intended to harm themselves. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Xiao Ashes was a great believer in this saying. It's time to fuse the 5th type of strange fire. After comprehending the primordial true solution, Xiao Ashes had a clearer understanding of his own cultivation and future path. With his current state, the Heaven Stage Beginner's incineration technique was no longer enough to satisfy him. As the world son of the eternal life Xiao family, things like searching for the world's strange fire naturally didn't need to be done personally. Own family steps in to search. There are 3 kinds of strange fire in this world. They are foreign fire, divine fire, and immortal fire. There was no difference between the strength and weakness of these 3 types of flames, only some differences in their nature. Soon, Xiao Ashes left the Tai Chu divine realm to turn to the place where the everlasting Xiao family stored the strange fire, the endless fire prison. This was the Xiao family's old ancestor who had forged a great prison specializing in strange fire with great magical powers. It was also one of the most important underpinnings of the eternal life Xiao family. The Xiao family collects all the flames of heaven and earth, and all holders of strange flames can come to the Xiao family to trade. Is the world sun preparing to fuse the 5th type of strange fire? Xiao Life, the oldest member of the Endless Fire Prison clan who was responsible for guarding the Endless Fire Prison, said smilingly when he saw Xiao Ashes arrive. Well, there's been plenty of that. Xiao Ashes nodded. It was not so easy to fuse the strange fire, and if one was not careful, one could easily draw fire and burn oneself to death. Such examples are not few in the Xiao family. That was why every time one fused a chi fire one had to make ample preparations and be cautious. Old Me has heard about the performance of the world sun at the Tai Chu divine realm, and he indeed possesses the qualifications to fuse the 5th type of strange fire. But it's better to be careful in all things, Xiao Life said with a serious face. This is not child's play. The late generation understands. Xiao Ashes smiled confidently and then entered the Endless Fire Prison with the help of Xiao Life. Once he entered the Endless Fire Prison, a terrifying heat wave struck him, causing Xiao Ashes to frown repeatedly. Only a glazed light surged on Xiao Ashes' body surface, fending off the heat wave. Vajra glazed body. Perhaps after this matter is resolved, we can make a trip to the sky-ranging pavilion to practice some powerful immortal techniques. It occurred to Xiao Ashes that now that he was carrying a full level of enlightenment given by Brother Unity, if he didn't make good use of it, it was a little hard to say. Under the protection of the Vajra-glazed body, Xiao Ashes began to delve deeper into the endless fire hell step by step, until it could no longer withstand its increasingly terrifying burning power. In this endless fire prison, the deeper one traveled, the more terrifying the strange fire would become. It was rumored that in its deepest part, it possessed a strange fire that was comparable to the strength of an immortal emperor. This kind of strange fire itself had already been born with an extremely high level of spiritual intelligence, and it was not something that could be taken in at random. "You're it." With a wave of Xiao Ash's palm, crimson flames quickly surged before his eyes and transformed into a winged divine phoenix. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Flame. The divine phoenix had a spirit and spread its wings to escape, but when it met Xiao Ashes, how could it be allowed to escape? Only to see Xiao Ashen's four-colored divine fire emerge in his hand erupted an extremely powerful suction force to suck the Heavenly Phoenix divine fire that had transformed into a divine phoenix over. At the same time, he himself silently operated the incineration technique and began the fifth type of strange fire fusion. 10 drops of Tai Chu divine blood as well as the immortal Dan prepared beforehand were swallowed by Xiao Ashes, turning into a strong medicinal power to suppress the Heavenly Phoenix divine flame as well as to wear down its slightly tender spirit. With Xiao Ashes' depth and many preparations, this fusion of the chi flame was unexpectedly smooth. Xiao Ashes guessed that it should be related to the primal true solution. Through the primordial true solution, Xiao Ashes had a more profound understanding of the great Tao of fire, so it's much easier to carry out the fusion. This primordial true solution is truly marvelous, but why is there only a chapter for the Mortal 8 realm? System, explain. With the host's current cultivation level, the first chapter of the primordial true explanation is already sufficient. If you want to unlock the other chapters, please ask the host to sell out and complete the mission. You're being a bit too dark. A spell has to be given separately. Xiao Ashes was a little less than satisfied. Isn't that making a fool out of yourself? This system has the right of final interpretation. Ashes Shaw. Well, you cowpoke. Brother Tatsuko has a certain arrogance about him. This system class me. After Xiao Ash's continuous fusion, the resistance of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Flame gradually weakened. 3 days later, Xiao Ashes finally completely fused the fifth type of Chi Fire completely. At this time, Xiao Ash's strength had also taken a qualitative leap. Heavenly Rank Advanced Technique Burning Technique Cultivation of the 9th level of the Sing King. Chapter 9 When the reborn immortal Emperor's clan sister meets the enlightened world sun. This was the overbearing nature of the burning technique. Every time one fused and devoured a type of strange fire, one's cultivation would take a great leap forward. This was also why Xiao Ash's cultivation was able to stay far ahead of the same-aged Heavenly Pride. According to this progress, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the same-age pride will no longer be qualified to make Xiao Ashes look at them squarely in the eyes. Perhaps only the pride of the previous generation could barely contend with Xiao Ashes. That is, of course, if everything is in order. It was already less than a year away from the year 10086 of the desolate ancient era, and Xiao Ashes had yet to figure out what exactly would happen by then. The Sea of God is closed? Xiao Ashes, who had returned to the palace that belonged to him, began to take a bath under the service of many delicate maids. Cultivation for cultivators starts from the simplest swallowing of the air of heaven and earth, and later on, they pass on the spirit and exhale, structure the divine bridge, and connect to the divine sea. It could be said that the divine sea was the foundation of a cultivator's power. If the divine sea was closed, then the cultivation would remain at the divine bridge realm forever, and it would truly be a waste. And at this time, Yu Yanran came to the door again to withdraw from the marriage, and Yun Wutir dug up his supreme bone again. Can't imagine how bad that must be. It really has gone to the sludge. A way to reopen the divine sea must be found, Xiao Ashes said with a firm gaze. But before that, it was better to relax for a few days and wash away the exhaustion of this period of hard cultivation. Cultivation is something that requires a combination of work and rest, and should not be rushed. This relaxation was the passage of 9 days. On this day, Xiao Ashes, who had been spending his days in the palace, finally planned to go out and take a look at the Sky-Ranging Pavilion. The Sky-Ranging Pavilion was a place used by the Changqing Xiao family to store all kinds of divine techniques as well as all kinds of canonical books. Moreover, the Sky-Ranging Pavilion itself was also a very terrifying immortal artifact. The safety factor is no less than that of the Endless Fire Prison. Unlike the Endless Fire Prison, this place in the Sky-Ranging Pavilion was very lively, and many of the Xiao family's children would choose to come here to borrow books as well as techniques. However, not all of the Gongfu canons were open to the public, and it was necessary to have certain permissions, and Xiao Ashes, as the son of the Eternal Life Xiao family, possessed the highest authority, and could view all the treasures in the Sky-Ranging Pavilion. This is the benefit of having a background. Who are you to match the efforts of one generation against my millions of years of heritage? Look, the Seiji is here. Many people of the Xiao family all showed a look of respect and admiration after seeing Xiao Ashes, but none of them dared to come forward to say hello. When the status gap reaches a certain level, one is doomed to only look up from afar. In the eternal life Xiao family, Xiao Ashes was like a god to them, the ordinary children, whom, suddenly, Xiao Ashes was attracted by a figure in the crowd. It was a young girl who appeared to be 15 or 16 years old, and unlike the others, there was no look of admiration in its gaze toward Xiao Ashes. Very bland. Moreover, the aura on its body was also out of place with the others as well. It was a kind of extreme confidence that only a heavenly pride could exude. Interesting. Xiao Ashes looked at the young girl as somewhat unfamiliar, so he used the system to scan her identity. Name, Xiao Xian'er. Identity, daughter of the head of the Yen Soul Dao State branch of the everlasting Xiao family. Hidden identity, a generation of immortal emperors reborn against all odds. Cultivation, first level of sacred metamorphosis realm. Real battle strength, half-step holy king realm. Physical talent, Yuan Ling body. 9 orifices Linglong heart. Techniques and aptitudes, Nirvana Sutra. Fausta's sacred hand. 9 suns heavenly fury. Yellow Springs Ashes destruction. Looking at this young girl's identity information panel, Xiao Ash's brain instantly fell into a brief deadlock. What the hell is this hidden identity? A generation of immortal emperors? And reborn against all odds? It's a proper protagonist template. Natch. And a cool protagonist. Unlike the scrappy protagonist situation he's about to fall into. That's the world's son, Xiao Ashes? In the last life, I heard that it possessed the heaven-defying physique, desolate ancient sacred body as well as the supreme bone, which can be considered extremely demonic. It's just a shame that it's old and miserable later. While Xiao Ashes was caught up in the mess, Xiao Xian'er also noticed Xiao Ashes and carefully observed him. After the great change of heaven and earth in the previous life, the Changsheng Xiao family fell apart, and the world's son, Xiao Ashes, was reduced to a waste. He was sent to the Xiao family's ancestral land to return to his family after a series of blows, and then surprisingly rose again. Only the rise was very sad, and it could be called a life of sorrow and suffering, sort of a legend. However, what made Xiao Xian'er feel very puzzled was that during this period of time, it was rumored that Xiao Ashes had traveled to the feathered immortal dynasty to withdraw from the marriage, and that he had also evolved the immortal bone. That's quite a departure from the previous life. However, there was no harm in it. Anyway, after the great change in heaven and earth, Xiao Ashes would all be reduced to waste, and subsequently sent to the Xiao family's ancestral land to return to their lives. It might be possible to plot the odds there when the time comes. Thinking in this manner, Xiao Xian'er, however, suddenly realized that Xiao Ashes had actually walked over towards her side. I've heard that there's a proud daughter of heaven amongst the branch families who used the power of a saint's molts to cut down the peak of saints against all odds. I take it that's you, clan sister? Xiao Ashes sized up the young girl in front of him, with a dusty aura as well as a pair of eyes that were so pure that they did not contain a single impurity. It was worthy of being a celestial pride that possessed the 9 orifices Linglong heart. It is rumored to have a 9-knuckle heart that can distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, and to be a lucky man by nature. Everywhere you go there are opportunities all over the place. Such an existence would only be a disaster if it wasn't supported by a strong background. Xiao Ashes guessed that so far no one should know that Xiao Xian'er possessed a 9-aperture Linglong heart. Your son is too complimentary. Compared to your son, Xian'er's humble tricks are really not worth mentioning, Xiao Xian'er said without being humble. The gaze that looked at Xiao Ashes carried a hint of caution, as well as some unspoken respect. You have pride. Xiao Ashes gave Xiao Xian'er a deep look and did not continue to say much as he turned around and headed to the sky-ranging pavilion. What a powerful sense of oppression. I'm afraid that I've already fused the 5th type of strange fire. The Xiao Ashes of the previous life didn't seem to be this powerful at this stage. Xiao Xian'er looked at Xiao Ashes back with some doubt. Forget it, let's go to the sky-ranging pavilion first to get the remnants of that eternal life law. This was the main purpose of Xiao Xian'er coming here this time. After the great change in heaven and earth, even immortal emperors were not allowed to live forever. It was rumored that the eternal life immortal emperor had left behind an ancient method of alternative longevity as well as a secret stash. This eternal life method was not only a dharma about eternal life, it was also the key to unlocking the eternal life immortal's secret stash. One of the remnants of it was collected in the Changsheng Xiao family's Range of Heaven pavilion. During the chaotic ancient era, there was a supreme celestial pride whose divine sea was innately flawed, and later used the heaven mending method to complete it, achieving a generation of immortal emperors. At the beginning of the desolate ancient era, an immortal king powerhouse's divine sea was sealed, and later helped break through the seal with the help of an immortal powerhouse. In the sky-ranging pavilion, Xiao Ashes perused the ancient books, and all the ancient books about the divine sea were gathered by Xiao Ashes, a total of 199,733 volumes. With such a huge number, even with Xiao Ashes' spiritual sense strength, he felt very overwhelmed. and there was no information in this that Xiao Ashes wanted. According to the vague information provided by the system, one's divine sea was closed because the desolate ancient sacred body was transformed into a ruined body. Therefore, what Xiao Ashes needed to find was the solution to the closure of the divine sea due to reasons related to his physique. 3 hours later, Xiao Ashes closed the last ancient book with some disappointment. Looks like we'll just have to find another way. Before that, practice some powerful immortal laws to increase your battle power. Xiao Ashes turned around and left the place where the ancient books were stored and began to walk all the way towards the top floor of the sky-ranging pavilion. There were a total of 33 floors in the sky-ranging pavilion, and the higher up one went, the higher the level of the stored techniques and aptitudes would be. Xiao Ashes' purpose was naturally the top 3 floors. Damn it, I don't have enough authority. If I force my way in, I'm afraid I'll cause the artifact spirit to obliterate me. At the 22nd floor, Xiao Xian'er was somewhat chagrined. Chapter 10 Reborn Immortal Emperor enters the game. World Sun backhandedly delivers the opportunity. Now that the great change in the heavens and earth hadn't happened yet, the immortal realm's way of longevity was still mainly practiced to the immortal emperor realm. Thus the major immortal ancient sects as well as the eternal life family did not pay much attention to the eternal life immortal sovereign's alternative ancient method. Moreover, the eternal life law was divided into many remnants, and it was not an easy task to gather them all together. That was why Xiao Xian'er had come this time to take her chances. In case the remnants of that everlasting life law were placed on the first few floors of the sky-ranging pavilion. In his previous life, Xiao Ashes was reduced to an invalid, and the head of the eternal life Xiao family began to bring together the eternal life method in order to save Xiao Ashes. In the end, it also seemed that it was Xiao Ashes who had opened the secret stash of the eternal immortal sovereign, causing a storm of bloodshed. So the remnants of this longevity law must be in this sky-ranging pavilion. Oh, Sister Xian'er, it's surprising that this is such a coincidence. Just when Xiao Xian'er was a bit frantic, a gentle voice suddenly came. He only saw Xiao Ashes come behind him at an unknown time, and then walked towards him step by step. Out of instinctive reaction, Xiao Xian'er subconsciously took a step back, but Xiao Ashes acted as if he didn't see it, and went straight through the immortal force barrier that caused Xiao Xian'er to be incomparably frantic. Xiao Xian'er just wanted to say something, but Xiao Ashes suddenly reached out and grabbed her catkin, then pulled her up in her somewhat confused state. A heavenly pride like Sister Xian'er should naturally have some special care. Take this token and you can have unhindered access to the sky-ranging pavilion in the future. Xiao Ashes threw a token made of immortal gold to Xiao Xian'er, on which the word Ashes was clearly inscribed. Xiao Xian'er was also somewhat at a loss in the face of Xiao Ashes' sudden show of affection. There was a mind to refuse, but his palms were somewhat uncontrollable, holding tightly to this token that still had some residual warmth. Thank you, Brother Seiji. Xiao Xian'er took a deep breath and finally smiled sweetly at Xiao Ashes. It's not easy to live forever, so sell your smile and seek the law. You're welcome. In the Xiao family, no heavenly pride will ever be buried. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly before heading to the higher levels of the sky-ranging pavilion under Xiao Xian'er's gaze. Seiji, was it this gentle disposition in the beginning? Xiao Xian'er's gaze was somewhat complicated. In her previous life, her 9 orifices Linglong heart had not been revealed at the early stage, and her Yuan Ling body had not yet been awakened, so she was very ordinary in the Xiao family, and was not qualified to contact Xiao Ashes at all. Until later on, he was qualified to discuss with Xiao Ashes on an equal footing, but at that time, Xiao Ashes became incomparably cruel and cold, just like a demon god. But think about it is also very normal. Anyone who suffered that experience, I'm afraid that the temperament should be greatly changed. Xiao Xian'er shook her head and didn't continue to think about these has-beens. Since the permission had arrived, the remnants of the everlasting life method were smiled upon. The big deal was to find a chance to return Xiao Ashes' favor later. Being a reborn person and wanting to enter the upper echelons of the sky-ranging pavilion so badly, it seems like there's something extraordinary. On the top floor of the sky-ranging pavilion, there was an image flickering in Xiao Ashes' eyes, and it was clearly Xiao Xian'er. The token he had given to Xiao Xian'er had one of his own spiritual senses on it. With Xiao Xian'er's current cultivation level, she would never be able to discover it. At this moment, Xiao Xian'er began to search carefully layer by layer, and soon arrived at the 27th floor of the sky-ranging pavilion. A jade pendant that seemed to be a bit mutilated was taken out from the array of immortal spells. Through his spiritual sense, Xiao Ashes saw the contents. The law of eternal life? Xiao Ashes frowned. This thing he knew was left behind by the eternal life emperor. Being an immortal emperor reborn, it's surprising that he's interested in this alternative method of longevity. Interesting. Xiao Ashes didn't believe that Xiao Xian'er would do anything useless, and this longevity law was bound to have something fishy about it. With his full level of enlightenment, Xiao Ashes quickly memorized this mutilated longevity law. A large selection of immortal laws were then chosen from amongst the top floor to choose to leave. With intentional promotion, it happened to meet up with Xiao Xian'er again. Seiji, brother, Seeing Xiao Ashes once again, Xiao Xian'er had a feeling of being a thief and thus stuttered a little in her speech. How was it? Did you pick the right immortal law? Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. Don't panic, sister. I've seen all your bottoms. Thanks to Brother Shitsi, this psychic-level immortal technique is just right for me to use right now. Xiao Xian'er sniffed and took out a volume of immortal laws and waved it in front of Xiao Ashes. Luckily, it was prepared. It's good to be productive. With Sister Xian'er's qualifications, it's really a bit of a waste to continue cultivating in the split house. So why don't you just stay here? Xiao Ashes offered. Really? Thank you, Brother Seiji. Xiao Xian'er was a bit surprised. According to normal circumstances, she was not qualified to stay in the everlasting Xiao family all the time. This time, it was also because of winning the first place in the younger generation of all the Xiao family's subfamilies that he was qualified to briefly stay in the main family to cultivate. One must know that the everlasting Xiao family was built on top of a huge vein of immortal crystals, and the immortal qi was so thick that it was unlike anything else. Cultivating here will be twice as effective. Sister Xian'er is welcome. Xiao Ashes smiled gently and then walked towards the outside of the sky-ranging pavilion while starting to count down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Brother Seiji. Xiao Xian'er looked at Xiao Ashes back with some desire to speak. What's up, Sister Xian'er? Xiao Ashes turned around and looked at Xiao Xian'er with a gentle smile. Beware of the Yun family, they don't have good intentions, Xiao Xian'er eventually reminded. Xiao Ashen sniffed and gave Xiao Xian'er a deep look before saying, Is there more? Ha? Xiao Xian'er was confused by Xiao Ash's sudden rhetorical question. Nothing. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Xian'er. Xiao Ashes smiled and turned to leave. What did he mean by what he said? Does it know about my rebirth? Impossible. This kind of thing is somewhat confusing even to me who was once an immortal emperor, let alone the present-day Xiao Ashes. Xiao Xian'er shook her head and then also left the sky-ranging pavilion. This clan sister of his own is a great treasure of a great deal. The departing range of heaven pavilion. Xiao Ashes smiled. As a reborn person, with the experience of his previous life, he could be said to be able to take advantage of every situation, and it might know the way to break open the divine sea. In the future, as long as one keeps a watchful eye on Xiao Xian'er, there will definitely be unexpected gains. There's no rush. There's still time. You can take your time. Xiao Ashes laughed. Ding! Detected the host's evil thoughts, now releasing side quests. Received the reborn immortal emperor Xiao Xian'er, rewarded with a seedling of the heaven-opening divine wood. 15% progress in acceptance. Is the lack of attached background the reason for the side quest? Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Ashes could not help but frown. And this time the reward Xiao Ashes didn't quite understand what it was. But the system is bound to be good. So let's ignore all this crap for now. Going through so many ancient books made Xiao Ashes' body and mind feel very fatigued and he had to relax. By the way, run through how to take in Xiao Xian'er, taken in the proper sense of the word. So according to the usual practice, Xiao Ashes began to take a bath under the weight of many delicate maids. Seiji, the head of the family, asks you to come to the study. Chapter 11, The World's Warmest Man Setting Stability. When Xiao Yi was jealous, tell my dad not to rush until I'm done getting comfortable. Xiao Ashes, who was eating the immortal fruit handed over by the maid, said with some lethargy, This old man of his is not doing his job. Calling himself over at this point, the guards who spoke outside the palace did not have any color of surprise when they heard Xiao Ash's command and immediately withdrew. I guess I should have seen it coming. A full 2 hours passed before Xiao Ashes yawned in comfort and then came to Xiao Zhantian's study. Dad, you wanted to see me? Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Zhantian, who was flipping through ancient books in the study, and said with a smile, Finished getting comfortable? Xiao Zhantian closed the ancient book and said with some displeasure, This son of his was good at everything, but he was too immersed in the desires of men and women. It's only moderately comfortable. Xiao Ashes snorted. Xiao Zhantian, I heard that you made Xiao Xian'er, who was number 1 in this split house seat battle, stay here? Xiao Zhantian did not continue to play sloppy with Xiao Ashes and directly opened the door. Aha! This girl has good talent. It's a waste to stay in the split family. Xiao Ashes glanced at Xiao Zhantian with some surprise, clearly not expecting that finding himself in the middle of the night was actually for this. Xiao Zhantian stared tightly at Xiao Ashes when he heard this and said with some uncertainty, Just because of this? And what else? Xiao Ashes felt a bit puzzled. Is it hard to believe that Pop saw through the fact that he was there for its reborn identity? This was impossible. This point was a bit too far ahead for Xiao Zhantian. So much the better. She is, after all, considered your sister, and even though there isn't much of a blood relationship, it's easy to be criticized in the end. Xiao Zhantian suddenly said. Xiao Ashes somewhat froze as he savored Xiao Zhantian's words. Well, that's like being a sex maniac. There is nothing unrecognizable about one's own preference for beautiful things, though, but that comes with a bottom line. This kind of orthopedic-level taboo was unacceptable to Ashes Xiao. Well, that's it, you go back to getting comfortable with yours. Xiao Zhantian saw the change in Xiao Ash's eyes and knew that he understood what he meant, so they waved them off. Gotta. Xiao Ashes turned away without any good humor. The immortal spirit spring can be opened again tomorrow. And since you fancy that girl so much, you can take her to cultivate in it. It can make up for its previous cultivation that was wasted away in the split. Xiao Zhantian's voice came from behind. Got it, Xiao Ashes promised. The immortal spirit spring was condensed from the enormous amount of immortal chi produced by that huge vein of immortal crystals held by the eternal life Xiao family. It can be opened at full capacity every 6 months. If one cultivated in it once, one could save several years of normal hard cultivation. This kind of chance that was incomparably heaven-defying for the onlookers. Xiao Ashes went year after year and never missed it. This is the benefit of having a background. The next day, morning, Xiao Ashes dressed up under the service of many maids and prepared to head to the immortal spirit spring to cultivate. Xiao Xian'er, on the other hand, was waiting outside Xiao Ashes' palace early. I guess I should have gotten the message early. It doesn't have to be this early. Xiao Ashes saw Xiao Xian'er and smiled gently, just like a big sunny boy. This kind of chance is really precious to Xian'er, and I have to thank Brother Shitzi. Xiao Xian'er's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled. In her opinion, it was because of Xiao Ashes that she was able to get this opportunity. Through the immortal spirit spring, coupled with the many preparations she had made before, she was certain that she could break through to the peak of the Saint Transformation realm in one fell swoop. Xiao Xian'er, who had lived 2 lives, did not have any cultivation bottlenecks at all. As long as there were enough chance immortal pills, one could always keep breaking through. There was simply no need to worry about the problem of unstable foundations due to realm advancement being too fast. Her understanding of the immortal way had reached an extreme. What are you thanking for? As I said, the Xiao family will not bury any of the heavenly pride. Xiao Ashes shamelessly took the credit directly to himself. Xiao Xian'er laughed even more happily, and her feelings towards Xiao Ashes changed greatly. In his last life, Xiao Ashes had a very cold temperament after experiencing a major change from heaven to hell. It's a far cry from the mildness of the present. Ding! Xiao Xian'er's subjugation progressed 20%. The system's prompt sounded, causing Xiao Ashes to smile even more gently. It seems that Xiao Xian'er eats up the persona of Big Brother Nguyen. Under Xiao Ashes' light-hearted guidance, the two of them soon arrived at the immortal spirit spring. At the same time, some of the other Xiao family's celestial pride had also waited here early. Xiao Yi was naturally among them. After experiencing the last failure, Xiao Yi already had more than a hint of fear in his eyes when he saw Xiao Ashes again. Subconsciously, he hid behind the crowd. You have the guts to dig up my bones, but you don't even have the courage to look me in the eye? Xiao Ashes sneered at the sight. Xiao Xian'er also saw Xiao Yi and her eyes subconsciously revealed a trace of contempt. Although this Xiao Yi in his last life was considered a genius, he was a thief, likes to steal other people's creations. Eventually multiple creations were not compatible and self-destructed. Greetings, Seiji. Many of the Xiao family's celestial pride saluted when they saw Xiao Ashes, their attitudes very respectful. Although Xiao Yi was very unwilling in his heart, once he thought of what his mother had promised him, he forcibly suppressed his pride to also salute Xiao Ashes along with the crowd. Xiao Ashes, just be arrogant. Soon you won't be able to be arrogant. Xiao Yi sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Xiao Ashes' this immortal bone originally belonged to him, only that its growth was in the wrong place. Just as Xiao Yi was thinking in this manner, Xiao Ashes suddenly walked over and stopped by his side. Did you just seem to be cursing me in your mind? Xiao Ashes' tone was flat, but the words he uttered caused Xiao Yi to instantly feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and cold sweat kept seeping out from his forehead. How did he know? Xiao Yi was puzzled and had the intention to explain, but after opening his mouth, he realized that he could not make any sound at all. When he looked up, he instantly met Xiao Ashes' icy gaze. Just kidding, brother. Just when Xiao Yi did not know how to explain, Xiao Ashes suddenly patted Xiao Yi's shoulder and laughed out loud. All of you are the proud sons of the sky of my Xiao family, so since the immortal spirit spring is open, feel free to enjoy it. Xiao Ashes did not pay any more attention to Xiao Yi, who had already had his clothes drenched in cold sweat, and laughed brightly at the many Xiao family celestial pride. Thanks, Seiji. Many of the Xiao family's celestial pride gave a word of thanks and then entered the immortal spirit spring one after another. After Xiao Ashes spared a glance at Xiao Yi, he also brought Xiao Xian'er to step into the immortal spirit spring. Damn it! After confirming that Xiao Ashes had completely entered the immortal spirit spring, Xiao Yi's face immediately became somewhat distorted. Xiao Ashes, I will definitely trample you under my feet in the future and crush all your pride. Xiao Yi roared super loudly in his mind. Chapter 12 Chaotic Seed Green Lotus appears in the world. This life I take the path of invincibility. In the immortal spirit spring, huge amounts of viscous immortal chi condensed into immortal liquid, and under the catalyst of the formation, many immortal spirit fish were even born in the spring. Incorporating it into the divine sea even possessed the terrifying efficacy of expanding the divine sea. It was important to know that the Divine Sea was the source of a cultivator's power, and the larger the Divine Sea was, the more power the cultivator could internalize. The Immortal Spirit Spring has 108 stone platforms, presenting a certain order of arrangement. Among them, the closer one got to the spring, the greater the benefits one could obtain, and right above the spring, there was clearly only one stone platform, although Xiao Ashes gave the word to let the many celestial pride to feel free, but all of them had a very tacit agreement to avoid that stone platform and did not dare to give birth to half a bit of covetousness. Even a few of the stone platforms in its vicinity were empty. There was no way around it. The World Sun's aura was just too overpowering. When Xiao Ashes arrived at the Immortal Spirit Spring, he didn't first walk towards the stone platform that was just above the eye of the spring, but instead, he explained the rules of the place as well as its benefits to Xiao Xian'er with extreme patience, like a gentle big brother. Xian'er, that's the stone platform closest to the spring's eye, so you can get the most benefits, Xiao Ashes said smilingly. Thank you, Brother Shitsi, but Xian'er's cultivation is low, so I'm afraid she's not blessed to receive it. Xiao Xian'er politely refused. She was still very self-aware. That position was obviously exclusive to Xiao Ashes. If he occupied it so rashly, not to mention whether it would cause Xiao Ashes to be displeased, then the other Xiao family pride would completely regard himself as a thorn in his side. Hate to get rid of it. With this thought, Xiao Xian'er prepared to head to a medium-positioned stone platform to cultivate, but just as his feet stepped out, he felt an unstoppable force propelling his body to the stone platform above that spring. Huge amounts of immortal qi surged in, causing Xiao Xian'er, who was originally a bit alarmed, to instantly become intoxicated. How does it feel? Xiao Ashes also came to this stone platform and cultivated with Xiao Xian'er. Because of the limited space, it was inevitable that their torsos came into some contact. The sudden change made Xiao Xian'er instantly look like she was electrocuted and stayed in place. Ding! Progress of subjugating Xiao Xian'er 19%. Ding! 18% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. Ding! Progress of subjugating Xiao Xian'er 19%. Ding! 25% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. Xiao Ashes? The successive system prompts made Xiao Ashes a little confused. What the hell is this? Good thing it went up in the end. Brother Seiji. Xiao Xian'er's small face was slightly flushed. In her last life, although she had cultivated to the level of an immortal emperor, she had never been in such close contact with the opposite sex. Therefore, now that this is the case, it has caused its rock-steady Taoist heart to be a little shaky. The other Xiao family's celestial pride, on the other hand, seemed as if they did not see it, with their eyes looking at the nose, and their noses looking at the heart. At the same time, there was a complete lack of doubt about Xiao Xian'er being able to cultivate on the stone platform with the best location. They get it. Meditation. Facing the somewhat shy Xiao Xian'er, Xiao Ashes acted very naturally and even began to guide Xiao Xian'er in her cultivation. Looking at Xiao Ashes with a serious look on his face, Xiao Xian'er also gradually entered the state, not wanting to waste this heavenly opportunity. Wow! As Xiao Ashes also entered a state of cultivation, a faint immortal rhythm flowed with him at the center. The runes at its chest flashed, the golden divine sea rolled up in 10,000 waves, and its skin emitted a faint golden light. Primordial true understanding of the divine introductory chapter, analyzing the origin of all spirits, returning to the basics, constantly strengthening the foundation and breaking through the upper limit. Rumble. As Xiao Ashes gradually got better, the entire immortal spirit spring suddenly shook violently. The spring water that was formed by the immortal liquid suddenly condensed into a very terrifying tornado that swept up countless immortal spirit fish towards Xiao Ashes' location. Soon, the immortal liquid dragon volume arrived in front of Xiao Ashes, pouring down on him like a heavenly river descending, and Xiao Ashes also came to the rescue as a terrifying suction force erupted above his body, swallowing and absorbing it. So, what's that? Many of the Xiao family's celestial pride had shocked faces. It was only seen that the location where Xiao Ashes was, underneath him, had turned into a golden ocean. That was Xiao Ashes' divine sea manifestation, the golden sea of God as if it had life surging. Waves rolled. There is a green lotus emerged in it, rooted in the chaos, lotus leaves swaying between the flow of the Dao Dao immortal rhyme. Being affected by this immortal rhyme, many Xiao family prides instantly felt as if they had a deeper understanding of the cultivation path, and some of the doubts of many years became clear. Chaos planted the green lotus. This was one of the visions belonging to Xiao Ashes' desolate ancient saint body, and Xiao Ashes also opened his eyes at this time. Holy King Extreme Realm. Through interpreting the primordial true solution and by continuously tapping into his potential, Xiao Ashes had also managed to arrive at the extreme realm of the Saint King realm. All of this was also expected by Xiao Ashes. After all, he had arrived at the extreme realm in all of his previous realms as well, only it wasn't as easy as this. Originally, Xiao Ashes thought that the extreme realm was the limit of a realm, but through the primal true solution, Xiao Ashes was very clear that the extreme realm was not the end. Also breakthroughs. This realm, Xiao Ashes called it the Supreme Extreme Realm. Looks like another big mess by accident. Xiao Ashes shook his head somewhat helplessly as he looked at the shocked many Xiao family celestial pride as well as the powerful auras that were constantly peering at this side. Can't keep a low profile. In that case, it's high profile to the end. Xiao Ashes seemed to feel something and looked at Xiao Xian'er, who gradually withdrew from the cultivation state beside him. At this time, Xiao Xian'er also dipped into the light of Xiao Ashes, and her cultivation level jumped to the peak of the sacred metamorphosis realm. This kind of terrifying advancement was very unbelievable even to Xiao Ashes. Although there was the reason that he had invoked a vision and recruited a large amount of immortal spirit chi, to be able to absorb all of it without wasting it with the cultivation level of a beginner at the sacred metamorphosis realm was also terrifying enough. However, after associating it with Xiao Xian'er's physique, Xiao Ashes was relieved again. Yuan's spirit body, born with affinity for the energy of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that even Xiao Ashes is not Xiao Xian'er's match when it comes to cultivation speed alone. However, although Xiao Xian'er had reached the peak of the Saint Metamorphosis realm, her aura did not reveal itself, and she frantically suppressed it until it was suppressed at the third level of the Saint Metamorphosis realm. Ashes Shah. That's too meticulous. He actually revealed the vision so quickly. The after-knowledge Xiao Xian'er was very shocked in her heart, knowing that the Xiao Ashes of her last life was not this terrifying. Is this immortal spirit spring still satisfactory? Xiao Ashes did not reveal Xiao Xian'er and said smilingly, "Thanks to brother Shitzi, Xian'er's cultivation has made great strides." Xiao Xian'er smiled sweetly. As long as sister Xian'er is satisfied. Xiao Ashes touched Xiao Xian'er's head. Then his gaze looked at the many Xiao family celestial pride below. Almost forgot the introduction. This is the supreme celestial pride Xiao Xian'er from the branch family. The talent is not beneath me. In the future, I will stay here and cultivate. Xiao Ashes smiled at the many Xiao family celestials and introduced them. There were all the special ways that Feng Kai himself had treated Xiao Xian'er, plus this introduction. It was believed that in this Xiao family, no one dared to go looking for Xiao Xian'er's trouble anymore. So it's sister Xian'er. A Xiao family's heavenly pride named Xiao Kuan said very cheerfully. However, his words were directly given a death stare by Xiao Ashes. You can't even call her Xian'er's sister. That Xiao Kuan seemed to have realized something when he saw this, and somewhat sardonically touched his head. Ding! 30% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. Chapter 13, Sister Xian'er, are you concerned about me? After leaving the immortal spirit spring, Xiao Ashes really did see many Xiao family elders, and after some careful interrogation, it undoubtedly caused the shock of many clan elders again. Before stepping into the immortal Tao, he had already invoked the visions of the desolate ancient sacred body. This has almost never happened before. Moreover, the most exhilarating thing was that the vision that Xiao Ashes had invoked was still the rumored chaotic seed green lotus. This was at an extremely high level even among the many visions. After returning to the palace belonging to his worldly son, Xiao Ashes was still the same old three as always. Soak in a bath, waitress massage plus comfort, counting the time. Tomorrow should be the day when the everlasting cloud family's heavenly pool of creation opens. Xiao Ashes was cozying up and thinking at the same time. After his own series of operations, I believe that Yun Wu Tier was already salivating over his immortal bones. And some time ago, I heard that Yun Wu Tier had made a trip back to the everlasting cloud family, so I think he must be preparing for something. Finally back. At a certain moment, Xiao Ashes seemed to have sensed something and waved his hand to dismiss the attendants first. Then the shadow behind Xiao Ashes swung slightly and a pale figure emerged. Supreme Elder Xiao Chen, have you gained anything from this trip? Xiao Ashes couldn't wait to ask. Although it was a questioning tone, Xiao Ashes believed that with Xiao Chen's strength, he would definitely not let him down. Xiao Chen did not speak as his dry palm probed into the void and took out a black strange stone in the shape of an octagon. Retained shadow stones. As Xiao Chen urged his immortal force, a picture began to unfold before Xiao Ash's eyes. The dark underground palace, the super large formation that is sufficient to isolate the senses of immortal ancestors, and the teleportation formation hidden in the heavenly pool of creation. So it is. Xiao Ash's face was also a bit gloomy when he saw this. He possessed an immortal king realm protector. Yun Wutian was aware of this, and the first thing he wanted to do was to settle Xiao Chen if he wanted to seize his immortal bone. As for Xiao Chen, because his lifespan was less than 100 years, and also in order to exercise Xiao Ashes, he usually slept, only waking up when Xiao Ashes encountered a life crisis. So this is the Yun family's opportunity, with a super large formation to shield the sleeping Xiao Chen's perception. Wouldn't it be easy to rely on Xiao Ashes alone as a young junior? If Xiao Ashes didn't know anything, he might have really planted it. As for now, I'll bring this to the attention of the family head, and I'll make that Yun family pay a painful price. Xiao Chen was obviously very angry, and his terrifying aura caused the entire void to tremble. However, Xiao Ashes waved his hand after hearing Xiao Chen's words. The Supreme Elder is at ease. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Xiao Ashes laughed. If one were to straighten things out, how could one see Xiao Yi's heavy pupil? After all, Xiao Yi's father was Xiao Ash's eldest uncle, Xiao Maniac Sky, and flowed the bloodline of the Xiao family. Directly exposing the matter would only punish the Yun family, and Xiao Yi would most likely have no ass. This was somewhat less in line with Xiao Ash's style. Since I had moved to plot against me, of course I had to step on it completely. How does Seiji want to do this? Xiao Chen looked at the accomplished Xiao Ashes and asked suspiciously. I'm afraid I need the great help of the Supreme Elder. Xiao Ashes spoke out his plan, and at first Xiao Chen disagreed a bit, thinking that it was too risky. Only under Xiao Ash's persuasion, he eventually nodded. The next day, as expected of Xiao Ashes, Yun Wutir personally came to the door to invite Xiao Ashes to go to the Yun family and accept the baptism of the heavenly pool of creation. In response, Xiao Ashes naturally acted as if he readily accepted it. However, what made Xiao Ashes somewhat surprised was that Xiao Xian'er had come. Don't go. That Yun family has no good intentions. Xiao Xian'er was concise and direct. Why? Yun Wutir is my eldest mother. How could she harm me? Xiao Ashes laughed. Anyway, don't go. I can't say exactly why, but please trust me. Xiao Xian'er's gaze was a little tangled, but she still reminded. Eat your heart out. Take your hand out. He couldn't watch Xiao Ashes jump into the fire pit as he did in his previous life. As for why the timelines didn't match up, Xiao Xian'er guessed that it was the same as Xiao Ashes, and that the awakening of the immortal bone had put its greed to the max. Looking at Xiao Xian'er's entangled eyes, Xiao Ashes did not continue to press, but nodded and said, I know. You're still going? Xiao Xian'er heard the words of Xiao Ashes. Or what? Xiao Ashes had a flat expression, and a kingly pressure, if any, arose. Don't you think that a mere Yun family can do anything to this Shitzi? And, is Sister Xian'er concerned about me? Xiao Ashes smiled and looked at Xiao Xian'er with a promising gaze. I. Xiao Xian'er stammered a bit at the words, somewhat unsure of how to answer. What do you mean you care? One is just returning the favor. Anyway, be careful with everything. In the face of Xiao Ash's molestation, Xiao Xian'er decisively chose to escape. Hesitate and you lose. 35% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Ashes felt a surge of pleasure. This sister of his, she still needs to be tempered slowly. After Xiao Xian'er left, Xiao Ashes came to Xiao Zhantian's study. This time, the trip to the Yun family will still have Elder Xiao Quan accompanying you on the bright side. Although the Yun family and my Xiao family are in-laws, we must not take this lightly, Xiao Zhantian reminded. For the Eternal Life family, in-laws were merely a means of maintaining common interests. Interests don't get along and can fall apart at any time. However, nowadays, the Xiao family was too powerful for the Yun family, and Xiao Zhantian couldn't think of any reason that would allow the Yun family to tear their faces off against the Xiao family, which was why he agreed to let Xiao Ashes go. I know. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. Everything was as he expected. The everlasting cloud family was located in the divine cloud Dao state, close to the sacred fire Dao state where the Xiao family was located. Because the two families were married, there was a teleportation spell formation between them. After Xiao Ashes and his group passed through the teleportation spell formation, a voice immediately sounded in their ears. Welcome the Xiao family's world son to my Yun family. Xiao Ashes raised his eyes and looked, and to his eyes was a vast to boundless sea of clouds. Many divine halls and treasure pavilions were hidden in the sea of clouds, as if they were in a fairyland. Among them, countless immortal birds and divine beasts roared and soared in the clouds, vibrating with immortal might. At this moment, a clan elder of the Yun family at the Immortal King realm was bringing many Yun family children to greet Xiao Ashes and the others. Among them were Xiao Yi's mother and son. As a member of the Xiao family, Xiao Yi unexpectedly came to the Yun family first, and he did not know whether it was because he was afraid of traveling with Xiao Ashes, or he felt that the Yun family was more gracious to him. Senior Yun Hong is polite. Speaking of which, this time it is also the latecomer who has come to occupy one of the Yun family's chances. Just don't cause any suspicion. Xiao Ashes let out a light laugh, appearing to be very cultured as a son of a great family. Where's the word? It's already a family. What's the point of occupying it? Yun Hong laughed, and then he brought Xiao Ashes and his group to the Yun family's banquet parlor. Xiao Ashes' virtuous nephew, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but you've made quite a big commotion. In the middle of the hall, Yun Sanglong, the head of the Yun family, smiled broadly after seeing Xiao Ashes and rose to greet him. Chapter 14, Surface Marriage Hidden Knife. This time I took the initiative to enter the jar. Family Master Yun is overpraising. It's just some small fights. In the face of Yun Sanglong's enthusiasm, Xiao Ashes also wore a smile and acted very humbly. Long life Yun family's family head Yun Sanglong, that is a peak of the immortal king of the terrifying strongman. And this is not Yun Sanglong's limit. The potential to continue to dig is expected to be the realm of the immortal king. facing such a powerful person. Even Xiao Ashes had to put away his arrogance and treat him with courtesy. After all, although Xiao Ash's talent potential was claimed to be able to reach the immortal emperor realm, before he grew up, he was just a junior who had not even stepped into the immortal Dao yet. I've heard that Xian Nephew's supreme bone has evolved into a great Dao immortal bone, containing a complete great Dao. This is no small feat, Yun Sanglong said smilingly. One must know that the basic condition for becoming an immortal emperor was to be able to comprehend a great Dao in its entirety, and the immortal bone within the embedded avenue. It can be said that as long as there is no accident, that is bound to be certified immortal emperor of the realm, and the life of the sky. If it were not for the fact that once a cultivator stepped into the realm of the immortal monarch, the path that he or she was following was already fixed and could not be changed. Otherwise, even if Xiao Ashes was the son of the eternal life Xiao family, I'm afraid that there would inevitably be desperate powerhouses who would choose to take the risk. It was just a fluke. Xiao Ashes still contained a smile, and in the face of Yun Sanglong's constant compliments, he could only choose to be a fluke brother for once. After several attempts in a row with no results, Yun Sanglong did not continue to pursue the matter. Enthusiastically hooking shoulders with Xiao Ashes, he took a seat in the banquet parlor. As the family head of the everlasting Cloud family, Yun Sanglong naturally sat on top of the main seat, while Xiao Ashes was located first on the right side, which could be considered as giving enough face. Soon, various kinds of immortal fruit delicacies were quickly presented. The everlasting Cloud family is not that the feathered immortal dynasty can be compared to. On the immortal fruit delicacies in both quantity and quality are far more than in the feathered immortal dynasty that time. Any one of these could be said to be a rare heavenly treasure in the outside world. There were even quite a few that could directly increase a cultivator's foundation. It was only that it was no longer of much use to the present-day Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes took a light sip of the immortal wine in the cup, and a soft energy began to penetrate Xiao Ashes' limbs and bones, warming his body. Cloudy ascension wine? Rather spare, Xiao Ashes said in his heart. This Cloud Sky Ascends to Heaven wine is a secret realm of the Changqing Yun family's specialties. The annual production is very limited. Weekdays are used as a reward to give the Yun family talented children, and each reward is also a small cup. What was now in front of Xiao Ashes was a whole big pot. If I remember correctly, Virtuous Nephew's previous supreme bone contained a major divine ability called Reincarnation Robbing Light. Now that it has evolved into a great Dao immortal bone, I'm sure the divine abilities within it are even stronger and more terrifying. After 3 rounds of wine, Yun Sanglong was again somewhat unable to resist inquiring about Xiao Ash's immortal bone. In the face of Yun Sanglong's repeated attempts, Xiao Ashes also laughed a little coldly in his heart. It seemed that this Yun Sanglong was still a little hesitant about whether or not to dig up his own bones. After all, once it was done, it could be said to have completely offended the Xiao family. That's why he kept on testing, trying to figure out if the value of this immortal bone was really worth taking such a big risk. In that case, I'll add more fuel to the fire. That's natural. Xiao Ashes acted somewhat arrogantly, and mysterious and unpredictable runes appeared on his chest, and the great Dao immortal rhythm flowed, causing the crowd present to feel very shocked. At the same time, the crowd saw that it seemed as if there was a great river flowing behind Xiao Ashes, and every wave that stirred up was an era of extreme brilliance. Immortal bone treasure technique, temporal flood. Yun Sanglong, who was in the main seat, saw this and his gaze flickered a bit, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Xiao Yi and Yun Wutier's mother and son kept their gazes fixed dead center on Xiao Ember's chest, desperately trying to hold back the greed in their hearts. The ugly behavior of the crowd all fell into the eyes of Xiao Ashes, and after a cold laugh in his heart, he withdrew the divine difference of the immortal bone. It's worthy of being a great Dao immortal bone. In this generation, I'm afraid no one can compete with Xian Nephew. Yo, why don't you come and pay your respects to your future husband? Yun Sanglong laughed, his eyes looking towards the young girl on the left who had been burying her head in dry rice. The young girl was dressed in a delicate jacket. Her skin was like the first snow in Greece. Her cheeks were floating with a light pink peach halo, and her pair of almond eyes were round and clear, making her look very delicate and lovely. He's not going to be my husband. The young girl looked up and wiped the remnants of food from the side of her mouth with a bit of an exasperated huff. Yo, do not be rude. This is the husband that the family personally chose for you, being the worldly son of the everlasting Xiao family, Xiao Ashes. As you can see, Xiao Shizi is a dragon and phoenix among men. You won't be aggrieved. Yun Sanglong's face was very serious, and his tone was even a bit stern. Yun Yu pursed her lips at the words, looking a bit aggrieved, but she didn't continue to open her mouth to retort. Being born in a big family, getting a background as well as resources that ordinary people can hardly ask for, naturally comes with a price. That price is being ready to sacrifice everything you have for your family, including your marriage. Xiao Ashes looked at Yun Yu with her head hung low, and a trace of doubt flooded her heart. Originally, He thought that the marriage union Yun Wu-tier had mentioned was just a front to dig up his own bones, but now it seems that this Yun Sanglong really intends to betroth Yun Yu to himself. Could it be that after digging up his own immortal bone, he planned to use it to quell the Xiao family's anger? Xiao Ashes pondered in his mind. This is quite possible. I'll let my virtuous nephew see the joke. Yo-Yo is my fourth brother's heir. His talent potential is very outstanding in the Yun family. He is an immaculate immortal body. If not for his daughter's body, I'm afraid that he would be the son of my Yun family. Yun Sanglong smiled. Surprisingly, it's the immaculate immortal body? Xiao Ashes was a bit surprised. Rumor had it that the immaculate immortal body was invulnerable to all laws and formed its own domain, and his heart is pure and good, with no distractions. He is a favorite for practicing the light immortal power. That's a milkmaid. With this kind of talent, he was indeed qualified to become the Yun family's son. At the very least, it's much better than that Yun family's worldly son right now. Xiao Ashes swept his gaze at the current Yun family's son, Yun Ming, who immediately lowered his head when he saw Xiao Ashes' gaze sweeping towards him, not daring to meet Xiao Ashes' eyes. Straw bag 1. No wonder the Yun family had placed their hopes on Xiao Yi. If he succeeded in capturing his immortal bone, I'm afraid Xiao Yi would be a member of the Yun family. It's not a problem. I've long heard that there is a proud daughter of the Yun family who not only has outstanding talent, but also has the appearance that is the best in the immortal region. And today, I've seen that it's really true. Xiao Ashes smirked. Denizens, Yun Yu heard the words and immediately exploded a bit. Rumor has it that this Xiao Ashes is a vicious and lustful man. It seems that the rumors are true. No, 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 no. Yun Yu had her own calculations in her mind. It's good that Xian nephew is satisfied. After this time, I will personally come to the door to discuss the marriage between the two of you with brother Xiao. Yun Sanglong laughed. Just when the atmosphere in the arena was good, a person suddenly came to whisper something in Yun Sanglong's ear. Good. Yun Sanglong nodded his head. Then his gaze went to the entire arena. The heavenly pool of creation is about to open, so it looks like this banquet will have to end here. Sage nephew, let's go. Chapter 15, From Breaking Through from the Extreme Realm to Falling into a Trap. What level am I at in this wave? Yeah. Xiao Ashes heard this and drank the cloudy ascension wine in his cup in one go. Then he got up and said with a smile. Xiao Quan and the other members of the Xiao family also got up and followed behind Xiao Ashes. I don't know if it was intentional, but Yun Yu deliberately was left at the end by the people of the Yun family, and happened to be not far away from Xiao Ashes. Yun Yu also realized the situation and had the intention to rush forward, but was bounced back by an invisible force, which even had a few warnings in it. In the face of such a situation, Yun Yu could only pull down a bitter face and follow the people of the Xiao family with some twists and turns. World son, this Yun family seems to be a bit impatient to give this girl child to you, Xiao Quan said smilingly. These little tricks of the Yun family naturally could not escape its eyes. He was not disgusted. However, Yun Yu this girl child talent is indeed good. The key is the immaculate immortal body's characteristic is the heart is pure and good. I don't know how many times stronger than that Yu Yanran. Instead, it was a perfect match for Xiao Ashes. Elder Xiao Quan, after I enter the heavenly pool of creation later, remember to keep an eye on the people of the Yun family. Xiao Ashes' mind was not here at this time, but instead, he transmitted his voice to Xiao Quan. What does the Seiji mean by that? Xiao Quan frowned slightly at the words. Some of them didn't know what kind of medicine Xiao Ashes had in his gourd. We'll see when the time comes. Xiao Ashes did not explain too much with Xiao Quan. With Xiao Quan's steady nature, if he knew that Xiao Ashes was planning to risk his life, it would have been impossible for him to agree. Under Yun Sanglong's leadership, the crowd soon arrived at a white jade celestial pool that was situated on top of heavy clouds. The entire heavenly pool was forged from some kind of heaven and earth divine material, and the pool was surrounded by clouds and mist, and the immortal chi stirred. In the mist, there was a hidden magical scene of mountains and rivers, and all the trees were forests. The heavenly pool of creation. It was rumored that this pool was brought out from the immortal ancient forbidden land by the old ancestor of the everlasting cloud family, and it could gather the immortal rhythm of heaven and earth, helping to reshape one's foundation and raise the upper limit of one's potential. Of course, something so counterintuitive comes with limitations. One of them is that there is only one chance to remodel the foundation, and the next time you enter the pool, it will be useless. The second is that trying to remake the foundation can only be done under the immortal way. After 100 years of precipitation, the heavenly pool of creation can finally be opened again. It's just that it looks like this opening is only enough to accommodate 8 people to enter the pool for cultivation. Yun Sanglong looked at the heavenly pool of creation and said with some regret, last time it was enough for 11 people to practice. In that case, it's better for me to recuse myself. Xiao Ashes sniffed and said indifferently, "What did your nephew say? My Yun family is not the one who goes back on his word?" Yun Sanglong waved his hand and then began to take names among the Yun family. But all those whose names were called were without exception very excited. Only after a full 6 people had been ordered did Yun Sanglong stop, and then his gaze looked at Xiao Ashes and Xiao Yi. "It's just the 8 of you who will enter the heavenly pool of creation this time," Yun Sanglong finally said. "Remember, there is only one chance. Don't waste this opportunity." Yun Sanglong gave one last reminder and then teamed up with several other Cloud family elders at the Immortal King realm to cast a spell, sending Xiao Ashes and the other 8 people into the heavenly pool of creation. "It's a pity. If we can let Yun Ming obtain that immortal bone." After sending Xiao Ashes and the others into the heavenly pool of creation, several thoughts flashed through Yun Sanglong's mind. Although Xiao Yi had his Yun family's bloodline, he was considered a member of the Xiao family after all. However, if Yun Ming was really allowed to transplant Xiao Ashes' immortal bone, then the Xiao family's thunderous wrath was not something that the Yun family could withstand. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was different. His father possessed an extremely high status in the Xiao family, and for the sake of his own son, that Xiao maniac Sky would have to detour in it. Coupled with the Yun family's willingness to pay some price, I believe that the Xiao family could only eat this dumb loss in the end. No, it should be Xiao Zhantian who could only eat this loss. After all, although Xiao Ashes had lost his immortal bones, Xiao Yi had them. The heavy pupil plus immortal bone was believed to be absolutely not much weaker than Xiao Ashes' desolate ancient saint body plus immortal bone. Wait for Xiao Yi to grow up, then let Jin Wutir convince him to join the Yun family. This is the complete scheme of the Yun family. Of course, all of this was predicated on Xiao Yi successfully seizing Xiao Ashes' immortal bone. This is the heavenly pool of creation? Xiao Ashes looked at the boundless water around him. This creation of heavenly pool in the outside does not look how big into it, but found that it is like no boundaries, generally infinite. It was worthy of being an unparalleled treasure that the Yun family's old ancestor had brought out from the immortal ancient forbidden land. Moreover, Xiao Ashes also discovered that a trace of strange heaven and earth origin chi in the pool was constantly running in from the pores of his body, surprisingly allowing Xiao Ashes' already solidified foundation to have some loosening again. Is this the arcane power of the heavenly pool of creation to reshape the foundation? Xiao Ashes felt a little surprised. If it was in the past, the attraction of this heavenly pool of creation to Xiao Ashes was actually not too great. After all, Xiao Ashes' foundation was already very solid, and even if it was remodeled, it wouldn't be able to improve much. But nowadays, Xiao Ashes had mastered the divine introduction chapter of the primordial true solution, and by analyzing the origin of all things, he could make another breakthrough above the extreme realm. Without wasting any time, Xiao Ashes immediately sat down on top of the heavenly pool of creation and began his cultivation. Pulling that heavenly and earthly origin chi pushes down one's previous foundation everything over again. Xiao Yi and the other Yun family children were also cultivating in the various corners of the heavenly pool of creation. Everything seems to be going very well. Ready? In the dark underground palace, Yun Wutian looked at the complex teleportation array in front of him and asked with a slightly excited voice, "It's almost time. When young Master Xiao Yi finishes absorbing the chances from the heavenly pool of creation, then he can start teleporting all of them over." A dark shadow replied in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Great." Yun Wutir was very excited at his words. "As long as my heir obtains that immortal bone, he will surely become an immortal emperor in the future, and will live with the heavens. Any heavenly pride in this world will be trampled under my heir's feet." A maniacal color appeared within Yun Wutir's gaze. For Xiao Yi, she could give her all of it, all of it. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavenly pool of creation, rumbling sounds continuously emanated from Xiao Ashes' body. With the help of the heavenly pool of creation's heaven and earth origin chi and the primordial true solutions analysis of the origin of all things, Xiao Ashes had already succeeded in remodeling the Saint Molt, Divine Bridge, Tonling, and Chi Eater realms to completion, with each realm arriving at the supreme extreme realm. Moreover, nowadays, Xiao Ashes' cultivation had clearly reached the supreme extreme realm of the Saint King realm. Such a terrifying foundation also allowed Xiao Ashes' desolate ancient saint body to be further developed as well. In addition to the vision of the chaotic seed green lotus, mountains, rivers, and divine trees and immortal grasses also appeared vaguely behind Xiao Ashes. Infinite vitality erupted, as if opening up the heavens and creating a spirit. A picture of a beautiful mountain and river. This was the second vision of Xiao Ashes' desolate ancient saint body. At the same time, the others in the heavenly pool of creation had also succeeded in remodeling their roots, each with different gains. It's just a pity that we're still short of the Divine Sea realm and haven't succeeded in remodeling it. Xiao Ashes felt some pity. The Divine Sea realm was different from other realms in that it involved the cultivator's source of power. and the difficulty of trying to remake it was far tougher than other realms. However, by virtue of this opportunity to successfully reshape all the other realms, it had already made Xiao Ashes feel that this trip was not false, and there may be other rewards. Xiao Ashes stepped on the green lotus with his feet and his back against the brocade mountains and rivers, and looked blandly at the formation runes that quietly emerged at the bottom of the pool. Teleportation spells. And as the teleportation spell array was fully activated, Xiao Ashes and the rest of the group were quietly teleported away. Chapter 16 From Prey to Hunter. I'm in the atmosphere this round. The Dark Dungeon. What's going on? Wasn't I in the heavenly pool of creation? Where is this place? A Yun family's son looked at the unfamiliar surroundings nearby with a very wary expression. After looking around carefully, he realized that it was not just him. The Yun family's son, Yun Ming, Yun Yu and even the Xiao family's son as well as Xiao Yi had all come here. Yun Ming was also at a loss at this time, somewhat confused about the current situation. The only two people present who acted calmly were Xiao Ashes and Xiao Yi, but the mood is very different. Finally fooled. Ha! Ha ha! Xiao Yi's heart laughed wildly. This most important step had already succeeded. So would the immortal bone still be far away? It's a solid wave. GGG. Welcome to the Darklands. A black shadow surfaced in front of everyone's eyes, and a terrifying aura surged, causing everyone present to instantly blanch, their power running obscurely. Stronger. Your elder cloud predator. Yun Ming recognized the person in front of him. The old slave has met the world's son. Cloud Predator first saluted when he saw Yun Ming. The other Yun family children obviously also recognized Yun Predator and could not help but all let out a sigh of relief. Turns out it's one of our own. Elder Cloud Predator. What did you bring us here for? Yun Ming questioned. The others also looked at Cloud Predator, waiting for an explanation. Jie. Yun Predator suddenly laughed strangely at his words, and his gaze went to Xiao Ashes. What a wonderful thing! Immortal bones. Surprisingly, it's not from my Yun family. Then it should belong to my Yun family. Cloud Predator suddenly screamed, and the terrifying pressure instantly imprisoned the crowd present in place, unable to move. Yun Predator, how dare you try to seize the immortal bone? You'll plunge the Yun family into doom if you do so. Yun Ming's face changed dramatically when he heard this. As the Yun family's world son, even how much of a strawman he was aware of the seriousness of the matter. Shut up, Seiji. If you hadn't been indomitable, how could the old slave have taken this step? This immortal bone old slave is not blessed to receive it, and must create a supreme heavenly pride for my Yun family, Cloud Predator said with some madness. Elder Cloud Predator. Even if Elder Yun Predator moves the immortal bone into my body, my Yun family can't withstand the Xiao family's retaliation, Yun Ming said with some pain. There was both anticipation and fear in his heart. Obviously, he hadn't thought that Cloud Predator would be willing to pay such a huge price for himself. After this trip, he was bound to not survive no matter what. Cloud Predator. Ashes Xiao Yi? Xiao Ashes somewhat looked at the little cutie, like looking at Yun Ming. Big dummy Ming. You are afraid that you are a bit confused about your own weight. Your son has misunderstood. This immortal bone old slave is to be transplanted into young Master Xiao Yi's body. Cloud Predator looked at the somewhat agitated Yun Ming and couldn't help but explain. Ha! Yun Ming was completely dumbfounded at his words. Xiao Yi? On what grounds? The other Yun family children also looked at Xiao Yi in unison, each with a different expression. Is that so, brother? Xiao Ashes finally opened his mouth at this time, his gaze looking towards Xiao Yi as he faintly asked. Facing Xiao Ash's appalling gaze, Xiao Yi unexpectedly subconsciously took a step back. Then he roared with some annoyance. That's right, that immortal bone was originally mine. It just grew in the wrong place. Xiao Ashes, my efforts are 10 times greater than yours. You don't deserve this immortal bone. In the face of Xiao Yi's angry roar, Xiao Ashes acted very calmly. Ha! What's the point of having a genius if effort works? Brother, you are so stupid. Xiao Ashes arrogantly looked at Xiao Yi, his tone filled with sarcasm. Xiao Ashes' words shocked everyone present, including Yun Predator. What a domineering and proud statement. Yes, this world is not fair. If hard work works, what's the point of having a genius? Xiao Yi was also a bit dazed when he heard this, and was clearly shocked by Xiao Ashes. My ear is a true dragon above the 9 heavens. Xiao Ashes, resign yourself to your fate. Right at this moment, Yun Wutier's somewhat shrill voice sounded and then came to Xiao Yi's side. My ear, after today, you will be the most demonic supreme heavenly pride in this immortal region, and nothing in this world can stop you. Yun Wutier said gently. Cloud Predator, do it! Scoop out his immortal bones. Yun Wutier snapped, a far cry from the gentle way she usually treated Xiao Ashes. Auntie, is this how you treat your nephew? Xiao Ashes questioned. Oh, my good nephew, what's wrong with a little sacrifice for your brother? Yun Wutier let out a light laugh and looked at Xiao Ashes' chest filled with greed. World son Xiao Ashes, after this time, the old slave will thank you with his death. Cloud Predator came in front of the immobile Xiao Ashes and fixed him on top of a cold stone platform. A small knife that shimmered with silver light was taken out by Cloud Predator. the inscription on it shimmered, emitting an extremely sharp aura. 10,000 lines immortal weapon. In the immortal realm, immortal weapon grades were categorized into 100 grain, 1,000 grain, 10,000 grain, as well as 100,000 grain and 1 million grain. The more inscriptions engraved on it, the higher the grade of the immortal weapon. This heavenly silver blade in Yun Predator's hand had 18,000 inscriptions, and was already considered an extremely good immortal artifact. No, not this way. Just as Yun Predator was about to make his move, Yun Yu suddenly rushed out. Elder Cloud Predator, you can't do this. This is not right. Yun Yu blocked before Xiao Ashes, surprisingly breaking through the old slave's confinement, worthy of being an immaculate immortal body. Seeing Yun Yu, Cloud Predator felt a little surprised. Miss Yo-Yo, the old slave knows that you are of a pure nature, but what the old slave is doing now is also at the behest of the family head. Cloud Predator once again spat out a weighty message. He then knocked Yun Yu out with a slap, not allowing him to see this filth. Sure enough, Yun Sanglong is also involved in this matter. But aren't you guys afraid of the chickens coming home to roost? Xiao Ashes suddenly laughed. Things have come to a head, and there is no turning back. The immortal bone can only be transplanted once. I believe that Xiao Maniac Sky will protect young Master Xiao Yi. As Cloud Predator spoke, the heavenly silver blade in his hand swung violently, about to slice open Xiao Ash's chest. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The shadow beneath Xiao Ashes suddenly squirmed violently, and a surge of immortal might erupted, instantly tearing apart one of Yun Predator's arms. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The might of the immortal king was like Ling Nine Heavens. Cloud Predator covered his broken arm and looked incredulously at the old man in front of him. The aura emanating from its body created a great fear in its heart. Immortal king. This is an immortal king. That's impossible. With the existence of the spirit extinction formation, how could you possibly be awakened? Yun Wu-Tier, who was on the side, screamed when she saw Xiao Chen. At the same time, a deep fear exploded violently in its heart. Such a foolproof plan, and it still went awry. Xiao Chen looked at Yun Predator and Yun Wu-Tier, who were caught in fear, with a cold expression on his face, and said in a light tone, "A mere rat. How dare you conspire against the world's son?" Chapter 17, If you covet my bones, I'll pluck out your pupils. Xiao Chen's appearance had completely disrupted Yun Wu-Tier's plans. How could she not have imagined that Xiao Chen had not chosen to fall asleep from the beginning to the end, but had always paid attention to Xiao Ash's every move? So it is. All of this was done by the old slave alone, and the old slave is willing to die in thanks. The moment he saw Xiao Chen, Yun Predator understood everything. The Yun family's scheming was bound to have been known to it long ago. It was useless to say anything now. The only thing that might calm the Xiao family's anger a little was a death. However, just as Yun Predator was planning to cut himself, he was stopped by a look from Xiao Chen. Death? It's too cheap, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Unable to move, Cloud Predator couldn't help but let out a miserable laugh. In front of an immortal king, even death was a luxury, even if it possessed the strength of a great Luo heavenly immortal. No way. That's impossible. Xiao Chen, how could you possibly be awakened? He was about to pick the fruit, but it was destroyed, which made Yun Wu-Tier's face become very grim. Xiao Ashes slowly got up and arrived in front of Yun Wu-Tier. That's ugly. I'm kind of questioning the aesthetics of the eldest. Xiao Ashes sked. Little. Yun Wu-Tier's face was distorted as he looked at Xiao Ashes, and by this time, his gaze was still constantly staring at his chest. That's only my ear's immortal bones. Yun Wu-Tier hissed. Gee whiz, ma'am, am I not your good nephew? I'm so sad when you say that. Xiao Ashes laughed coldly. But haven't you guys ever thought that when coveting other people's immortal bones, you should also realize that you yourselves also have things that are missed? Xiao Ashes suddenly smiled mysteriously, causing the somewhat frantic Yun Wu-Tier's heart to suddenly thump. What do you mean? Yun Wu-Tier colored and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Xiao Ashes looked cold and stern, then came in front of Cloud Predator and picked up the heavenly silver blade that had fallen on the ground. The silver blade looked cold in the darkness. Yun Predator looked at Xiao Ashes, and for some reason a feeling of uneasiness surfaced in his heart. Brother, do you want my immortal bones badly? Xiao Ashes looked at the flustered Xiao Yi and laughed evilly. No, I don't want to. I don't want it, Xiao Yi hastily retorted, his eyes looking at Xiao Embers in fear. But what about your heavy pupils that I want so badly? Pust. The moment Xiao Ash's words fell, the silver blade suddenly slashed across Xiao Yi's left eye, and the terrifying flow of immortal power unexpectedly gouged out Xiao Yi's left eyeball in an instant. Xiao Yi immediately wailed in pain. His heavy pupil was plucked out, and a large amount of divine blood immediately overflowed from his left eye, and his own cultivation also had a downward trend. No, my trail, stop, he's your brother. Stop it. Yun Wutier's eyes instantly became blood red at the sight of the situation, and his heart was like a knife when he heard Xiao Yi's miserable scream. Now you know he's my brother? But such a brother wants to dig up my bones. Xiao Ashes had a cold gaze and showed no mercy at all, strangling Xiao Yi's throat to prevent him from moving about, and once again slashing out a knife to pluck out Xiao Yi's other heavy pupil. Pust! A large amount of divine blood flowed out of Xiao Yi's two empty eyes, and Xiao Yi's cultivation level rapidly dropped like a leaky ball, falling to the divine sea realm in the blink of an eye. No, Trail, please, my nephew, you let heir go. Blood-colored tears flowed from Yun Wuxie's eyes, and his voice was hoarse. This is retribution. Cloud Predator watched the scene powerlessly and closed his eyes in pain. Heaven is going to kill the Yun family. Many of the Yun family's children were also silenced when they saw Xiao Ash's ferocious appearance. Not a single person dared to come out and speak for Xiao Yi. After all, in their opinion, Xiao Yi was a member of the Xiao family, so what business was it of his Yun family? Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was silent throughout, quietly watching the developments. In the meantime, he slightly exerted his power to suppress Yun Wutier and the others. With the crimes committed by Yun Wutier's mother and son, whatever Xiao Ashes did would not be excessive. I've checked the ancient books, and the heavy pupil should be able to be grafted. Xiao Ashes looked at the pair of pupils in his hands that were emitting an ethereal light, then gritted his teeth and self-destructed his eyes, pressing the heavy pupils violently onto his eyes. Buzz! As the heavy pupil moved into Xiao Ash's eyes, the terrifying power belonging to the heavy pupil as well as the rejection reaction appeared at the same time. Xiao Ashes did not hesitate, and the two major visions belonging to the desolate ancient saint body appeared at the same time. A picture of a beautiful mountain and river. Chaos planted the green lotus, and at the same time, he activated the great Tao immortal bone, using the complete power of the Tao to suppress the power of the heavy pupil, and then fused the heavy pupil with the desolate ancient sacred blood, turning it into something that belonged to him. Under Xiao Ash's maneuvering, although the heavy pupil was incredibly strong, it did not show its true power on Xiao Yi after all. Thus very quickly, Xiao Ashes smoothly fused the heavy pupils. Under the perspective of the heavy pupil, Xiao Ashes seemed to see the flow of heaven and earth's immortal power as well as the power fluctuations in the people present. Is this the heavy pupil? Just the preliminary fusion has such divine differences. The heavy pupil is originally an invincible path. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, this heavy pupil is really wasted on you. Good brother, I'll take your heavy pupil. Divine light flowed within Xiao Ash's heavy pupils, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a hint of a smile. That's Yi's heavy pupil. Yun Wutier looked into Xiao Ash's eyes and for the first time, regret arose. Right after Xiao Ashes successfully fused the heavy pupils, Xiao Chen seemed to have sensed something as well. The entire underground palace suddenly trembled violently as a terrifying force came from the top and instantly blasted through. Seiji, Xiao Quan roared angrily, somewhat panicked as he searched for Xiao Ashes. After Xiao Ashes and the others finished their cultivation in the heavenly pool of creation, Xiao Quan sensed that something was wrong. If Xiao Ashes hadn't previously asked him to keep an eye on the people of the Yun family, he would have been unable to hold back a long time ago. Elder Xiao Quan, be at ease. Xiao Ashes walked out from the darkness, the light of his heavy pupils flickering, looking very evil. Seiji, your eyes? Xiao Quan looked at Xiao Ash's heavy pupils and felt a little confused for a moment. What the hell is going on here? The perception belonging to an immortal king spread out, and it clearly discovered the suppressed Yun Wutier as well as Xiao Yi whose heavy pupils had been plucked out. Elder Xiao Quan, this matter is more complicated. You will know afterward. Xiao Ashes opened his mouth to prevent Xiao Quan from misunderstanding. Xiao Quan heard this and gave Xiao Ashes a deep look, and did not continue to say anything. It's better not to jump to conclusions until things are clear. However, Xiao Yi's breath was very weak now, and he was after all a pride of the Xiao family. So Xiao Quan then picked up Xiao Yi and utilized the power of the immortal king to heal his body. Heavy pupil. Heavy pupil was meant to be the path to invincibility. Xiao Yi, who had been nourished by Xiao Quan's breath, suddenly shivered and shivered, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying. He woke up a little too late. Heir, Xiao Ashes, you actually seized Xiao Yi's heavy pupil. A heaven-shaking roar suddenly resounded. That was the voice belonging to Yun Sanglong. Chapter 18. What do you think is a fish out of water? But it's just a self-inflicted humiliation. A terrifying pressure descended, and even with Xiao Ash's current cultivation level, he simply could not withstand a little bit of residual power from a peak immortal king existence. Xiao Quan and Xiao Chen let out a cold snort at the same time, and the two huge forces erupted, exchanging blows in the void, crushing and destroying an unknown amount of space. What a Xiao family! Yun Sanglong's face was extremely gloomy, and as he looked at Xiao Yi, who had lost his heavy pupil, a trace of panic even flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why did things end up this way? Wise nephew, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yun Sanglong acted extremely angry. Although Xiao Yi is a member of the Xiao family, but he also has my Yun family's bloodline. This kind of bullying, do you really think that my Yun family has no one? Yun Sanglong roared, The terrifying pressure belonging to an immortal king shook the 9 heavens, like a heavenly disaster descending. What a backslide. No wonder Yun Wutir was so good at acting, so it's a bloodline inheritance. Xiao Ashes looked at the fuming Yun Sanglong and sneered. If he didn't know that digging up his own bones was agreed upon by Yun Sanglong, I'm afraid that he would have been tricked by this performance of Yun Sanglong. It was thought that this was all the work of Yun Wutir alone. What do you mean by that? Yun Sanglong couldn't help but thump in his heart when he heard this, but his face didn't change, and his horrifying eyes stared at Xiao Ashes with a few moments of forcing. Senior Xiao Chen. Xiao Ashes didn't bother to talk nonsense with Yun Sanglong, and his gaze went to Xiao Chen, who was on the side. Xiao Chen understood what Xiao Ashes meant, and an octagonal-shaped shadow-retaining stone suddenly appeared in his hand, and the ugly behavior of Yun Wutir and Yun Predator's treatment of Xiao Ashes earlier was suddenly displayed before the crowd. The face of Yun Sanglong, who saw this, instantly became incredibly ugly, and even the many Yun family elders who had rushed to the scene also had their faces become very wonderful. So it is. Good Yun family, how dare you plot against my Xiao family's son? I will definitely report this to the family head, and I will definitely demand an explanation. Xiao Quan also finally understood what happened at this time, and was very shaken inwardly. It was fortunate that Xiao Ashes had foresight, or else he really might have been gotten by Yun Wutir. Brother Quan, rest easy. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. Yeah, this might all be the work of Yun Wutir alone and have nothing to do with the Yun family. Many Yun family elders said. The shadow-retaining stone could only record images, not sound, so based on this alone, it could not be said that this was a Yun family plot. Humph. I didn't expect such a treacherous person to appear amongst my Yun family. Dang it, damn it. The reacting Yun Sanglong also looked furious and suddenly stormed out, the terrifying immortal light brushing over Yun Wutir and Yun Predator's bodies, completely damaging them. The gaze of Xiao Ashes, who saw this scene, instantly narrowed. Worthy of being the head of the Eternal Life family, he was ruthless and spicy in his strikes. Cloud Predator is even. Yun Wutir's status in the Yun family was not considered low, and she was also the wife of his eldest uncle, Xiao Maniac Sky, though there wasn't much emotion. Xian nephew, don't worry. This matter my Yun family will definitely investigate thoroughly to the end and will give you an explanation. Yun Sanglong said with a somewhat cold and hardened face. Even if the matter could be uncovered this time, I am afraid that the friendship between the two Xiao Yun families would come to an end in the future. Xiao Quan saw this, although he knew that there was bound to be something fishy in it, but now he was in the Yun family after all, so it was best to wait until he returned to the Xiao family before coming to settle the score with the Yun family. Yun family master, this time the matter is not simple. Xian nephew, I also know that my eldest mother has set up the spirit extinction formation in the Yun family in order to dig me out of this immortal bone. This is not something she can do. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. You want to send yourself back just like that and destroy the evidence? It's a little too good to be true, isn't it? Surprise! I know. I will definitely investigate the Yun family thoroughly, find all those involved, and then personally come to my door to make amends. How? Yun Sanglong's gaze was dead on Xiao Ashes, filled with warning. Many Yun family elders also showed fierce light in their eyes and stared viciously at Xiao Ashes, attempting to use this to force Xiao Ashes to give in. World Sun, this is after all the Yun family's territory. It's better not to offend too hard, Xiao Quan also reminded. However, Xiao Ashes does not think so. If it really retreats today, then it will certainly not be able to find out anything in the future. The Yun family will send out a few scapegoats at most when it's over. This was not what Xiao Ashes wanted to see. Since they have completely torn their skin, they should be completely stomped into the muck and never be able to get up. Don't bother checking. There are witnesses. Xiao Ashes laughed as his gaze looked toward the Yun family's heavenly pride who had been teleported here together. Yun Sanglong's gaze narrowed when he saw this. It's not possible that this kid thinks that my Yun family's pride will betray the Yun family, right? As expected, when Yun Sanglong passed by with a single look, these Yun family celestials didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Yo-yo girl, wake up. Yet it was Xiao Ashes who came to Yun Yuyu's side and woke him up from his coma. No good. Yun Sanglong's heart thumped when he saw this. The others might not have a problem, but Yun Yuyu was an immaculate immortal body, and her nature was pure and good. It also makes it clear that one will not lie for sin. There was a mind to make a move to kill someone, but at this moment, Xiao Chen and Xiao Quan had been watching themselves, and there was no chance to make a move at all. You're okay? Waking up. Yun Yuyu saw Xiao Ashes and said with some concern, "Thanks for worrying, Miss Yo-Yo. Only now I need Miss Yo-Yo to tell me who is trying to harm me." Xiao Ashes blocked Yun Yuyu's line of sight from seeing the Yun family crowd. "I heard Elder Cloud Predator say that it was authorized by the family head." Yun Yuyu lowered her head. obviously not expecting the usually amiable Yun Sanglong to be this shady in private. Buzz. As Yun Yuyu's words fell, the aura on Yun Sanglong's body suddenly went out of control. Xiao Quan and Xiao Chen were even more on guard when they saw this, their eyes vigilantly looking at Yun Sanglong, who was on the verge of an outbreak. Why bother, virtuous nephew? Pushing to such an extent, aren't you afraid that my Yun family will die in a fish trap? Yun Sanglong said in a very low voice. Homeowner. Yun Yuyu also finally saw Yun Sanglong at this time, and was somewhat surprised. Shut up, underfed white wolf, Yun Sanglong roared. Yun Yuyu instantly lowered her head at those words. For the first time she felt Yun Sanglong was so strange. Xiao Ashes smirked. Yun family master, what do you want now? Xiao Ashes continued to provoke. I want you dead. Yun Sanglong was completely out of control. He knew that if he allowed Xiao Ashes and the others to return to the Xiao family, what awaited the Yun family would inevitably be a devastating blow. Instead of doing that, we should just do it to the end and still have time to throw the dirty water out. As long as the Xiao family couldn't find any evidence, there was no reason to do anything to the Yun family. With Yun Sanglong's outburst, the entire underground palace suddenly shook violently before collapsing violently. The immortal clouds in a radius of 10,000 miles all gathered and were controlled by Yun Sanglong, condensing into the forms of various ferocious beasts as they erupted with astonishing might. Don't you dare! Xiao Quan was shocked and furious at the sight, obviously not expecting Yun Sanglong to plan to directly tear his face off and strike at them. You're the ones who pushed it too far, Yun Sanglong roared, and the ferocious beasts condensed by the immortal clouds roared and rushed towards Xiao Ashes and the others. In the face of this kind of terrifying attack, Xiao Quan and Xiao Chen were also very solemn, and they both exerted terrifying means to fight against it. However, right at this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended from heaven and earth, and the countless ferocious beasts condensed by the immortal clouds unexpectedly burst into flames one after another. Yun Sanglong, you haven't grown at all after all these years. Chapter 19, what you thought was the end? Just the beginning of revenge. A light laugh rang out, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to freeze for a moment. The originally riotous heaven and earth energies were instantly smoothed out. Master of the house, Xiao Quan felt a little surprised when he saw the visitor. It was certainly Xiao Zhantian. Father, I'm afraid if you come a little later you'll have to collect my body, Xiao Ashes said playfully. As early as before leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Ashes had handed a letter to a personal maid to be handed over to Xiao Zhantian 2 days later, after the heavenly pool of creation had ended. In that case, Xiao Ashes estimated that it would be just the right time for him to seize Xiao Yi's heavy pupil and subsequently tear his face off with the Yun family. Now it seemed that Xiao Zhantian had indeed come at the right time. When did your boy's mind become so deep? Xiao Zhantian looked deeply at Xiao Ashes, especially that double pupil. It's just an eye for an eye. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly, not feeling that he had done anything wrong. Xiao Zhantian shook his head and did not say anything else. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the somewhat frightened Yun Sanglong and the group of Yun family elders. Yun Sanglong, first he plotted to take my son's immortal bones, and now he wants to kill and silence him. You said, what to do? Although Xiao Zhantian's tone was flat, the energy of the entire heaven and earth was completely confined by him, making Yun Sanglong and the others in it unable to move. Brother Xiao, as things stand, do whatever you want. Yun Sanglong let out a miserable laugh. Xiao Zhantian was a terrifying immortal exalt and was in his prime, with a strong qi and blood. Even if they had invited that immortal ancestor of their Yun family, he would not be a match for Xiao Zhantian. Very good. Xiao Zhantian glanced indifferently at Yun Sanglong when he heard this, and his palm slightly lifted, and the energy of the heaven and earth instantly rioted, causing Yun Sanglong and the others who were in the middle of it to be seriously injured all of a sudden. Some even died on the spot. The might of an immortal duke was as terrifying as it was. It's just a little bit of discipline. Elder Xiao Quan, talk to them about what compensation should be made, Xiao Zhantian indifferently said, respectfully following the family master's immortal order. Xiao Quan was instantly excited when he heard this. He loved doing this. This time, it was necessary to ruthlessly make the Yun family hemorrhage money. Xiao Zhantian nodded. Then his gaze went to Xiao Yi, who had his heavy pupils dug out. Xiao Yi, who had lost his heavy pupil, even though his life was temporarily preserved under Xiao Quan's healing. If the follow-up treatment could not keep up, he would easily die. My son, just as Xiao Zhantian was thinking about what to do with Xiao Yi, a cry of sorrow suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhantian's elder brother, Xiao Zhantian, also received the news and came to the Yun family. After seeing Xiao Yi's miserable appearance, he quickly came to his side, and all kinds of precious immortal pills were stuffed into Xiao Yi's mouth without any money. Under the nourishment of the immortal pills, Xiao Yi's state finally improved a bit, but he was still very weak. Big brother, I'm sure you're well aware of what happened. In this case, Ashes is right. Xiao Zhantian looked at Xiao Zhantian and opened his mouth. Xiao Maniac Sky fell into a long silence upon hearing this, and looking at Xiao Yi's eye sockets where his heavy pupils had been gouged out, his heart was even more extremely pained. Although this matter was indeed Xiao Yi's fault in the first place, the fact now was that Xiao Yi's heavy pupil was dug up while Xiao Ashes didn't have a single thing to do. How could this make Xiao Maniac Sky be willing? I can let it go, but Ear's heavy pupil must be returned. Xiao Maniac Sky's voice was cold and hard. Xiao Zhantian couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Whether it was the heavy pupil or the supreme bone, both could only be transplanted once, and transplanting them again would most likely result in a loss of divinity, and be reduced to a mortal object. That's impossible. Xiao Zhantian decisively refused. Any other treasures in the family can be taken as compensation, but the heavy pupil can no longer be transplanted again. Xiao Maniac Sky's fists clenched at his words, but he was also very clear that what Xiao Zhantian said was the truth. Boom! The unwilling Xiao Maniac Sky crazily lashed out at the void, not knowing how much of the void he had broken before gradually stopping. The stupid things you do. Xiao Maniac Sky's blood-red eyes stared at Yun Sanglong and the rest of the group of Yun family members, itching to tear them apart. Yun Sanglong opened his mouth when he heard this, and finally let out a bitter smile without speaking. It's too late to say anything now. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. After venting, Xiao Maniac Sky did not stay too long and quickly left holding Xiao Yi. After all, even though Xiao Yi had taken a large amount of immortal pills, his life breath was still constantly draining away. This must be remedied as soon as possible. You come with me. Xiao Zhantian glanced at Xiao Ashes and turned to leave. Xiao Ashes naturally followed after hearing this, while Xiao Chen reintegrated into Xiao Ashes' shadow and chose to fall asleep. You've given me a lot of trouble this time. Xiao Zhantian looked at this son of his and said with some headache, I can't just sit around and wait for someone else to dig up my bones, can I? If that's true, what are you going to do about it, father? Xiao Ashes smirked. If that's true, none of them will live. Xiao Zhantian indifferently said that he had this confidence. However, you took Xiao Yi's heavy pupil this time, causing his foundation to be destroyed. Although it is reasonable, it will inevitably cause resentment from some people within the clan. After a while, you will go ahead and cultivate in the Fountain Immortal Palace, until I clean up a bit, Xiao Zhantian suggested. The Ageless Immortal Palace is an immortal ancient religion with an extremely ancient heritage. The exact year is unknown, and both the strength and the depth of the entire immortal domain are among the top. Even the Changsheng Xiao family was somewhat inferior, and the Fountainhead Immortal Palace advocates teaching without discrimination, and accepts disciples regardless of their origins and backgrounds. Therefore, I don't know how many heavenly prides have worshipped in it. In addition to being the son of the eternal life Xiao family, Xiao Ashes is also the inherited disciple of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. In the face of Xiao Zhantian's proposal, Xiao Ashes also pondered in his heart. Although Xiao Zhantian's strength was not as good as Xiao Zhantian's, he was still in the realm of the immortal king, and as his own eldest uncle, his power in the Xiao family was also extremely large. Having dug out Xiao Yi's heavy pupil himself, it was impossible to say that he did not resent it. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge the gun in the open, and it is difficult to prevent the arrow in the dark. First go to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace to practice for a while, and wait for Xiao Zhantian to clean up the family and then come back again is indeed very stable. What's more, although Xiao Ashes was arrogant, he had a very clear perception of himself. How could he possibly fight against an immortal king with his current strength? Good. Xiao Ashes finally nodded. The Yun family side of things had Xiao Zhantian as well as many of the Xiao family elders to deal with it, so there was no need for Xiao Ashes to bother with it. So very soon Xiao Ashes returned to the Xiao family. First, they were intent on digging up my immortal bones, and then they were forced by me to make a move. So I believe that with Elder Xiao Quan's means, he will definitely be able to obtain a great deal of benefits from that Yun family. After returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Ashes had already begun to think about how to utilize the resources obtained from the Yun family to enhance his strength. Although Xiao Ashes did not lack resources to cultivate in the Xiao family, but how can one's own be as fragrant as one's robbed? What's more, it didn't hurt to cultivate with the resources that were looted, but just letting the Yun family off the hook seemed a bit too cheap for them. He is now considered to have completely fallen apart with the Yun family. According to the system's prediction, half a year later the heaven and earth will change drastically. The Xiao family will split. With the grudge between himself and the Yun family, if he has the opportunity to inevitably fall into the well, it's better to exterminate. Xiao Ashes muttered to himself. However, although the Yun family is declining, there is also an immortal king sitting in the town. Moreover, although the everlasting Xiao family is powerful, but it cannot be reckless. In order to exterminate a force by other powerful forces to take advantage of the situation to lead to the collapse of the Taoist lineage, this kind of thing is not unheard of. I'm exhausted from this trip and need to relax before I do. No longer thinking about these troublesome matters, Xiao Ashes stretched his waist and then continued to start his old trio: soak in the bath, waitress massage as well as comfort. However, just as Xiao Ashes was very cozy and started to enjoy himself, a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Brother Seiji, are you there? Chapter 20. From being miserably gouged out of his bones to killing the heavy pupil in return. It was now the turn of the ancestral ground chants. Xiao Xian'er stood in front of the door at Xiao Ashes' palace hall with some apprehension. When Xiao Ashes had traveled to the everlasting Cloud family, she had already warned that the Cloud family was unsuspecting. Although according to the experience of his last life, Xiao Ashes being dug out of his bones would still be in the greater part of the year, but there were just too many variables in this life, and it was hard to guarantee that there would not be any accidents. No, it had recently been heard that Xiao Ashes seemed to have been plotted against in the Yun family, and even the family head had been alarmed and had personally traveled to the everlasting Yun family. What a conceited fellow! Having kindly warned him himself, Xiao Xian'er stomped her foot, looking a little annoyed. He was not concerned about Xiao Ashes. He was just repaying his kindness in the sky-ranging pavilion as well as the immortal spirit spring. She just doesn't like owing people. That's right. Who upsets Sister Xian'er? The door to the hall opened and Xiao Ashes, dressed in a simple white dress, looked at Xiao Xian'er with a smile. Xiao Xian'er's head snapped up when she heard the words, her gaze first looking towards Xiao Ashes' chest, then sensing that his breath not only did not weaken, but also became more powerful before she let out a sigh of relief. Looks like that Xiao Yi didn't get it. Your eyes. Xiao Xian'er tilted her head and was instantly a bit shocked after seeing Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils, and she stuttered a bit in her speech. Isn't that heavy pupil Xiao Yi's? Why did it appear on Xiao Ashes' body? An incredible speculation appeared in Xiao Xian'er's mind. These heavy pupils, haven't you seen them before? A faint ghostly light blossomed within Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils as he lightly laughed. I didn't expect you to have seized Xiao Yi's heavy pupil. Xiao Xian'er's gaze was a bit complicated. Xiao Ashen's talent was already amazing in the world, and now that it was enhanced by the heavy pupil, did it still allow other heavenly prides to live? It's thanks to Sister Xian'er's reminder. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll only see a corpse today, Xiao Ashes said smilingly. You are a noble son of the world, surrounded by people who follow you. Naturally you don't understand the dangers of the human heart. I'm just reminding you of that, too. Xiao Xian'er sniffed and lightly hummed, but the heart was very happy for some reason. This showed that Xiao Ashes took what she said very seriously and was listening to her heart. 40% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. A system prompt suddenly sounded in Xiao Ashes' ears. Is it that simple? Xiao Ashes was a bit stunned. He hadn't just slightly exaggerated. Since you're fine, I'll be on my way. Seeing Xiao Ashes staring at her all the time, Xiao Xian'er instantly felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to escape. Sister Xian'er, don't be in a hurry. In a while I'm going to head to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace to cultivate. Are you willing to accompany me? Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Xian'er with a sincere expression. Xiao Xian'er stayed in the Xiao family to cultivate because of her permission. If she headed to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace to cultivate, it was hard to guarantee that Xiao Maniac Sky's lineage would not make things difficult for Xiao Xian'er. What's more, taking Xiao Xian'er along with him would also be better for completing the system's mission. Wouldn't it? The Fountainhead Immortal Palace? Xiao Xian'er stopped her footsteps when she heard this, and began to ponder in her heart. There are a few chances in the ageless Immortal Palace that are very important to me, and if I have Xiao Ashes' introduction, I believe that I can come into contact with the core of the ageless Immortal Palace more quickly. Well, one is only doing it for the chance of the ageless Immortal Palace. Xiao Xian'er admonished herself like this in her mind. Brother Seiji is willing to take me to the Fountain Fairy Palace? Xiao Xian'er looked at Xiao Ashes with a surprised expression. As long as Sister Xian'er is willing, Xiao Ashes said mildly. Naturally willing. The Fountainhead Immortal Palace is one of the most massive forces in the immortal realm, and Xian'er yearns for it. Xiao Xian'er smiled sweetly at Xiao Ashes. Since that's the case, then after a while, Sister Xian'er will travel with me to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, Xiao Ashes finally said. In this regard, Xiao Xian'er naturally did not have any objections. After Xiao Xian'er left, Xiao Ashes once again asked his maid to start serving himself, and for the next few days, Xiao Ashes stayed in his palace without going out. On the one hand, he was familiarizing himself with the power of the heavy pupil. On the other hand, it was naturally for the purpose of enjoying a few times and soothing the heart that had been working hard during this period of time. Cultivation is all about combining work and rest. Just like this, Xiao Ashes was comfortable in the palace that belonged to him for several days in a row, and because of the full level of enlightenment, the power of the heavy pupil Xiao Ashes can now do as he wishes. Are you saying that Elder Xiaoquan messed with the Cloud family's heavenly pool of creation? In the Shi Palace, Xiao Ashes looked at the respectful maid in front of him with some surprise. During these few days, Elder Xiaoquan had also negotiated terms with the Qingsheng Yun family. without a doubt. It directly caused the Confronting Yun family to ruthlessly bleed out big time. It has even gotten to the point of damaging the bottom line. Even treasures like the heavenly pool of creation had been gotten over. This is good stuff. It seems that I have to find a time to make a trip to the family treasury. This time I've contributed so many good things to the family. The elder in charge of the family treasury shouldn't continue to guard against this Shitzi, right? Xiao Ashes began to ponder in his mind. In the past, when Xiao Ashes traveled to the family treasury, that elder Xiao Hong guarded him like a thief, without any other reason. The resources that Xiao Ashes needed were simply too huge. However, this was also one of the characteristics of the desolate ancient sacred body, and wanting to continuously develop its potential was to require a large amount of resources to be piled up. There is another matter that may be of interest to the Seiji. The maid hesitated for half a minute, then said, "What is it?" Xiao Ashes asked. Xiao Yi, young master, because he lost his heavy pupil, so it is difficult to heal from his serious injury. The clan decided to let Xiao Yi, young master, return to the ancestral land to return to his health, and Xiao Xian'er of the branch family has volunteered to willingly escort young master Xiao Yi to the ancestral land. The maid did not dare to look at Xiao Ashes' eyes and whispered, "Ever since Xiao Ashes possessed heavy pupils, he exuded an evil nature all over his body. It doesn't feel as gentle as it used to." Ancestral land? Xiao Ashes was instantly interested when he heard this. If he followed the normal script, he would have been sent to the ancestral ground after having his bones dug out by Xiao Yi. Now that the situation was reversed, it was instead Xiao Yi who was sent to the ancestral land. And the most interesting thing was that Xiao Xian'er, the reborn immortal emperor, was going to follow. If it was said that there was nothing fishy about this ancestral land, Xiao Ashes would not believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. After the great change in heaven and earth, the host was first tragically humiliated by the withdrawal of the marriage, and then by his younger brother who scooped up the supreme bone, so it can be said to be miserable to the extreme. The good thing is that the host's father sent him to the Xiao family's ancestral land, where there is a natural spirit of heaven and earth, and under its healing, the host's injuries were not only healed, but the supreme bone was also reborn. Main quest, recognized by the natural spirit of heaven and earth in the Xiao family's ancestral land, rewarded with a complete 9-leaf sword grass treasure art. So it is. Hearing the mission information released by the system, Xiao Ashes was enlightened in his heart. It seems that by following the normal script, one is not too miserable. The back will still rise. No wonder it's called the reverse system. Only this, how to say it, not cool. Since he had traveled across the world, it was only natural that he should be able to get away with it painfully. What's the point of opening with bitter hatred and revenge all the way through? The path one takes is the path of invincibility rather than the path of vengeance. It seems like this ancestral land, one has to go there. Xiao Ashes had a plan in mind. Chapter 21. When Xiao Ashes stepped into the ancestral land, Xiao Yi's nightmare resurfaced. "You're going to the ancestral lands too?" Xiao Zhantian looked at the Xiao Ashes in front of him, and his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. "Ashen child, although Xiao Yi is scheming for your immortal bones, but at this point, he is already half ruined, so there is no need to drive him to extinction. He's kind of your brother, after all." Xiao Zhantian pondered for a while, then spoke. Although such things as hand-to-hand combat happened from time to time in the big families, Xiao Zhantian was somewhat less hopeful that Xiao Ash's temperament was too cold. "Father, you're mistaken." Xiao Ashes was a bit dumbfounded. "All I want to do on this trip is to pay homage to the ancestors of my Xiao family before heading to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace." Xiao Ashes acted very sincerely. "There are living old ancestors you don't pay homage to, but instead you go to worship those who have passed away." Xiao Zhantian laughed, not believing at all that Xiao Ashes would want to go to the ancestral land because of this. Xiao Ashes didn't retort when he heard this, but he couldn't say that Xiao Xian'er was a reborn immortal emperor and that he was going to mix the chances himself. This was a bit too forward for Xiao Zhantian. "Just as well. Since you want to go, then go. I'm sure you have a point." Xiao Zhantian did not pursue the question when he saw Xiao Ash's desire to speak. Ever since he was a child, this son of his own had nothing much wrong with him except that he was a bit immersed in the desires of men and women. Since Xiao Ashes didn't want to say it, then he wouldn't try to force it. He was not a controlling person. Okay. When he received Xiao Zhantian's approval, Xiao Ashes was instantly beaming with joy. "When you reach the ancestral land, open it up." Xiao Zhantian threw an ancient roll of animal skin paper to Xiao Ashes. "What is it?" Xiao Ashes looked at the beast skin paper in his hand and said somewhat oddly, "A good primitive recording carrier." Nowadays the immortal realm generally uses memory crystals to record words or scrolls. Only some divine abilities or treasure arts that contained unique Tao rhythms would use some precious materials as recording carriers. And the bestiary. A little bit of Xiao Ashes in his previous life or using smartphones, you suddenly gave a big brother feeling. You'll naturally know after arriving at the ancestral land. Xiao Zhantian sold out. Xiao Ashes nodded at his words and didn't ask any more questions. After receiving the animal skin paper into his own spatial treasure, he returned to the Shitzi Hall. The next day, Xiao Ashes was only ready to move after Xiao Yi and his group left. After all, He was considered to be the murderer who caused Xiao Yi to be half-ruined. If he followed Xiao Yi to go together, it would inevitably lead to many suspicions and even a dog jumping over the wall from Xiao Maniac Sky. After this mess, Xiao Ashes and Xiao Maniac Sky's lineage were considered to have completely broken up. However, as long as Xiao Zhantian was given some time, he would soon be able to clear Xiao Zhantian's lineage out of the Xiao family and send them to sit in other Dao states. The Xiao family's ancestral land was not in the sacred flame Dao state, but was located in the immortal ancient forbidden land among the four forbidden lands. The four forbidden lands of the immortal domain: the immortal ancient forbidden land, the chaotic ancient forbidden land, the desolate ancient forbidden land, and the Emperor's Fall forbidden land. Every forbidden land was very dangerous, with endless ferocious beasts in it, and there was no lack of terrifying existences whose strength was comparable to that of an immortal emperor or even an immortal emperor. The immortal ancient forbidden land, on the other hand, was considered the safest of the four forbidden lands. The Xiao family's ancestral land was located at the edge of the immortal ancient forbidden land, which was also the place where the present-day everlasting Xiao family originated. The Xiao family's ancestral land was a good distance away from the current everlasting Xiao family, so even if Xiao Ashes rode in the Qilin divine carriage, it still took him half a month to arrive. This was still because a number of teleportation formations had passed through it. Unlike the 9,000 Dao states, although there were human races living in the immortal ancient forbidden land, it was more barbaric, similar to the difference between a big city and a mountain village in Xiao Ash's last life. Is this the Xiao family's ancestral land? Xiao Ashes stepped out of the Qilin divine carriage and looked at the slightly dilapidated city in front of him. The entire city covered a very small area, about a few dozen miles in circumference, and the city wall as a whole was composed of extremely rough boulders, highlighting the wild wind. At this time, Xiao Yi and his group had already arrived in the city and were received with great pomp and circumstance. A faint ghostly light flickered in Xiao Ash's heavy pupils, and the situation in the city was almost unobstructed. There weren't any strong people. The strongest was only at the true immortal realm, and most of them were below the immortal path. This made Xiao Ashes, who was used to seeing powerful immortal immortal kings, feel a bit uncomfortable. And what made Xiao Ashes feel the most strange was that through his heavy pupils, he did not find any natural spirits of heaven and earth. Go find Xiao Xian'er first. Xiao Ashes had a clear purpose and soon arrived at a building called Xiao Mansion. This was the main residence of the Xiao family in the ancestral land. If Xiao Yi and his group were to come to the ancestral land, they would also come here first. However, here, Xiao Ashes did not find Xiao Xian'er, but instead met Xiao Yi once again. At this time, Xiao Yi's eyes had been restored, only they were not heavy pupils anymore, and his body's breath had also returned to the peak of the divine sea realm. However, the entire person looked very disheveled and weak. Without half the elegance of the former heavy pupil saint, Xiao Maniac Heaven chose to send Xiao Yi to the ancestral ground. It should be to avoid him being abused amongst the Xiao family, and it is also considered a compromise. Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Yi and guessed in his heart, as the once highly regarded pride of the Xiao family, now that he had been knocked into the muck, those Xiao family children who were inferior to Xiao Yi in the past were bound to be extremely humiliated by him. That's human nature. And at this time, Xiao Yi also discovered the arrival of Xiao Ashes, without the expected tirade of abuse and rage. Rather, there was horror in its gaze, fear of Xiao Ashes. His Dao heart has completely collapsed. Xiao Ashes sneered at the sight. Such as Xiao Yi, even if his roots were remodeled and his injuries were healed, he would not be able to achieve anything great. Any chance was wasted on him. What a guy! Just as Xiao Ashes was planning to leave, an angry shout suddenly sounded. Several strong men in beast armor blocked Xiao Ash's body, emitting a powerful aura, and the leader was clearly a great saint. They were cultivators who were born and raised in the Xiao family's ancestral land and thus did not recognize Xiao Ashes. Only the fact that Xiao Ashes suddenly intruded into the residence of the young master of the main family, who had only just been sent there, very much made people suspicious of his purpose. A great saint and a dozen saint kings. Through his heavy pupils, Xiao Ashes saw through the cultivation level of these people at a glance. Who are you and what is your purpose here? The leading great sage seemed to realize that Xiao Ashes was not simple, and the aura belonging to a great sage erupted in an attempt to suppress Xiao Ashes. Buzz! The energy of the entire heaven and earth seemed to stagnate for an instant when Xiao Ashes glanced toward it in the face of the aura that erupted from a great sage powerhouse. In the eyes of the Xiao Mansion's great sage as well as many saint kings, countless double pupil shadows unexpectedly appeared in the heavens and earth, and when these heavy pupil shadows looked at them, the aura that had originally erupted was instantly disintegrated, and even their bodies were unexpectedly unable to move. How? The leading great sage was horrified, and just as he was despairing in his heart, he suddenly realized that the very terrifying heavy pupil shadows had all disappeared again, along with Xiao Ashes. They had disappeared. What a horrible power! What are those eyes? The great sage of the Xiao Mansion said with palpitations in his heart. It was a good thing that the man didn't have a killing intent, otherwise he could be sure that his people wouldn't have survived a single move. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Just when these people were very thankful, the originally stagnant Xiao Yi suddenly laughed maniacally and then burst into tears. Heavy pupils would have been the path to invincibility. Chapter 22, The Land of Beastskin Scroll Guidance. This is the true Xiao family ancestral ground. Almost forgot about this thing. After leaving the Xiao mansion, Xiao Ashes suddenly remembered the beastskin scroll that Xiao Zhantian had given himself before he left. Opening the ancient animal skin scroll, Xiao Ashes realized that it seemed to be a map. This map seems to be pointing in a certain direction. A faint ghostly light emanated from Xiao Ash's heavy pupils. This map looked like it was some years old, and the names of the places labeled on it were all more ancient and somewhat different from the present. However, combining the nearby landforms, Xiao Ashes still quickly found where he was on the map. On the map, surprisingly, there is no such city, and the direction guided seems to be a village. Xiao Ashes frowned, then seemed to think of something as he summoned the Qilin Divine Whiskey and quickly rushed towards the village guided by the beastskin scroll. Xiao Xian'er isn't in the Xiao mansion, and there aren't any natural spirits of heaven and earth there, so if I'm not mistaken, that city is just a front and not the true ancestral land. On the way, Xiao Ashes looked at the animal skin scroll and pondered in his heart. Although it was just a guess, Xiao Ashes believed it was the truth. Rushing quickly with such a mindset, it wasn't long before Xiao Xian'er's aura was detected. It's true, if not for the fact that old dad also knows where the real ancestral land is, I'm afraid that all the chances in the ancestral land will be monopolized by this nymphette. Xiao Ashes smiled as formation runes appeared under his feet and drove the Qilin Divine Whiskey to the sky above Xiao Xian'er in an instant. Is that the Kirin Divine Whiskey? Xiao Xian'er's gaze was somewhat wary as she looked at the Qilin Divine Carriage that suddenly appeared in the sky above. This Qilin Divine Carriage is Xiao Ash's exclusive vehicle, which can travel 100,000 miles per day, and that Qilin also possessed heavenly immortal level battle power. The carriage it pulls is also a 10,000 lines immortal artifact, and under full power, it can even directly crush a heavenly immortal powerhouse. Sister Xian'er, where are you going in such a hurry? Xiao Ashes walked out of the Qilin Divine Carriage and looked at the somewhat surprised Xiao Xian'er with a smile. This clan sister of his wasn't simple. Just a few days without seeing her, she had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Xian'er's character panel and felt very surprised. Name, Xiao Xian'er. Identity, daughter of the head of the Yen Soul Dao State branch of the everlasting Xiao family. Hidden identity, a generation of immortal emperors reborn against all odds. Cultivation, first level of the Saint Realm. Real battle strength, fourth level of the Saint King Realm. Physical talent, Yuan Ling body. 9 orifices Linglong heart. Techniques and aptitudes, Nirvana Sutra. Fasta's sacred hand. 9 suns heavenly fury. Yellow Springs Ashes destruction. However, although it had the cultivation of the Saint Realm and its true battle power was not even a match for the average Saint King Realm, the aura emanating from its body was only around the middle stage of the Saint Metamorphosis realm. As always, steady as an old dog. Why is Brother Seiji here? Xiao Xian'er looked at Xiao Ashes, who had suddenly arrived, with some surprise. Naturally, it's for a purpose with Sister Xian'er, Xiao Ashes said naturally. Xiao Xian'er's heart tightened when she heard this, and she had the subtle feeling of being discovered stealing something. After all, what he was going to do now was to steal the chance that Xiao Ashes was supposed to obtain. No, he can't possibly know what I'm going to do. He should also know where the Xiao family's true ancestral land is. Although Xiao Xian'er was a bit flustered at first, she was a reborn person after all, so she quickly adjusted her mindset. Is Brother Seiji also traveling to the ancestral lands? Xiao Xian'er asked in a harmless manner. Yes, it seems that Sister Xian'er also knows that that city isn't really an ancestral land at all, Xiao Ashes said smilingly. Under the gaze of his heavy pupil, the panic in Xiao Xian'er's eyes just now was captured by him even though it only flashed for a split second. Sister Xian'er, you're not being very sincere. Looks like it needs some tuning up. It's also thanks to Brother Shitzi. I also learned about it by chance from an ancient book in the Sky Ranging Pavilion. Xiao Xian'er laughed. Yeah. Xiao Ashes did not reveal Xiao Xian'er and nodded. It's a long way to the ancestral land, so why don't Sister Xian'er ride in the Qilin Divine Carriage with me? Xiao Ashes invited. Xiao Xian'er hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then nodded. Then thank you, Brother Shitzi. Why say thank you? Xiao Ashes waved his hand and then rode in the Qilin Divine Carriage together with Xiao Xian'er as they rushed towards the true ancestral land of the Xiao family. That previous city was located at the edge of the immortal ancient Forbidden Land, so it was still quite safe. And this true ancestral land went deeper into some immortal ancient Forbidden Land, and the closer it got to the ancestral land, the stronger the aura of the nearby ferocious beasts became. Even true immortal level ferocious beasts had begun to appear. If it wasn't for the terrifying might constantly emanating from the Qilin's body shocking the 4 directions, I'm afraid that he would have encountered quite a lot of trouble along the way. The ancestral ground is so deep into the immortal ancient Forbidden Land. If the ferocious beasts attack, will they be able to survive? In the carriage, Xiao Ashes could not help but frown. through that city earlier. Xiao Ashes probably understood the cultivation level of the people who survived here, and the highest was just the true immortal realm. Must be that the real ancestral land is similar. Such a strength. If you encounter a powerful beast or even a sudden outbreak of beast tide, want to survive very slim. Maybe there's some kind of dependence on it. After all, it's the Xiao family's ancestral land. It is very easy to leave behind a great formation that can resist the level of a heavenly immortal. Xiao Xian'er thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Maybe. Xiao Ashes nodded and the runes appeared underneath his feet as he began to push the Qilin divine whiskey with all his might. The Qilin pulling the chuck wagon let out a long, high-pitched cry, and a terrifying might erupted, shaking the nearby ferocious beasts into trembling and giving way to flee. Under this full-speed rush, it did not take long for Xiao Ashes to arrive at the location of the true ancestral land labeled by the beast skin scroll. It was a valley where 10,000 trees were in full bloom. Moreover, Xiao Ashes realized that there were no overly powerful ferocious beasts in the vicinity of arriving here. Under the perception, the strongest ones were just Saint King realm ferocious beasts. Is that the Xiao family's ancestral land? Xiao Xian'er stepped out of the Qilin divine carriage, her gaze looking ahead. It was an old village. Most of the houses in the village were built with stones, and some of the villagers that could be seen vaguely were wearing animal clothes that were sewn using some kind of animal skins. It can be extremely primitive. At this moment, the villagers were almost all gathered in front of a huge bronze cauldron, in which heavy white smoke was rising, and a strong blood aura accompanied by a faint medicinal aroma came to the surface. Xiao Ashes gently sniffed and recognized that this should be some sort of medicinal liquid used to quench the physique. The village of heavenly desolation. Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er came to the entrance of the village and looked at the large stone monument that stood at the entrance of the village. Inscribed on it were 3 large characters that exuded an ancient flavor. Tianwara Village. It seems that this is the name of the ancestral land, named after the heavenly wilderness. Grandpa Mayor, a guest is coming. When Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er stepped into the village, a few young children saw some unfamiliar faces and immediately jogged all the way to the bronze tripod to inform an old man with a walking stick. The old man amiably touched the faces of a few young children before his gaze looked at Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er. The two of you. You should be from that Xiao family that is in the outside world, right? Chapter 23, what you thought was soft? No, it's the ancestral land of the everlasting Xiao family. Exactly. Xiao Ashes did not hide anything and directly and generously admitted it. I wonder how Grandpa Mayor knew that. Xiao Xian'er, who was on the side, said with some curiosity. The cultivation level of this old man in front of them was at most at the beginning of the Saint Realm, and since this place was isolated from the rest of the world, it shouldn't be possible for them to see through their identities. This neighborhood in addition to us is also other large and small several villages. 2 people's clothes and temperament at a glance is from the outside world, and comes with good intentions. Then it can only be that in the outside world of the Xiao family. The village headman smiled and said, so it is. Xiao Xian'er nodded, her gaze somewhat curiously surveying the village. The entire village was not big, compared to the city where the Xiao mansion was located. It was far from what he had seen before. Moreover, the cultivation of the people here is also very weak. It is hard to imagine that the everlasting Xiao family, which has been dominating the 9,000 Taoist states, would have come from such a small village in the beginning. Are the two of you here to honor your ancestors? Remember in years past, it was all alone. The mayor asked, dare I ask the village headman who came here to pay homage to their ancestors in previous years? Xiao Ash's heart stirred as he heard this and opened his mouth to ask. For the last 100 years, it's been a lad named Xiao Zhantian. The village chief thought about it, and it wasn't a secret, so he directly told Xiao Ashes. Lad. Xiao Ashes couldn't help but look a little odd. Although Xiao Zhantian was very young on the surface, Xiao Ashes knew that this old man of his had already lived for several thousand years. The village chief in front of him was only at the cultivation level of the Saint Realm, with a lifespan of 500 years at most. Old me, I've lived for more than 20,000 years. Calling it a lad shouldn't be too much. The village chief seemed to have seen Xiao Ash's oddness and explained with a smile. 20,000 years? Xiao Ashes was somewhat moved, knowing that a heavenly immortal level powerhouse only had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Thanks to the autumn immortal's blessing, I was able to survive for many years. The village chief's eyes showed respect, and it was obvious that the autumn immortal in his mouth was a very worthy existence for him. Autumn fairy. Xiao Ashes let out a low voice to himself, seemingly realizing something. The heavy pupil unconsciously looked towards a sycamore tree located in the very center of the entire village. Its canopy was incomparably huge, and each leaf was inscribed with very complicated runes under the gaze of the heavy pupil. Full of vitality, as if the immortals of the 9 heavens were on the ground. This should be the natural spirit of heaven and earth mentioned by the system, Xiao Ashes secretly said in his heart while thinking about how to get its attention and get recognized. And at this time, Xiao Xian'er had also been observing the sycamore tree from time to time, her eyes revealing a sense of extreme respect. Senior Autumn Immortal, we finally meet again. I can't believe it's in this situation. Xiao Xian'er's mood was slightly complicated. As a reborn person, she had seen the sycamore tree in her previous life and had created some affinities. Let's go. Aren't you guys going to pay your respects to your ancestors? The old man will take you forward. The village chief did not seem to want to mention anything more about Xiao Xian, and began to lead the way ahead with his walking stick, leading Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er to the place where the ancestors of the Xiao family were buried. Hey ha! Passing by the huge bronze cauldron, several young children simmered their bodies amidst the boiling animal blood in the cauldron, building their foundations. It could be noticed that all sorts of ebony impurities began to seep out above its tiny body. This tripod, too, is not simple. Xiao Ash's heavy pupils flickered. Although there were no runes visible in this tripod, it was as if there existed a kind of arcane power that could actually enhance a person's potential through ordinary beast blood. In the immortal realm, anything that boosted potential, that was enough to cause the everlasting families to fight over it. For example, the everlasting cloud family's heavenly pool of creation. However, although Xiao Ashes was very curious about this bronze tripod, he did not have any greed in his heart. As the world son of the everlasting Xiao family, how could he possibly go and rob his own ancestral land? What's more, this bronze tripod might be very precious to other people, but to Xiao Ashes, who had already remodeled his roots to possess the primal true solution, it would appear to be very chicken ribs. The potential is already endless. Arrived. The mayor paused. Arrived? Xiao Ashes was a bit puzzled. In front of him was a very tall mountain with all kinds of vegetation covering it. There might be sacred medicines growing in it, and vaguely there seemed to be the sound of beasts roaring out. The Xiao clan, under the blessing of the Autumn Immortal, has been living in this heavenly desert village for millions of years, and finally one day a supreme pride came out to break through in the outside world, leading a group of clansmen to create the present everlasting Xiao family. However, the heavenly Tao is merciless, except for that supreme heavenly pride whose lifespan is endless. The rest of the people will eventually die in battle or old age in the wash of the years, and be buried in this green mountain. It's kind of going back to my roots. The village chief seemed to be a bit emotional. Xiao Ashes heard the heart is also very moved, looking at the green hills in front of him, as if he had seen dozens of spirited teenagers from this small village in the year, writing legends, and that immortal emperor ancestor that has survived to this day is Xiao Xian. Who would have thought that huge everlasting Xiao family would come out of this tiny village? It was also the first time Xiao Xian'er had learned of such a secret story of the Xiao family, and she was quite shaken inside. Rumble! The earth suddenly shook violently, and the hissing of a ferocious beast seemed to be coming from not far away, and was rapidly approaching towards the village. It's bad. The guys from a couple other villages are here again. The adult man in the Sky Wasteland village anxiously ran to the village chief with a slightly flustered expression. This time, a total of 6 villages have come, and one of them, the Tiger Village, has also brought their sacrificial spirits. What's the panic? It's not the first time. The village chief grunted coldly. Grandpa Mayor, did something happen? Xiao Xian'er asked. Several other villages covet this mother tripod in the village, and every time the dolls undergo quenching they try to come and grab it. The mayor explained. Don't they know that this is the ancestral land of the everlasting Xiao family? Xiao Ashes asked with a frown. Those breaths that rushed over. The strongest is the great sage realm. How dare such strength? He. Those of us who are used to living here and don't want to have too much contact with the outside world, except for those who come to pay homage to their ancestors every year. The rest of us almost don't know anything, and even if they did, they wouldn't believe it. The mayor explained. Xiao Ashes nodded. Not many people even in the eternal life Xiao family knew about the existence of this true ancestral land. I'm afraid that's also intentional. Don't want to disturb the peace and quiet here. But now that the autumn fairy seems to be sleeping, it's a little less so. The village headman looked at the sycamore tree located in the center of the village and looked embarrassed. Ha ha ha, softies of the heavenly desolate village. Grandpa, I'm here again. Why don't you hurry up and hand over that tripod along with the beast's blood altogether? A rough voice accompanied by a gust of tiger's roar resounded, and hundreds of savage figures led by a black ferocious tiger with bone spurs rushed into the village in a furious manner, confronting the villagers of the heavenly wasteland village. Chapter 24, Flick of the Finger Kills. Autumn Fairy Awakens. In the heavenly wasteland village, many villagers who had already reached adulthood had taken up their weapons to protect the young children as well as the women behind them, and confronted the raging Tiger Village and the others. However, Tiger Village had brought their sacrificial spirit over this time, and their terrifying aura was like a huge stone pressing down on the heads of the villagers of Sky Wasteland Village. Eru, The heavenly desolate village is not a place you should come to. Have you forgotten the lesson of Dihu a few years ago so quickly? The village chief came before the many villagers, and the ancient wooden walking stick in his hand knocked heavily on the ground with a dull sound. Roar! The black ferocious tiger with bone spurs on its body roared, horrifying many villagers to retreat. Old thing, don't scare me with that broken tree. Your village hasn't been out hunting for 2 months. Something is definitely wrong with that tree. The second tiger's eyes carefully glanced at the sycamore tree, found that it did not move at all after more firmly in the heart of the speculation. Humph, if you're not afraid to die, just try it, being pointed out by Eru. Although the village head was a bit flustered in his heart, there was no break in his aura as the power belonging to a saint erupted in an attempt to scare off the people of Tiger Village. However, this time, Eru was obviously determined to seize the bronze tripod, facing the village chief's threat instead of retreating. Instead, his eyes flashed ferociously, and his fist fiercely blasted towards the village chief. Seeing that its aura possessed the cultivation of the Saint King realm, the village head's strength of the Saint realm simply could not withstand this punch. Old thing, since you're looking for death, then don't blame me, Eru roared, while a flash of greed surged in his eyes. As long as they obtained that bronze tripod, it wouldn't take long for their tiger village to become the most powerful village in this 10,000 mile radius. Boom! The powerful fist force caused dense cracks to appear on the ground, but no joy surfaced in Eru's eyes. Instead, he looked ahead with a grave gaze. When the dust and smoke cleared, only a small stone emerged in front of the village chief, emitting a faint divine light. Just a small stone resisted my full force punch. Eru was horrified. Who hides his head? Eru roared, his palms unconsciously touching the black ferocious tiger's hideous bone spikes, as if it could give him some sense of security. A bunch of rats, a kitten, dare to violate my Xiao family's ancestral land? Xiao Ash's figure appeared in front of the crowd, dressed in fancy clothes, with a handsome face, just like a noble gentleman. Roar! Although the black ferocious tiger did not have much spiritual intelligence, it obviously also comprehended that it had been offended, so it roared at Xiao Ash's, and there was lightning surging from the bone spikes all over its body. Your Excellency should be from the outside world, right? The second tiger calmed down the black ferocious tiger, and his gaze sized up Xiao Ash's, revealing a strong look of scorn. In the face of Eru's temptation, Xiao Ash's didn't bother to answer and flexed his fingers. A 5-colored divine fire that emitted a terrifying amount of heat impacted, surprisingly instantly exterminating hundreds of villagers who had come to invade. Even the black ferocious tiger of the great sage realm was very miserable with all its bone spurs shattered. You, the lucky survival of the 2 tigers which still do not know what they messed with the people, at this time cannot care about the death of other people. Pull legs and run. Can you run away? Xiao Ash's tone was light, and he held his hand in the air at the fleeing 2 tigers, and space trembled, and the 2 tigers not far away instantly stiffened, and then exploded and died. Have mercy. At this time, many lucky to survive the other villagers of the village to see the situation instantly 2 stocks war. There are not even the S in urine flow, constantly begging for mercy. However, in the face of the many villagers begging for mercy, Xiao Ash's did not choose to forgive, and under a heavy pupil glance, the gods and souls were destroyed. Poor mountains produce unruly people. Listening to the village chief's tone, these people had come to commit crimes before, but because of the shelter of the sycamore tree repelled them. If Xiao Ash's let them go today, then perhaps there would be 3 tigers. Why bother? The village chief sighed slightly as he looked at the ground full of corpses. Mayor, what about this one? Xiao Ash's pointed at the black ferocious tiger whose hind legs had been chopped off by himself. My advice is to cook it. It's such a big one, it should last for ages. Xiao Xian'er gestured at the black ferocious tiger. Xiao Ash's sniffed and glanced at Xiao Xian'er. This ninny was also a little living yin wang. Poof! Seemingly understanding Xiao Xian'er's meaning, the black ferocious tiger directly drooped its front legs, revealing a humanized pleading intent in its gaze. Forget it, tiger meat isn't very tasty. The village chief waved his hand. Then release it? Xiao Ash's was a bit surprised. Looking at the animal bones in the sky wasteland village, it was obvious that they were hunting for a living. It's not like they would have compassion for the ferocious beasts. Even the black ferocious tiger was looking very gratefully at the village chief on crutches in front of him. Good man, let the blood drain to harden the dolls, the mayor added. After resolving this little episode in Tiger Village, Xiao Ash's first went to pay homage to the ancestors of the Xiao family, and then he temporarily stayed in the heavenly wasteland village. According to the village chief, the sycamore tree seemed to have fallen into some kind of slumber. Exactly how soon he would wake up he didn't know. Moreover, Xiao Ash's also learned from the village chief that this sycamore tree had already existed for millions of years, having descended from beyond the heavens and taken root here. Some people, seeing its divine appearance, worshipped it as a sacrificial spirit and settled here, thus giving rise to the present Tianwara village. At this time, Xiao Ash's and Xiao Xian'er were all sitting under the sycamore tree to cultivate. After a period of cultivation, Xiao Ash's was pleasantly surprised to find that the sycamore tree seemed to be filled with infinite Tao rhythms. Cultivation under its tree can increase the realization of the way of immortality, coupled with the fact that Xiao Ashes had filled up his enlightenment points. At this point, I'm afraid that in terms of comprehension of the immortal Tao alone, he had already surpassed some true immortals. This guy's enlightenment is also too terrifying. No wonder the last life was caught in that desperate situation and could be put to death. Xiao Xian'er looked at Xiao Ashes, whose body was filled with immortal charm, and her heart was also very impressed. Only what she didn't know was that the strongest thing about Xiao Ashes was his invincible Tao heart. Wow! A breeze blew by, and the leaves on the sycamore tree swayed, in which runes flickered in a mysterious manner. And Xiao Ashes also felt that a sleeping consciousness was slowly waking up. Finally awake, Xiao Ashes opened his eyes and looked at the huge sycamore tree behind him. The recognition of the system is by sycamore, by virtue of the fact that he had previously exterminated the people of Tiger Village to guard the village. He also wondered if he would be able to gain its initial recognition. Autumn Fairy is awake. Yes, Zhou Xian finally woke up. We're not scared anymore. Many villagers looked at the sycamore tree that was covered in immortal light and said with great joy, "A great calamity is coming, so please prepare yourselves." The ethereal voice floated in the ears of everyone in the village. This sycamore tree is female? This was Xiao Ash's first thought. The Great Tribulation? Xiao Xian'er's eyes showed a strange light. Could, rumble. Not long after Autumn Immortal's words fell, a meteorite burning with a blazing flame fell towards the side at great speed in the distant heavens. Chapter 25. A heavenly treasure appears, destroying 10,000 beasts with only one hand. Oh my god, what is that? Many villagers looked at the meteorite that was getting closer and closer with fear, and what was only the size of a soybean in their eyes gradually became so huge that it occupied the entire eyeball. Even Xiao Ashes felt the aura of destruction from it. No hard stops. Buzz. At the moment when the flaming meteorite fell, the sycamore tree located in the center of the heavenly wasteland village suddenly blossomed with thousands of immortal lights. A sycamore leaf fell off, and the runes on it intertwined to release a huge power to form an energy barrier that enveloped the entire heavenly wasteland village. Boom! The huge meteorite collided with the barrier and erupted into a violent sound, and the runes on the sycamore leaves appeared, turning into sharp swords that rushed out of the barrier to continuously slash at the meteorite. As the blazing flames on the surface burned out and the dirt fell, immortal light stirred and divine sounds emanated from within. Huge purple chi rushed out from it, stirring up thousands of miles of weather. Divine light purple chi? I'm afraid there are extremely precious treasures in this. Xiao Ash's face was grave while his heart throbbed a little. To be able to make Xiao Ashes, who had enjoyed endless resources since he was a child, say the word precious, one could imagine how amazing the chances in it were. Early again. The timeline is really off in this life. Xiao Xian'er looked at the divine light violet chi that rose up to the sky, and her eyes also revealed a rare hint of heartfelt emotion. As the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, there really weren't many things that could move him, as the sycamore tree exerted its power. Even though the impact of the meteorite outside that day was terrifying, it was still worn down in strength and began to slowly descend to the heavenly wasteland village. Roar! However, right at this moment, the roars of beasts began to appear one after another all around the heavenly desolate village. The earth shook and the sky was obscured by a huge figure that covered the sky, just like a heavenly disaster had descended. It's the divine light violet aura from earlier that attracted a large number of ferocious beasts. Xiao Ash's heart sank as he looked at the increasing number of ferocious beasts around him, especially since there were several true immortal level ferocious beasts among them. Even with Xiao Ash's strength, he felt extremely tricky. Tian Bao belongs to me. At the same time, the giant bull with black flames all over its body, and the divine sparrow carrying the power of wind and thunder also arrived one after another, all possessing the power of a true immortal. What to do? Xiao Xian'er was also somewhat helpless when she saw this kind of battle. Although she was a rebirth supreme who possessed quite a number of cards, the trouble in front of her had clearly exceeded the extent of what she could handle. Now that the sycamore tree was dealing with the meteorite from the sky, it could only hope for Xiao Ashes. What are you looking at me for? You don't think that I, a Saint King realm, would be able to resist so many true immortals, do you? Xiao Ashes laughed. With Xiao Ash's current battle power, if he had all his cards out to deal with an immortal realm powerhouse, he could barely do so. As for the true immortal realm, then he could only run. Xiao Xian'er sniffed with some disappointment. Indeed, even if Xiao Ashes was no longer a demon, how could he possibly cross two great realms? Not to mention the fact that there was such a huge chasm between the immortal Dao and the mortal Dao in between. Don't look so down in the dumps. I can't handle it. Someone else can. Don't forget who I am. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly, and the shadow behind him suddenly began to twitch violently. An old man slowly walked out from it. When it fully appeared, a terrifying aura that was above the 9 heavens swept out. The roars of the beasts that had been roaring continuously around them came to an abrupt halt. followed by a burst of panicked sounds of fleeing, including the 3 true immortal level ferocious beasts. Tian Bao Laozi don't want it, never again. The 4-armed giant ape roared in fear, really hating that his parents had given him 2 less legs. What do I need these 4 arms for? Supreme Elder Xiao Chen, don't let them escape, Xiao Ashes bellowed. Xiao Chen nodded his head at the words, his gaze indifferently scanning the surrounding area. With regards to these miscellaneous fishes, it was really a bit unwilling to make a move. Buzz, Xiao Chen slightly raised his hand and then held it in the air, and it was as if a 1,000-mile radius had been turned into a cage, with all the ferocious beasts moving uncontrollably towards Xiao Chen's side. Extinguish, Xiao Chen indifferently spat out a word, and an immortal light was scattered from his hand and swept across the 8 directions, and all the ferocious beasts' bodies were all shattered at once, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. It's just nice to have a background. Xiao Xian'er couldn't help but feel a bit envious when she saw this. Casually going out the door and having an immortal king escorting you. This kind of treatment was really too much, and at this moment, the sycamore tree finally also completely blocked that extraterrestrial meteorite, and the soil on the surface peeled off as much as it could, revealing its original appearance. It was surprisingly a huge palace. Rumble. The palace, emitting eye-catching luster, continued to shrink under the sycamore tree's great magical power, and finally fell into the underground of the heavenly wasteland village with a bang. However, the intensity of its precious light was far beyond imagination, and even when it was sunk into the ground, it still broke through the ground and invoked the heaven and earth. What a strong immortal Dao aura. This palace is very uncomplicated. Xiao Chen also revealed a grave expression when he saw this scene. Even with his experience, he had never seen a treasure that exuded such an immortal aura. It was simply unheard of. Without any hesitation, if such a treasure appeared in the 9,000 Dao state, I'm afraid that it would attract the attention of ancient existences at the immortal emperor level, and even make a move to snatch it. However, if this precious light was allowed to continue to emanate, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for it to be perceived by some powerful existences. Supreme Elder Xiao Chen, please quickly cover up the precious light. Xiao Ashes was obviously also very clear about the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly asked Xiao Chen to try to cover up the precious light. Xiao Chen nodded as he heard this, and a vast amount of immortal energy surged out, instantly enveloping the entire heavenly desolate village and isolating this place from the outside world. World Sun, this treasure possesses a very strong immortal Dao aura on it. Even though it can conceal the light of the treasure, it can't block the prying eyes of powerful existences, and I'm afraid that this kind of treasure has already given birth to an artifact spirit, and if you want to obtain it you must be recognized by the artifact spirit, Xiao Chen reminded. To be able to be called a powerful existence by Xiao Chen, then it must be at the immortal emperor level. Does Senior Autumn Immortal have a way to stop the prying eyes of those powerful existences? Xiao Ashes bowed deeply and respectfully to the sycamore tree. The immortal emperor has reached the end of the Dao. There is nothing I can do. An ethereal female voice came through. No emotions audible. This tree. Xiao Chen also turned his gaze towards the sycamore tree at this time, and with his cultivation level he could not even see through its roots and feet. Seiji, this is. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Ashes with some doubt. First, there is this very precious treasure, and then there is this mysterious sycamore tree, in addition to the old and weak women and children of this place. It seemed very incongruous. Oddities everywhere. Supreme Elder Xiao Chen is unaware that this is the true ancestral land of my Xiao family. Xiao Ashes chuckled. So it is. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment at his words, but he quickly reacted. There was also a little more respect for this place. Supreme Elder Xiao Chen, banish this thing into the void. Xiao Ashes gazed at the ground and eventually sighed. Chapter 26, Supreme God's Temple. Why do I need a loser's legacy? You will banish such treasures into the void. As Xiao Ashes' words fell, Xiao Chen had not yet spoken, but instead, Xiao Xian'er could not help but jump a little. As a reborn person, she knew best what kind of treasure this was. It could be said that the fact that Xiao Ashes in his previous life was able to rise again had a lot to do with this thing. As you have heard, this object will attract some terrifying existences. Do you not want to compete with the immortal emperor for the chance? Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. But my Xiao family's old ancestor is also an immortal emperor and is an extremely powerful existence among immortal emperors, so it may not be impossible to compete with them, and we can get a head start on delivering the news to the Xiao family, Xiao Xian'er suggested. Of course, this was the next best thing. There were treasures that naturally had to be enjoyed by oneself first, except that Xiao Xian'er was talking about the worst possible outcome, and at the very least, it could be considered a contribution to the family. Why banish the treasure to the void? If that were the case, the ancestral land would not exist. Xiao Ash's eyes were deep as he looked toward the sky-desolate villagers who were somewhat at a loss for words. These people in front of him could be said to be the same people of the Xiao family, the Xiao family village guardians who had lived in the ancestral land for generations. Once the immortal emperor intervened, I'm afraid that the entire immortal ancient forbidden land would be in chaos. not to mention the ancestral land. Then we can move the treasure to another place, and then perform the method to make it recognize its owner, Xiao Xian'er said with some reluctance. At the same time, his heart was also a little shaken, not expecting that Xiao Ashes would be willing to give up such a great opportunity for the sake of these villagers. Silly sister, if this heavenly treasure could be removed, Senior Autumn Immortal wouldn't have buried it in the ground of the heavenly desolate village just now. Xiao Ashes laughed. The breath of this object has been linked to this place and cannot be moved, but it can be broken through the void and banished by the power of the void. The ethereal voice sounded again. Understood. Xiao Ashes nodded, then looked at Xiao Chen once again. Supreme Elder Xiao Chen, make your move. Yes, although Xiao Chen also had some reluctance in his heart, he could only comply since it was the decision of the world's son, not to mention that he was not willing to see the destruction of his ancestral land. And wait, just as Xiao Chen was about to make his move, Xiao Xian spoke again. What are your orders, Elder? Xiao Ashes asked. With your heart as sincere as this, and your outstanding natural talent, I can help you try to gain the recognition of the artifact spirit. Autumn Fairy opened her mouth and seemed to have a hint of appreciation for Xiao Ashes. Elder, is this true? Xiao Ashes instantly acted elated, and at the same time, his heart was pinched with sweat. It seems that his own performance was a success. In order to gain the recognition of this natural spirit of heaven and earth, it is obviously not enough to have outstanding natural talent, but it is necessary to be impressed with sincerity. However, Xiao Ashes also really did not wish to see the destruction of the ancestral lands. I can send the two of you into it. Whether or not you can be recognized by the artifact spirit depends on your abilities. Autumn Fairy's ethereal voice rang out, and the palace that was originally hidden under the soil broke through the ground and surfaced in front of everyone. The exquisite and compact palace emitted a brilliant treasure light, and just by standing in front of it, Xiao Ashes felt that he seemed to have gained a few more points in his understanding of the immortal Tao. The palace itself was an extraordinary treasure. 2. Xiao Ashes spared a glance at Xiao Xian'er. This clan sister of his own seemed to be trying to intercept the chance that originally belonged to him. It's still undertuned. The 9 orifices Linglong heart, which is unrivaled in all ages, can communicate directly with the spirits of all things, and her success is even greater than yours, Akane explained. Being seen through the 9 orifices Linglong heart with a single glance, Xiao Xian'er appeared to still be a little nervous. Compared to the Yuan Ling body, the 9 orifices Linglong heart was even more important. There was only one reason, because all generations of those who possessed the 9 orifices Linglong heart, as long as they didn't die in the middle of the process, all of them without exception became immortal emperors. It can be said that being in possession of the 9 orifices Linglong heart will be favored by the heavenly Tao. This can be seen by the fact that one can be reborn even after death. Surprisingly, it's the legendary 9 orifices Linglong heart. Xiao Chen was also shocked and looked at Xiao Xian'er with some surprise. If that's true, I'm afraid his talent won't be weaker than the world's sun. It's also the seed of a future immortal emperor. This matter is of great importance. I hope that the Supreme Elder will not make any noise. Xiao Ashes could see Xiao Xian'er's worries and said seriously to Xiao Chen, "Don't worry, Shitzi, the old man has his measure." Xiao Chen nodded. The promise of an immortal king was naturally heavier than Mount Tai. Xiao Xian'er didn't have such a huge background as Xiao Ashes as a support to recklessly display her talent, and although she was also from the Qinsheng Xiao family, she was in a separate family, not even the main family branch. It's amazing that he cares so much about me and looks out for me. Xiao Xian'er felt warm in her heart as she looked at Xiao Ashes. 50% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. Surprisingly, it directly increased by 10%. Xiao Ashes was happy in his heart, but his surface did not move. If you two are ready, I will cast a spell to help you enter it. Autumn Fairy's words rang out again. Then I'll trouble Senior. Xiao Ashes arched his hand, looking quite respectful. Swish, as Xiao Ashes' words fell, a leaf fell from the sycamore tree, which continued to enlarge in Xiao Ashes' eyes. No, it's not that the leaves have gotten bigger, it's that they've gotten smaller. There was an immortal light that surrounded Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er, causing their bodies to shrink continuously, and eventually a leaf became a boat, carrying Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er into that mysterious palace. Seeing this, Xiao Chen tried to merge into Xiao Ashes' shadow again, but failed. You are too strong to enter it. Autumn Fairy's words rang out. Xiao Chen frowned at the words, but he was not a pedantic person. Xiao Ashes had his own path to walk, and he could not protect Xiao Ashes for a lifetime after all, so he chose to protect Xiao Ashes outside the palace. Meanwhile, in the palace, Xiao Ashes found himself in a colorful hall after a bout of dizziness. The entire hall was very empty and did not have the piles of treasures and immortal medicines all over the place that Xiao Ashes had imagined. Moreover, Xiao Ashes did not discover Xiao Xian'er's figure. Looks like it got separated. Xiao Ashes was clear in his mind. Enter the Supreme Divine Hall, and those who pass the test will receive the inheritance of the Supreme Divine Hall. A magnificent voice suddenly sounded, and a chaotic vortex appeared before Xiao Ash's eyes. So, what was the test? Xiao Ash's heavy pupils flickered slightly as he surveyed his surroundings, but he found nothing. Wow! Hundreds of silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ashes, and each of them exuded an extremely stern and arrogant aura. This is my Supreme Divine Hall's successive generations of celestial pride. Defeating one of them will grant you access to their inheritance. There's only one challenge. The magnificent voice sounded again. Xiao Ashes sniffed and looked at the silhouettes in front of him. Under the power of his heavy pupils, Xiao Ashes could see that every silhouette here should have a cultivation at the very top of the Saint King realm, similar to himself. That's a little too easy, isn't it? Acquired his legacy? Meaning I'm going to get a loser's legacy? Xiao Ashes snorted. The voice did not sound again, as if it was considering Xiao Ash's words. What do I need to do if I want you? Xiao Ashes did not give it time to think and directly stated the purpose. Chapter 27, Heavy Pupil Sacred Body Immortal Bone appears. All the heavenly pride of the world bows down. Through the party's trial and error, Xiao Ashes had almost figured out what kind of place this was, setting up a test to find a successor. It was obvious that this was the spirit of one of the artifacts leaving behind a seed for the inheritance of a certain Dao lineage. Since this was the case, the more demonic one displayed, the more benefits one could obtain. Regarding this point, Xiao Ashes was very confident in himself. If you want to obtain the Supreme Divine Treasure, you only have to defeat the 9 strongest heavenly prides of the Supreme Divine Hall throughout the generations. The restored voice spoke again after a moment of silence. Supreme Divine Collection? Xiao Ash's eyes revealed a brilliant light when he heard this, and it seemed that this was the greatest opportunity here. Come on then, let me learn about these so-called 9 heavenly prides of the Supreme Divine Hall. Xiao Ashes took a step forward, and an aura belonging to the very top of the Saint King realm blossomed out. Swish, and as Xiao Ash's words fell, the hundreds of silhouettes from earlier dissipated, turning into 9 figures with long, arrogant breaths. Each of these figures exuded an aura that far exceeded that of their peers, and the strongest of them even had the immortal way flowing around them. It seems that there is some underestimation of this Supreme Divine Hall. Xiao Ashes looked at the 9 figures in front of him, and for the first time, he felt troubled by his opponents in the same realm. Once the test has begun, it cannot be stopped, and life and death are at stake. Think about it. The magnificent voice sounded again, this time with a strong reminder. On my invincible path, there is no such thing as life and death by fate. Life and death are self-mastered. Xiao Ash's body aura like a volcano eruption rises up to the sky. Before the 9 supreme celestial figure, a person's aura unexpectedly at the same time against 9 people. This time that magnificent voice did not say anything else. 9 figures gradually solidified. When it reached a certain critical point, the 9 people opened their eyes at the same time. A fierce battle intent to fight the sky and the earth swept over the entire hall like waves. Each of these 9 people possesses an extremely powerful physique or a divine abnormality. Countless divine lights flashed out from Xiao Ash's heavy pupils. The 9 people in front of him were either exuberant in chi and blood or close to the immortal Dao laws, and every one of them was a world-shattering heavenly pride that shook the past and shone in the present. Such arrogance to challenge all 9 of us at the same time. Among the 9 silhouettes, one person looked at Xiao Ashes with angry eyes. In its view, it was humiliating for him. Boom! 9 people struck at the same time. Thunder through the air, storms suddenly approaching. Although the realm of Saint King, but all released the greatness of the immortal. Can't take it hard. Xiao Ashes was very calm. Although the 9 people were all Gaishur celestial pride, but they were in different eras, and it was obvious that they did not cooperate with each other. So under Xiao Ash's heavy pupil gaze, he was able to find the seams of the attack every time, and did not give them the opportunity to set fire. Xiao Ashes found an opportunity and countless heavy pupil shadows emerged, emitting an extremely terrifying spiritual shock. The power of the heavy pupil was so great that even the 9 Gaijin celestials were in a trance for a moment. Wow! Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Ashes dispersed the 9 people with a single punch, and chaos surged under his feet, a green lotus slowly blooming in it, continuously replenishing energy for Xiao Ashes. And behind Xiao Ashes, mountains and rivers, sacred trees and immortal grass, countless natural wonders unfolded quickly like a scroll, blocking the 9 people's encirclement, successfully split the battlefield. Holy body vision, chaotic seed green lotus, brocade mountain and river map. So it's the heavy pupil and the desolate ancient saint body. The 9 Gaishur celestial pride did not see the situation without the slightest surprise. Daring to challenge the 9 of them at the same time, was bound to have some skills in their bodies, but if you think that you can resist the 9 of us just like that, then you are somewhat underestimating the heroes of the world. One of them snorted coldly, and a sword-shaped mark flashed in the center of his brow. As his palm waved, countless invisible and colorless swords surfaced in the sky and earth, causing Xiao Ashes to feel a stabbing pain in his spirit. He is a sword-minded person, and cultivates the sword skill of equal chaos, which specializes in cutting down souls. Rumble, ancient dragon and elephant sounds shook, and every step taken by a burly, world-defying heavenly pride seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Divine might is like a prison. Divine king body. Interesting. Facing the power of the 9 Gaijin pride, Xiao Ashes felt the pressure from the same realm for the first time. The long-lost battle intent was ignited in Xiao Ashes' eyes, and the 5-colored divine fire burned the sky and boiled the sea, burning the formless and colorless sword into nothingness. As the saint body and the god king body physically clashed with each other, the terrifying chi and blood suppressed it to death without a trace of temper. "What a juvenile devil king!" one of the celestial pride exclaimed. The attack in his hand became more and more vicious and terrifying, trying to compete with him. After seeing the terrifying strength of Xiao Ashes, the 9 Gaijin celestials finally unleashed their bottom cards, and their terrifying power tore through the void, blasting out countless energy storms. In the face of the 9 people pouring out their attacks, Xiao Ashes was also incomparably cautious and gave all the respect he could muster. On the surface of his body, the color of glass flowed, and at the same time, runes appeared on his chest, and a long river that did not exist in the present world flowed behind Xiao Ashes. Flood-level immortal technique, Vajra glazed body, immortal bone treasure technique, time and space flood. There's even a supreme bone. No, this isn't the supreme bone. Such a strong immortal Dao aura. Could it be the rumored immortal bone? Seeing Xiao Ashes' immortal bone, this time, the 9 Gaijin celestials were finally somewhat shocked. The heavy pupil, the sacred body, as well as the immortal bone surprisingly appeared on one person. It was important to realize that having any one of these was enough to become an existence comparable to them. Rumble, the long river of space and time flowed, and as it flowed, most of the attacking means of the 9 Gaijin heavenly pride were surprisingly swept away, and the small portion that remained was carried off by Xiao Ashen's 2 saint body variants as well as his Vajra glazed body. After the long river dissipated, the 9 great Gaijin celestial pride also saw Xiao Ashes once more. At this moment, Xiao Ashes was holding a flaming lotus flower that emitted 5 types of luster. Each petal exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Secret immortal technique of the everlasting Xiao family, Buddha's wrathful fire lotus. Go! Xiao Ashes softly chanted, and the 5-colored fire lotus in his hand swooped towards the 9 Gaijin celestials. At this time, the 9 heavenly pride were precisely the time when their remaining strength had not yet dissipated and their new strength had not yet been born. So in the face of this terrifying immortal law of Xiao Ashes, they could only choose to resist it with all their might. Boom! The 5-colored fire lotus bloomed, each lotus petal releasing the power of an all-out strike comparable to that of an immortal realm powerhouse. The entire great hall was instantly reduced to a sea of destructive fire, with no way to hide. I can't believe I lost. Under this terrifying immortal law of Xiao Ashes, some of the celestial pride whose physical bodies were not strong also finally fell, their bodies turning into particles and dissipating. In my presence, your failure is doomed, Xiao Ashes said indifferently, and a terrifying power condensed as his palms flipped, and 9 ancient palm imprints could be vaguely seen. The Emperor's seal trick, 9 seals in one, the seal of immortal beheading. Xiao Ashes waved his palm out, and power as thick as a world pressing down erupted out and blasted towards the 5 remaining heavenly pride with strong flesh bodies. It crushed 2 of the celestial pride into mush. At the same time, a purple aura crossed the heavy pupils, and 2 destructive beams of light emanating a damning aura erupted from them. It instantly pierced through the heads of the 2 heavens pride. The only remaining heavens pride could not help but let out a bitter laugh when he saw the miserable state of his fellow disciple. His eyes looked toward Xiao Ashes, who was floating in midair like a teenage devil king. You, still want to resist? Xiao Ashes overlooked that heavenly pride and spoke in a faint manner. Chapter 28, Defeat all the 9 great celestial pride, and I will be invincible in the world. You win. That heavenly pride knew that he was unbeatable and simply sat down on his butt, letting the surrounding flames scorch his body. You are indeed strong, with a frighteningly high talent potential. I hope you can open up a prosperous world and lead this domain out of its miserable fate. That heavenly pride laughed. Xiao Ashes frowned at the words, and when he had the presence of mind to ask what the words meant, his body had already dissipated. At this point, the 9 great celestial pride teamed up and all lost to Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes, defeating the 9 strongest heavenly prides of my supreme divine hall throughout the generations will result in a supreme divine treasure. After all the energy dispersed, the magnificent voice reappeared, and the environment around Xiao Ashes began to change continuously. The surroundings were rapidly receding, and even Xiao Ashes vaguely saw Xiao Xian'er, who had just defeated a heavenly pride attempting to reason with the divine hall artifact spirit. Soon, the scene in front of Xiao Ashes began to gradually become clearer. It was still a large hall, only that it was no longer empty, but instead hundreds of stone statues were erected, each of which exuded an extremely profound Tao rhythm. It was as if it resonated with heaven and earth. Congratulations, you have become the first person in a million years to defeat the 9 heavenly pride of the divine hall in the same realm. In front of Xiao Ash's eyes, a chaotic ball of light surged slightly, emanating intent. This is the artifact spirit of the Supreme Divine Hall? Xiao Ash's looked at the chaotic mass of light in front of him and pondered slightly before asking, what strength did those 9 people end up being? Immortal Emperor. The instrumental spirit replied. Sure enough, Xiao Ash's was enlightened. Just 9 heavenly prides of the same realm could force their open-minded selves to such a state. To say that they could not become immortal emperors would be strange. The Divine Hall artifact spirit no longer spoke, and the light containing immortal charm emanated out, illuminating the entire hall. Under the illumination of this light, ancient runes began to emerge from the entire hall, and the runes seemed to possess life, surprisingly moving according to a certain law. It eventually intersected in front of Xiao Ash's, forming a scroll. This is. Xiao Ash's looked at the scroll in front of him and surprisingly felt some familiar aura from it. This is the greatest treasure of the Supreme Divine Hall, the All Souls map. The subtleties of this need to be experienced by you. The voice of the vessel spirit came. The All Souls map? Xiao Ashen's heavy pupils glowed with a faint light, and after a careful realization, he found that it seemed to come from the same source as his own primordial true solution. They could corroborate each other and have more understanding of the cultivation path. Xiao Ashes, who possessed a full level of enlightenment, believed that he would soon have a huge harvest, and it seemed to be an extremely terrifying immortal artifact itself, no less than 1,000,000 striped immortal weapons. In addition, these are the many secret divine abilities of my Supreme Divine Hall, so if you need them you can take them at will. As the artifact spirit's words fell, mysterious words in Tao rhythms surfaced on the surface of every stone statue in the Great Hall. As for immortal pills and precious elixirs and the like, that great catastrophe has been completely consumed and no remains. The artifact spirit said with slight regret. Is this the Supreme Divine Collection? Xiao Ashes put away the 10,000 spirit diagram and was still relatively satisfied in his heart. This so-called Supreme Divine Collection was equivalent to the entire inheritance of this Tao lineage. That's right. On top of that, the Supreme Divine Hall itself is also part of it. And the most important part, there was a hint of smugness in the instrumental spirit's voice. At this time, Xiao Xian'er was also teleported to this place, and her eyes showed disheveledness after seeing Xiao Ashes. Sure enough, it was his after all. No one can take it away. Xiao Xian'er's change in mood naturally could not escape the perception of Xiao Ashes, who possessed heavy pupils. So he looked at the artifact spirit and asked with a smile, I can dispose of these things as I please, right? Naturally, the instrumental spirit replied. Sister Xian'er, all of these secret techniques and aptitudes in the Great Hall are inherited from a certain great power, and there is no lack of Immortal Emperor's secret techniques, so feel free to take them at your interest. You're welcome. Xiao Ashen smiled at his words and looked at Xiao Xian'er. Ah, really? Really? Xiao Xian'er looked at Xiao Ashes with some disbelief at his words. To know, any one of these things placed in the outside world is enough to cause immortal emperors to covet, and Xiao Ashes just simply gave it to himself? You and I are originally brother and sister. It's our duty to help each other. No? Xiao Ashes touched Xiao Xian'er's hair, looking very doting. Thank you, Brother Seiji. Xiao Xian'er's heart surprisingly flushed with a hint of sweetness when she heard this, and then she went to consult these secret magic aptitudes with light footsteps. Ding! 60% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Ashes did not feel surprised and did not consult the secret art aptitudes of the Supreme Divine Hall as Xiao Xian'er did, but instead studied the Divine Hall itself. Anyway, the secret art aptitudes were all here and couldn't run away, so it wouldn't cost anything to let Xiao Xian'er take a look. It also boosts a wave of collection. It's a sure thing. After all, having taken Xiao Xian'er under her wing, the secret arts she learned from herself would ultimately serve her. Artifact Spirit, do you have a name? Xiao Ashes asked. Does the Temple of the Most High count? Not really. From now on you'll be called Little Spirit. Xiao Ashes immediately clapped his hands. Kobayashi, Little Spirit, what grade of immortal weapon are you considered to be? 1,000,000 lines? Xiao Ashes asked while building a connection with the Supreme Divine Hall. No, previously, the Temple Master addressed me as, when he existed, Extreme Tao Emperor Soldier. Little Spirit said faintly. Extreme Tao Emperor Soldier. Xiao Ash's heart shook at the words. What a bossy name. I'm missing a part of my temple body and can't utilize my full power. If you can help me retrieve all of my temple body, I can help you exterminate immortal emperors, Xiao Ling said in a very domineering manner. Where is your temple body? Xiao Ashes couldn't help but ask. I know it's up high, but nah, it's too flavorful. I don't know, but I can sense it if it's nearby. The little spirit replied. Good lord, what a pie. Xiao Ashes was speechless and temporarily did not think about the problem of searching for the little spirit hall body and began to fully refine the Supreme Divine Hall to establish a connection. At this time, the heavenly wasteland village. They made it. Autumn Immortal looked at the Supreme Divine Hall where the precious light had converged and the immortal Dao aura was hidden. Knowing that Xiao Ashes and the others had successfully gained the approval of the artifact spirit, Xiao Chen was also relieved to see this. Worthy of being the son of the world, such a powerful treasure was in his pocket. And while the few people were talking, Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er also finally left from the Supreme Divine Hall. The body resized to normal size and appeared in front of the crowd. Collect. Xiao Ashes reached out and stored the Supreme Divine Hall in his Divine Sea. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I'm fortunate to be able to help you. After doing this, Xiao Ashes arched his hand at the sycamore tree. I can't believe it was you who succeeded. Xiao Ashes, you possess an invincible Dao heart. Seeing that it was Xiao Ashes who had successfully subdued the Supreme Divine Hall, even Autumn Immortal was very moved this time. It was just a fluke. Xiao Ashes chose to be a fluke brother. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being recognized by the natural spirit of heaven and earth, rewarding him with the 9-leaf sword grass treasure art. Chapter 29, The Holy Element returns to its place. The vault list shines brightly in the Immortal Palace. 9-leaf sword and grass treasure art. As the system's rewards were handed out, it was as if the silhouette of a 9-leaf swordgrass appeared in Xiao Ash's sea of consciousness. Each leaf was inscribed with extremely complicated runes, releasing an extremely terrifying sword aura as it swayed. The core of the 9-leaf sword and grass treasure art, the grass sword technique. As its sword chi stirred, the stars in the sky seemed to dim and lose color. A single blade of grass cuts down the stars in the sky. What a powerful treasure art. It has far surpassed the flood level. I'm afraid it arrived at the reincarnation level. Feeling the power of the 9-leaf sword grass treasure art, Xiao Ashes was overjoyed in his heart. With a full level of enlightenment, just by simply reading through it once, Xiao Ashes had already grasped its core mysteries. The cultivation of this 9-leaf sword grass treasure art had extremely harsh requirements for the physical body. The sword chi would tear through the physical body when it was executed, requiring a strong physical body to carry it. It was good that he was a desolate ancient saint body, so this was not a concern. And most importantly, the fact that the system quest was completed meant that he or she had also gained Autumn Fairy's approval. Xiao Ashes raised his eyes and indeed felt Xiao Xian exuding goodwill towards himself, very different from the distance he felt before. Son, thanks for thinking of us old bones. After all the dust settled, the village chief came to Xiao Ashes on his crutches and bowed to him. Xiao Ashes was startled when he saw this and hurriedly stopped the village chief. This is the ancestral land of the Xiao family, which is also my hometown, and all of this is a part of this. Grandpa village chief is so sorry for me. My old father will beat me to death if he finds out. Xiao Ashes laughed. The village chief also stopped pretending when he heard this and looked at Xiao Ashes with a smile, his gaze full of kindness. Good boy, the night is starry. Xiao Ashes came before the sycamore tree alone without any obstacles. Up close and personal with the sycamore tree, Xiao Ashes felt more and more that it was not simple. The intensity of the immortal charm on his body was even greater than Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Ashes, there will be a great change in this heaven and earth in half a year's time. Your desolate ancient sacred body has a long inheritance, so I'm afraid that you will be victimized by this change. Autumn Immortal's intention radiated out. She actually knows about the great change in heaven and earth in half a year. Xiao Ashes was very shocked in his heart. You know, this is something that even the old ancestors failed to foresee. Elder Autumn Immortal, I wonder what kind of great change it will be, Xiao Ashes asked. I don't know exactly. It's just that I can vaguely sense that certain rules of this heaven and earth are undergoing subtle changes. The exact time should be in half a year, Akane replied. Xiao Ashes fell into thought at his words. It seemed that Xiao Xian was only vaguely aware of what would happen, but did not know the reason for it. But it was enough to stand in front of almost everyone. Wow! The sycamore tree in front of him suddenly swayed, and a seed that exuded rich vitality floated in front of Xiao Ash's eyes. This is a seed that I have nurtured for millions of years, and it can also be seen as my spiritual body. Placing it in your divine sea may help you. Autumn Fairy opened her mouth. Xiao Ash's heavy pupils looked at the seed and without any hesitation, he directly opened his divine sea to place it in it. Since you choose to believe, you won't be looking over your shoulder. Go, you don't belong here. The 9,000 Taoist prefecture is the heaven and earth that belongs to you. Autumn Immortal looked at Xiao Ashes without any hesitation to put her seed into the divine sea, and she could not help but become even closer to Xiao Ashes. Many thanks to Senior for your help. Senior will not dare to forget. Xiao Ashes bowed and thanked him. Then his figure disappeared into the dark night. The next day, Xiao Ashes summoned the Qilin Divine Chariot and then planned to leave the place. The system mission had been completed and the chance had been acquired, so there was no point in continuing to spend time here. There were still half a year to go before the great change in heaven and earth, and before they could figure out exactly what was going on. The stronger your own strength base, the better. Good boy, is this the time to go? Not staying a few more days? The village chief looked at Xiao Ashes with some reluctance, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. No, dusty matters are locking up my body. I promise Grandpa Village Chief that I will visit more often in the future. Xiao Ashes laughed and then took out a portion of the many resources that had been transferred to the Supreme Divine Hall. You keep these resources, I'm sure they'll be good for the dolls. The village chief opened his mouth at the words, and when he heard that Xiao Ashes was reserved for the dolls in the village, he did not refuse. Afterward, Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er left in the Qilin Divine Carriage under the unwilling gazes of many villagers. Looks like you're getting a good deal. In the Divine Carriage, Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Xian'er, whose cultivation had reached the second level of the Saint Realm, and smiled faintly. Thanks to Brother Seiji, Xiao Xian'er smiled, her mood obviously very pleasant. The trip wasn't wasted after all. In addition to the complete inheritance of a great celestial pride, he had also obtained the core secret method of the Supreme Divine Hall. Xiao Ashes smiled and stopped pursuing the matter, driving the Qilin Divine Carriage at full speed to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. The Fountainhead Immortal Palace could be said to be one of the most terrifying Dao lineages in the immortal realm, in which one might be able to find traces of the huge change in heaven and earth half a year later. However, this place is not close to the central Dao state where the Fountainhead Immortal Palace is located, and with the speed of the Qilin Divine Whiskey plus the convenience of the teleportation array, it will take at least half a month. On the way, Xiao Ashes also began to comprehend the many secret divine abilities of the Supreme Divine Hall. It was discovered that its core inheritance was a technique called the Undying Scripture. The core of this technique is the word indestructible. Cultivate to the great body has unlimited regeneration power, as long as not a one-time kill all the vitality, can be quickly recovered, and even his own immortal energy was alive and well, which was an extremely good match for the Yuanling body. No wonder Xiao Xian'er was so elated, Xiao Ashes said darkly. Afterwards, he began to carefully refer to this gong method. Although the gong method that Xiao Ashes practiced was the burning technique, and the foundation had already been laid down and could not be easily replaced. However, they can corroborate each other and draw from them to strengthen themselves. What's more, Xiao Ashes possessed a full level of enlightenment, so he was more comfortable in comprehending this undying scripture. In this way, half a month quickly passed, and Xiao Ashes and his group finally arrived at the central Dao state, the Fountainhead Immortal Mountain where the Fountainhead Immortal Palace was located. Is this the Fountainhead Immortal Palace? The immortal spirit chi in some of the regions is even more dense than the Xiao family. Xiao Xian'er couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she looked down at the huge mountain range buried in the clouds and mist below, which was almost endless. It was worthy of being a huge Dao lineage that had been passed down for millions of years. Rumble. The moment Xiao Ashes arrived at the Fountainhead Immortal Mountain, the highest peak among the Fountainhead Immortal Mountains actually shook violently. Thousands of purple and gold chi shot out, and a chaotic list connecting heaven and earth suddenly appeared, shocking everyone's eyes. The vault list. The list unfolded, and the 9,000 names representing the strongest heavenly pride of the contemporary Fountainhead Immortal Palace exuded an honorable aura. Among the third seat on the list, the originally somewhat dull word Xiao Ashes suddenly blossomed into a bright golden light, illuminating the entire Fountainhead Immortal Palace. The third seat of the Tsong Dome ranking, Supreme Saint Body Xiao Ashes, returns to the Immortal Palace. Chapter 30, System Quest delivered to my door. I'll take the true dragon's treasure blood. Xiao Ashes. It's Xiao Ashes of the everlasting Xiao family. That demon has actually returned. It's that Xiao Ashes who possesses the supreme bone as well as the desolate ancient saint body? As the Tsong Dome list appeared in the world, the magnificent sound spread throughout the entire Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Many celestial pride had sideways glances and murmured. The topic naturally couldn't be separated from the name Xiao Ashes. The Tsong Dome ranking was a ranking by the ageless Immortal Palace of the battle prowess of contemporary celestial pride. A total of 9,000 people were included. None are older than 30. The Fountainhead Immortal Palace collects all the world's talents. It could be said that every celestial pride ranked on the Tsong Dome list possessed the potential to become an immortal king. The top 10 seats, on the other hand, possessed the potential to become immortal emperors. Xiao Ashes was even in the third place among them. This was still due to the fact that the first two seats were both older than Xiao Ashes, and this ranking was more than 2 years ago. Xiao Ashes, who was now transformed, was confident of easily securing the first seat. Wow! The Qilin Divine Carriage sailed into the fountain of Immortality Mountain, attracting countless people to look at it. Everyone was clear that it was Xiao Ashes' exclusive mount. This is a true junior supreme. Just returning to the Immortal Palace is enough to draw the attention of countless people. Many young celestial pride looked at the Qilin Divine Carriage that was roaming in the sky, a look of reverence appearing in their eyes. I heard that Xiao Ashes' world sun is a desolate ancient sacred body. I wonder how it compares to that Tsong Xian hegemony body lineage's pride that has newly risen to the fourth seat. Someone was in a stirring mood and said, "What do you know? Not only does Xiao Shitzi possess the desolate ancient saint body, he also has a supreme bone impregnated in his body. So what can the hegemonic body lineage compare to? Some people were dismissive. That's not necessarily true. Suanba is a supreme pride of the hegemonic body lineage, and has already cultivated 3 divine forms, so he may not be unable to suppress Xiao ashes. Someone grunted coldly. Xiao ashes, the holy body? In a massive divine hall, Suanba violently opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes as his massive qi and blood shook the heavens. I, Suanba, will make you understand what it means to be a true gaijin. The feud between the sacred body and the hegemonic body will be ended by me since this generation. Suanba rose up like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, shaking the heavens and earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. After the great change of heaven and earth, the ancient holy body was reduced to a waste body. The domineering body lineage has since gone all out to hunt down and kill the holy body, and the only 10 holy bodies left in the world have been decimated by 9, with only the remaining hosts remaining. Main quest to defeat Suanba of the hegemony lineage, rewarded with true dragon's precious blood. Just as Xiao Ashes rode the Qilin divine carriage to arrive at his own divine temple, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Hegemony? A faint essence flashed in Xiao Ash's eyes. The Zongxian hegemony body lineage and the desolate ancient saint body lineage were arch-enemies, and the two had fought each other in successive generations. It was only that the hegemony lineage had a stable inheritance, so the victories were predominant, always wanting to completely trample the holy body underfoot. But today, it seems to be nothing more than a bunch of villains who took advantage of a fire. Just as well, since I'm burdened with a saint body, it would be good to trample that so-called hegemonic body under my feet. By the way, Xiao Ashes was indifferent. Then he and Xiao Xian'er walked out of the Qilin divine carriage and arrived at his own divine hall in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. At this time, the temple had already been surrounded by people, and they all bowed respectfully after seeing Xiao Ashes. Greetings, Seiji. The heavenly prides of the various races spoke in unison. These were Xiao Ashes' followers in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, and there were many heavenly pride figures on the Tsong Dong ranking. As a celestial pride in the 3rd seat of the Tsong Dong ranking, and also possessing such a terrifying background as the everlasting Xiao family, Xiao Ashes possessed quite a few followers in this ageless immortal palace. Even many of them had already stepped into the immortal Dao realm. Xiao Xian'er felt very shocked as she looked at the scene in front of her. Is this the Ashes Xiao at his peak? The followers under his hand were all 1 in 10,000 heavenly pride characters, a few of whom Xiao Xian'er had also encountered in her previous life. The ultimate achievement would not be lower than an immortal king. No need to be polite. It's still the same as before. Cultivate on your own within the immortal palace. You can explore the secret realm together and share treasures. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. I've also worked hard for you guys during this period of time when I wasn't in the immortal palace, so consider these resources as some compensation. Xiao Ashes ripped open a corner of the space, and a large amount of immortal pills and treasured dawn, and sacred herbs and divine trees flowed out like running water, presenting themselves in front of the many followers. A strange aroma filled the air, and even just inhaling a single breath felt a tiny refinement in cultivation. Thank you, Seiji. The many followers were instantly overjoyed at the sight of this and saluted Xiao Ashes one after another. It's true that following the right people can take 1,000 years off the road. Xiao Ashes smiled and waved his hand. These were all scavenged from the Yun family and could only be considered as relatively ordinary cultivation resources for Xiao Ashes, so it didn't hurt at all. Desolate ancient sacred body? 3rd in the Tsong Dome ranking seat? Have the guts to fight me? Just as Xiao Ashes was planning to enter the divine hall for a short rest, a deafening voice suddenly came, causing Xiao Ashes to feel very unhappy. Was it possible that he had left the immortal palace for a bit too long, allowing even some headless flies to dare to offend him? Who dares to speak out and disrespect the world prince? Many of Xiao Ashes' followers were also furious, and their terrifying pressure blasted towards the source of the sound in unison. Rumble. It was as if the sound of a great bell resounded in the sky and earth, and a burly youth seemed to have a great bell protecting his body around him as he stepped into the void and looked at Xiao Ashes, whose gaze was indifferent, with a provocative look. Xiao Ashes, do you dare to fight with me? Song Xuanba's arms shook, and the sound of the great bell stirred, unexpectedly instantly counter-suppressing Xiao Ashes' many followers. One must know that there was still an existence of the immortal realm in this. Who are you to challenge me? Xiao Ashen's heavy pupils looked indifferently at Song Xuanba. This person's realm was not bad, possessing the great sage realm. However, for the current Xiao Ashes, a great sage-level powerhouse really couldn't be of interest. What's more, wouldn't it be exhausting to accept a challenge when it's from a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about? World Sun, this person's name is Tsong Xuanba, and he is from the Tsong Xuanba body lineage. Someone among Xiao Ashes' followers recognized Tsong Xuanba and warned with a grave gaze. They were also very clear about the feud between the hegemonic body and the sacred body. He's Song Suanba? Xiao Ashes felt a bit surprised when he heard this. He was still worried about not knowing where to find this guy to complete the system tasks, but as a result, he sent himself to the door. Xiao Ashes, your ignorance disappoints me, not even knowing your opponent's information. You're destined to not reach the top. Facing Xiao Ashes' arrogance, Song Suanba was not annoyed at all. Condescendingly, he looked down on Xiao Ashes. He had naturally heard the literacy of that follower to Xiao Ashes earlier. In response, the heart could not help but look lightly at Xiao Ashes for a few points. You seem to be mistaken about something. The air currents surged around Xiao Ashes and he came to a position on par with Song Suanba. Are you worthy of being my opponent? Chapter 31, Hegemonic Fist Shakes Mountains and Rivers. One leaf chopping stars. Rumble. The wind and thunder stormed over the fountain of immortality. A terrifying pressure was released, drawing the attention of many terrifying existences. A battle between a sacred body and a hegemonic body? Interesting. Deep within the immortal palace, an ancient powerhouse smiled bashfully, as if he had seen some interesting and wonderful program. That's the Song Suanba who has recently pushed numerous heavenly prides all the way to invincibility? What dares to call the shots with that monster Song Suanba? Many celestial pride saw Xiao Ashes, who was confronting Song Suanba high up in the air, and there was a lot of talk for a while. How dare you not even know about him? That's the lineage son of the Changsheng Xiao family, the absolute pride of the third seed of the Tsong Dome ranking, and it is a desolate ancient sacred body, an archenemy to the Tsong Xian hegemony body lineage. This is going to be fun. The sacred body lineage doesn't have the stability of the hegemony body's inheritance, and is often stifled by the hegemony body without growing up. And I don't know who will win this time. Many disciples of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace rose in anticipation. Among them, there were even quite a few celestial prides on the Tsong Dome list who were watching from various places. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters in the air, Song Suanba stared at Xiao Ashes with an unsightly expression and laughed in anger. No one in the same realm is worthy of being treated as my opponent. Even the top 2 seats of that Tsong Dome ranking aren't qualified enough. This is the first time I've heard someone in a lower realm than me say something like this. That's because your eyes are only in the same realm, Xiao Ashes said indifferently. Interesting, the holy bodies of this era seem to be somewhat unaware of the heights of heaven. Song Suanba sneered. I won't bully you either. I'll suppress my realm to Saint King, so that this immortal realm will know that my hegemonic body lineage is the #1 physique, and that the saint body is nothing more than that. Boom! As Song Suanba's words fell, his body suddenly rioted, and a shocking tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, only to see Song Suanba's 5 fingers forming a claw, grabbing fiercely at Xiao Ashes. The extreme sharpness of his breath erupted as if he was about to tear apart the heavens and the earth. Hegemonic body divine form, white tiger Vajra claw. The Tsong Xian hegemony body, which majored in divine forms, could cultivate up to 9 divine forms. The grand completion hegemony body was enough to briefly call the shots of an immortal emperor. In the face of Song Suanba's terrifying attack, Xiao Ashes remained calm and relaxed. Under the gaze of the heavy pupil, Song Suanba's attack that seemed strangely fast to outsiders was but as slow as a mosquito fly. Seal of the immortal beheader. Xiao Ashes lifted his palm and 9 ancient seals emerged, eventually uniting to form a seal that emanated an extreme destructive force toward Song Suanba as he lightly blasted away. Boom! A huge sound was exploding, swirling up countless storms. Even the incomparably solid space of the immortal realm actually showed some signs of disintegration. What a terrifying palm print. This should be the Emperor's seal decision of the eternal life Xiao family, a heaven's destiny level immortal law, and I didn't expect that Shitzi Xiao would have cultivated it to such an extent. Someone commented, is this the so-called Tsong Xian hegemony body? Xiao Ashes somewhat sneered as he looked at the somewhat wretched Song Suanba, who at this moment had his breath climbing up all over his body, which was clearly the power of a great sage. With just one strike, Song Suanba's pride was completely shattered. This Song Suanba voluntarily suppressed his cultivation to Saint King in order not to take advantage of Xiao Shitzi, but now he was forced out of his full strength by a single strike. So it really is. Some of the immortal palace celestial pride gazed at Song Suanba playfully. Just because I'm not as good as you doesn't stop me from looking down on you. The words have been said. Just one blow was knocked out of the original form. A proper clown. Xiao Ashes, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such talent in practicing immortal techniques, but in terms of developing your physique, you're far inferior to me. Facing the ridicule from the outside world, Song Suanba also felt disgraced, his expression somewhat grim. But it doesn't matter. As long as you win, that's enough to crush any disobedience. Buzz! The sound of a great bell rang out in the heavens and earth, only to see Song Suanba's body surface as if a golden bell had surfaced, and the sound waves stirred, all round and without any dead angle rushing towards Xiao Ashes. Hegemonic body divine form. Great bell Taoist body. Wow! In the face of Song Suanba's sound Dao attack, it was as if there was a scroll unfolding around Xiao Ashes, with mountains, rivers, and divine trees rising to the heavens, a vision of the holy body. a picture of brocade mountains and rivers. The ultimate natural way surrounded Xiao Ash's circumference, and that terrifying sound path attacking and killing power was crushed at the touch of it, and the Great Bell divine form was completely suppressed by Xiao Ash's visions. Surprisingly, it's a map of brocade mountains and rivers. Song Xuanba's face was unsightly. Among the saint body visions, the brocade mountain and river diagram was considered an extremely powerful one. That present-day Great Completion sacred body level powerhouse was then nearly immortal by virtue of the brocade mountain and river diagram. Roar! There was a ferocious light blossoming in Song Xuanba's eyes as a terrifying aura from the flood erupted. So what if it's a map of brocade mountains and rivers? Watch me break it with the hegemonic blood domain. As Song Xuanba's words fell, purple gold hegemonic blood flowed out of his palm, and the hegemonic blood moved in a certain rhythm, as if it had life, forming its own domain centered on Song Xuanba. Boom! In the hegemonic blood domain, Song Xuanba's battle power, which could already be compared to that of an immortal's, all erupted, as the three divine forms of the Great Bell Dao body, the white tiger Vajra claw, and the blood phoenix heavenly wings materialized. Bully fist! Song Xuanba roared. Purple mysterious runes appeared all over his body, and between the flashes of the runes, his fist blasted out the wind and thunder, surprisingly piercing through Xiao Ash's brocade mountains. What a powerful hegemony fist! It's truly overbearing. In addition to the stable inheritance of the hegemony body lineage, it is precisely this hand of hegemony fist that enables it to steadily suppress the sacred body. Many celestial pride felt the terrifying might of that domineering fist blooming, and secretly compared in their hearts whether they could block it if they were to face this fist. The answer was that he couldn't, and I was afraid that he would be blown right through his body. Xiao Ashes. Feel what the hegemony fist is. It's rumored that you possess the supreme bone, so let me get a taste of it. Song Xuanba's battle power at this moment was elevated to the apex. Knowing that the Great Completion hegemony body of their lineage had relied on the hegemony fist many times to shatter that Great Completion sacred body's holy body, if it didn't have a brocade mountain and river map that was nearly indestructible, it would have been decapitated long ago. Bully fist? Xiao Ashen's heavy pupils reflected Song Xuanba's nearly invincible figure. A green lotus appeared under his feet, replenishing his strength. At the same time, an emerald green leaf appeared in Xiao Ash's hand, swaying with the wind. Why do I need my bones to kill you? Xiao Ashes said in a cold voice. Leaf? Many heavenly prides as well as ancient existences were paying attention to the battle, and seeing the leaf in Xiao Ash's hand momentarily froze them somewhat. That was the hegemony fist that had been passed down from the hegemony body lineage to the present day. Could it be that this Xiao Ashes wanted to resist with a single blade? Then let's see if it's your dominating fist that's fierce or my sword technique that's sharp. A leaf flew out from Xiao Ash's hand, obviously just a very tiny leaf, but it was as if it was infinitely large again, and a leaf could cover the sky. 9-leaf sword in grass treasure art. Straw sword technique. A leaf cuts the stars. Seek death. Facing Xiao Ashes responding to his domineering fist with a leaf, Song Xuanba also felt the anger of being belittled. The three divine forms became more and more manifest, and a single punch could shatter mountains and rivers. Chapter 32 Tyrant blood staining the heavenly vault. 9 leaves beheading the archenemy. Boom! The fierce and invincible overbearing fist carried terror as it blasted towards the emerald green leaf, and the massive impact even shook the space and crushed all the immortal power in its path. Pust! However, in the face of such a terrifying impact, that piece of emerald green leaf steeply erupted with a shocking sword chi that instantly pierced through Song Xuanba's hegemonic blood realm and chopped towards his own body with unabated might. The hegemonic fist collided violently with the leaf, and Song Xuanba, who originally had a stoic expression, instantly became horrified. The sword chi in that leaf had actually torn through his cohesive strength and was drilling wildly into his flesh and blood. If Song Xuanba had not reacted in time, just this leaf would have been enough to waste one of his arms. Wow! This turn of events also caused countless people watching the battle to show shock on their faces. Surprisingly, it really did break Song Xuanba's hegemony fist with just a single leaf. What an amazing sword chi! What a terrifying power of attack! An ancient existence said with some trepidation. How many times can you block it? Xiao Ashes looked at the wretched Song Xuanba as another leaf appeared and shot at Song Xuanba. With the lessons learned from the last time, Song Xuanba now did not dare to underestimate this seemingly ordinary leaf at all. Gathering the hegemonic blood domain, the three great divine forms were fully stretched out, and then broke it with the power of the hegemonic fist. Xiao Ashes, I admit that you are indeed strong, but you don't want to win either. You can't break my hegemonic blood domain. Song Xuanba knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Ashes, but he must not lose either. Yes? Xiao Ashes let out a light laugh and his foot slammed forward, and a series of 9 leaves emerged. showing some sort of regularity in arranging themselves around Xiao Ash's circumference. "Watch me break your turtle shell." Xiao Ashes let out a low gulp and the 9 leaves came out in unison, each one releasing an extremely offensive yet distinct sword chi: silent sword chi, destructive sword chi, burning sword chi. The 9 types of sword chi of extinction burst out, surprisingly causing the heavens and earth to wail. 9-leaf sword in grass treasure art, straw sword technique, 9-leaf reincarnation sword formation. Facing this kind of terrifying attacking power, Song Xuanba's face also changed abruptly. Purple and gold runes appeared above his body. The hegemonic blood domain contracted extremely. Using his body as a domain, he blasted out the strongest strike of the hegemonic fist. Boom! The extremely domineering power collided with the extremely offensive sword chi, and even a space as solid as the immortal domain was completely shattered, scattering endless spatial fragments. As the reincarnation sword formation came out, even with Song Xuanba's hegemonic blood domain was simply unable to withstand it, and was instantly broken under the terrifying onslaught of the sword formation, cutting straight through the flesh. The purple and gold hegemonic blood stains the dome of the sky. Roar! Song Xuanba roared, the power from the Song Tian hegemony body's bloodline fully blooming, but he could only manage to resist. "You can die." Xiao Ashes did not give Song Xuanba a chance at all, and a swordgrass silhouette with 9 leaves appeared in Xiao Ash's palm before turning into a stream of light and drilling into Song Xuanba, who was tired of dealing with the 9-leaf reincarnation sword formation. Song Xuanba's eyes suddenly burst out, and the vitality within his body dissipated extremely quickly, falling straight down from the heights just like that. 9-leaf sword in grass treasure art, sword grass transformation spirit, specialized in cutting the soul. Boom! The hegemonic body fell and smashed one of the peaks of the fountain of immortality. The purple-gold hegemonic blood spilled, attracting the prying eyes of countless ferocious beasts in the middle of the ageless immortal mountain. Song Xuanba, the pride of the hegemonic body lineage, has been killed. Someone was appalled. The sudden change was something that no one had expected. Originally they thought that even if Song Xuanba was not able to defeat Xiao Ashes, at least self-preservation was still not a problem. Who knew that in just such a moment, he would be directly decapitated? And it's a god's soul. You claim to be invincible in the same realm, and I can cross the border to kill the enemy. Song Tian hegemony body. Nothing more than that. Xiao Ashes landed in the air above Song Xuanba's corpse and walked towards it step by step, his body's strength rippling, unexpectedly breaking through the shackles of the Saint King realm in an instant and arriving at the Great Saint realm. 9 steps to greatness. This was also the final realm of the mortal Dao realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the hegemonic Song Xuanba, rewarding the true dragon's precious blood. The system's prompt sounded at that moment as well. Xiao Ashes did not move on his face as the Supreme Divine Hall appeared and put away Song Xuanba's corpse. Whether it was the purple-gold overbearing blood of the celestial hegemony body or the golden holy blood of the desolate ancient saint body, all of them are unparalleled miracle medicines. It's a bit of a shame to just waste it. Although one's own golden sacred blood would be repulsed by the purple-gold hegemony blood, it could be used to water the spiritual fields or rewarded to one's followers. Only after doing this did Xiao Ashes turn around and leave. It left many heavenly prides talking about it. The sacred body killed the hegemonic body. This is going to blow up the everlasting Song clan. I'm afraid that Xiao Ashes will be included in his must-kill list. Someone said, Xiao Shitzi can be different from other saint bodies. Not only is his own talent terrifying, his background is also extremely powerful. The Changsheng Xiao family is not weaker than that Changsheng Song family. Some people disdainfully said that they had the utmost respect for Xiao Ashes. The reason why the hegemonic body lineage could suppress the sacred body was that it could be passed down through the bloodline. This evolved into a family that could be nurtured from an early age. And the holy body, unfathomable. That Song Xuanba is also a celestial pride on the Song Dome list. To kill him in such a manner, does the immortal palace not care? A heavenly pride asked. You're afraid that you don't know the grudge between the hegemonic body and the sacred body, and even the immortal palace won't intervene in this kind of predestined grudge. What's more, it was that Song Xuanba himself who went looking for death first. The other heavenly pride sneered, and just as the crowd was talking, at this moment, Xiao Ashes had already re-entered the divine hall that belonged to him. Congratulations, world son, for slaying the hegemonic body and making a name for the holy body. One of the followers of the Blood Phoenix clan respectfully said. The other followers also congratulated themselves when they saw this, without the slightest hint of falsehood. Xiao Ash's display of battle power just now had really shocked them quite a bit. Now that's a true supreme talent. Xiao Ashes took out Song Xuanba's corpse from the Supreme Divine Hall and threw it to his many followers. His blood should be of some use to you. Oh yes, perhaps flesh and blood would be useful as well. so I'll reward you. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. In the face of this great opportunity, the many followers were somewhat hesitant instead. Devouring a hegemonic body would inevitably be followed by the hegemonic body lineage to the ends of the earth and beyond. Xiao Ashes didn't urge, but just watched with cold eyes. As his own followers, Xiao Ashes asked himself that he had given them a lot of benefits, and now it was time to show his loyalty. He doesn't need a second five. Ha ha ha, thanks for the reward, Seiji. The followers of the One-Day Dog clan laughed out loud and nonchalantly arrived at Song Xuanba's corpse, targeting and directly eating the explosive pills with chewy texture first. The other followers also clenched their teeth when they saw this and chose to stand on the same side as Xiao Ashes. Share this chance for dominance. Even Xiao Xian'er came over. What are you going over there for? Xiao Ashes directly carried Xiao Xian'er out. The thought of Xiao Xian'er going to eat a human corpse made Xiao Ashes somewhat unable to bear those images. I want hegemonic blood too, Xiao Xian'er said with some aggression. Her cultivation had risen quickly, but she was slightly lacking in her physical body, and was the best divine medicine for quenching the body. None for you. Also, since you also want to worship the fountainhead immortal palace, follow me to visit the powerful people in the palace. Chapter 33, Pixie's Precious Blood? Void immortal drunken clouds. The fountainhead immortal palace had been passed down for millions of years, surviving through several long epochs. Its underpinnings are naturally incomparably terrifying. There were 3 terrifying powerhouses at the immortal emperor level alone on the surface. The immortal dignity level powerhouses, on the other hand, possessed 33 of them. The 33 heavens known as the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Xiao Ashes was the disciple of one of the immortal Zune level powerhouses. As for immortal emperors, their lifespans were endless, and they simply didn't have the heart to teach their disciples. And more often than not, they traveled to various forbidden zones to explore ancient mysteries, or even to worlds beyond the immortal realm. Xiao Xian'er followed Xiao Ashes with some regret still on her face. That was at Song Tian hegemony body's hegemony blood, which was enough to make up for one's shortcomings very well. If she could obtain that hegemonic blood and make up for the last shortcoming, with her many means, Xiao Xian'er was certain that she would be able to fight against a peak Saint King powerhouse. Such an obvious small mind naturally could not be concealed from Xiao Ashes, who possessed heavy pupils. Since obtaining the heavy pupils, Xiao Ashes' senses did not know how many times they had been enlarged, always observing the movements around him intentionally or unintentionally. It can even give a heavy pupil warning in case of danger. It had to be said that in terms of growth, even immortal bone was far inferior to heavy pupil. Even the desolate ancient saint body might not be as terrifying as the heavy pupil. It was a pity that Xiao Yi's mother and son could not see this. You seem a little upset? After leaving the divine hall, Xiao Ashes looked at Xiao Xian'er and laughed lightly. Ha, no, it's just a shame. Xiao Xian'er was honest. She has a 9-knuckle heart and can recognize good and evil in people's hearts, especially if they really mean well to her or if they are just pretending. So she could see that Xiao Ashes seemed to have some reason for not wanting to dip himself in the hegemonic blood. Do you know that the Song Tian hegemony body lineage is very sensitive to hegemony blood? If you get involved in hegemony blood, you will definitely be hunted down by the Song Tian hegemony body lineage. Xiao Ashes sighed. Xiao Xian'er was silent. This was something she was naturally aware of. However, Xiao Ashes had helped her so much, she was willing to stand on the same side as Xiao Ashes. What's more, what about the Song Tian hegemony body? It wasn't as if she hadn't chopped in her last life. I know that your flesh is weak, so I have prepared something else for you to make up for it. As Xiao Ashes spoke, a drop of golden, sticky precious blood appeared on his fingertips. Roar! Terrifying dragon power stirred. Just a drop of blood, but it was as if it had evolved into the form of a true dragon, containing endless ferocious energy. True dragon's precious blood. Could this be the true dragon's precious blood? Xiao Xian'er looked at the drop of golden blood on Xiao Ashes' fingertips in surprise. True dragons, one of the most powerful beasts in the immortal realm, had appeared at the immortal emperor level of supreme existence. Its fleshly body was incomparably strong, and even the grandly accomplished desolate ancient saint body as well as the Song Tian hegemony body were no match for a true dragon immortal emperor. The true dragon treasure blood, on the other hand, originated from the true dragon immortal emperor. Good eyesight. It is indeed true dragon treasure blood. If you succeed in refining this drop of true dragon treasure blood, it will be far more powerful than the hegemony blood. Xiao Ashes flexed his fingers and handed the true dragon treasure blood to Xiao Xian'er. You're going to give me such precious true dragon treasure blood? Xiao Xian'er held the true dragon treasure blood and was somewhat at a loss for words. One had to know that the preciousness of the true dragon treasure blood was such that even with Xiao Ashes' status, he could not easily get it. Moreover, it was also greatly beneficial to the desolate ancient saint body, and might help it advance even further. It's just a drop of true dragon's precious blood. It's nothing to me. Xiao Ashes' face was bland. but he involuntarily twitched the corners of his mouth before continuing to walk forward. This tiny detail was naturally seen by Xiao Xian'er, true dragon's precious blood. How could it not count for anything? At this moment, Xiao Xian'er really experienced what it meant to be cared for. Ding! 75% of progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. The system's beeps did arrive. This time the system has rewarded almost a pot of true dragon's precious blood in total. Just taking out a single drop has resulted in such touching progress. What a profit! Xiao Ashes secretly poked and laughed in his heart, although he could have given out more. But that wouldn't show the preciousness of the true dragon's precious blood, and Xiao Xian'er would most likely only want one drop of the rest to be returned as it was. The rarer something is, the more precious it becomes. However, this true dragon's precious blood was indeed considered a good thing, and one had to find an opportunity to refine it, so that one might be able to cultivate the third vision of the desolate ancient sacred body. The more powerful the vision, the more talent and resources it would consume. Xiao Ashes naturally wants to pursue it to the extreme. Under this rush, the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Xiao Xian'er, soon arrived on a peak of the fountainhead Immortal Mountain. There were terrifying prohibitions within this mountain peak, and even if an immortal king-level powerhouse rashly intruded, I was afraid that they would not be able to take it in their stride. However, Xiao Ashes had an inheritance token from the ageless immortal palace, so he could pass through unhindered. Master, your dear disciple has come to visit your old man. Arriving at the peak, Xiao Ashes laughed out loud. On top of the peak, a white-browed old man sat in the clouds fishing, and when he occasionally gained something, he pulled out a void beast or a secret treasure lost in the void. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xian'er also sighed a bit. With the void as the sea and the law as bait, that, once upon a time, she could do. It's just a shame that today, things are different. Humph, you've had the nerve to come over here for years. Xiao Ashes master in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, Void Immortal Zun Qi Bai Mei, snorted somewhat coldly. Qi Bai Mei was certified as an immortal exalt by the laws of the void, and his strength was extremely forward among the many immortal exalt powerhouses in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Master, forgive me, look what disciple has brought you. Xiao Ashes took out a jade pot, and when the lid was opened, an indescribable fragrance of wine immediately dispersed, causing Xiao Xian'er, who was on the side, to frequently glance sideways. Could this be Cloudy Ascension wine? Xiao Xian'er guessed in her heart. Rumor has it that the everlasting Cloud family, there is a secret place to produce this Cloud Ascension wine. Not only is the taste mellow and thick, but it can even enhance the longevity of the cultivator. It only works the first time you drink it, and then it has very little effect. The original old god Qi Bai Mei suddenly wrinkled his nose, and had the intention to be haughty for a time not to want this wine from Xiao Ashes, but Mei Xiao Ashes came over hard and sent the wine to his mouth. Gulp! Qi Bai Mei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had two major hobbies in his life, one of which was wine. Count on your kid's sense. Qi Bai Mei really couldn't help himself, so he picked up the jade pot and just took a big gulp. Ouch! That's a strong drink. Any more? Qi Bai Mei tasted and laughed. Naturally, Xiao Ashes laughed lightly and took out another 10 pots. Knowing that he was going to come to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, Xiao Ashes had also made preparations in advance, and had almost weeded out the Cloudy Ascension wine that the everlasting Cloud family had saved up for hundreds of years. At this moment, there were still 3 whole large altars of Cloud Ascension wine that Xiao Ashes had stored in the Supreme Divine Hall. Seeing Qi Bai Mei drinking and having a good time, Xiao Ashes also opened his mouth at the right time. Master, this time I've come to recommend a precious disciple to you. This is my clan sister, Xiao Xian'er. Chapter 34. What's the harm in adding karma to my body? I am invincible in the world. Qi Bai Mei drank the wine from the jade pot in one go before turning his head to look at Xiao Xian'er, who was a little anxious. Second level of the Saint Realm. For your age, it is considered extremely good. However, you also know that you are the old man's close disciple. If we let this girl child worship under the old man again, I'm afraid it's a bit of a bad rule. Qi Bai Mei raised his white eyebrows, his tone somewhat less willing to accept Xiao Xian'er as a disciple. Xiao Xian'er was also a bit nervous when she heard this. In front of her, she is clear, is one of the most powerful immortal emperor of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. In the future is a testament to the immortal emperor fruit. The strength is incomparably terrifying. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Xian'er knew that this Qi Bai Mei was one of the few decent people in the immortal domain, acting in a very righteous manner. If one could worship under him, it would be a trustworthy and powerful backer. Rules are meant to be broken. Isn't this what Master has always taught me? Xiao Ashes laughed lightly. That also requires the capital to break the rules. Qi Bai Mei glared. This bastard, he really has nothing to do with it. However, since he had drunk the Cloudy Ascension wine that Xiao Ashes had honored him with, he naturally couldn't go without some indication. Tell you what, I'll introduce this girl child to immortal Emperor Ing Yuan. I'm sure she'll like it. Qi Baimei pondered for a moment and finally said, alright then, it seems that in the future, immortal Emperor Ing Yuan will have a Yuan spirit body disciple. Xiao Ashes sighed at his words and expressed his helplessness. Well, wait, what did you say? Meta-spiritual body? Qi Baimei had already planned to transmit his voice to Ing Yuan, but he suddenly stared wide-eyed. Afterwards, he also disregarded his image and came directly in front of Xiao Xian'er, looking up and down carefully. There was gentle immortal power sweeping over Xiao Xian'er's entire body. Xiao Xian'er didn't resist, allowing Qi Baimei to probe. What a thick aura! Although it's only the second level of a saint, the richness of the aura is no less than that of an average Saint King powerhouse. If it's transformed into immortal power in the future, the advantages of this will be even more massive. Qi Baimei sked, and that was just one of the characteristics of the Yuan spiritual body. The Yuan spirit body was naturally close to all the energies of heaven and earth, and its cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than that of a normal person, which was something that could never be compared to other body types. Moreover, the Yuan spiritual body had a keen sense of spirituality and was extremely sensitive to danger. It made it harder for it to die prematurely on its path of growth than other heavenly prides, so the growth is very impressive. Is this really your clan sister? Desolate ancient sacred body, supreme bone, heavy pupil, Yuan spirit body? Your eternal life Xiao clan. This generation seems to have suffered a bit too much from the favor of heaven and earth. Qi Baimei sighed. Fluke, Xiao Ashes said very humbly. If Qi Baimei knew that Xiao Xian'er also possessed the 9 bodies Linglong heart, wouldn't she be scared to death? Not to mention the fact that he was in a system, which was the biggest hang-up. Ding! The host has vision. The way is wide open. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Ash's mind. Seeing Xiao Ash's expression that was humble on the surface but was actually very self-satisfied, Qi Baimei inexplicably felt a bit irritated. And you got lucky on it. So master, are you still planning to introduce Xian'er to immortal Emperor Ing Yuan? Xiao Ashes asked with a smirk. Qi Baimei frowned at his words, pretending to be contemplative. That's just it. This girl child is a good seedling. That Ing Yuan immortal Zun can't grasp it. It's still most appropriate for the old man to personally teach. Qi Baimei finally said, Xian'er, why don't you quickly pay your respects? Xiao Ashes was somewhat surprised to see this, and his gaze went to Xiao Xian'er. Disciple Xiao Xian'er, greetings to master. Xiao Xian'er was also more excited when she heard this, and without the slightest hesitation, she directly knelt down and kowtowed, performing the great salute of worshipping her master. Ha! Qi Baimei was also in a good mood when he saw this and stroked his beard lightly. Since you're already my disciple, then this meeting gift is naturally rare. The Yuan spirit body is naturally close to all the energies of heaven and earth, but it is slightly weak in terms of the physical body, so I will give you the pixie treasure blood, Qi Baimei said, and then handed a precious bottle to Xiao Xian'er. Although the pixie treasure blood was not as good as one true dragon treasure blood, it was still an extremely rare body-tempering divine pill. You go into the furnace to cultivate first. Old me has something to say to Xiao Ashes. Qi Baimei took out another golden divine furnace, and the lid of the pot opened, which seemed to contain endless space. 9 dragons refining furnace. This was one of Qi Baimei's million lines immortal artifacts. Only after Xiao Xian'er was put into it and the furnace fire was used to help her boil her body, did Qi Baimei look at Xiao Ashes with a serious expression. Your heavy pupils, I think you seized them. Qi Baimei looked at Xiao Ash's heavy pupils and spoke. It's just an eye for an eye, Xiao Ashes said blandly. Such a creation, seized against the heavens, will inevitably trigger karma to be added. You have enough karma on you as it is. Qi Baimei sighed. Why is it that there are endless amounts of heavenly pride, but only a very small portion of the powerhouses that end up going to the immortal monarch or even immortal king level are people like Xiao Ash's Xiao Xian'er who possess a special physique or a divine abnormality? One must know that whether it was the desolate ancient sacred body or the supreme bone or the heavy pupil, all of them carried great karma in themselves. The old grudge between the sacred body and the hegemonic body was one of the causes and effects. Thus the more terrifying the heavenly pride, the easier it would be to die young under the huge karma. Of course, if this kind of heavenly pride grew to immortal king or even immortal emperor, its battle power could be called invincible and terrifying. The path of cultivation is meant to go against the heavens. Without an invincible Tao heart and looking ahead, it will ultimately be difficult to ascend to the top. If there is cause and effect, add it all to my body, and I will be invincible in the world. Xiao Ashes laughed out loud. Qi Baimei looked at this disciple of his and was a bit shocked for a moment. If there is any cause and effect, it will be added to my body. What a loner this is. I didn't expect your mind to be so solid. Shame on you. Qi Baimei lamented. What he seeks is goodness and stability, a very different path than the one taken by Xiao Ashes. But this time you killed the young generation of that hegemonic body lineage. I'm afraid that the everlasting Song clan won't let you go. Qi Baimei waved his hands and countless void shadows emerged. The everlasting Song clan currently has a total of 17 hegemonic bodies. The rest are considered slaves. And above the true immortal realm, the old man will keep an eye out for you. The rest, you'll just have to deal with on your own. Qi Baimei waved his arm, and only 3 shadows remained, which were hegemonic bodies under the true immortals. The celestial hegemony body, which can be passed down through the bloodline. For the everlasting Song family, everything is honored by the hegemonic body, even if you are the direct line of the family head. As long as you are not a hegemonic body, you will be categorized as a slave. If they dare to come, I don't mind killing all the world hegemony bodies, Xiao Ashes blandly said, his own domineering aura flowing out. Your sacred body should have already reached a bottleneck, right? Qi Baimei didn't pay attention to Xiao Ashes blowing his might, but he had a great achievement hegemony body. Sort of. Xiao Ashes frowned. With the true dragon treasure blood, he should still be able to make the desolate ancient sacred body go further, but it would be more difficult to refine it again after that. The desolate ancient sacred body was really too resource hungry. That's one of the reasons why it's always suppressed by the bully. I wonder if you've ever heard of Eucharistic remains. Chapter 35. When the vision shook the immortal palace, Yi Qingtian's throne shook. Sacred remains? Xiao Ash's face also became serious. The so-called sacred body remains was the body left behind after a powerful person with a great success of the desolate ancient sacred body was decapitated. Because of the horror of the holy body's qi and blood, it was immortal for 10,000 years. At the end of the immortal ancient era, all the powers were at war, and even a powerful person with a large sacred body stained with huge karma would have trouble preserving themselves. There are the remains of a saintly body that has survived since the immortal ancient era in the desolate ancient battlefield. If you can absorb it, your desolate ancient sacred body will receive a great boost. The void in front of Qi Baimei shattered, showing a broken battlefield. The ferocious aura in it was pervasive, and if you stayed here for a long time, I was afraid that you would go off the deep end and become a madman who only knew how to kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. After the great change in heaven and earth, you rose again in the ancestral land, and in order to further explore the potential of the holy body, you chose to enter the ancient battlefield and compete with the prides of all races for the opportunity. Main quest: fusion of sacred body remains. Reward: fighting sacred law. The system's prompt suddenly sounded, causing Xiao Ash's expression to become grave. It seems that this desolate ancient battlefield is a trip that must be made. Moreover, Xiao Ashes had a premonition that he was afraid that the cause of the great change in the heaven and earth could be found in the middle of the desolate ancient battlefield, the dystopian battlefield. But as I recall, it seems that the desolate ancient battlefield will not open for another year. Xiao Ashes rubbed his chin and spoke. You also know that rules are meant to be broken, and Master can push this matter so that it opens earlier. The baneful qi in it has almost been released after 100 years of time, enough for you to experience in it peacefully for a while, Qi Baimei said in a domineering manner. Xiao Ashes directly gave a thumbs up at his words. Beefy, but don't be complacent. Wanting to fuse the remains of the sacred body is not a simple matter. Even if a great success saint body dies, its power is still terrifying, and being in a desolate ancient battlefield, I'm afraid that the fury that breeds is very terrifying. Qi Baimei knocked on the door. If you want to successfully fuse the remains of the sacred body, you must suppress its baleful aura and raise your own blood qi as much as possible so that you won't be propped up when the time comes. Qi Baimei began to think. Old me remembers that the treasures that suppress the baleful qi should include the 12 holy lotus, the golden light divine spring, and the 9 elements spiritual root. Xiao Ashes heard the words and began to calculate whether the Xiao family had. Qi Baimei said that these treasures are very precious and are not ordinary things. After thinking carefully, Xiao Ashes realized that the Xiao family didn't seem to have any extra inventory. These things aren't available even here in Laofu, so you can figure it out yourself. Qi Baimei waved his hand and dropped the challenge. Disciple understands. Xiao Ashes didn't force anything. It was about his own chance. It was supposed to be something he needed to figure out on his own. Qi Baimei had already done the extreme of what a master teacher should do: protect the path for the disciples. After leaving the White Eyebrow Peak where Qi Baimei was located, Xiao Ashes returned to his divine temple alone. Xiao Xian'er's fusion of the pixie treasure blood was not something that could be succeeded in an instant. After all, its body was worse and it was more difficult to fuse, not to mention the true dragon's precious blood that he had gifted. You guys go do something for me, ask around about something. Xiao Ashes gathered his followers together and asked them to collect treasures regarding the enhancement of blood qi as well as the suppression of baneful qi. Although he didn't know when the desolate ancient battlefield would be brought forward, it was ultimately correct to make preparations early. Most of Xiao Ash's followers were also superbly talented and were heavenly figures from various clans. The news is certainly comprehensive. Otherwise it wouldn't be worthy worthy of being a follower of Xiao Ashes. After assigning tasks to his followers, Xiao Ashes chose to go into seclusion. He had just decapitated Song Suanba, and given the pissy nature of that Changsheng Song clan, I'm afraid that he would send people after him soon, so it still needs to be boosted as soon as possible. He himself had just broken through to the Great Sage realm, and the elevation of his realm needed to be slowed down a bit, or else it would easily lead to an unstable foundation. Then upgrading one's sacred body was the best choice. After arriving at the Divine Hall's cultivation room that was uniquely his own, Xiao Ashes took out all of the true dragon treasure blood. Terrifying pressure spread out. Obviously just a small pot of blood, but it was as if it weighed millions of pounds. Gobble gobble gobble. Xiao Ashes did not hesitate for a second and directly swallowed an entire pot of true dragon treasure blood. Roar! As the precious blood entered his stomach, Xiao Ash's mouth let out a dragon roar. The terrifying and domineering power exploded inside Xiao Ashes, causing multiple terrifying wounds to appear all over his body. What a domineering true dragon treasure blood! But in front of me, even if it's a real dragon, you have to get down for me, Xiao Ashes roared, and a green lotus appeared in the golden divine sea, releasing Tao powers to suppress the precious blood. At the same time, the brocade mountain and river diagram unfolded, and the extreme power of nature condensed, continuously recovering the wounds for Xiao Ashes. The two major anomalies of the sacred body appeared at the same time, and even if it was the true dragon's precious blood, it could only be obediently refined by Xiao Ashes, and as the precious blood was refined, the aura on Xiao Ashes' body began to gradually climb, and then it became extremely deep. A huge shadow gradually became solid behind Xiao Ashes, and a vast might also broke through the divine hall and reached the sky. The vault list reappeared. At this moment, the countless celestial pride of the ageless immortal palace were startled. The Tsang Dome ranking has appeared again. Is it any of the heavenly prides that have returned to the immortal palace? Many celestial pride speculated in their hearts. Only when the top 10 seats of the Tsang Dome ranking returned to their positions could the Tsang Dome ranking be triggered to appear. Supreme Saint Body Xiao Ashes, with heaven-defying battle strength, ranks first on the Tsang Dome ranking. The magnificent voice appeared, shaking countless celestial pride. Xiao Ashes has become number 1 on the Tsang Dome ranking. Surprisingly, he surpassed that monster Yi Qingtian to become number 1 on the Tsang Dome ranking. Yi Qingtian is already in the immortal realm, right? This Xiao Ashes only broke through to Great Sage when he fought with Song Xuanba before. Could it be said that with the power of a first-time Great Sage he can defeat Yi Qingtian in the immortal realm? The many celestial pride were completely messed up. How can this be fun? Wait, guys, look, Yi Qingtian's ranking is still number 1. Someone seemed to notice something and shouted. The many celestial pride sniffed and glanced sideways, and indeed found that Yi Qingtian was still number 1, tied for first place. Unheard of, a tie for first place, granted, but I'm afraid it will be surpassed sooner or later. Someone lamented. One must know that Xiao Ashes was quite a bit younger than Yi Qingtian, not to mention that Xiao Ashes seemed to only be in the Great Sage realm. Not only the many heavenly prides, even the many ancient existences in the immortal palace were stunned. Endless years had passed, and they had naturally seen quite a few heavenly prides, but it was the first time that one as demonic to the extreme as Xiao Ashes was seen. Meanwhile, in the middle of the temple, the huge virtual shadow behind Xiao Ashes was also completely solidified. He was clad in bronze armor, wearing an imperial crown, and holding a broken war halberd. With his feet stepping on the 9 heavens, thousands of strong men bowed down. The third vision of the desolate ancient sacred body. The Supreme Being is in the 9 heavens. Chapter 36, From the First in the Vault of Heaven to Beauty in the Arms. This day was full of rewards. The Supreme Being is in the 9 heavens. This was the third vision developed by Xiao Ash's desolate ancient saint body. This vision was different from the first two. Whether it was the chaotic seed green lotus or the brocade mountain and river diagram, they were actually both considered auxiliary types of visions. The main thing they do is provide energy and healing, respectively. This Supreme Being in the 9 heavens, on the other hand, was a true and direct increase in battle power. Xiao Ashes could clearly feel that his battle power had increased by at least 3 times as this vision unfolded. It's an extremely scary effect now. Moreover, this vision also carried the power of the Supreme Being, and when fighting with an enemy, it could cause a great suppression effect on them. Worthy of being a true dragon's precious blood, it has actually helped me harbor such a powerful vision. Xiao Ashes was very satisfied. Although the short retreat hadn't raised his cultivation much, there was a qualitative change in his battle power. If he were to fight that Song Xuanba with his current self, I'm afraid that he would be able to beat him to death with his physical strength alone. There was no need for the 9-leaf sword and grass treasure technique at all. This could be seen from the changes in the Tsang Dome ranking. Only what made Xiao Ashes a little surprised was that he had only tied for first place with that Yi Qingtian with this kind of promotion. However, that Yi Qingtian wasn't simple either. Being a heaven-swallowing demon body, it was rumored that he had also obtained the complete inheritance of a demon emperor. However, its age was 5 whole years older than Xiao Ashe's, and if it was the same age, Xiao Ashe's was confident that he could crush it a few streets. After slightly moving his muscles and bones, Xiao Ashe's walked out of the cultivation room and gathered many of his followers together in the divine hall. Any news on those things I asked you to look for? Xiao Ashe's asked in a seemingly careless manner. When the many followers heard this, you looked at me and I looked at you, and the atmosphere appeared somewhat oppressive for a while. The few things that Xiao Ashe's needed were simply too precious and rare. It's simply not something that can be found overnight. Xiao Ashe's sat high above the main seat, his heavy pupils sweeping over these followers. The invisible pressure came on, making people a little breathless. Compared to other Gaijin pride, Xiao Ashe's was very generous to his followers. Only if it's all mouth and no work, then what's the point of staying here? Seiji, I have some news here. A Sea King clan heavenly pride spoke respectfully. Oh, Xiao Ashe's was immediately interested as he heard this, and his gaze went to the man whose skin was a sea blue color. Tell me about it. That Sea King clan's heavenly pride also unconsciously straightened his back when he saw many gazes converging on him. Here is someone I would like to introduce to the world first. That Sea King clan heavenly pride said. Who? Xiao Ashe's asked. As that Sea King clan's heavenly pride turned his head, Xiao Ashe's also moved his gaze. Not far away, a woman with a beautiful face walked in style. Is she? Xiao Ashe's was also a little surprised to see the woman, because the person who came was actually Yun Yu. After leaving the Yun family that day, Xiao Ashe's had ignored this matter, so he did not know exactly what had followed. The Yun Yu at this moment was slightly different from what she had seen in the Yun family that day. The biggest difference was that the kind of aura from before had dissipated quite a bit, turning into more haggardness and melancholy. Yo-Yo has met Seiji. Yun Yu gave a slight salute to Xiao Ashe's. What are you doing in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace if you're not staying in the Yun family? Xiao Ashe's asked suspiciously. Court children of large families like them, cultivating in their families was actually faster than cultivating in this Fountainhead Immortal Palace. After all, in the Immortal Palace resources still need to be fought over. In the family directly reach out. The reason why he joined the Fountainhead Immortal Palace was also just for an extra layer of background. After all, who would mind having a deep background? Xiao Ashe's had a good feeling about Yun Yu, who was an immaculate immortal body with a pure and good nature. There won't be much in the way of bad intentions, not to mention having testified for Xiao Ashe's. I'm already not a member of the Yun family. Yun Yu was silent for a moment before she suddenly spoke, her mood a little low. What's going on? Xiao Ashe's looked towards that Sea King clan's heavenly pride. With the Sea King clan's heavenly pride's explanation, Xiao Ashe's was able to figure out the cause. Because he testified on his own behalf, he suffered from family ostracism and was directly expelled from the Yun family by the furious Yun Sanglong. Xiao Ashe's felt a little amused. Yun Sanglong was at least an immortal king-level powerhouse. This belly, it seems a little too small. It wasn't like he didn't know the characteristics of the immaculate immortal body. To drive away a pride with boundless future potential just like that, this Yun family had truly reached its time of demise. Xiao Ashe's left the main seat and arrived in front of Yun Yu, occupying its entire field of vision. So you came here today because you wanted to follow me? Xiao Ashe's looked at Yun Yu with heavy pupils and laughed. Yun Yu's immaculate immortal body was the best physique to cultivate light immortal power, which excelled in purification as well as healing, with the immaculate immortal body catalyzing it even more. It could explode with incredible power. It's a worthwhile pull. I've got nowhere else to go. Yun Yu first shook her head, then nodded. In that case, you'll stay with me. After all, the Yun family sort of gave you to me before. Xiao Ashe smiled and stroked Yun Yu's somewhat disheveled hair. Yun Yu sniffed and looked at Xiao Ashe's with her sheer water eyes, as if she had thought of certain rumors about Xiao Ashe's. The pretty cheeks burned a little for a moment. The rest of the many followers all revealed knowing smiles when they saw this. Having followed Xiao Ashe's for this period of time, they naturally knew all about Xiao Ashe's preferences. I hear you know where what I need is? Xiao Ashe's finally asked for business. Well, in the Sacred Snow Sect there is that golden light divine spring you mentioned. Yun Yo-Yo opened his mouth. The Sacred Snow Sect? Xiao Ashe's frowned, seemingly having never heard of it. It's an affiliated sect of the Yun family, in the Canton Road State. Yun Yo-Yo explained. So it is. Xiao Ashe's nodded, finally finding what he needed. In that case, it would be one step closer to fusing the remains of the sacred body itself. I also don't know exactly when the desolate ancient battlefield will open, so I still need to get it as soon as possible. Still need to relax until then though. Sweep away the fatigue of this period of cultivation. You guys keep looking for messages from those things, the more the better. Xiao Ashe's first spoke to the many followers, then his gaze went to Yun Yu. You will stay and serve the bed. As Xiao Ashe's words fell, Yun Yuyu's face swished red. It's like a cloud of fire. Although his expression was a bit squirmy and his body movements were a bit unnatural, he didn't refuse. Long before she came here, she had prepared herself mentally, as an immaculate immortal body. If she didn't have a strong background to shelter her, such a physique would instead lead her to an endless purgatory. The many followers naturally left the divine hall in a hurry upon hearing this, fearing that they would disturb Xiao Ash's good deeds. It would have been a matter of things not getting done. If you don't even have that kind of eyesight, then you can off. What are you waiting for? Follow me to my room. Xiao Ashes looked at Yun Yuyu, who was still standing still, and urged up. Chapter 37, Hegemony wants to mess things up again. Have you thought about the consequences? Comfortable. That's the way to cross over. Xiao Ashes was very cozy soaking in the medicinal bath, and next to him, Yun Yuyu was using her soft little hands to massage Xiao Ashes with a red face. Although Yun Yuyu's technique was very rough compared to the maidservants who had already been trained in the Changsheng Xiao family, but it doesn't stop her from being tender. Moreover, Yun Yuyu's immaculate immortal body was the best physique to cultivate light immortal power. A trace of bright immortal power emanated from Yun Yuyu's fingertips, soothing the fatigue of Xiao Ash's body. Xiao Ashes directly squinted his eyes in comfort. Finally a deep sleep. Yun Yuyu, who had been very tense, was relieved for a moment when she saw that Xiao Ashes had actually fallen asleep. Looks like we won't be needing a bedside manner tonight. In order to prevent Xiao Ashes from waking up halfway, Yun Yuyu also exerted all her efforts to make Xiao Ashes feel as comfortable as possible. The next day, early morning, Xiao Ashes then took Yun Yuyu in the Qilin divine carriage and set off for the Sacred Snow Sect. The Sacred Snow Sect was located in the broad cold Dao Prefecture, in the northern part of the Immortal region, and some distance away from the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. However, the Fountainhead Immortal Palace had a very large base and possessed an extremely large number of teleportation formations, so it wasn't too time-consuming. Tell me about the Sacred Snow Sect. Within the Qilin divine carriage, Xiao Ashes grabbed Yun Yuyu's small, soft, boneless hand and placed it on top of his chest, signaling him to take care of this place. Yun Yuyu obediently soothed Xiao Ash's body as she began to explain. The Sacred Snow Sect is one of the many forces dependent on the Yun family, and is considered a second-rate force in the broad cold Dao Prefecture, and one of the most powerful old ancestors should be at the level of a great Luo heavenly immortal. Its inheritance technique is the Heaven's Destiny intermediate grade Sacred Snow Treasure Canon. Almost everyone in this clan cultivates ice and snow immortal power. Yun Yuyu told almost everything she knew. After understanding this information, Xiao Ash's heart had a bottom. At the same time, as Xiao Ashes left the ageless immortal palace, many of the forces that were concerned about Xiao Ashes had also learned about this matter. Chopping my hegemonic body lineage's heavenly pride doesn't stay honestly in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, but even dares to come out. Who's going to chop him up? Everlasting Song clan? Family head Song Yuan looked down on the many powerful people under him and faintly said, "It's just a big saint realm in the district. I'll go." A man laughed softly and stepped forward. "It's not appropriate for you to go. Your cultivation is too high. You'll be targeted by the Eternal Life Xiao family and that old thing Qi Bai Mei." Song Yuan shook his head. "Song Shang, can you be sure to behead that Xiao Ashes?" Song Yuan tapped his fingers on the armrest, then his gaze went to a youth. "Although the Xiao Ashes is merely a great sage, I'm afraid that there are Dao protectors behind him who are secretly protecting him, so I'm not sure." Song Sheng frowned at his words. Although he had the realm of a true immortal and was far ahead of Xiao Ashes in terms of cultivation, he was no cutie. Who doesn't know that now Xiao Ashes is the heart of the everlasting Xiao family? Who would believe if he said that there are no Dao protectors secretly protecting him? There is no harm. I can grant you the Dharma decree, and offering it before engaging in battle can seal off heaven and earth and restrict its protectors. Song Yuan thought for a moment, then said, "In that case, there is no problem." Song Sheng smiled. Being able to kill a saint body was an incomparable honor in the Song clan. "Send some more slaves with you, and make sure to safeguard everything. It must not be allowed to continue growing," Song Yuan said in a deep voice. After several days, at this time, Xiao Ashes had also finally arrived near the Sacred Snow Sect in the broad cold Dao state. Because this time, he came uninvited, Xiao Ashes asked Yun Yuyu to go and say hello first. Woohoo! As a cry rang out from an unknown immortal beast, the Sacred Snow Sect's patriarch was also enthusiastic after learning that it was the Eternal Life Xiao family's worldly son who was visiting and personally came to greet him outside the sect. The Sacred Snow Sect was located in the Sacred Snow City in the broad cold Dao Prefecture. This city was covered in wind and snow all year round, and it was said that there was also an ice crystal vein underneath, so it was extremely suitable for cultivating ice and snow immortal power here. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the world son of the Changsheng Xiao family would come to my Sacred Snow Sect as a guest. It's truly an honor. The Sacred Snow Sect's patriarch, Shui Woye, greeted Xiao Ashes with a big smile, and his laughter spread throughout Sacred Snow City. He was afraid that someone would not know that Xiao Ashes had come to the Sacred Snow Sect as a guest. For a power like them, there were very many competitors, and a single bad word would put the clan at risk of being annihilated. Therefore, they had to choose to climb a powerful force as a backer. Yearly up supply. As for the Changsheng Xiao family, it was very powerful in the entire immortal region. And now the world son of the Changsheng Xiao family had come to the Sacred Snow sect as a guest, even if he had certain purposes, but with a big publicity operation. You can bluff your way into a lot of hostile forces. Xiao Ashes also knew what was going on when he saw this, but he didn't point it out. It wouldn't have much of an effect on him anyway, not to mention that this visit was considered to be a request from the Sacred Snow sect. It's okay to sweeten the deal first. Patriarch Shui is polite. Just don't feel that Mr. Xiao has disturbed your clan, Xiao Ashes courteously said, demonstrating the culmination of a son of a great family. Not disturbing, not disturbing. Shuima hates that Shitzi can stay here as a guest for as long as he wants. Ah ha ha. When Shuiwui saw Xiao Ash's attitude, his smile could not help but become even more intense. See, this is the son of a really big family. This temperament, this cultivation, it wasn't at all comparable to that what's-her-name Yun family's world son, Yun Ming. The thought of Yun Ming's condescending appearance made Shui Wuyao feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Flanked by many of the Sacred Snow sect's senior officers, Xiao Ashes and Yun Yuyu arrived at the Sacred Snow City's banquet hall. With Xiao Shizi's status, I'm sure he's tired of eating all the mountain delicacies, so today, he'll come and try my Sacred Snow sect's unique snow dragon meat, Snowless Knight said smilingly. You're welcome, Xiao Ashes responded with a smile. The atmosphere seemed very lively and harmonious. How is it? Have you inquired about this Xiao Shizi's preferences? Halfway through the banquet, Shuiwui saw the person he had sent out on an errand come back and hurriedly asked. The man whispered something in Shuiwui's ear, and when he heard the end, Shuiwui's gaze suddenly lit up. Patriarch Snow, Yo-Yo should have told you the purpose of my trip. After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Ashes also mentioned the business. Naturally. That golden light divine spring was obtained by my Sacred Snow sect, though it took a great deal of effort and with the loss of a number of elders. But since the world prince wants it, we will naturally offer it with both hands, Snowless Knight said smilingly. Xiao Ashes was also a little amused in his heart when he heard this. He was naturally clear about the purpose of Shuiwui saying this, but Xiao Ashes hadn't intended to go empty-handed. As the world son of the hallowed Changsheng Xiao family, he was not so underhanded. I know that Patriarch Snow had a tough time obtaining the golden light divine spring, so I won't take it by force either. I've heard that the Sacred Snow sect cultivates the power of ice and snow, and it just so happens that I have a flood intermediate level technique here that is very suitable for cultivating the power of ice and snow. As Xiao Ashes spoke, a page of golden paper appeared in his hand, on which the Tao rhythms flowed with an incomparable divine splendor. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire heaven and earth seemed to have lowered a few points. Flood intermediate level technique Ice Phoenix Sealing Record. Chapter 38, From Divine Spring Deal to Beauty in the Arms. Xiao Shizi's One Night in Snow City. The Ice Phoenix Sealing Record was the core technique of the Ice Phoenix clan from the ancient times. For some unknown reason it was included in the many legacies of the Supreme Divine Hall. This Sacred Snow sect's main cultivation was the power of ice and snow, and the inherited technique was only just at the Heaven's Destiny intermediate level. This Ice Phoenix sealed god record could be said to possess a fatal allure to it. As expected, as Xiao Ashes took out this page of gold paper, the entire banquet parlor suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the page of gold paper in Xiao Ash's hand. Even Shui Wuya was the same. The throbbing in his gaze could not be concealed. If it wasn't for Xiao Ash's transcendent status, I'm afraid that he would have risen up in a group and grabbed it. Surprisingly, it's a flood intermediate level technique, still cultivating the power of ice and snow. Shui Wui's voice trembled a little, and his gaze was fixed dead center on the golden paper in Xiao Ash's hands. Boom! A strong aura awoke from the depths of the Sacred Snow sect, then quickly arrived at the banquet room. It was an old man with white hair and a faint aura of death emanating from his body. It looked like it was not far from the end of its lifespan. Old ancestor, why have you come out? When Shui Wui and the other group of Sacred Snow sect executives saw the old man, they all knelt down. The person in front of him was none other than the Sacred Snow sect's old ancestor, a great Luo heavenly immortal level powerhouse. The old man ignored Shui Wui and the others, his gaze fixed dead on the gold paper in Xiao Ash's hands, desperately trying to calm himself down, but found it difficult to do so. She had very little longevity left, and on weekdays she could only choose to fall asleep to slow down the flow of her life. But nowadays, it's hard to alleviate this situation, even by sleeping on it. However, if she were to obtain this flood intermediate level technique, she might be able to further her cultivation and arrive at the immortal monarch realm, and her lifespan would naturally skyrocket at that time. So what Xiao Ashes is holding in his hands at this time is her life. To be able to maintain such poise under my old self's pressure, I'm sure that little friend should come from some immortal Taoist system, right? The Sacred Snow sect's old ancestor, Shui Xinhe, forced a smile and opened his mouth. Old ancestor, Shitzi Xiao comes from the everlasting Xiao family, Snowless Knight hastily reminded. Then the voice was transmitted to give an account of what had happened. So that's how it is, since Xiao Shitzi needs that one divine spring. Just take it. Shui Xin he shot straight after learning everything. Although the Golden Light Divine Spring was invaluable to the Sacred Snow Sect, a flood intermediate level technique was clearly more important. Moreover, the Sacred Snow Sect may not be able to protect such treasures, but the son of the Changxing Xiao family is here. Xiao Ashes was still willing to offer a price in exchange, while others might not. Why don't we painfully exchange it out, and obtain the Gong method as well as make friends with the world son of the Changxing Xiao family? There's nothing to hesitate about. Very good. Xiao Ashes was naturally extremely satisfied when he heard Shui Xinhe say this, so he directly pushed the golden paper containing the Ice Phoenix sealed god record to Shui Xinhe, and was not afraid of his backtracking. The Sacred Snow Sect was not yet qualified to backtrack in front of him. After impatiently obtaining the gold paper, Shui Xinhe also left in a hurry. This time, if I don't obtain this page of gold paper, I am afraid that it will be the last time I will be active in the world. Xiao Shitzi, don't be offended. The old ancestor's situation is a bit special. Seeing this, Snowless Knight carefully said, no harm done. Take me to fetch the Golden Light Divine Spring. Xiao Ashes said in a faint voice. Seiji, please follow me. In the face of Xiao Ash's request, Shui Wui didn't dare to disobey in any way. It had already given away the gongfu, so if he was still being abrasive, then he was really looking for death. As Shui Wuye led the way, the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Yun Yuyu, also arrived at the underground of Sacred Snow City. There was actually a huge underground palace here, and it seemed that because it was closer to that ice crystal vein, the ice and snow chi here was a bit more dense. Vaguely, one could still see quite a few disciples of the Sacred Snow Sect practicing here. It seems that this is the Sacred Snow Sect proper. As the few people continued to go deeper and deeper, Xiao Ashen's heavy pupils also discovered some clues. There seemed to be some more divine substances in the energy of heaven and earth in this neighborhood, and if an ordinary person absorbed enough to enhance his physique a bit. Here it is. This is the Golden Light Divine Spring. Shui Wuye's words suddenly came, pulling back Xiao Ashen's thoughts. Raising his eyes, he saw that on top of an ice vein, a divine spring emitting golden light was located on top of it. The spring water flowed and nourished the entire ice vein, while the ice vein continuously emitted the divine difference of the golden light divine spring, subconsciously improving the physique of the disciples who cultivated in this underground palace. So it is rather spare. Xiao Ashes was a bit surprised, not expecting that Shui Wui would be willing to bless his disciple with such a divine object. Instead, they choose to make the strong stronger. It's a character. However, it was believed that one's Ice Phoenix sealing record would be more valuable to the Sacred Snow Sect than this Golden Light Divine Spring. We have limited potential, so we might as well bless our disciples. Snowless Knight smiled and said. Xiao Ashes nodded and then used the Supreme Divine Hall to directly put away the Golden Light Divine Spring. Shui Wui, who was on the side, looked at the temple-type treasure in Xiao Ash's palm with some eyes. Worthy of being the son of the everlasting Xiao family, even the thing used for storage was a rare treasure. Xiao Shitzi must be very tired after coming all the way here. Why don't you stay in my Sacred Snow Sect for a few days, so I can do my best as a landlord? Other than that, the women of my Sacred Snow Sect are at least all icy and distinctive. Snowless Knight warmed up with some anticipation when he heard the first sentence Xiao Ashes had wanted to refuse. After all, his time was precious and there was no reason to waste it here. But after hearing the second sentence, Xiao Ashes suddenly remembered that all the way here, those female disciples of the Sacred Snow Sect did all have doubly white skin just as Shui Wui had said, and it comes with its own icy aura and unique flavor. Well, practice, naturally need to combine labor and leisure. Then I'll bother Patriarch Snow. But don't forget what you just said, Xiao Ashes said smilingly. Good talk, good talk. Snowless Knight's mind instantly came alive. It seems that the rumors are true, in which case it's a good idea to take advantage of this. The big bad, big sexy, Yun Yuyu, who had been quietly following Xiao Ashes around, suddenly muttered, I'm not looking for anyone else. Is it hard to believe that you really want to squire? Xiao Ashes sniffed coldly. Yun Yuyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She didn't understand how Xiao Ashes could say this matter just so watery and straight out. Watching the two flirting, Shui Wuya directly chose to look at his eyes and nose. At the same time secretly used the women in the clan and Yun Yuyu to make comparisons. Want to make Xiao Ashes satisfied. How can not be worse than its sight of this is good? Just like that, under the arrangements of Shui Wui, Xiao Ashes temporarily stayed in an ice palace in Sacred Snow City. Is Mr. Xiao in? Snowless Night's efficiency was quick, and a soft female voice came just after nightfall. Chapter 39, The Son of Luck appears in the world. Xiao Ash's way of taking death? Upon hearing this soft female voice, Xiao Ash's originally drowsy eyes suddenly opened. Then he turned to Yun Yu, who was beside him with an unhappy face, and said, "Quickly go and invite him in." Oh, Yun Yu pulled a long tone and somewhat reluctantly opened the door to the temple. Outside the door of the hall, dozens of shapely figures playfully appeared in front of Yun Yu's eyes. Every single one of them was a stunningly beautiful woman who had been handpicked by Snowless Night, and beautiful in their own way, with various auras intertwined, yet appearing to be in harmony. Obviously, Xue Wui was really well-intentioned in this matter. Oh, I wish Xiao Shitzi a joyous night. Xue Wuye, who was standing in the distance, and a group of Sacred Snow Sect executives said with a smile. Yun Yu glared at them fiercely before leading the women to Xiao Ash's. Xiao Ash's was also very satisfied to see these women. Although it was not as good as his own group of maids in the Changsheng Xiao family in terms of appearance, it possessed the characteristics of the Guanghan Dao state, so it seems very fresh. Consider it a souvenir. Let's start with some saving grace for the show. Xiao Ash's opened his mouth. These women all laughed at the words and began to dance, trying their best to please Xiao Wei. And among these women, Xiao Ash's found that one of them was far superior to the others in terms of both appearance and temperament, and that the other women were almost headed by her as well. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ash's also had a few guesses in his heart. It should be the direct lineage of one of the higher-ups of the Sacred Snow Sect, and it couldn't even be said that it was Xue Wuye's daughter's granddaughter or something like that. However, Xiao Ash's had long been surprised by such a situation. It's just a matter of one person being willing to fight and the other being willing to be beaten. After a dance, Xiao Ash's also beckoned for the most outstanding woman to come over. "Can you massage? Will, any maneuvers? I have practiced the Sacred Snow Sect's snow soft pushing hands." Xiao Ash's sniffed and looked at the woman with some surprise. Decent people who had nothing to do cultivating this. But what should be said is not said. As the woman's soft little hand placed on Xiao Ash's taut skin, a soothing feeling suddenly surfaced in Xiao Ash's heart. Learn! Xiao Ash's did not forget to say to Yun Yu at his side. Although Yun Yu's face was scarlet and she appeared somewhat reluctant, she was still observing the woman's movements very carefully. "Boo, Tangi, you're bold." Just as Xiao Ash's was enjoying himself immensely, the door of the hall was suddenly violently blasted open. A teenager whose face appeared a bit shady appeared, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Xiao Ash's. Nor did he care. He came up and pointed at Xiao Ash's and yelled, "I don't care what power you come from or what your background is, but if you touched my beloved snow dance, you already have a way to die." The young man was furious and seemed to have a kind of loneliness that heaven and earth were centered on me. Looking at Xiao Ash's was dumbfounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the Great Branch quest of the Sons of Qi. Ding! The Mall of Luck is open. Killing the Sons of Luck can obtain luck points to exchange for mall items. Ding! Side mission to kill the Son of Qi, Tangi, rewarded with 1000 Qi points. The successive system prompts caused Xiao Ash's to be a bit confused for a moment. Son of Luck? What the hell? It wasn't until after seeing the character panel of the person in front of him that Xiao Ash's was able to slightly clear his thoughts. Name, Tangi. Status, disciple of the Sacred Snow Sect. Hidden identity, a direct descendant of the everlasting Song family, who was fostered by his mother in the outside world due to his lack of a dominant body categorized as a slave. Cultivation, first level of the Saint Realm. Physique, 5 elements spiritual body. Luck, 10,000. Avatar, 5 spirits treasure code. Nail of cold heaven. 100 battles sacred body. Chaotic flowing fire. Xiao Ash's looked at the very indignant teenager in front of him, and then looked at the snow dance whose face was very surprised and kept making glances towards the teenager. And then he somewhat understood what was going on. Well, we've met the Son of Luck. This extremely complicated background does attach to the template of the Sons of Qi, and I'm afraid that my own role now is that of the villain who desires to take over the children of Qi. According to the normal script, it does sort of already have a way to take death, but you're a Son of Qi, and I'm a hangman. The east wind is blowing, the drums of war are beating, whoever we wimp out is a son. Tangi, shut up, do you know what you see before you? Xue Wui rushed in a panic, his eyes staring angrily at Tangi, in order not to disturb Xiao Ash's elegant pleasure, so he himself did not get too close to the palace where Xiao Ash's was. A lack of attention had allowed Tangi to rush in. Like I said, I don't care what he is or what his background is. If you touch my Tangi's sister, you're already taking your own life. Tangi's face was obstinate, and his body exuded the powerful aura of a saint. To be able to possess the cultivation of a saint at such an age in the Holy Snow Sect, one could only say that he was worthy of being a son of fortune. You recognize? Xiao Ash's looked at Tangi like a monkey, a dangerous aura emanating from his heavy pupils. Crap! Seeing this, Xue Wui instantly panicked, frantically giving Xue Dance a wink at the same time. The terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on Tangi's body. However, Tangi's body seemed to have some sort of treasure on it, unexpectedly completely counteracting the pressure from Xiao Yi, a heavenly immortal level powerhouse. Yes, it's a disciple of my sacred snow sect, with superb talents, so he's a bit arrogant. On an expedition some time ago, we were married as brother and sister of different surnames in our father's presence, Snowdance replied as she rubbed Xiao Ash's shoulders. Some didn't dare to look into Tangi's eyes. Snowdance, look at me, why are you doing this to yourself? I know you were forced to do this, don't be afraid. I said that from the moment you recognized me as your brother. Anyone who dares to do you harm will first step over my dead body. Tangi stepped forward and roared. Interesting. Xiao Ashes looked at the constantly bouncing Tangi. An evil thought suddenly welled up in his heart. Reaching out, he probed directly under Shuedance's clothing and wrapped it in his arms amidst Shuedance's shrieks. Snowdance is in my arms now, so what are you going to do? Xiao Ashes laughed evilly at the red one Tangi, quite amused. These sons of Qi, one by one, thought that they could change their destiny against the heavens. I don't know that openness is the way to go. The Snowdance in Xiao Ash's arms was both mortified and somewhat concerned about Tangi. She had always treated Tangi as her brother, and Tangi had been very nice to herself. But this time, under the persuasion of his father, Xiao Yi, he was also planning to conceal Tangi's dedication to himself in exchange for the future of the sacred snow sect. Who would have thought that it would let Tangi know? In fact, she also understood that Tangi didn't want to be used as a victim himself. Thinking about this, Snowdance's gaze became a bit complicated. You seek death. When Tangi saw that his beloved Snowdance was actually lying in the arms of another man and hadn't resisted too much, he couldn't help but be enraged. Terrifying power erupted, shaking the entire hall. But Tangi was also very sensible and didn't rashly strike at Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes, do you dare to fight me in a fair battle? Tangi pointed at Xiao Ashes and roared. Oh, what is a fair fight? Xiao Ashes asked with interest. You suppress your cultivation to the Saint Realm and fight with me in the same realm. I identify myself as invincible in the realm of identity. Do you dare to fight? Tangi said, his own aura of arrogance rushing to the sky. Chapter 40 Greater Tangi. Does this revenge have to be avenged? Suppress your cultivation to be in the same realm as you and fight you in a fair battle? Xiao Ashes suddenly laughed. Don't you dare. Tangi stepped forward, his eyes burning as he stared at Xiao Ashes. Are you worthy? What qualifications do you have to fight me in the same realm? Xiao Ash's tone was indifferent, and his heavy pupils were filled with sarcasm. Tangi, have you made enough of a scene? Xiao Yi was also furious. If it wasn't for Tangi's good talent, he would have killed him with a slap. Patriarch, I won't say anything if you gave this guy my hard-earned golden light divine spring, but you should never, ever have given Snowdance away like this as well. Tangi gritted his teeth and roared. How could he not have thought that Xiao Ashes would reject him? Shouldn't the children of a big family like this all be very arrogant? It should not be refused in the face of such provocation. Tangi, go away. Shitzi Xiao is a dragon and phoenix among men. It is my honor to serve Shitzi Xiao. Snowdance's jade arm encircled Xiao Ash's neck in an attempt to force Tangi away. Tangi, what do you know? Xiao Shitzi has gifted my sacred snow sect with a flood level technique, so my sacred snow sect naturally needs to return the favor. What's more, that golden light divine spring was the path that was blazed by the deaths of several elders. You merely took it, and for that, my sacred snow sect has not treated you poorly, and by doing this now, you're pushing the sacred snow sect to the brink of extinction. Snowless Knight roared, shaking with anger. Is the so-called throwing in the towel to give away the snow dance as if it were an item? Tangi sneered. Patriarch, you have disappointed me greatly. Moreover, even if the sacred snow sect is destroyed, I will definitely avenge the sacred snow sect when I grow up, Tangi said with great righteousness. Nice guy. Xiao Ash's heart some want to laugh. Words have let you finish. This revenge must be avenged? You. Xiao Yi was so angry at his words that he blackened his eyes, clearly not expecting that the genius he had valued so highly in the beginning was actually a white-eyed wolf. How could he have been blind enough to look at him, and let him become a brother and sister with Snowdance? Xiao Ashes watched Tangi's monkey show with Snowless Knight and the others with interest, while his heavy pupil power was fully open to see if this Tangi was protected by his old grandpa. A quick search didn't reveal anything. It seems like this so-called brother of yours doesn't seem to take the sacred snow sect seriously, nor do they take Snowless Knight, the patriarch, too seriously. Xiao Ashes looked at Snowdance with a smile. Snowdance twisted her head and didn't look at Tangi. To say that there was no disappointment in her heart was impossible, but the good thing was that it could still be said that it was because Tangi cared too much about himself that he came to comfort himself like this. This man is no good. Yun Yu also looked at Tangi with some disgust. This kind of hypocrite who appears to be decent but is secretly full of bad water is the most disgusting. It was the same as Yun Sanglong. Xiao Ashes looked at Snowdance, who still seemed to have hopes for Tangi, and after a moment of contemplation he also intended to personally give one last push. After all, Snowdance had outstanding looks and also came with an icy temperament. Xiao Ashes had already intentionally planned to let it stay by his side as a maid. Since this was the case, then no one else could exist in this snow dance's heart. Tangi, you said that snow dance was forced by me. Do you have any proof? Xiao Ashes condescendingly looked down on Tangi and faintly said, Sister Snowdance is the holy daughter of my sacred snow sect. Would she look at a dude like you? It wasn't as if Tangi couldn't help but start to get excited when he saw Xiao Ashes finally start to pay attention to himself. Next it was my turn to perform. Oh, I'm a dude, so what does that make you? A faint divine aura emanated from Xiao Ash's heavy pupils as he looked straight at Tangi. Tangi was a bit speechless. In terms of strength, he wouldn't be in the saint realm now, so naturally he was far inferior to Xiao Ash's. In terms of talent, Xiao Ash's saint body immortal bone heavy pupil, what can he compare? On context, but even so what? I, Tangi, am a true son of heaven's mandate, and I've come all the way to this point based on my own efforts. There were ups and downs, but they were successfully resolved at every turn. This Xiao Ashes is only a little better born. What does this count for? I am who I am, not the same as a dude like you. Don I eventually said. Interesting. Xiao Ashes was also amused, and wondered where Tangi's confidence came from. Are all the sons of Qi so fanatically confident? Tangi, get the hell out of here. Shui Wui finally stopped holding back, and with a terrifying riot of power between his raised hands, he wanted to force Tangi away. If you resist, you will be directly exterminated on the spot. After today, it seemed that Tangi's head needed to be taken to calm Xiao Ash's anger. Patriarch Shui is in no hurry. Since this Tangi wants to challenge me so badly, then this worldly son will be merciful and give him a chance. Xiao Ashes laughed lightly. Seiji, don't joke. This he doesn't deserve it. Today, this patriarch will let his soul be destroyed. Snowless Night sniffed and made up her mind completely. A genius who had no gratitude to the sect would be a scourge to keep. I said, give him a chance, but did Patriarch Snow not hear me? Xiao Ash's tone suddenly turned cold, causing Shui Wuye to instantly shiver. All of the power that was originally released was also suppressed back. I know, Shui Wui said somewhat unwillingly, afraid that Tangi would completely anger Xiao Ashes and thus implicate the sacred snow sect. Finally willing to engage me in battle? Tangi was also very excited when he heard this, and the undercard he had originally planned to use to fight against Snowless Night was also put away. Sister Snow Dance, don't be afraid. I'll teach this dude a lesson and save you. Tangi smiled. You don't have to. Snow Dance's gaze was slightly complicated. I would give up anything for you. Tangi spoke firmly. Snow Dance shook her head, and Tangi didn't understand her at all. Come on, Xiao Ashes. If I win, you'll let Sister Shui Dance go and not set foot in the sacred snow sect. Tangi stared at Xiao Ashes and said in a cold voice, what if you lose? Xiao Ashes asked rhetorically. If I lose, I'm at your disposal. Tangi said confidently that he wouldn't lose. It's a deal. As Xiao Ashes said that, he suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the Saint Realm. Xiao Ashes, you brought this on yourself. Tangi saw Xiao Ashes suppressing his cultivation, also is the first to strike. All the elements in the world all toward the Tangi polymerization. A flickering light of the chaos of the spear escaped with a destructive fluctuations, toward the Xiao Ashes ruthlessly stabbed. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to dissolve. 5 elements chaos regicide spear, a flood level immortal law. It was also Tangi's strongest card. With this hand, no less than a few people have crossed the line to kill. Is that what you're counting on? Xiao Ash's tone was indifferent. This move was indeed very astonishing. Even an ordinary Saint King was afraid that he would not be able to block it. Just a shame. Boom! There was a sudden thunderous explosion in the sky and the earth, and a shadow that covered the sky appeared behind Xiao Ashes, wearing bronze armor and holding a war halberd, and a pressure that collapsed the sky and the earth dispersed across the entire scene. Eucharistic vision. The Supreme Being is in the 9 heavens. Chapter 41, The Supreme Being in the 9 heavens. Snow Dance returns to the heart. Against the district at Tangi. We'll use the Vision Supreme Pro 9 heavens, honestly some cannon blast mosquito meaning. But who made this move? Handsome. Xiao Ashes carried the shocked Shui Dance to the shoulders of the Supreme Shadow, and the crowd in front of him suddenly became incomparably small. All beings are small. I am the only one who is proud of the 9 heavens. Boom! A sense of oppression like a heavenly calamity swept across the entire arena. Even Shui Wui, a heavenly immortal level powerhouse, felt a great pressure. It wasn't that this vision of Xiao Ashes was enough to fight against a heavenly immortal. Rather, this vision possesses a very high level of supreme pressure, and even a heavenly immortal would feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Before the battle, the heart is afraid. Click! The battle halberd in the Supreme Shadow's hand swung slightly, and the chaos spear that seemed to be strong enough to pierce through the void instantly broke apart and dissipated into the heavens and earth. No way! That's impossible! You're cheating! Tangi simply couldn't believe his eyes. His proud flood-grade immortal technique had been so easily dissolved? One must know that in the beginning, in order to obtain this immortal dharma, One had gone through the trials and tribulations of 9 deaths. And what does the Xiao Ashes have? The rage of the incompetent. Seeing this, Xiao Ashes indifferently said, then gently caressed the hair of Xue Dance in his arms and said with a smile, "This brother of yours, has he always been so tough-talking?" Snow Dance sniffed and looked at Tangi with a somewhat complicated gaze, finally sighed and said nothing. Obviously, she was already disappointed in Tangi. First, he slandered Xiao Ashes indiscriminately, and then he was so bold as to want to challenge Xiao Ashes. Eventually the skill set is not as good as it should be and they start making all sorts of excuses. Why on earth did he recognize him as his brother in the first place? "I will not lose," Tangi roared, and behind him, tens of thousands of streams of light suddenly saved up and shot out, charging straight at Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes reacted quickly because he possessed heavy pupils. A closer look would reveal that the 10,000 streams of light were clearly a deadly dark weapon, Divine Needle. Seek death. Xiao Ashes protected Xue Dance in his arms, a divine shadow flickered in his heavy pupils, and a powerful force transformed into armor that completely wrapped Xiao Ashes' body. At the same time, the supreme shadow under his feet roared in response, and his battle halberd swung out, a fierce power blossoming out and shattering most of the divine needles, causing only a small portion of them to stab at Xiao Ashes, but they were all blocked by the armor made of the power of the heavy pupil. However, there was still a leakage that crossed over Xiao Ashes and stabbed into Snow Dance's belly. Snow Dance immediately stifled a grunt from the pain as blood began to flow from her belly. "Tangi, how dare you hurt Snow Dance? You'll never be redeemed," Xiao Ashes roared, maneuvering the supreme shadow to crush Tangi. I didn't mean to. I just don't want to lose. Sister Snow Dance, you'll understand me, right?" Tangi was a bit flustered, a scene he clearly hadn't anticipated. Die. Seeing his daughter injured, Xuewui was also finally completely furious. His heavenly immortal level of battle power unreservedly poured out, determined to shatter Tangi into pieces. "We can only run first." In the face of Xuewui's furious outburst, Tangi didn't mess up, and offered up a vine-like plant that showed a silver-blue light all over from among his own spatial treasures. The terrifying power from Xuewui couldn't even shake the vine in the slightest when it came into contact with it. "What is this?" Snowless Knight was shocked and angry at the sight. Obviously, he hadn't expected this Tangi to hide so many cards. Is such a terrifying treasure really of ordinary origin? I'm afraid it's not an undercover agent from another power, right? Xuewui's killing intent towards Tangi became even heavier, but that weird vine was like a maggot attached to the bone. How could he not get rid of it? Patriarch, don't waste your efforts. This is the silver bluegrass, invulnerable to all laws. Tangi was a bit self-congratulatory, and then used this opening to rush towards the outside of the Sacred Snow Sect. The Sacred Snow Sect couldn't stay, but with his own talent, Tangi believed that there was a place for him wherever he was. "We'll find a chance to come back for revenge when the time comes. Xiao Ashes, I'll take this revenge. You already have a way to die. Can you walk?" Xiao Ash's voice that seemed like a demon rang in Tangi's ears, only to see a scroll emitting a divine aura appear in Xiao Ash's hand. The scroll unfolded as if it contained 10,000 spirits. The power of the 10,000 spirits gushed out, surprisingly instantly suppressing the silver bluegrass that had left Xuewuyu helpless, and collected it into the scroll. "My silver bluegrass." Tangi was enraged at the sight. He had never been the only one to rob others, and now he had been robbed by someone else. "Better think of yourself first." Xuewuyu snorted coldly, and without the hold of the silver bluegrass, a terrifying palm of ice and cold directly blasted towards Tangi, without any surprises. With Tangi's strength he simply couldn't withstand Xuewui's palm, and his body was broken apart. "Snowless Night, Xiao Ashes, you guys wait for me. When I grow up, I'll pay back what I did today 100 times over." Tangi's unwilling roar came from heaven and earth, and the originally fragmented Tangi was actually transformed into a section of puppets. Xuewui's face was very ugly when he saw this. He didn't expect that he had made a move and still let it get away. Worthy of being a son of Qi? It's just hard to kill. Xiao Ashes was not the least bit surprised. If it was that simple, then Tangi wouldn't be worthy of being a son of Qi, and the system had sent out a special quest. However, earlier, Xiao Ashes had left an eye out and utilized his heavy pupil to leave an immortal Dao seal on Tangi's body. This seal was very secretive, and could not be discovered with Tangi's strength, but there was no rush to deal with Tangi first. "It's not like you can run away anyway." Xiao Ashes carefully placed Xue Dance in his arms, then took out several high-grade healing immortal pills and fed them to Xue Dance without the slightest hesitation. To the side, Xuewuyao's eyes jumped at the sight. Each of these immortal pills that Xiao Ashes had taken out was of very high value. Placed in the Sacred Snow Sect, those were strategic-level resources that could only be used to treat core key figures. "What are you waiting for? Come help," Xiao Ashes said to Yun Yuyu's dissatisfaction. Oh, Yun Yu promised. The pure-minded her couldn't feel any jealousy towards Shui Dance, and began to single-mindedly use her bright immortal power to heal Shui Dance's injuries. Under Xiao Ash's operation, the Snow Dance, who had originally fallen into a coma due to her excessive injuries, gradually came to her senses. Looks like it's out of life-threatening condition. Xiao Ash smiled as he looked at Snow Dance, who had woken up. Many thanks for saving your life. If you don't mind, Snow Dance is willing to serve you for the rest of your life. Shui Dance braced herself to get up and said to Xiao Ashes with great gratitude, also a little disheartened. I didn't expect that Tangi, who had said some time ago that anyone who dared to harm himself would first step over his corpse, would turn his head and almost kill himself. This thing called the human heart, sometimes it's really impossible to speculate. And Xiao Ashes, who was the world son of the everlasting Xiao family, was willing to save himself from a holy daughter of a disreputable sect. Tangi was not comparable to him at all. It depends on what Patriarch Snow wants. Xiao Ashes didn't immediately agree to the Snow Dance and said with a smile, it's Xiao Dance's honor to be able to follow Shitzi Xiao. It's just that the old man hopes that Shitzi treats my daughter well. Snowless Knight said sincerely, that's natural. I, Xiao Ashes, never treat anyone who treats me sincerely. Xiao Ashes caressed Shui Dance's soft face and laughed. Although Shui Dance felt shy, she still had the guts to bring her face forward, making it a bit more convenient for Xiao Ashes. And of course, I won't spare any guy who dares to hurt my woman. Xiao Ash's heavy pupils reflected Tangi's figure fleeing in a sorry state as his voice chilled coldly. Chapter 42 Golden Light Divine Spring Quenching the Holy Body. Warm night in Snow City served by two beauties. As Xiao Ash's words fell, Shui Wui instantly felt that the temperature in the vicinity seemed to have lowered by a few points. This was the killing intent from Xiao Ashes. It seemed that this world son of the Changxing Xiao family was truly angry this time. Tangi, Tangi, you say you messed with who is not good. How come you messed with the most unwanted person? Shui Wui didn't have half a bit of pity for Tangi in her heart at this time. What Tangi had done earlier had really taught Shui Wui a lesson. Compared to talent, a disciple's disposition is much more important. Otherwise, that wouldn't be a blessing for the clan, but rather a calamity. Please don't worry, World Son, I'll mobilize the entire power of the Sacred Snow Sect to hunt down and kill Tangi, and I definitely won't let him live past 3 days. Shui Wui promised with conviction. No need, you don't have to worry about this matter. Xiao Ashes waved his hand and said, letting you Sacred Snow Sect go after Tangi? Can't you see that you, the Patriarch, can't even handle him? Wouldn't everyone else go and get one for free? This was the reason why the Son of Qi could successfully counterattack every time. You guys don't have any idea what you're capable of. This, Shui Wui had wanted to show his loyalty, but he didn't expect to run into a snub. However, through this period of time together, Shui Wui had also figured out some of Xiao Ash's temperament. Once Xiao Ashes opened his mouth, then it would be best to honestly carry it out and not do anything superfluous. What a bummer. After sending Shui Wui and the others away, Xiao Ashes went to the cultivation room, intending to rest after cultivating for a while, without leaving too many people behind. Xiao Ashes merely asked Yun Yu and Shui Dance to go and warm the bed for themselves first, and then came to the cultivation room by himself. However, after coming to the cultivation room, Xiao Ashes found that the Sacred Snow Sect because everyone cultivates the power of ice and snow. So this cultivation room is strangely cold and incomparably cold, which is equivalent to not only no benefits but also all the disadvantages for Xiao Ashes, who was cultivating burning skill. After thinking of this, Xiao Ashes took out the Supreme Divine Hall and his physical body entered it to isolate the cold air from the outside world. Little spirit, protect me, Xiao Ashes commanded. The Supreme Divine Hall was an extreme imperial armament, and although it wasn't quite complete, its grade was still above that of a million lines immortal artifact, and it possessed the existence of an artifact spirit. Therefore, Xiao Ashes was not afraid that someone outside would take advantage of the opportunity to grasp the Supreme Divine Hall's essence. The little spirit naturally had no objections and honestly policed the entire Sacred Snow City for Xiao Ashes. I've heard that the Golden Light Divine Spring can greatly increase the qi and blood ceiling of the physical body. With my current desolate ancient sacred body, my qi and blood have already reached a peak, and I don't know to what extent it can be raised. Xiao Ashes took out the Golden Light Divine Spring, and it was as if there were immortal rhythms flowing in the Golden Spring. Very mysterious. Xiao Ashes did not hesitate and directly took off his clothes and entered the Golden Light Divine Spring to nourish his fleshly body with the Divine Spring. Gobble gobble gobble. As Xiao Ashes began to absorb the essence within the Golden Light Divine Spring, the entire Golden Light Divine Spring also boiled. A dark golden Dao pattern surfaced on the surface of Xiao Ash's skin, and golden beads of blood seeped out from the surface of Xiao Ash's skin, and each drop seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds as it fell into the Golden Light Divine Spring and blasted out violent splashes. It works! Xiao Ashes felt his own qi and blood slowly growing and could not help but let his eyes light up. This Golden Light Divine Spring was worthy of being an extremely rare heaven and earth divine item. Even with his own desolate ancient saint body, his qi and blood surprisingly had a very significant boosting effect. But if you want to fuse the remains of the sacred body, this alone is not enough. Light flickered within Xiao Ash's heady pupils. The remains of the sacred bodies were left behind by a supreme powerhouse with a great achievement sacred body. Even after millions of years of age, the power that remained in it was still not to be underestimated. But at the moment, it was better to raise one's blood qi first as much as possible. Just like that, after most of the night's cultivation, Xiao Ash's qi and blood had risen to an unimaginable level. Even the Tsong Tian hegemony body with an equal level of development was far less vigorous than Xiao Ash's qi and blood. This stone platform that carries the golden light divine spring is also a good thing. Xiao Ashes looked at the golden light divine spring that had already gone down a large portion and divided it into jade bottles one by one based on the principle of not wasting it. This golden light divine spring had fused a portion of his own golden holy blood, and could be said to be one of the best body-tempering holy pills in the immortal domain. It's a good choice to use as a perk for your followers. After coming out of the cultivation room, Xiao Ashes went straight to his room. The old rule was that if you were so tired from practicing, you naturally needed to relax accordingly. After Xiao Ashes pushed open the door of the room, he could see that the already warmed-up comforter had obviously trembled a little. The two of them, Yun Yu and Snow Dance, each revealed a head and looked at the gradually approaching Xiao Ashes. Just finished practicing and my muscles are a little tight. Xiao Ashes opened his mouth. Snow Dance instantly understood, and her soft little hands covered Xiao Ember's taut skin, using a unique technique to ease his fatigue. Yun Yu on the side also followed suit when she saw this. However, compared to a professional like Snow Dance, Yun Yu's techniques were just too juvenile. It didn't take long to be disliked by Xiao Ashes. You don't press it, leave it all to Snow Dance. Xiao Ashes opened his mouth. Then what am I doing? Yun Yu, who was suddenly unemployed, pouted with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Ashes smiled and thought for a moment, then said, "Go cover my feet." Ha! Although Yun Yu felt a bit ashamed when she heard this, she still honestly followed Xiao Ash's words, who asked to promise Xiao Ashes himself to be a small maid by his side in the first place. Xiao Ash's entire body lay completely flat, looking at the ice blue ceiling with a cozy face. Now that's what I call a top-notch enjoyment of crossing over. That's what we travelers deserve. Like any bitter hateful opening, that's a brother amongst brothers. Speak. Meanwhile, Tangi had fled to the hinterland of the broad cold Dao Prefecture, away from Sacred Snow City, in order to prevent the Sacred Snow Sect as well as Xiao Ashes from pursuing him. Xiao Ashes, Sacred Snow Sect, I will not let you go. Tangi's face was cloudy, his heart filled with rage. The hatred of taking away my sister is not shared. At the same time, Tangi was somewhat desperate for his own strength to improve. To be honest, Xiao Ash's terrifying natural talent did strike him a bit. However, he believed that as long as he gave himself time, sooner or later, he would be able to trample Xiao Ashes under his feet one day. Strength honed through blood and fire was fundamentally different from a flower in a greenhouse like Xiao Ashes, who's sneaking around. Just as Tangi was planning to find a place to heal his wounds, he seemed to have sensed something and looked into a space. Tangi, it's actually you. A cold voice rang out, and a multitude of strong people gathered around Tangi. Pale Sage, what are you doing here? Tangi stared at Song Shang with a wary expression. Although he was considered to be of the same clan as Song Shang, he was not at Song Heavenly hegemonic body and did not have any semblance of a position in the Changsheng Song clan. While not wanting to become a slave of the hegemonic body, he was therefore sent out of the Changsheng Song clan by his mother. What a mess. It seems that after leaving the clan, you're just as much of a loser. Song Shang sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that Tangi's mother was a terrifyingly powerful hegemonic body of the everlasting Song clan and only had one of its sons, today, we have to capture him back to the family no matter what we say. A slave should have the mission of a slave. If you came just to see me laugh, then please excuse me, Tangi said in a cold voice and wanted to leave. Wait, you have the aura of the holy body on your body. You've met Xiao Ashes? Song Shang stopped Tangi. Chapter 43, Estate. Snow City's parting night, no man's land's killing opportunities present. Early morning, Xiao Ashes stretched his waist and struggled to get up from the warm comforter. Glancing at Yun Yu and Shui Dance who were still sound asleep, Xiao Ashes didn't wake them up and chose to look around Sacred Snow City. Think of it as traveling. As a qualified traveler, Xiao Ashes was very much in the spirit of traveling, both to cultivate hard to take the invincible path and not to disgrace the travelers, and also to enrich their traveler's life while cultivating. Always keep one thing in mind. You crossed over to have a good time, not to suffer. For example, this time, it was great to be entangled with Yun Yu and Snow Dance for 2.5 full days. Xiao Ashes had been in Sacred Snow City for a while now. Thus the matter about the eternal life Xiao family's worldly son visiting Sacred Snow City had already spread. And at this time many people were discussing about Xiao Ashes. Have you heard? That Changsheng Xiao family's world son is said to be a hungry man of color. And in just 2.5 days, he slept with many of the women in the clan. Someone said fervently, "You're kidding. Even if it's made of iron it's not so tough." Is it? That's an outrageous rumor you have. Some people don't believe it. What do you know? Xiao Shi is the legendary desolate ancient saint body. His qi and blood are matchless, not to mention a mere 2.5 days. Even 2.5 years is no problem. There is the king of understanding, Coppola said. That's a very good point. The many eaters heard this before nodding their heads. Ashes Shah. The desolate ancient sacred body turned out to have this kind of use. Why don't you move? Xiao Ashes casually strolled around sacred Snow City when he suddenly sensed that Tangi's location had remained motionless for a long time. According to the usual script of the Sons of Qi, this time, when Tangi was so humiliated, he would inevitably find his backing, the golden finger of the Sons of Qi, to improve his strength and come back for revenge. Unbeknownst to me, the mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Xiao Ashes had wanted to set out Tangi's golden finger and see if he could seize it. Originally, things were going toward Xiao Ashes' expectations. Who would have thought that Tangi would not move? Looking at its location, it seems to be the way to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, and it's not far from St. Syracuse. Tangi's figure was reflected in Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils, and finally, other people's figures were found within its image. So he got help and tried to ambush me. Xiao Ashes smiled. Since Tangi had already played his cards, then naturally he couldn't just wait. It needs to be pushed a little further to find the dependence that its qi has brought. After returning to the palace provided by the sacred snow sect, Xiao Ashes found that both Yun Yu and Shui Dance had already woken up and were waiting eagerly for Xiao Ashes to return, rather like a young daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to return home. Go say goodbye to Patriarch Snow. We should go, Xiao Ashes said to Snow Dance. Snow Dance's heart was both excited and a little reluctant at the words. Excitedly, it seemed that Xiao Ashes was really planning to take himself and keep him by his side. It is important to know that the example of being abandoned after a night of flirtation is a common occurrence for the sons of the great families of the world. That's why Snow Dance was also a bit apprehensive during this time. Now the hanging heart is finally put down. Unwillingly, he was about to leave St. Snow City, where he had lived for so many years. People are always in love with the old. Good. Snow Dance still nodded obediently, then trotted all the way away. Going back to the Fountain Fairy Palace? Yun Yo-Yo asked. Xiao Ash's purpose of coming to the sacred snow sect had already been accomplished, and there was indeed no need to continue staying here. Sort of. Xiao Ashes thought for a moment and replied. It was indeed heading towards the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, so there was no fault in that statement. Snowdance was still very understanding and knew that Xiao Hui's time was precious, so she didn't drag her feet too much and simply said goodbye to Shui Wuyue before returning. As for Shui Wui, knowing that Xiao Ashes was leaving, he naturally brought a group of elders from the Sacred Snow sect to personally see him off. Even its old ancestor, Shui Xinhe, had made a special trip out of the gate. The Shui Xinhe at this moment was very different from when Xiao Ashes first met him. The original white hair had turned black, and the faint aura of death on his body had disappeared without a trace. Straight from an old crone to a wonderful young woman, and it gives a much more powerful pressure. There was even ice and snow dancing around its body. It seemed that he had managed to break through to the immortal monarch realm by virtue of that flood-level technique bestowed by Xiao Ashes. It was only because the realm wasn't quite stable yet, and thus he couldn't control his power very well. To insist on coming to see Xiao Ashes off under such circumstances was already very sincere. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Deng Lin for ascending to the position of immortal monarch. Xiao Ashes smiled and congratulated him. I also have to thank Xiao Shitzi for the gongfu, the grace of rebuilding. My old body will never forget, and in the future, if there is any need for my old body by Shitzi Xiao, I will die by 10,000 deaths, Shui Xinhe said with sincere gratitude, successfully breaking through to the immortal monarch realm and increasing his lifespan by 10,000 years. This was truly like a reinvention for Shui Xinhe. It's just a trade, it's the karma you deserve. Xiao Ashes laughed. My old self's greatest destiny is to have met Mr. Xiao Shitzi, Snowheart River said sincerely. As the son of the everlasting Xiao family, being willing to exchange his kung fu for a creation of the sacred snow sect was indeed already considered an extremely noble disposition. Compared to Xiao Ashes, what Yun Ming of that Yun family was something. Day in and day out, he knows how to command the sacred snow sect to do things, and he can't even spare a hair. Xiao Ashes looked at Shui Xinhe in a rather amused manner. This old ancestor really wanted to progress, touting himself one after another. However, this time, not only did he get the golden light divine spring, but he also wanted the daughter of the other patriarch, so he should indeed give some more sweeteners. Tell you what, in the future, your sacred snow sect will be a subsidiary sect of my eternal life Xiao family. On the Yun family's side, you don't need to worry. Take this jade pendant and go to the everlasting Xiao family, and someone will naturally meet you. Xiao Ashes took his personal jade pendant and handed it to Shui Xinha. Many thanks to your son. Your son's great kindness. The entire sacred snow sect is unable to repay you. The only thing they can do is to repay your son with their livers and brains in the future. Shui Xinha and Shui Wui were both very excited. They knew exactly what this meant. With the everlasting Xiao family as a backer, what other force would dare to find trouble with the sacred snow sect in the future? Moreover, it was Xiao Ashes, the son of the world, who had personally introduced him, and among the group of affiliated forces of the eternal life Xiao family, he was bound to enjoy excellent treatment as well. Snowdance was also very infatuated as she looked at Xiao Ashes. In her opinion, Xiao Ashes was doing this all for her. It is a woman's good fortune to meet a good man. Xiao Ashes waved his hand and then entered the Qilin divine carriage, and Shuedance also took one last look at Sacred Snow City and entered the Qilin divine carriage under the encouragement of Shuewoye. The unicorn divine carriage travels 100,000 miles a day. Under its terrifying speed, Xiao Ashes and his group soon left the range of Sacred Snow City and entered the vast uninhabited area on the road that must be traveled to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Coming! Amidst a patch of wind and sand in the no man's land, Song Shang and the others' gazes lit up when they saw the Qilin divine chariot that seemed to be able to step on heaven and earth. Chapter 44, From Roundup to Counter-Kill. Hegemony. Do you realize the gap? It was an unpopulated desert, with wild sand raging in the sky, sweeping across the land. A Qilin that was covered in precious light stepped into the sky, exuding a terrifying might. What a powerful Qilin treasure beast. It's even at the heavenly immortal realm. Tangi was hiding in the formation, and seeing that Qilin divine carriage was also a bit eye-catching. If one were to obtain such a treasure, where could one not go in this immortal region? Moreover, when fighting against someone, even if he was not an opponent, he could quickly escape with the terrifying speed of the Qilin divine carriage. It can be used as one of the bottom cards. Can you stop it? Tangi looked toward Song Shang. This Xiao Ashes means the family has collected all of them. Today it's bound to die. That Song Shang sneered, and the moment Xiao Ashes stepped into a certain place, the restrictions of this heaven and earth were suddenly fully opened. It could be noticed that a giant golden net had unexpectedly appeared in front of the Qilin divine carriage. Dao rhythms flowed above the giant net, as if it could trap all the beasts of heaven and earth, and it began to contract violently the moment the Qilin stepped into it. The secret treasure of the everlasting Song family, the binding immortal net. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ashes, beheading one of my Song clan's hegemonic bodies. Have you ever thought that there would be today's killing? Song Shang and the others surfaced before the golden giant net, looking at Xiao Ashes, who was caught in the net and laughing recklessly, attempting to temporarily attract Xiao Ashes' attention. Song Shang then hurriedly sacrificed the Dharma decree given by Song Yuan, blocking heaven and earth to suppress Xiao Ashes' unknown protector, not giving Xiao Ashes the slightest chance to escape. It's someone from the everlasting Song family. They've come to avenge Song Suanba, Yun Yu said with some concern. Obviously he could see that this time, the Changsheng Song family had come prepared. This was a killing game specifically to round up Xiao Ashes. The everlasting Pale family. Shui Dance subconsciously approached Xiao Ashes. This Changsheng Song family was also famous in this immortal region and would not be weaker than the Changsheng Xiao family. It was the inherited family of the Song Tian hegemony body lineage. Even in terms of antiquity, it was above the Changsheng Xiao family. Ha! So it's the everlasting Song family. This Tangi has found some good help. Xiao Ashes sneered. He wasn't acquainted with Song Shang and the others, so even though he knew that Tangi had found helpers, he didn't know who they were. I didn't expect it to be someone from the everlasting Song family. This Tangi was logically categorized as a slave of the everlasting Song family, and as a son of the Qiluk, that arrogant, he would actually piss with them. It seems like he's a bit more of a blow to Tangi than he thought he would be. Roar! The Qilin roared up to the sky as waves of terrifying power erupted, but it simply couldn't break free from this immortal binding net. The everlasting Song clan's information collection on Xiao Ashes was indeed very comprehensive, knowing that Xiao Ashes possessed a heavenly immortal level Qilin treasure beast. At the same time, that Song Shang also smoothly offered out the Dharma edict, which was in the air, and a mysterious aura enveloped the heavens and earth, completely blocking off this part of the world. In this way, no strong person from the outside world would ever want to enter it. That's pretty prepared. Xiao Ashes smiled. The everlasting Song clan should be aware of the existence of a protector of the Dao by their side, but not much was known about it. Xiao Chen was hiding in his own shadow and sleeping, and you blocked off heaven and earth. So isn't this blocking your own back road as well? This is really Tiffany's show. However, to deal with these small minions, there was no need to disturb Xiao Chen's old man's peace. After all, Xiao Chen's lifespan was about to end, and it was better to try not to trouble Xiao Chen when no treasure to extend his lifespan had been found for him. Xiao Ashes, come out and die. After all the preparations, Song Shang neatly led a group of slaves of the Song family as well as Tangi to encircle and hunt Xiao Ashes and the others, while a formation chart unfolded to build a terrifying killing formation centered on Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes, today is my Song clan's long-planned killing game. This grand formation is called the 10-square sacred beheading formation. To be able to die under this formation, you're also proud enough of yourself. Any resistance is futile. Song Sheng set up the killing array with all his might while verbally threatening Xiao Ashes in an attempt to make his mind panic. Although the information gathered about Xiao Ashes was comprehensive and all precautions had been taken, Song Sheng did not dare to be sloppy just in case. A celestial pride that possessed both the desolate ancient sacred weight pupil as well as the immortal bone. It's not that easy to kill. Again, it should never be allowed to grow. Oh, Xiao Ashes, when you defiled my snow dance that day, did you ever think of today? As I said, the shame of that day will be returned 100-fold. Tangi also sneered. Noisy, Xiao Ashes, who was in the Qilin divine carriage, saw the heavy pupils of Song Shang and the others who kept jumping around, and a trace of boredom surfaced in his pupils. The void in his palm ruptured, and a divine hall emitting a supreme aura emerged. Little spirit, break this rotten net. Xiao Ashes took the two girls out of the divine carriage and stood on the Qilin, and the supreme divine hall in his hand was thrown out like a meteorite, carrying an incomparably terrifying destructive power to blast towards that golden giant net. Xiao Ashes, you are finally willing to show up. Don't do resistance. Resistance is no. Boom! Before Song Shang could finish his words, accompanied by a terrifying sound, the immortal binding net that was trapping the Qilin divine carriage was unexpectedly broken by an unknown object. How? Song Shang was shocked at the sight. Little Lin'er, behead them, Xiao Ashes said with murderous intent. Roar! The Qilin that had lost its restraints instantly roared up to the sky, a terrifying power erupting with every stomp of its four hooves, instantly decimating several of the everlasting Song clan's celestial pride. Under this heavenly immortal level existence of Qilin, these true immortal powerhouses from the everlasting Song clan didn't even have half a chance to resist. That killing formation that surrounded Xiao Ashes was also not broken. Damn, these guys really aren't reliable. Tangi looked at the tragic scene, his face incomparably ugly. Who would have thought that a group of people surrounding Xiao Ashes alone would be killed like this? It'll just have to be that thing. Tangi gritted his teeth. He knew that today was the best time to kill Xiao Ashes. If he missed today and then wanted to take revenge, he didn't know when, only to see Tangi take out 24 battle flags from the void. The flags danced and hooked to each other, surprisingly forming a golden bell surrounding the Qilin. I'll stall this beast. You guys go kill Xiao Ashes. Tangi roared at Song Shang. Although Song Shang was a little surprised that Tangi actually had this treasure, but now was not the time to dwell on this. The hegemonic blood domain instantly enveloped the entire field, and the four types of divine form power erupted, condensing the hegemonic fist to blast towards Xiao Ashes. How dare you attempt to imperialize my Kirin? Xiao Ashes realized that while this Tangi was trapping the Qilin, he was actually using an immortal method to try to harness his Qilin and construct a mind link with it. One could only say that it was worthy of being a son of Qi. There were really quite a lot of strange and weird secret techniques on this body. Seek death. When Song Shang saw that Xiao Ashes unexpectedly did not put himself in his heart was filled with killing intent and also some anger. Are you really invincible? Boom! The hegemonic fist blasted and killed, and the terrifying power stirred for 100 miles, swirling up large swaths of wind and sand. This is something that Song Shang was terrified. In front of Xiao Ashes, a divine hall flowing with mysterious Tao rhythms emerged, as if it had the power to crush the ages. Chapter 45, Hegemonic Blood Melt Body. Using the hegemonic body as sustenance. Extreme Imperial Soldier. Supreme Divine Hall. With Xiao Ashes cultivation, although he could only utilize a little bit of the power of the Supreme Divine Hall, it was completely sufficient for dealing with Song Shang and the others. This Song Shang was at the true immortal realm and had developed the Song Tian hegemony body into 4 divine forms. His strength was unknown how much higher than Song Suanba. If he fought by himself, even if he poured out all his cards, Xiao Ashes would not be his opponent. Although Xiao Ashes claimed to be able to behead immortals and battle true immortals, but don't forget, this Song Shang was not an ordinary true immortal, but also a hefty heavenly pride. Its battle power did not know how much more powerful it was than a normal true immortal. Boom, boom, boom. The hallowed piece of extreme Dao Imperial armament was being juggled by Xiao Ashes like a yo-yo, and every collision with the Song Shang caused it to be in danger of dying. This was still because the Supreme Divine Hall favored defense, otherwise this Song Shang would have been smashed to death by Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes, you have the ability to fight me fairly. What kind of hero is it to keep relying on treasures? Song Shang was smashed by the Supreme Divine Hall and cursed angrily. Did your parents forget to have brains when they gave birth to you? You're a true immortal. I'm a great sage, and you're talking to me about a fair fight? Xiao Ashes looked at the little cutie, generally looking at Song Shang, a nice guy, but unfortunately he just doesn't have a brain. You seek death. The language art from Xiao Ashes' previous life caused Song Shang to instantly burst into a fury, as one domineering punch after another bombarded towards the Supreme Divine Hall in a desperate manner, while all sorts of immortal weapons and treasures were also offered up for no money at all. But without exception, They are all brothers of brothers in front of the temple of the Supreme God. The immortal weapons shattered, and the hegemonic fist was destroyed. After some maneuvering, only the world where Tsong Shang was injured was reached. The Shui dance on the side was filled with admiration as she looked at Xiao Ashes. Is this the strength of the son of the world? Even a strong enemy of the true immortal realm was like a monkey's tease. Boom! There were several more blasts, and the people from the everlasting Song clan that Song Shang had brought with him were injured due to the injuries caused by the Qilin's charge earlier, and now they were being bombarded by that one divine hall in Xiao Ash's hands one after another. Already, most of them had been directly blown away by Xiao Ashes due to their lack of strength. Your show, it's time to end. Xiao Ash's heavy pupils flickered slightly as he kept watching the situation. Behind him, a huge immortal shadow wearing bronze battle armor and holding a broken battle halberd emerged. The holy body has a vision, and the supreme being is in the 9 heavens. Xiao Ashes threw out the supreme divine hall and manipulated it with the holy body vision, releasing more of the power of the supreme divine hall. No good. Sensing this destructive aura, Song Shang turned his head and ran without saying a word. He felt death in it. As a pride of the everlasting Song family, a generation of Song Tian hegemony body, suppressing the world. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. It's too late to run now. Xiao Ashes let out a cold laugh as the ghostly light flickered in his heavy pupil, and countless double pupil shadows suddenly surfaced in the sky and the earth. And the terrifying suppressive force was instantly focused on Song Shang, briefly restricting his actions. Xian Turtle Shield Armor. Because of this delay, Song Shang knew that he would inevitably not be able to escape, and could only endure this move. One could only exert the hegemonic body divine form to counter it. At the same time, several defensive immortal weapons were offered up in an attempt to carry down this terrifying attack. Boom! The supreme divine hall blasted into the Song Shang with the might of exterminating the gods under the blessing of the holy body's vision. After the aftermath of the destruction, Song Shang appeared in front of Xiao Ashes drenched in blood, his vitality almost severed. Xiao Ashes, even if I die, I will drag you along with me. Song Shang roared in anger. Such a terrifying injury let him know that he was afraid that he would be buried here today. In that case, then pull Xiao Ashes alone. The hegemonic blood domain contracted at extreme speeds as terrifying energies boiled. You're not worthy. Xiao Ashes could tell that Song Shang was planning to blow himself up and directly brought the two of them, Yun Yu and Shui dance, into the supreme divine hall. Alone, Song Shang was left to casually self-destruct in the outside world. Ha ha! Seeing Xiao Ashes and the others who had entered the supreme divine hall, Song Shang could not help but let out a miserable laugh. The power in his body had been completely ignited, and now it was necessary to blow himself up. Xiao Ashes, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. I'll haunt you forever until you're buried. A wry smile suddenly floated at the corner of Song Shang's mouth, and then his body exploded. Terrifying power swept through the heavens and earth, and even the wind and sand came to an end. Song Shang, don't bring me along if you want to die. Tangi, who was communicating with the Qilin with all his might, couldn't help but change his face drastically, cursing Song Shang for being a waste of space while at the same time using a secret treasure to hide in the spatial partition. After everything had calmed down, Xiao Ashes and the others came out of the supreme divine hall again. What a terrible power. Yun Yu palpitated and patted her chest. The power of a true immortal leveled Song Tian hegemony body blowing itself up was simply too terrifying. Lin, come back. Xiao Ashes beckoned to the Qilin who had bathed in all the power of the Song Shang self-detonation but didn't have a single fart. Are you kidding? At the heavenly immortal level, you're afraid of your true immortal self-destructing? This was also why Xiao Ashes was relieved to have Qilin outside. At this time, the heaven and earth blocked by the Tsong family's law decree also gradually began to unseal. But it is a pity that this Tsong family's law decree can only be used once, and in the hands of Xiao Ashes, it has already lost its power. However, the material of the spell itself was also extremely extraordinary, so it could be used to inscribe formations. Ha, are these bully blood? Surprisingly, it didn't destroy with the self-destruct. Snowdance looked towards the sticky purple gold hegemonic blood floating in midair. The aura of dominance emanating from it was still very strong. The mind couldn't help but be a little curious. Bastard blood? Just the thing to use as a resource to reward your followers. Xiao Ashes smiled at the situation and took out the jade bottle for storage and then intended to collect the hegemonic blood. But just then, a sudden change occurred. That originally seemed to be very docile. The hegemonic blood turned out to be as if it had come to life, and directly integrated into Xiao Ashes' body the moment he touched it. No good. Careless. Xiao Ashes was instantly startled and hastily mobilized his power in an attempt to stop the overbearing blood from melting his body. The celestial hegemony body and the desolate ancient saint body were archenemies. The two bloodlines are incompatible. The overbearing blood that was a supreme treasure medicine to others was no different from a deadly poison to Xiao Ashes. Soon, the purple gold overbearing blood began to erode Xiao Ashen's fleshly body, clashing violently with the golden sacred blood in his body. Damn! Dead and still not stopping. Xiao Ashes somewhat wanted to curse. He was careful enough, calculated everything. But who would have thought that this Song Shang would still be able to shade himself when he died? Xiao Ash's face was incomparably unsightly, and even Tangi, who was hidden in the spatial partition, couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it as he began to fully repel the purple-gold hegemonic blood in his body. At the same time, the 10,000 spirit diagram unfolded behind him, utilizing the power of the 10,000 spirits to parse the overbearing blood, and then running the primordial true solution in an attempt to resolve it from the root. However, Xiao Ashes was soon surprised to find that after parsing the purple-gold hegemony blood to the extreme, it was actually of the same origin as his own golden sacred blood. So it is, the hegemonic body and the sacred body are both favorites of the heavenly Tao and are originally from the same origin. But yet, they have to compete for a high and a low, thus evolving through countless epochs and leading to confrontation. Xiao Ashes saw through to the essence. Only even so, the karmic destiny had already been made, and there was only opposition between the hegemonic body and the sacred body, and it was impossible to be at peace with each other. If that's the case, perhaps we can annex hegemony blood. A crazy idea was born in Xiao Ash's heart, and implementation has begun. Meanwhile, Tangi, who was hidden in the spatial partition, was staring at Xiao Ashes and the others from start to finish, especially that griffin. It was more of a constant meditation in my mind. Can't find me, can't find me. Chapter 46. When Tangi fled in a sorry state, Xiao Ash's fishing plan began. Is he going to be okay? Shui Dance looked at Xiao Ashes, who was sitting in a hovering plate, his body half gold and half purple. Unavoidably, there is some concern. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, and bad things last 1,000 years. Even if all the hegemons die out, nothing will happen to him. Yun Yu looked at Xiao Ashes and spoke. A big question mark floated up in Snow Dance's heart when she heard that. Is it really okay to say that? Won't Seiji be angry? Bad guy, nothing can happen to you. Yun Yu pursed her lips, not knowing why. It seemed that her state of mind had changed a bit after being with Xiao Ashes. Perhaps it was because it was peaceful to be around Xiao Ashes. It was an indescribable feeling, and all in all it felt very good. Boom boom! A violent rumbling sound suddenly came from within Xiao Ash's body, and all of the purple color that surfaced on the surface of his body was covered in gold. No, it should be devoured to be precise. A powerful aura erupted out, setting off a huge sandstorm in this uninhabited area. Surprisingly, it really worked. My sacred body has been developed even further. If that's the case, won't I be able to use the hegemonic body as nourishment to accomplish my sacred body? It can even be extremely sublimated, surpassing the previous great completion saint body. Xiao Ashes felt a little surprised. The gold content of the original true solution is still rising. This is the real heaven-defying immortal law. It shows the way to the supreme. Seeing that Xiao Ashes was fine and his aura had become even stronger, the two women were also relieved at first. How long have I been practicing? Xiao Ashes asked, falling into deep cultivation. Xiao Ashes also had no concept of time. It's only 3 hours. Snowdance snaps out of it. Xiao Ashes nodded at the words. Fortunately it wasn't too long. Otherwise if he had delayed the opening of the desolate ancient battlefield that would have been a big game. Shall we continue our journey now? Yun Yo-Yo asked. There's no rush. There's still one rat bag left to deal with. A shimmering light flickered within Xiao Ash's heavy pupils as he said with a smile. There are others. Yun Yu and Snowdance looked around vigilantly at the same time. After Tsong Shang blew himself up, those everlasting Tsong clan slaves were naturally also affected. All of them were exterminated. What else is out there? And Tangi, who was hidden in the spatial partition, even had his heart leak a beat after hearing this. It's not going to be. Boom! The spatial partition Tangi was in was directly smashed open by Xiao Ashes using the Supreme Divine Hall. Xiao Ashes, don't bully others too much. The terrifying power horrified Tangi's soul. The heart couldn't help but feel some regret as well. Why do you think you messed with him? Shouldn't have trusted Song Shang, the idiot, either. Snowdance looked at Tangi, who was fleeing in a mess. Her gaze slightly complicated, but her heart didn't fluctuate half as much. What Tangi had done before was really disappointing. So what if I bully you? How about that? Xiao Ashes put away the Supreme Divine Hall and a leaf emerged in his palm, carrying an incomparably sharp sword chi that chopped at Tangi. This kind of terrifying sword chi fluctuation caused Tangi to instantly sweat profusely and tremble in shock. The various immortal laws on this Xiao Ashes were simply not too powerful. If you had it yourself, would you still be afraid of him? Tangi thought this in his mind. Divine Void. Tangi roared, his body suddenly becoming vaporized. and a leaf passed through, surprisingly not resounding with the sound of flesh and blood tearing. Xiao Ashes lowered his eyes and used Ichiba to tease Tangi without slowing down. This Tangi did have enough odd methods on him, but there's no rush. After that, it's all mine, Xiao Ashes. I concede. How about you let me go when our grudge is settled? Being forced to death by Xiao Ashes one after another, Tangi also finally opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Admit it? Xiao Ashes smiled directly at his words. However, acknowledgement is all it takes to settle a grudge. You think this is a game? I thought you said I already had a way to take my death. Don't be a wimp. Mang up, Xiao Ashes said with some mischief, deliberately controlling the power. He was able to push Tang Yi to the brink of extinction without letting him die. This was the only way to completely force out Tang Yi's backhandedness, allowing him to lead himself to the place of blessed destiny brought about by his chi. After a period of time of exchanging words, it was also obvious to Tang Yi that Xiao Ashes was teasing himself. In the face of this situation, instead of being annoyed, Tang Yi let out a cold laugh in his heart. Sure enough, he's a dude. Facing a strong enemy like me, he's even too big for his britches. When I strategically retreat today, I will definitely make it regret what it did today. Let it realize what kind of terrifying existence he is facing. Tang Yi was perilously close to death as he circled around with Xiao Ashes, while secretly building up his strength in preparation for his escape. Finally running away? Seeing this, Xiao Ashes slightly increased his power a little, forcing Tang Yi to accelerate the gathering of power. Finally, at a certain moment, Tang Yi instantly erupted a force that didn't belong to him at all, and his figure disappeared far away at great speed through the heavy space. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ashes, if you let me escape today, I will definitely make you regret it in the future. Tang Yi laughed recklessly. Seeing this, Yun Yu on the side wanted to offer an immortal weapon to stop Tang Yi, but she was interrupted by Xiao Ashes. Don't rush, that's how things get fun. Xiao Ashes smiled, his heavy pupils reflecting Tang Yi's woeful escape, but his face was incomparably smug. Afterwards, he returned to the Qilin Divine Carriage to have some lovemaking with Yun Yu and Shui dance in this vast no-man's land before going after Tang Yi without slowing down. The district's son of Qi. I even took the time to get comfortable before dealing with you, Xiao Ashes. I, Tang Yi, swear that I will make you regret it. Tang Yi fled frantically, ferocity flickering in his gaze. It seems that we can only go to that place to temporarily retreat and cultivate for a while, Tang Yi thought in his heart. He still had to admit that Xiao Ash's current strength was simply not something he could contend with. The power behind it was also not something he could mess with. But even so, as long as he cultivated hard and surpassed Xiao Ash's, he would have the chance to behead him. At that time, that everlasting Xiao family was the whetstone that constantly urged one to become stronger. Tang Yi was incomparably confident in his heart. He then turned his body around and marched towards a city in the broad cold Dao prefecture that possessed a long-distance teleportation array. Looks like the fish is hooked. Xiao Ashes sensed Tang Yi reversing his direction and let out a light laugh in his heart as he rode the Qilin Divine Carriage behind him. Even as a precaution, Xiao Ashes had used the power of his heavy pupils to conceal the aura of the Qilin Divine Chariot, so that even immortal Dao powerhouses might not be able to sense it. It always seemed a little strange. Tang Yi walked into the teleportation array, his eyes looking behind him, not noticing any abnormalities, but it was as if there was a sense in the underworld that he was going to be cold. Forget it, things have been bad lately, I should be paranoid. Tang Yi shook his head, not taking it to heart. That's even suspicious? Xiao Ashes sensed Tang Yi's reaction and was somewhat helpless. It seems like it should be a chirographic warning, but it's a good thing this Tang Yi is a dumbass who got lucky. Tang Yi, Tang Yi, I hope you can bring me some surprises. It's not in vain that I value you so much. Xiao Ashes looked at Tang Yi, who had entered the teleportation array, and said with some anticipation, Chapter 47 Emperor's Fall. Forbidden Land now has immortal fruit. I'll smile at Tang Yi's chance. Sangtian Dao State. The everlasting Song family. Song Yuan had his hands behind his back, his face grim, and behind him stood a group of senior members of the everlasting Song clan. All of them without exception were Song Tian hegemony bodies. In the everlasting Song clan, the hegemony body had absolute power of speech. Everyone else, even if you are strong, can only be slaves, and when their cultivation reached the immortal monarch realm, they would also be imprinted with a slave mark and used for complete control. Song Shang's soul lamp. Extinguished. Song Yuan's tone was flat, but anyone could hear the fury in his voice. The Song Tian hegemony body could be passed down through the bloodline, but the difficulty was not normal. The everlasting Song clan had gone through several epochs of change, and only now had it evolved extremely well, giving birth to 17 Song heavenly hegemony bodies. However, 2 of them were chopped up by Xiao Ashes alone. Among the younger generation, only one person remains. How could Song Yuan not be angered by such a great loss and shame? Song Yichuan, will you be able to behead the Xiao ashes? Song Yuan turned around, his gaze fixed on the last person of the young generation of the everlasting Song clan. I may grant you the true blood of the hegemonic ancestor, the hegemonic war halberd. Answer me if you can chop that Xiao ashes. Song Yuan's gaze was bitterly cold and filled with a terrifying killing chance. Song Yichuan took a step back at the sight. His strength was only at the immortal realm, and he was not even as good as at Song Sage. Even with the true blood of the hegemonic ancestor and the hegemonic war halberd, how could they be a match for Xiao ashes? Father, may I have your attention? Song Lingxiao stood out and said in a deep voice. Say. Song Yuan held back his anger and spoke. Does father remember Sang Zhanting? Song Lingxiao opened his mouth. Song Zhanting? Hearing this name, all the hegemonic bodies present all had their gazes slightly moved. Song Zhanting, an extremely legendary and terrifying figure. It was known as the most powerful and terrifying absolute pride of the Song Tian hegemony body lineage throughout the ages. In the era that belonged to Song Zhanting, the desolate ancient sacred body was like a street rat that was wantonly crushed and decimated by him. If not for his self-decapitation of his cultivation and willingness to freeze at the bottom of the cold pool, I am afraid that he would have already been a great hegemonic body. Nowadays, the person in charge of the everlasting Song clan wouldn't beat Song Yuan. You mean? Song Yuan's gaze moved slightly at his words, somewhat understanding Song Lingxiao's intentions. According to the news coming from the ageless immortal palace, that Qi Bai Mei has been pushing for the desolate ancient battlefield to open earlier. I think it must be that Xiao Ashes who has set his eyes on the remains of the holy body within it. If Song War Thunder comes out and enters the desolate ancient battlefield together, we will be able to cut him down. Song Lingxiao gestured a killing gesture, but Song War Thunder iced himself, only for that immortal ancient relic, and this rashly woke him up. Song Yuan had some concerns. Compared to decapitating Xiao Ashes, the secrets within the immortal ancient ruins seemed more important. Father, you're afraid that you've forgotten Sang Zhanting's preferences. As long as he or she knows about that Xiao Ashes talent, he or she will definitely be willing. Song Lingxiao laughed. Song Zhanting, known as the Overlord, he liked to challenge powerful opponents the most, and especially had an almost crazy obsession with the Song Tian hegemony body's archenemy, the desolate ancient sacred body. The ones that had been unsealed several times before had beheaded the desolate ancient sacred body in the middle of the immortal ancient ruins. The number of desolate ancient sacred bodies that had died in its hands was already 5. Song Yuan thought carefully for a while and finally chose to agree with Song Lingxiao's suggestion. When the desolate ancient battlefield opens, we will awaken Song Zhanting. Song Yuan finally said, where are we going with this? After 10 days of rushing, Yun Yu finally couldn't help but ask. The direction Xiao Ashes was advancing in at this moment was neither the Fountainhead Immortal Palace nor the Eternal Life Xiao family, not even the Everlasting Cloud family. It seems very inexplicable. This made Yun Yu, who had been holding back for some time, really unable to hold back. It was finally asked in one of those moments when Xiao Ashes was in a happy mood after getting comfortable. On the contrary, Snow Dance looked relatively indifferent, thinking that's not so bad instead. It has the feeling of traveling through a fairy realm. Honestly, I don't know, but it should be coming soon, Xiao Ashes said helplessly. Through his heavy pupils, he realized that Tangi's expression had gradually become relaxed and expectant. Shouldn't be far from the destination. At this time, they had already arrived at the Qingyun Dao Prefecture, which was not far from the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Land. If Xiao Ashes hadn't guessed wrongly, what Tangi was going to was probably the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Land. Yun Yu couldn't help but beep her mouth when she heard Xiao Ashes' answer, which was obviously not very satisfactory. However, since it was something that Xiao Ashes had decided, she wouldn't go too far in making any comments. Just curious. Soon, the Qilin Divine Carriage entered the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Land. Compared to other Forbidden Lands, the Emperor's Meteor Forbidden Land didn't have any overly powerful ferocious beasts, but it did have a kind of living creature that was unique to it. Emperor Spirit. It was rumored that a melee of immortal emperors had once erupted in the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Land. Nearly 10 immortal emperors fell in that battle, causing the entire immortal realm to be devastated. The remains and blood of several immortal emperors merged into this area, eventually forming this Emperor Fall Forbidden Land. And creatures like Emperor Spirits are born from the remains of immortal emperors. Once born, the strength is incomparably powerful. Directly is the immortal realm, but there is a spiritual wisdom defect. Only the most primitive instincts drive its actions. After entering the Emperor Meteor Forbidden Land, the heavy pupils in Xiao Ash's eyes flickered before he led the two women out of the Qilin Divine Carriage. You all go inside and stay there for a while. It's dangerous here. Xiao Ashes took out the Supreme Divine Hall and put the two women as well as the Qilin all inside. Things like Emperor Spirit preferred to suck on things with a strong aura. The Qilin itself happened to have a very dense aura, so Xiao Ashes was better off keeping a low profile just to be on the safe side. In the reflection of the heavy pupil, Tangi was already deep into the depths of the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Land at this moment. Came to a secret place. Xiao Ashes avoided the heavy dangers through his heavy pupils and also followed Tangi into the secret realm. The immortal chi in here is actually comparable to my Xiao family? Xiao Ashes felt a little surprised, and under the heavy pupils, an earth vein formation was vaguely formed in this secret realm, gathering all the nearby immortal energy. Damn it, I can't believe it hasn't matured yet. In the secret realm, Tang stood under a divine tree emitting 9-colored light, looking at the 7 fruits on it with some dissatisfaction. Many years ago, he escaped from the everlasting Song family under his mother's protection, and because of his ordinary talent, he became an odd-job disciple in a small sect. A mission by chance to enter this place, met this divine tree. 2 of the fruits ripe, he ate his own natural talent is like a blowtorch explosion. Then he went all the way against the odds, had strange encounters, and was granted the immortal law. Finally joining the Holy Snow sect, he also gained the favor of the Holy Maiden Snow Dance and was worshipped as a brother and sister, until I met Xiao Ashes. When these remaining 7 fruits mature, I will be able to awaken a more powerful talent after eating them. At that time, both Xiao Ashes and the everlasting Song clan will regret offending me. Tangi stared at the 7 immature immortal fruits and roared. This was the basis of his confidence all along. Maybe you don't have that chance. Just as Tangi was planning to retreat here, a light laugh suddenly sounded. Chapter 48, The Sun of Fortune Falls. The 9 myriad immortal fruits return to my hand. Who's sneaking around? Tangi's heart plummeted, his gaze terrifyingly looking backward. Stalked. This was Tangi's first reaction. It's so secluded that no one will ever find this place. The only possibility is being followed. This place was his biggest secret, and he absolutely did not allow others to get their hands on it. It's you! As soon as Tang saw Xiao Ashes, he panicked in his heart. Why this plague? I've obviously dumped him myself. At this moment, Xiao Ashes' attention was fully on those 7 immortal fruits filled with a mysterious aura. Ancient books that had been poured over flashed through his mind. 9 myriad immortal fruits. I didn't expect it to be the legendary 9 myriad immortal fruit. No wonder you were born from the everlasting Song clan, yet you possess such a rare physique as the 5 elements spiritual body. So it was eating 2 of the 9 myriad immortal fruits. Xiao Ashes drifted off. The 9 miraculous immortal fruit was a kind of mysterious thing that captured the creation of heaven and earth during the immortal ancient period. It is rumored that during the immortal ancient period there was a heavenly pride who swallowed all 9 fruits, and eventually surprisingly gave birth to a chaotic body that was unrivaled in the world. Although there were a lot of heavenly prides in that era, they were all eclipsed under the light of the chaos body. It was a great world of only chaotic bodies. This time, I'd like to thank you for finding me a rare chance, Xiao Ashes said heartily. In that case, let you die a painful death, Xiao Ashes said with great compassion, living up to the style of a villain. But what surprised Xiao Ashes was that although Tangi had started to panic a bit, he was now actually calm again. It seems that this son of Qi still has a backhand. Xiao Ashes could be sure of that. This thing is a hard life. It's really hard to kill. Xiao Ashes, I didn't expect to let you follow me here, but you should never, ever, hit on this immortal fruit. Tangi's figure violently retreated and came under the divine tree. Thousands of runes suddenly surfaced behind him, and a wooden formation talisman fell into his hands. Xiao Ashes, do you really think that this secret realm of mine is so easy to break into? Let's show you the killing formation left behind by the immortal emperor of reincarnation. Tangi's face was a bit grim, and he couldn't help but sneer when he saw that Xiao Ashes hadn't even left yet. The sons of big families are always a bit unable to see their own weight. How dare he even belittle the formation left behind by the reincarnation immortal emperor? Although there was very little power left in this killing formation after the epical changes, it was sufficient to deal with a fellow like Xiao Ashes who had not even stepped into the immortal Tao. As Tangi activated the formation, millions of terrifying formation patterns also appeared under Xiao Ashes' feet. The power of this secret realm was all mobilized, turning into a terrifying reincarnation sharp blade. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ashes, today you will pay for your arrogance. Tangi laughed out loud, wanting to see Xiao Ashes' look of unwillingness and horror, preferably with some more remorse. But unfortunately, Xiao Ashes' face was very calm, and he even looked at Tangi in a somewhat pathetic manner. Even though you come from the everlasting Song family, it's clear that you haven't experienced the joy of having a background. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. What do you mean? Tangi's heart thumped with some not-so-good premonitions. Senior Xiao Chen, it's time to bother your old man again. Xiao Ashes spread out his hands, and the shadows behind him suddenly wriggled as a power that overrode heaven and earth suddenly appeared. Just the breath alone made the entire formation unstable and nearly collapsed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tangi obviously realized something as well. and hurriedly mobilized the killing formation to gather power to chop at Xiao Ashes, attempting to strangle him first. But this idea was obviously somewhat unrealistic in front of a peak immortal king powerhouse. Oomph! A cold snort sounded, and Tangi instantly felt as if both his physical body and divine soul had been hit by a heavy hammer, a force that was absolutely impossible to resist. Boom! The killing formation that had not yet fully coalesced was immediately shattered by Xiao Chen's cold snort. This time, Xiao Chen solved the trouble for Xiao Ashes without even having to come out in his real body. After all, it was just a Saint Realm getting it out. Even if it was a son of Qi, it couldn't change anything in the face of absolute strength. Xiao Ashes walked up to Tangi, and his foot stomped on the slightly more awake Tangi's head, directly stepping on it in the sludge. Now do you know what happens when you offend someone with a big background? Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. These sons of Qi always feel that if they are given time, they can surpass everything. However, the fact is, why should you be given time to jump around when you're so dead? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate honestly? I don't know about learning how to make a fool of myself. You're not hanging, Xiao Ashes. Do you dare to let me go? 3 years, just 3 years, I will be able to surpass you. Don't you dare. Let me go if you dare. Dawn, I growled. Ashes Shaw. I've seen stupidity, but this is the first time you've been as stupid as you are. You've said that you can surpass me in 3 years, so why should I let you go? Xiao Ashes asked rhetorically. Dawn, so the hallowed son of the Xiao family is actually a coward. How ridiculous. Tangi was also a bit confused by this operation by Xiao Ashes, and began to taunt wildly in an attempt to get Xiao Ashes to let himself go in the spirit of his arrogant nature. Boom! However, in the face of Tangi's sneer, Xiao Ashes directly stomped on his head. Noisy, Xiao Ashes said in a cold voice. The ghostly light flickered in the heavy pupil, and seeing Tangi's divine soul, the pupil light blossomed, instantly destroying his divine soul along with it. Because he knew that the son of Qi Fortune had a hard life, Xiao Ashes directly used the 9-leaf reincarnation sword formation just in case, chopping Xiao Ashes' flesh into pieces, and then gazed a Hanfu, L of divine flame to burn it directly into ash. Immediately afterward, a palm went down and raised its ashes in 8 directions. Ding! The host is ready. The mission has been completed. It was only when he heard the system's prompt that Xiao Ashes stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with 1000 Qi points. As the host has completed the first kill of the son of Qi, the immortal Dao treasure chest is rewarded. Is it open? The system's prompt sounded again. And the unexpected? Xiao Ashes sniffed and called out to the system for being on the right track, so he chose to open it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the immortal Dao treasure chest, rewarding the secret method of the word elder. Accompanied by the system's prompting sound, Xiao Ashes' mind instantly gained an additional spell. One of the 9 secrets, the secret of the word of the one. The secret of the word of the one was a powerful healing secret method. Its effects were comparable to immortal pills and sacred medicines, and if it was paired with one's holy body's vision of the brocade mountain and river diagram as well as the undying scripture, the current Xiao Ashes could be said to want to die. Nice. Xiao Ashes felt satisfied. For the life-preserving type of immortal laws, it was come as many as it takes. Xiao Ashes then violently broke open Tangi's spatial ring. Most of the things inside were very much disliked by Xiao Ashes, and the only thing that made Xiao Ashes a little interested were some odd secret methods. All in all, the harvest can be extremely rich. Only after doing this did Xiao Ashes turn his gaze toward the 9-myriad divine tree. Chapter 49, the Tsang ranking shakes again. Xiao Xian'er made it to the top of the list against all odds. The 9-myriad divine tree was one of the most profound opportunities in the immortal ancient era, even creating a body as terrifying as the chaos body. Rumor had it that chaotic body had finally certified to the immortal emperor fruit and had left the immortal realm, heading to an even more expansive heaven and earth. It's just a pity that 2 of the immortal fruits have already been eaten by Tangi. Xiao Ashes felt a bit of pity. Moreover, the 7-9 myriad immortal fruits in front of him were not yet ripe, although they could also be eaten hard, but the rewards are about to be greatly diminished. Xiao Ashes obviously didn't allow this to happen. I wonder if I can transplant it into my divine sea. Xiao Ashes pondered. One's own divine sea had become divine because of the holy body's visionary chaotic seed green lotus. It seemed to allow all spiritual plants to survive and grow in it. For example, the seed of that sycamore divine tree in the ancestral land. As soon as he thought of it, Xiao Ashes manifested his divine seed directly in the outside world and began to establish a connection with the 9 myriads divine tree. However, the divine tree had a spirit and naturally resisted in the face of Xiao Ashes' solicitation. Enter my divine sea, and I can guarantee that you'll be nourished with even more abundant immortal chi than this place. Xiao Ashes sensed the resistance of the 9 myriad divine tree and spoke. The green lotus behind him that was born from the chaos also slowly unfolded, emitting a divine aura. Under this promise from Xiao Ashes, the 9 myriad divine trees' resistance to it also became weaker, and it eventually pulled itself up and entered Xiao Ashes' divine sea. It worked! Xiao Ashes felt a little surprised. However, it soon sensed that something was wrong, and this 9 myriad divine tree began to crazily devour Xiao Ashes' immortal energy as soon as it entered the sea of the Lord God. It didn't take long for Xiao Ashes to feel a little weak. Can't get a pocket. Granny drops. Xiao Ashes gritted his teeth, but the words had already been spoken, so how could he not backtrack on them? So he began to pour a large amount of immortal pills and sacred medicines into his mouth, constantly replenishing his own consumption, and only then did he barely manage to hold on. However, after this tossing and turning, Xiao Ashes realized that those remaining 7 immortal fruits seemed to have become ripe by a hair. It looks like it needs a lot of energy to mature completely. Xiao Ashes pondered and then picked up the 2 girls, Yun Yu and Snow Dance, from within the Supreme Divine Hall. What is this place? Yun Yu looked left and right, and the smell of the great battle seemed to remain in the air. It's settled. We should go. Xiao Ashes spoke, picking up the Qilin in the process. Tangi, the Snow Dance at the side couldn't help but ask a question as she also understood what Xiao Ashes meant by things being resolved. He's everywhere now. Xiao Ashes smiled. The ashes have been divided into 8 young, so it is right to say so. Snow Dance eventually nodded silently. Let's just say it's self-inflicted. Xiao Ashes had clearly come to give benefits to the sacred snow sect and was a heavenly honored person of the sacred snow sect. Again, it's this identity background. Why does this Tangi have to be messed with? Maybe it's because of jealousy. Snow Dance shook her head, her eyes becoming indifferent. This person, Tangi, was destined to become only a passerby on his path to immortality. After the 3 of them entered the Qilin divine carriage, they left the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Land and made their way towards the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. The 2 women were silent along the way, while Xiao Ashes studied the Qi luck points he had just obtained. System, open them all. Xiao Ashes read silently in his mind, and a mall page that only Xiao Ashes could see appeared in front of his eyes. There was a wide array of items in it, and quite a few things were extremely heartwarming even when Xiao Ashes saw them. True Dragon Treasure Art, worth 10,000 Qi points. True Phoenix Treasure Blood, worth 3,000 Qi points. Skyhorn Ant Hatchling, worth 5,000 Qi points. Xiao Ashes looked at the extremely tempting items in the system mall and then looked at his 1,000 Qi luck points. Couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Tangi, the son of Qi, was still too easy to kill. I can't believe it's worth that much, but there's no rush, since this side quest is already open. Are you still worried about not having enough Qi points? As for the sons of Qi, don't worry, they'll come up and get themselves killed. Primordial True Solution Transcendence Chapter, worth 10,000 Qi points. Xiao Ashes kept flipping through the system mall and finally fixed his gaze on one of the items. If one were to say what was most attractive to Xiao Ashes, it would definitely be this Primal True Solution. Whether it is a true dragon treasure art or a heavenly horned ant cub or something else, although it can increase one's own strength, it is far less real than the Primordial True Solution that directly increases one's own foundation as well as one's potential in the future. After all, being strong in one's own right is really strong. If Xiao Ashes hadn't guessed correctly, this Primordial True Solution Transcendent Chapter corresponded to the Immortal Tao realm. Now that he had reached the Great Sage realm, which was the ultimate realm of the mortal path, if he wanted to lay a supreme foundation on the immortal path as well, then this Primordial True Unraveling Transcendent Chapter was a must. System, how about a negotiation? How about giving me this Primordial True Solution Transcendent Chapter first, and owing the Qi points first? Xiao Ashes tried. Ding, the host is thinking of farts to eat. Come on, who are we? It's not like I'm not giving. Big deal. How about interest? Xiao Ashes refused to give up and spoke again. 10,000 Qi points was a bit too much. He had only gotten 1,000 after killing a Tangi. Wouldn't he have to kill 10,000? Not to mention if it's good to kill or not. It's not good to encounter in this quantity. However, Xiao Ashes felt that the Primordial True Solution Transcendent Chapter was worth the price, so there was no pressure on the price, and they simply wanted credit. This system never does business on credit, and believes in handing over Qi points with one hand and delivering the goods with the other. The system's unforgiving voice rang out. How can you deliver with one hand when you don't even have one? Xiao Ashes couldn't help but spit. The system simply stopped paying attention to Xiao Ashes this time, maintaining a high and cold stance. Actually, it's because it can't be said. Xiao Ashes found that the system was really greasy after grinding for a while more, so he had no choice but to give up. It seems like there's nothing to do but wander around and find a few ungrateful sons of Qi to kill. Xiao Ashes mulled it over. Forget it, let's not think about this now. There's still a distance to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Let's get comfortable first. As Xiao Ashes thought this, his gaze went to the 2 people, Snow Dance and Yun Yu. who were whispering. The two women also seemed to have felt Xiao Ashen's fiery gaze, and for a moment, their faces turned a little scarlet. Snow dance. You go first this time. Yun Yo-Yo shoved. This comfort was the passage of several days. Under the terrifying speed of the Qilin divine carriage, Xiao Ashes and his group also finally returned to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Is this the great sect of antiquity? The Fountainhead Immortal Palace? Snowdance looked at the Fountainhead Immortal Mountain that stretched for 10 million miles. Her heart was also shocked beyond measure, worthy of being a great sect that had survived several epochs without being extinguished. It was truly terrifying, and when Xiao Ashes returned, it was no surprise that the Tsung Dome ranking that connected heaven and earth appeared once again. This time, Xiao Ashes' name was in the first seat along with that Yi Qing Tian. Ha! Xiao Ashes looked at the Tsung Dome ranking and his heavy pupils flickered slightly as if he had discovered something. In just less than a month's time, this niece, Xian'er, is actually ranked on the Tsung Dome ranking. Chapter 50, Saint Xuanji, give me face. Xiao Ashes, who are you? Xiao Ashes stepped out of the Qilin divine carriage and looked at the Tsung Dome ranking in front of him, and in the very lower position, there was clearly Xiao Xian'er's name, with Xiao Xian'er's identity as a reborn immortal emperor. It's only a matter of time before she acquires great strength. I believe it won't take long to shine on the Tsung Dome ranking, Xiao Ashes mused, while remembering that he seemed to have a system quest to take in Xiao Xian'er. It's also time to move forward. When he thought of this, Xiao Ashen's heavy pupil immediately reflected Xiao Xian'er's figure. Earlier, he had given Xiao Xian'er a token made of immortal gold with a piece of his spiritual sense attached to it. With this spiritual sense, Xiao Ashes could control Xiao Xian'er's movements anytime, anywhere. Ha! Seems to be in some trouble. Xiao Ashes withdrew his gaze after sensing Xiao Xian'er's situation. The trees are big. Xiao Xian'er had only joined the ageless immortal palace less than a month ago, and she had already ascended the Tsung Dome ranking, so it was obvious that some heavenly pride was displeased to come looking for trouble. It looks like there are quite a few people. I don't know if Xiao Xian'er can handle it, but no matter what, as a brother, it's good to check it out. You guys go back to the God's temple first. I have some things I need to take care of. Also, bestow these upon those who are my followers. Xiao Ashes said to Yun Yu and Shui Dance, then took out some jade bottles and handed them over. What was contained in these bottles was clearly what was mixed between Xiao Ashes' own holy blood and the spring water after he bathed in the golden light divine spring. This was already an unparalleled holy medicine for the average heavenly pride. Yun Yu curiously took the bottles and opened one of them and gently sniffed it. It smells so good. Is this the spring water from the golden light divine spring? Yun Yu was a bit surprised. Ashes Shaw, you can keep a couple bottles if you like, Xiao Ashes said, but it's best not to drink it. Xiao Ashes added. Why? Yun Yu was a bit puzzled. Because it's so rewarding. Xiao Ashes smiled and didn't explain why, and with a flash of his figure, he left the spot, leaving behind the two of them, Yun Yu and Snowdance, who had puzzled faces. At the same time, the Fountainhead Immortal Palace was in the middle of a mountain range. Xiao Xian'er, it is your honor to be a follower of my lord. How dare you refuse? Aren't you afraid that my lord will be angry and chop you to pieces? Several figures surrounded Xiao Xian'er, and one of the youths drank at Xiao Xian'er, his voice like thunder exploding, obviously using the power of the sound Dao. Although Xiao Xian'er possessed the power to kill people across levels, her cultivation was still stuck in the saint realm after all, and there were many people in front of her, so it was normal for her to be undefeated. Sister Xian'er, I also cherish talent. With your natural talent, if you become my follower, my sacred clan is willing to bestow you with endless resources, help you to climb to the top of the immortal path with me and see all the scenery of the world. The white-clothed youth at the head looked at Xiao Xian'er with a smile on his face. The greed in his eyes could not be concealed. This Xiao Xian'er was rumored to be a Yuan spirit body, and if she could be accepted as a follower, it would be equivalent to having a portable energy bank. Saint Xuanji, you're not qualified to make me follow you. Xiao Xian'er's face was chilly, and a terrifying fiery flame ignited within her petite body as the 9 great suns carried a terrifying destructive fluctuation, directly blasting towards that white-clothed youth. Saint Xuanji, overrate yourself. Saint Xuanji laughed lightly at this situation. His 2 fingers were together like a sword, and with a gentle stroke into the void, the incomparably terrifying 9 great suns instantly fell apart, and with unabated might, it cut straight through Xiao Xian'er, the 10th seat of the Tsung Dome ranking, the natural-born sword species Saint Xianji. Humph. Xiao Xian'er stifled a grunt and narrowly dodged this finger sword of Saint Xuanji's, but there were still some minor injuries. Now do you realize the difference between us? Sacred Xuanji faintly said. It's just relying on the fact that his cultivation is higher than mine and he's a few years older than me. Xiao Xian'er sneered. Both are equally in the Great Sage realm, and yet you can only be ranked in the 10th seat with your peak Great Sage strength. How dare you have the face to talk about disparity? Xiao Xian'er sneered nonchalantly. You seek death. Saint Xuanji was completely furious at these words. These words could be said to have mercilessly crushed his pride away. The terrifying sword intent spread throughout the void, causing Xiao Xian'er to instantly feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. It had to be said that this Saint Xuanji still had some strength. Saint Xuanji, I'm from the Eternal Life Xiao family. Aren't you afraid of my Eternal Life Xiao family's retaliation? Xiao Xian'er gritted her teeth, and in the end, she could only bring out the background of the everlasting Xiao family. Ha! Since when is a split family considered the everlasting Xiao family? Saint Xuanji sneered. Since you're not willing to follow me, let's give you some lessons. Even if I can't kill you due to the rules of the immortal palace, I think it would be a very interesting thing to strip you naked and parade you around. Shang Xuanji laughed wildly, and his followers also looked at Xiao Xian'er with a playful expression. Is that the only move that can be used? Xiao Xian'er's face was unsightly. She had a forbidden secret method that could drastically increase her strength in a short period of time, but it had extremely terrifying aftereffects. It's best not to use it until it's absolutely necessary. Whatever, it's better than being stripped and paraded around. Xiao Xian'er's silver teeth clenched and she was about to use that forbidden secret method. The power in his body suddenly rioted, like a blazing fire burning furiously. However, just as Xiao Xian'er was planning to make a desperate attempt, a large hand suddenly covered its shoulder, suppressing the riotous energy within its body. Sister Xian'er, it's not your style to be so indolent. Xiao Ash's spring-like voice rang out, causing Xiao Xian'er's original determination to fight for her life to instantly subside. What brings you here? Xiao Xian'er didn't know why she felt a sense of reassurance when she saw Xiao Ash's. If I don't come, aren't you going to be stripped naked and paraded through the streets? Xiao Ash's laughed, a lurid light flowing from his heavy pupils as he coldly stared at Shang Xuanji and the others, whose faces changed drastically. I wouldn't, Xiao Xian'er muttered in a low voice. You're Xiao Ash's? Shang Xuanji looked at Xiao Ash's with a wary expression on his face, and he had watched that battle between him and Song Suanba before. It's a very tricky guy. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you bullied my sister. What do you think should be done? Xiao Ash's tone became dangerous, and the terrifying pressure was like the wrath of heaven, causing the many followers of Saint Xuanji to tremble in both of their strands, their faces showing fear. My lord, one of the followers couldn't help but look at Saint Xuanji, fear covering his eyes. St. Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that I could handle it. So Xiao Xian'er is Xiao Shizi's younger sister. This is really a great flooding of the Dragon King Temple. Everything is a misunderstanding. Saint Xuanji smiled gently and arched his hand at Xiao Ash's. The gaze then went back to Xiao Xian'er. Senior sister Xian'er, I was rude in the past. I will definitely apologize at the door in the coming day. Let's go. After Saint Xuanji finished speaking, he intended to leave with a group of followers. However, when its feet moved, a leaf suddenly chopped at its feet. Did I say to let you go? Xiao Ash's lazy voice came out. Chapter 51, the 10th Naked in the Vault Ranking, The Art of Humiliation by Xiao Ash's. As Xiao Ash's words fell, Shang Xuanji's face stiffened and turned gloomy. Xiao Ash's, what do you mean by that? Trying to make things difficult for me? A dangerous fluctuation emanated from Saint Xuanji's body as he said in a cold voice. What kind of a person are you to tell me to be difficult? Xiao Ash's was dumbfounded at his words. Why was this person a little overconfident? You. Saint Xuanji's face looked extremely ugly when he heard this. His palms clenched and unclenched, wanting to rise to the occasion but being in the way of Xiao Ash's terrifying strength and background, he did not have the courage. Xiao Ash's, for the sake of the eternal life Xiao family, count me as having conceded this time. Let's go! Saint Xuanji roared out, holding a void sword, breaking through the void and then wanting to leave. For the sake of the everlasting Xiao family? Xiao Ash's wanted to laugh. This Shang Xuanji was really a funny guy. Obviously he was scared to death, but he wanted to push it on the everlasting Xiao family. People like that, though, tend to be softies. You can't leave until I tell you to. 9 leaves emerged in Xiao Ash's palm, and a terrifying sword chi tore through space, instantly forcing Saint Xuanji out of the void. What a terrifying sword chi! What kind of sword technique is this? Saint Xuanji's face was horrified, although he had seen it performed before when Xiao Ash's had fought Song Suanba, but it was one thing to have seen it, and another to experience it firsthand. Each of these 9 leaves contained an extremely terrifying offensive sword intent, even if he was a natural seat of the sword and had an extremely deep understanding of the sword way. In front of this 9 leaves there was only a deep powerlessness, a type of swordplay that you can only ever look up to, Xiao Ash's said indifferently. One of the leaves landed on Shang Xuanji's forehead, and as long as he dared to make the slightest movement, he would not hesitate to cut him down. I am the pride of the sacred clan. Aren't you afraid that the sacred ancestor of my clan will find you in trouble? Saint Xuanji gritted his teeth. The Holy Family? Is it as powerful as my Chongqing Xiao family? Comparing backgrounds with me? Xiao Ash's sneered. This Saint Xuanji is really stupid. And these followers of yours? They seem to have found a master of little use. Xiao Ash's pointed out with a finger. And one of the followers of the sacred Xuanji was immediately seriously injured, nearly destroying his foundation. Xiao Shizi, spare your life. Xiao Shizi, spare your life. were just following orders. Many of Saint Xuanji's followers immediately began to beg for mercy. Xiao Ashes, if you have any ability to come at me, let them go. Saint Xuanji's eyes were wide with rage at the sight, but he didn't dare to move in the slightest. I can't tell you're quite so righteous. Xiao Ashes felt a little surprised. Xian'er, just now they seem to want to strip and parade them naked, Xiao Ashes suddenly said. You the man. Xiao Xian'er stomped her foot in anger at the words. Couldn't this pass? In that case, do unto others as they would have done unto you. As Xiao Ashes said, his fingers moved slightly, and the 9 leaves fluttered like butterflies on Saint Xuanji as well as his many followers, tearing all of their clothes in the blink of an eye. It's kinda white, Xiao Ashes snorted. Yikes! Xiao Xian'er spat when she saw this and turned around in a hurry. Xiao Ashes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. As a pride of the sacred race and the 10th seat of the undying immortal palace's Tsang Dome ranking, when had Saint Xuanji been humiliated in this way? So you mean you want to die? There was killing intent surging in Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils, and he didn't care about the immortal rules of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace if he was truly angered. Sheng Xuanji's heart thumped when he felt this killing intent. This Xiao Ashes wasn't joking, he was really going to kill himself. Seeing that Saint Xuanji had finally become honest, Xiao Ashes also let out a cold smile. This Saint Xuanji is truly worthy of being a heavenly saint bastard, having to take a beating to know how to be honest. Seeing their own adults in such a miserable state, their followers naturally did not dare to say anything, and only hoped that this painful parade would pass as quickly as possible. Xiao Ashes took out the rope and incidentally summoned the Qilin Divine Chariot out of the Supreme Divine Hall. Give you a break today. Xiao Ashes stroked the Qilin's huge head and smiled, unloading the divine carriage from the Qilin. He then connected Saint Xuanji and his followers to the divine carriage. The fairyland version of the rickshaw is then complete. Xiao Ashes hugged Xiao Xian'er's waist and came together on top of the manpower god's chariot, and then drank. What are you standing there for? This Fountainhead mountain range is so vast that to be honest, this son of the world hasn't completely traveled all over it either. I'll take care of you today. As long as you walk up the Fountain Mountain range completely, you will be able to leave, Xiao Ashes said smilingly. Sheng Xuanji clenched his teeth. This humiliating tactic of Xiao Ashes was really unacceptable to him. I'd rather die. Before Sheng Xuanji could finish his sentence, he saw a leaf that emitted a silent sword aura floating in front of his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you just now. Say that again? Xiao Ashes said in a cold tone. Aha! Ow 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 ow. Sacred Xuanji was almost ready to go mad, his eyes glaring ferociously at his group of followers. What are you waiting for? As long as we're fast enough, the others won't see who we are. Sheng Xuanji roared, unleashing his entire strength to explode crazily, pulling the divine carriage to speed through the Fountainhead mountain range at breakneck speed. The other followers sniffed as if they had also discovered the hope of life, and one by one, they roared in anger and kept accelerating. Ooh! Xiao Ashes was also a bit startled when he felt this speed. Surprisingly, it was already approaching the speed of a griffin. Sure enough, the potential is all squeezed out. What flew past? In the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, many heavenly prides were either cultivating or picking sacred medicines. With an unintentional look up, he saw the flurry of remnants of Pei Buyer clatter past his eyes. It's probably some kind of flying ferocious beast, someone speculated. It's strange that there would be such a white ferocious beast. Someone shook their head and went on with their own. It works. The sacred Xuanji and the others, who were exploding at full speed, were overjoyed at the sight. A time to work harder. Xiao Ashes, on the other hand, smiled faintly when he saw this and leisurely sat in the Qilin divine carriage, watching Sheng Xuanji and the others take themselves on a tour of the ageless mountain range. How vast the Fountainhead mountain range was, after a long run of several hours. Saint Xuanji's followers couldn't support themselves first, and even needed to rely on holy pills to maintain a certain speed. You guys, pick up the pace. If you let anyone see who I am, I'll kill you. Sacred Xuanji felt the resistance and roared, My lord, we've really burned out. Some followers could even only rely on swallowing holy pills to maintain their speed. Such a precious holy medicine being used for such a thing was something they could never have dreamed of before. Damn it! St. Xuanji nearly collapsed, and could only desperately explode into a burst of speed on his own. But the power of one person was limited, and it didn't take long for the speed to slow down. Am I right? That doesn't seem to be a ferocious beast, but a sacred Xuanji. Heavens, Saint Xuanji, the 10th seat of the Tsang Dome ranking, is actually pulling a cart for someone, and he's still running around naked. This news was like an explosion frantically passing through the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, and for a while many celestial pride came to watch this rare performance. St. Xuanji, Chapter 52, My pupil is the best drinker in his life. Surprisingly, it's really Saint Xuanji, the pride of the Saint clan, or the 10th seat of the Tsong Dong ranking, even pulling a cart for someone, so much for pulling a cart, or pulling it naked. The heavenly pride of the Stygian dragon race, who was ranked in the 8th seat of the crowning vault ranking, looked at Shang Xuanji with an ugly expression on his face. He was on good terms with Shang Xuanji, and had dealings with each other on a regular basis. But right now, Saint Xuanji was like this, and it made him look embarrassed as well. I'd like to see who's in that carriage. The Underworld Dragon Clan's pride, Underworld Chong Kong, looked at the increasing number of people around him and finally became a bit unable to hold back. I advise you, don't mind your own business. Just as He Changkong wanted to make a move to see who was in that carriage, a warning voice suddenly rang out. He Changkong turned his head with some annoyance, wanting to see who dared to stop him. It's you? He Changkong looked at the visitor and felt some surprise in his heart. The one who warned him just now was clearly the 7th seat of the Tsong Dong ranking, the 3rd Emperor Gu Chuan from the eternally mortal dynasty. Gu Chuan clasped his arms to his chest as he looked at the divine carriage, his eyes revealing an extremely intense look of scorn. Do you know who is in this chariot? He Changkong didn't dare to take Gu Chuan's words lightly, so he asked. Not long ago, a celestial pride in the Tsong Dong ranking returned. Haven't you seen it as well? Furukawa said faintly. Not too long ago, the Tsong Dong ranking? He Changkong's pupils suddenly shrunk at his words. So it's him. Why did this sacred Xuanji provoke him? He Changkong was puzzled, but he would definitely not participate in this matter. Roar! Just as the crowd gathered around, some big smarts finally came up with a way they could cover their asses. Those celestial pride whose bodies were ferocious beasts had detached from their human forms and transformed into their original bodies, and immediately felt much better. And this was bitter to those heavens pride whose very bodies were humanoid, especially St. Xuanji. With fewer people pulling carts, the number of eyes gathered on him naturally became larger. Change back, all of you. Useless thing, even if you can't run fast enough, how dare you escape in such a way? St. Xuanji roared. TSK, this is the 10th seat of the Tsong Dong ranking, the pride of the sacred race? Just a punk who only oppresses his followers. This incompetent rage of Saint Xuanji finally caused some of the onlookers of the heavenly pride to become displeased. In particular, the celestial pride that was ranked in the dozen on the Tsong Dong list and was only half a step short of Saint Xuanji even took this opportunity to suppress it greatly. Facing the ridicule from the sky, Saint Xuanji also had an angry face and clenched his teeth. Xiao Ashes, I swear I will make you pay. Saint Xuanji roared in his heart. Or forget it, it's too flashy. On the carriage, Xiao Xian'er noticed that there were more and more onlookers, so she proposed. As a reborn person, Xiao Xian'er had always acted on the principle of keeping a low profile in this life. It was also on the Tsong Dong list because it just couldn't be hidden anymore. With full strength, the rankings could actually be pulled up a notch. How can I let it go like this when I dare to bully my Xian'er sister like this? Xiao Ashes sniffed but let out a cold laugh, looking unusually angry. So she actually cares about me that much. Xiao Xian'er did not expect Xiao Ashes to react so strongly. And it's all for yourself. It's nice to have someone to protect. Ding! 90% progress in subjugating Xiao Xian'er. As the system's prompt sounded, Xiao Ashes was also finally relieved. The progress bar is finally moving. It's already at 90%. So is it far from being completely taken in? Xiao Ashes thought this in his heart. However, this event should be the limit when it is raised to 90%. I'm afraid that you need the next appropriate event if you want to keep pushing the progress bar. With this thought, Xiao Ashes intended to make Shang Xuanji stop. After all, with their current turtle speed, if they wanted to walk through the entire ageless mountain range, they didn't know when they would have to wait. Your own time is precious. Boom! However, right at this moment, the energy between heaven and earth suddenly rioted, and an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the heads of all the heavenly pride present. It was as if the end was near. Which immortal palace venerable has come out of the world? So terrifying, just a little bit of residual power makes me feel deep despair. The many celestial pride were horrified in their hearts as they looked towards the core of that power. Master! Saint Xuanji was in tears at this moment. His master in the fountainhead immortal palace was finally remembering him. I'm so bitter. Humph, what a scandal! A thunderous voice exploded, causing the brains of everyone present to buzz. Saint Xuanji was even struck by a thunderbolt, instantly doubling his white body to become black. It doesn't look like a naked run when you look at it that way. And Xiao Ashes was also sweating profusely at this time, obviously under a very terrifying pressure. The three great visions behind him appeared but shattered. Old brother Lijan, your temper is still so violent. A fight between juniors, It's a bit unorthodox for you to do that, isn't it? A light laugh rang out, and the riotous energies between heaven and earth were instantly smoothed out. Shi Bai Mei appeared in front of Xiao Ashes, his hands behind his back as he gazed at a certain place in the void. To be so humiliated? This disciple of yours is trying to destroy his Tao heart. The stocky Lijan immortal exalt emerged from the void and coldly snorted. Destroy the heart of the Tao? Elder brother Lijan, not to mention that this is a fight between juniors. Even if it's destroying the Tao heart, you shouldn't intervene. Furthermore, you are not blinded by old age. Have you ever seen any signs of this disciple of yours having a shattered Tao heart? Shi Bai Mei said indifferently. At this moment, although Saint Xuanji looked extremely miserable and had also been humiliated by Xiao Ashes, but the strange thing is, this kind of origin and talent was so humiliated, the heart of the road froze a little, did not shake. To put it nicely, that is, the Taoist heart is as steady as a rock and indestructible. The future is bound to be great, and harder. With a large hand, Immortal Exalt Lijan directly grabbed the Saint Xuanji that had turned into charcoal in his hand. Master, you finally arrived. St. Xuanji said nastily. Shut up, at least the sacred clan is a great clan. How did you come up with such a cheeky thing like you? The old man was blind in the beginning. Lijan was so angry that he blew his beard. St. Xuanji, on the other hand, had the good sense to choose to shut up, afraid of angering Immortal Emperor Lijan to directly ignore him. How? Shi Bai Mei said indifferently. This time it was the old man who was reckless. Lijan could only say unwillingly at his words. That's it? Shi Bai Mei glared. So what else do you want? The old man didn't do anything to your disciple either, did he? Lijan yelled. Regardless of whether there was any reason first, it was right to be louder. Can't you see that this disciple of mine is scared enough by you? Old brother Lijan, if you don't give a statement today, let's have a competition. Shi Bai Mei snorted coldly. The void around him exploded and space sank. Void immortal. Shi Bai Mei, what do you want to say? Faced with Shi Bai Mei's threat, Lijan eventually wimped out. Who didn't know that Shi Bai Mei's battle prowess was unrivaled? This disciple of mine has the best wine in his life, and I heard that recently that Lai Tian brew seems to be flush with life. Shi Bai Mei rubbed his hands together and smiled. Lai Shak, Ashes Sha, Xiao Xian'er, Chapter 53. It is the greatest sorrow to be in the same era as me. So you were hitting on old man Blazing Sky Brew's idea. Lijan obviously wouldn't believe any bull **** like Xiao Ashes had the best wine in his life. In this fountainhead immortal palace, who didn't know that Shi Bai Mei was an alcoholic? Just say give or take? This isn't over until you give it. Shi Bai glared as countless void vortices emerged around him, in which illusory spears coalesced. Give. Can't the old man give it to you? Lijan was helpless. In fact, he brewed this Lai Tian brew with the intention of sending a pot to Shi Bai Mei. Lijan reached out and took out a pot of wine that seemed to be burning with flames and threw it to Shi Bai Mei. Shi Bai Mei instantly took it carefully and took a few slight sniffs, with an enraptured look on his face. To say who is the most domineering and strongest within the wine, it is not you, Lijan, who brewed this Lai Tian brew, Shi Bai Mei said with a smile. But isn't it a bit too stingy for just this one pot? Another dozen. Shi Bai Mei put away the intense heavenly brew, and then spread his two hands together. Lijan's face instantly darkened at the sight. It's gone. Even if I fight you today, this wine is gone. Lijan roared angrily, and a terrifying vision was born around him, a scene that was like a heavenly disaster. If you don't have it, and remember to brew more next time. A handful of years old and not moving, Shi Bai Mei said smilingly, not taking Lijan's threat to heart in the slightest. Lijan snorted coldly and hurriedly whisked his sleeves away, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist striking. Of course, I can't beat them, Master Teacher. I've caused trouble for you old man again. Only after seeing Immortal Emperor Lijan leave did Xiao Ashes smile and bring Xiao Xian'er to Shi Bai Mei. Shi Bai Mei carefully observed Xiao Ashes and a trace of surprise crossed his eyes before he laughed out loud and said, Good brat, his chi and blood are so thick. It seems that he has obtained a treasure that boosts his chi and blood, and many thanks to Master for mentioning it. Xiao Ashes arched his hand, but this time you did a good job and also allowed Master to obtain this Lai Tian brew. Next time remember to look for that Lijan's disciple Scourge, Shi Bai Mei said quietly to Xiao Ashes. If they don't come to mess with me, it wouldn't be good for a disciple to go looking for trouble from them for no reason. After all, the disciple isn't that dude either. Xiao Ashes waved his hand. How could any master make enemies for his disciple like this? That was an immortal dignity powerhouse. A single finger could poke the current Xiao Ashes to death. Shi Bai Mei took out Blazing Sky Brew and took a big gulp of it, smacking his lips and said, Won't you show your enemy weakness and let them take the initiative to find you trouble? Didn't Master teach you that rules are meant to be broken? Shi Bai glared at Xiao Ashes. If If Master wants immortal brew, my Xiao family's immortal Dao Tong Tian wine is also extremely good, so I can bring some for Master next time. Xiao Xian'er on the side suddenly interjected. Look at that! Look at that! This is my Qi Bai Mei's good disciple. Qi Bai Mei laughed out loud at his words. Xiao Ashes smelled slightly helpless. It seems that he has only filial piety to your old cloudy ascension wine, but this time, your brat has come back at the right time. Follow me. With a wave of Qi Bai Mei's hand, the space in front of him quickly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the white eyebrow peak where Qi Bai Mei was located. An immortal dignity powerhouse was truly as terrifying as this. This kind of heavenly means could only be done by Qi Bai Mei, who specialized in the laws of the void. Now there's good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Qi Bai Mei threw the fiery heavenly brew in his hand into the void, and a pool of wine suddenly appeared, and as the fiery heavenly brew was poured into it, the wine in the pool became boiling all of a sudden. Which disciple will listen to whichever master says? Xiao Ashes tried. Oh, good news first then. After this period of time of pushing by my master, the desolate ancient battlefield will open 10 days later. Qi Bei caressed his beard lightly, incidentally secretly observing Xiao Ash's reaction. Wanted to see Xiao Ash's admiration for him as his master. Oh, master is so awesome. Xiao Ashes possessed heavy pupils, so he naturally gained insight into Qi Bai Mei's reaction, and so he gave a bit of a reaction as well. The dystopian battlefield. Xiao Xian'er's eyes flashed with a trace of color when she heard this. But you shouldn't be too happy too early. It's rumored that the legendary overlord Song warning body of that everlasting Song clan is about to enter the desolate ancient battlefield together. Qi Bei's complexion was rare and grave. Legendary buster? Xiao Ashes raised an eyebrow at the words. How legendary was it? That Song Zhanting is a character from the same era as Master. Qi Bai Mei couldn't help but knock on the door when he saw that Xiao Ashes wasn't taking it seriously. Are you kidding me? Xiao Ashes sniffed and directly quit. A character from the same era as Qi Bai Mei, who could still make Qi Bai Mei pay such attention to him, would be at least an immortal exalt level powerhouse. Is it hard to make yourself compete with an immortal exalt level powerhouse for the creation? Oh, you mustn't be in a hurry. Although that Sang Zhanting was in the same era as my master, he was willing to freeze and sleep for a long time for the sake of a certain treasure in that immortal ancient ruins, and thus his cultivation level is only at the great sage realm. Qi Bai Mei was satisfied to see Xiao Ash's reaction, so he opened his mouth to explain. Then it doesn't matter. When Xiao Ashes heard that it was the great sage realm, he immediately lost interest. Enemies of the same realm, no matter how many of them came, they were all just giveaways. You must not underestimate that Song War Thunder, the terror of his battle power. He once beheaded a true immortal with the power of a great sage, without the aid of any secret treasures. This time when you enter the desolate ancient battlefield, this Sang Zhanting will be your biggest obstacle. Qi Bai Mei said in a stern tone. Hearing that Sang Zhanting had beheaded a true immortal purely by himself, Xiao Ashes then slightly raised some spirits. Peak great sage? Yes, once reached the immortal realm, and then cut off his own cultivation. Oh, that's okay, Xiao Ashes said indifferently. In the same realm, I am invincible. Whoever is in front of me will only have to look up, and ultimately look away. I will let that Sang Zhanting know that lifting the ice seal and being with me in this age is his greatest sorrow. The qi and blood in Xiao Ash's body boiled, and his terrifying aura shot up into the sky. This kind of solitary and lofty posture, even Qi Bai Mei was somewhat shaken. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my disciple. Then let me see just how powerful this generation's saint body can be. Qi Bai Mei laughed out loud. Phew! Suddenly, Xiao Ash's aura suddenly gave out, as if it was a leather ball that had been punctured. Xiao Ashes, who sensed that something was wrong, immediately stuffed himself with a mouthful of immortal pills, which slowed him down. Master, right now disciple has another big problem. I need resources, tons of them, Xiao Ashes said helplessly. The 9 myriad divine tree in the divine sea was like a bottomless pit constantly absorbing Xiao Ashen's energy, and every now and then they suck hard. Who can stand this? Wouldn't be able to take it if it came like that during an engagement. Therefore, it is best to feed this 9 myriads divine tree first. In the midst of your divine sea, Qi Bai Mei was also able to see Xiao Ash's problem, but he did not ask more questions and then pondered. Resources then. Recently, the Immortal Palace seems to have exactly one immortal crystal vein being mined in the Black God Mountain. Chapter 54, Black God Mountain Catastrophe Present. Xiao Ashes personally explores the Immortal Crystal Mine. That immortal crystal vein in the Black God Mountain is said to be very rich in reserves. It should be able to satisfy your need for a large amount of energy. It was as if there were stars flickering in Qi Bai's eyes, and as he watched the energy constantly decaying Xiao Ashes, he also frowned slightly. There's a spirit plant in your divine sea that's constantly drawing on your energy. It's a parasite-like thing that will play with fire if you're not careful. Are you kids sure you can handle it? Qi Bai Mei retracted his gaze. Worried. Naturally, there is a certainty. Only that this thing has a somewhat large appetite and needs to be fed first. Xiao Ashes opened his mouth and swallowed a large amount of immortal pills once again. This was also Xiao Ashes, who had a strong background and possessed numerous resources to squander. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have been sucked dry long ago. Take this token and go to the Black God Mountain. The principal there knows that you are my disciple and will naturally grant you the right to mine and use the immortal crystal veins. Shi Bai Mei did not ask more questions. This was Xiao Ash's own karmic law, which still needed to be resolved on its own. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ashes took the token. If this immortal crystal vein contained a large amount of extreme immortal crystals, it should be able to solve the pressing problem. There were still 10 days left for the desolate ancient battlefield to open, which should be enough time to use. Why don't I accompany you? Xiao Xian'er was a little worried when she saw Xiao Ash's poor state, so she proposed. There's no need. Going with your strength will only drag me down. It's better for you to honestly stay in the immortal palace and cultivate. Raising your realm up is better than anything else, Xiao Ashes said nonchalantly. Just kidding. How else am I going to get comfortable with Snowdance and Yin Yu a little bit more openly and honestly if you go? It's not like we're going to explore a secret realm or fight someone. So where's the drag? Xiao Xian'er muttered in a low voice. However, since Xiao Ashes did not want her to go, she naturally would not make a fool of herself. It just so happened that she was still a bit uncomfortable due to the fact that the strength of her physical body had greatly increased after fusing the true dragon treasure blood as well as the pixie treasure blood. Consolidate this time. Also, the desolate ancient battlefield was about to open, so she should make some preparations. Xiao Ashes had helped her so much, and it was time for herself to repay the favor. For example, the remains of that holy body. She knew exactly where it was located and how dangerous it was. Because of the limited time, Xiao Ashes didn't stay here in Shi Bai Mei for long and returned to the divine temple belonging to himself to gather some followers to follow along. Something like traveling to the Black God Mountain to obtain immortal crystals naturally didn't require one's own personal efforts. After raising these guys for so long, it's time for them to shine. Where are we going again? Yun Yu was a little confused, feeling that it hadn't been long since he came back, but Xiao Ashes actually wanted to leave again. Go to the Black God Mountain and gather some resources. Xiao Ashes summoned the Qilin divine carriage and entered it with a group of followers, heading to the Black God Mountain in great numbers. The carriage had several rooms in it, so that despite the large number of people, it was not crowded. The Black God Mountain was located in the Black Earth Dao Prefecture and was not far from the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, so it took less than a day for Xiao Ashes and the others to smoothly arrive at the Black God Mountain. Who's coming? This is the Fountainhead Immortal Palace's mine, and idle people are not allowed to enter. Two figures flew out from the Black God Mountain and stopped Xiao Ash's Qilin divine carriage. If it wasn't for the fact that the unicorn pulling a cart like this seemed too scary, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as a warning. My lord is an inherited disciple of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, as well as the lineage son of the everlasting Xiao family. This is the Immortal Palace token. Xiao Ash's follower, the Heavenly Dog clan's heavenly pride, left the carriage and threw a token to those two, the worldly son of the eternal life Xiao family. Is it not that Xiao Ashes who is in the first seat of the Tsung Dome ranking? Those two men received the token and their gazes instantly became respectful. Please also ask World Prince Xiao to wait for a while we go and inform him. One of them quickly left with the token while the other respectfully said, "No harm done." Xiao Ash's voice came out from the carriage. "Many thanks to Xiao Shizi." That person immediately let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, fearing that Xiao Ashes was an extremely arrogant master who thought that this would jeopardize his status to directly break in regardless. It didn't take long for the man from the party to return, and with him came a true immortal level steward. So it's Xiao Shizi who has come to visit. My name is Mo Huang. I'm the steward here. Mo Huang acted very politely and welcomed Xiao Ashes and his group into the Black God Mountain. I don't know what the purpose of World Sun Zhao's visit to Black God Mountain is? Steward Mo Huang carefully inquired. Are you the only steward here? Xiao Ashes did not answer Mo Huang's question and asked first. There's also a heavenly immortal level immortal palace deacon sitting here, but the deacon lord has been in seclusion and hard cultivation on weekdays, so it's me who handles all sorts of matters. Mo Huang replied. Xiao Ashes nodded. The purpose of me coming here is simple. I need a large amount of extreme immortal crystals, thus I want to mine some here. Oh, so that's it. But mining immortal crystals, this and other rough work, why do you need to do it yourself? Just need to inform me and others. Naturally, I'll offer. Mo Huang smiled and said, no need to bother. I've brought quite a few people with me this time. Just let them go. Xiao Ashes waved his hand and rejected Mo Huang's good intentions. World Sun is unaware that the mines in the middle of this Black God Mountain are extremely complex and prone to collapsing. I'm just afraid of accidentally injuring all of you lords. And if Lord Deacon knew that the World Sun had come to demand immortal crystals and had to personally lead the men to do it, I'm afraid he would also chastise me. Mo Huang's eyes flickered slightly as he arched his hand at Xiao Ashes. You few. Why don't you quickly send up all the extreme immortal crystals you've collected during this period of time? Mo Huang scolded the few people under him. Yes, a few people responded with a sniff, and it didn't take long for them to present the 10 spatial rings that had a large amount of extremely high-grade immortal crystals stored in them. That day, the Dog Clan's follower took the ring and handed it over to Xiao Ashes. After slightly sweeping a few glances, Xiao Ashes realized that it was indeed full of extremely high-grade immortal crystals. This amount was already enough to satisfy the needs of the 9 myriads divine tree for a long time. Steward Mo has a heart. Xiao Ashes spared a glance at Mo Huang. I dare not. I dare not. Mo Huang said in fear. But these are not enough. I wonder, do you hear me? Don't go and collect the immortal crystals yet. Mo Huang sniffed his heart and immediately chided. A few people nodded and retreated. Please also wait for some time. World Sun, the immortal crystals will be served as soon as possible. Mo Huang said smilingly. Thanks a lot then. Xiao Ashes smiled faintly. Mo Huang nodded with a smile before retreating. Seiji, something is wrong. This old thing seems to be preventing us from entering the vein all the time. The follower of the Tengu clan named Scorching Sun immediately reminded Xiao Ashes after Mo Huang left. Your perception is very sharp. It seems like there's something fishy going on in this Black God Mountain. Xiao Ashes rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. It seems like I need to go and explore in person today. Chapter 55 Immortal Spirit Dragon appears. Mo Huang's ambition. What need is there for your excellency to attend to such a trivial matter? We are willing to do it for you. Hearing that Xiao Ashes wanted to personally explore the Black God Mountain Immortal Crystal Vein, Scorching Sun also immediately volunteered. Your name is Scorched Sun, the heavenly pride of the Tengu clan? Xiao Ashes looked at the follower in front of him who had impressed himself more than anything else with interest. Compared to the other followers, this Scorched Sun could be said to be more favorable to himself. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that Yun Yu was also introduced to him. In front of his excellency, where is there any heavenly pride to speak of? Scorch laughed. There's a lot at stake this time, so it's safer for me to go scouting in person. If anything happens while I'm gone, you'll be the one to do the honors. Xiao Ashes glanced at the other followers and opened his mouth. In terms of talent and strength, this Scorched Sun was not the strongest amongst the group of followers, but with these words from Xiao Ashes, no one dared to resist. Thank you, my lord. Scorching Sun was also very excited when he heard this, not because of this leader, but this time, if he was valued by Xiao Ashes, then would the benefits afterward be any less? One must know that Xiao Ashes has always been very generous. Don't call me lord in the future. Just refer to me as a Taoist friend. Xiao Ashes patted Searing Sun's shoulder and laughed. My lord, this, hey. Xiao Ashes looked at the other followers again and said gently, the same goes for all of you. There is no need to call me lord in the future. If you are loyal to me, I, Xiao Ashes, will not treat you poorly since we vow to follow Seiho to the death. The many followers were very excited at the words and hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Compared to the other supreme celestial pride, Xiao Ashes was truly a bright master. Not a bit of the arrogance belonging to the children of the Eternal Life family could be seen on its body. This place will be yours for now. Xiao Ashes gave a command to Scorching Sun and the others. Then with a flash of his body, he left the spot. The Black God Mountain was a volcano, and it was rumored that during the immortal ancient era, an immortal king-level powerhouse was seated here, and his flesh and bones were transformed into this Black God Mountain, while his blood was transformed into boiling molten lava. Xiao Ashes collected his breath and used his heavy pupil illusion to confuse the guards watching over the immortal crystal mining cave, and he entered it very smoothly. This vein is very large. It is the richest vein of immortal crystals that the Fountainhead Immortal Palace has recently discovered, and although no one dares to compete for it with the name of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, it's really a bit fishy that just one true immortal can become the principal. Xiao Ashes kept going deeper and deeper into the mine as he pondered in his heart. As for the heavenly immortal powerhouse in seclusion, who knows if it is true or not without seeing his person? All hurry up! The bigwigs from the Immortal Palace are here today and need a large amount of immortal crystals. If you dare to be lazy at this time, I'll beat you to death. As Xiao Ashes arrived at the depths of the mine, he also met the mining slaves who were mining immortal crystals, as well as a group of enforcers. The mining slaves of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace usually came from the clans that were destroyed by them or from the lower realms. Xiao Ashes had long since seen this kind of thing. The weak and the strong are the ultimate law of this world. The immortal crystals here all carry a hint of fire attribute laws and need to be purified before they can be used. Xiao Ashes casually took down a piece of immortal crystal ore and crushed it before sensing the energy within. The enforcers here were all merely at the same king realm, so Xiao Ashes would not be discovered even if he swaggered past them. It seems like that Mo Huang is quite honest and didn't hide anything. Xiao Ashes looked at this kind of mining speed and thought that those extreme immortal crystals given to him were indeed all that was left in a short period of time. Most of it was still surrendered to the Immortal Palace for the Immortal Palace Celestial Pride's daily cultivation, but that Mo Huang must have a problem. And since the problem isn't with this immortal crystal, it must have something else. Xiao Ashes was convinced that his feelings were not wrong, so he found an unoccupied corner and sat down. His own breath communicated with the earth veins of this place, and peered at this heaven and earth with the power of his heavy pupils. This mine is actually this huge? Xiao Ashen's thoughts stretched for 100 miles and realized that it hadn't even reached the end yet, and felt a little surprised in his heart. Then he increased his thoughts to continue probing. It didn't take long to realize something was wrong. 2 immortal realm guards? What could be in here? Xiao Ashes discovered a mysterious place, and his thoughts bypassed the 2 immortal realm powerhouses and penetrated the stone wall, entering a lava space. Roar! A low hissing roar resounded, and an immortal spirit dragon that emitted an extremely dense immortal spirit chi appeared within Xiao Ashen's thoughts. The immortal spirit dragon was hiding in the molten lava and seemed to have sensed something rushing at Xiao Ashen's intention and hissing continuously. Its huge body was trapped in a spell formation, and the centerpiece of the formation was, surprisingly, a corpse. That corpse seems to be a heavenly immortal powerhouse. So it is. I think this is the deacon of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Not at all a closed-door cultivation but a long time ago perished, and the corpse was even used as a feeder for the spell. It seems that this Mo Huang has moved to greed and wants to monopolize this immortal spirit dragon. I don't know what tactics were used to actually shade a heavenly immortal powerhouse to death. Xiao Ashes withdrew his thoughts and his gaze was somewhat surprised. An immortal spirit dragon. That's an immortal spirit dragon. Only large immortal crystal veins had a tiny chance of giving birth to an immortal spirit dragon. The immortal spirit dragon was an innate spirit, which itself was comparable to a large spirit gathering spell formation, and was a supreme treasure for the sect, and could even be said to be the foundation. It was rumored that the eternal immortal dynasty had an immortal spirit dragon, causing the immortal chi to stir within its immortal dynasty, making it a well-known holy place for cultivation. If this immortal spirit dragon could be incorporated into the divine sea, not only would the problem of the 9 myriad divine tree be solved, but one would also carry around a reservoir of energy with them, and their power would never fail. We have to get it. Xiao Ashes had a firm gaze. With a movement of his body, he quickly dived into the depths of the mine. The ones guarding the immortal spirit dragons are 2 immortal realm powerhouses, and although I can easily kill them, it will make a big commotion. Xiao Ashes pondered slightly, his gaze looking towards the mining slaves with immortal Dao shackles. The strength of these mining slaves wasn't actually too weak, only that their strength was limited because of the immortal Dao shackle. Be honest. An enforcer saw someone slacking off and hit him with a heavy whip, instantly cracking his skin. You'll get what's coming to you for oppressing us like this. The man screamed miserably, his eyes staring resentfully at the enforcer. Humph, pariahs of the lower realms, it is your honor to serve the noble adults of the immortal palace. The enforcer snorted coldly, and the whip in his hand mercilessly landed on his torso until he fainted. Waste. The enforcer snorted coldly and looked at the others with a fierce gaze. The same goes for all of you. If anyone dares to be lazy, this is what happens. Those mining slaves were all silenced at once, not daring to be lazy anymore. Phew. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and the previously high-flying enforcer was suddenly lifeless and fell to the ground. What's going on? The many mining slaves panicked and looked at the youth who suddenly appeared. You guys, want to be free? Chapter 56 Immortal Spirit Dragon Submission. Mo Huang's desperate end. Freedom? Can we really be free? These mining slaves laughed miserably as they looked at the immortal Dao shackles that imprisoned them. What's the point of killing an enforcer? It's not like they haven't done it before, but as long as the immortal Dao shackles remained, they were slaves wherever they were. It's a fate you can't get rid of. Submitting to me will release you from the shackles of the immortal Dao. Xiao Ashes didn't say half a word of nonsense, and with a light tap of his finger, the immortal Dao shackles of the person who had just spoken were unlocked. This so-called immortal Dao shackle was actually a relatively basic method of confining cultivation in the immortal domain, but any strong person with some background will solve it. It was just that no one would offend the undying immortal palace just to help these lower realm mining slaves. My cultivation, it's really restored. The man felt a long-lost sense of power, and the man burst into tears of joy. Go make a mess. Whatever you guys want. Xiao Ashes looked at the man and spoke indifferently. Okay, I'll do it. Hatred showed in the man's eyes, just begging for it. Xiao Ashes nodded and moved to lift the immortal Dao shackles of all of them again, while turning the method of lifting them into a brand into the minds of these mining slaves, regaining their freedom. They cupped their fists and saluted Xiao Ashes before rushing out. Soon, a shocking civil unrest erupted within the entire mine. What's going on? Mo Huang, who was startled by the afterthought, roared as he came to the mine. Someone has lifted the immortal Dao shackles of these mining slaves. A law enforcer roared with a cloaked head, his breath disorganized and incomparable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just at this juncture, Mo Huang's heart was in a great hurry. The terrifying strength belonging to the true immortal realm erupted, instantly crushing a riotous mining slave. These mining slaves from the lower realm were at their strongest in the Great Sage realm and had shallow depths, so how could they be Mo Huang's 1-2 punch? Those who dare to make trouble, kill. Mo Huang is killing to crush the riot as soon as possible. At the same time, Xiao Ashes also arrived in the depths of the mine. Forbidden land ahead. No one is allowed to enter. When the two immortal realm powerhouses saw Xiao Ashes, they directly stopped him. Phew! Xiao Ash's heavy pupil immediately flickered with a regal ghostly light, and a terrifying heavy pupil shadow spread all over heaven and earth, as the pupil on shot out, blasting the two people who were caught off guard into serious injuries. There are enemies. Ignoring their injuries, the two of them desperately exploded their power and transmitted the information that this place was being attacked by the enemy. Killing chances blossomed in Xiao Ash's eyes as his terrifying chi and blood erupted, and the three great supernatural elephants were sacrificed at the same time, with punch after punch landing on the two of them like a gale, completely beating them into a pulp. After his chi and blood had skyrocketed, Xiao Ashes was now able to decimate the immortal realm with his physical strength alone. After settling the two, Xiao Ashes did not hesitate for a moment and quickly came to the place that his mind had probed earlier. The immortal spirit dragon with a huge body roared crazily under the restraints of the spell formation. His gaze was filled with vigilance after seeing Xiao Ashes to be so spiritual. Xiao Ashes was somewhat surprised to see this and strengthened his resolve to take it in. Submit to me and I can help you out. You'll be free in 100 years. Xiao Ashes tried to communicate with the immortal spirit dragon. A living immortal spirit dragon was far more valuable than a dead one. Roar! The immortal spirit dragon roared at Xiao Ashes with a somewhat scrutinizing gaze. It seems to say, what qualifications do you have to make me submit to you for 100 years? Ha! Sensing the immortal spirit dragon's skepticism, Xiao Ashes let out a light laugh. Terrifying chi and blood power boiled, and three great visions emerged, suppressing a sight of heaven and earth. At the same time, the immortal Tao symbols appeared on his chest, and a long river that didn't exist in this side of the void appeared, rolling away endless years in spatial and temporal torrents. Immortal bones, heavy pupils, and the desolate ancient sacred body are all added to my body. If I am not qualified, then no one in the entire immortal realm is qualified. Vast immortal light rose up to the sky as Xiao Ashes stepped on the immortal light, and with the supreme divine hall in front of him opening the way, he unexpectedly ignored the spell formation that trapped the immortal spirit dragon and arrived in front of it. Roar! The immortal spirit dragon let out a low roar as it looked at Xiao Ashes in front of it, who was not as big as one of his eyes, but the aura was obviously much weaker than before. Apparently, he was also shocked by Xiao Ashes' astonishing appearance. Submit to me for 100 years, or be ground up here. That is your choice. Xiao Ashes continued to speak, his heavy pupils staring at the immortal spirit dragon. This immortal spirit dragon's spiritual intelligence was not low, and he had already displayed the capital that could take him away, so he believed that he would make a sensible choice. Sure enough, a moment later the eyes of the immortal spirit dragon looking at Xiao Ashes gradually became docile, and then the large head came up to Xiao Ashes' body. Xiao Ashes raised his hand to stroke the head of the immortal spirit dragon, and his thoughts probed into its spiritual sea to construct a connection with it. Clever fairy spirit dragon. The corner of Xiao Ashes' mouth lifted up and he smiled. Boom! The supreme divine hall flew out and released the Qilin from it. Roar! The Qilin roared, its four hooves stamped, and its terrifying might penetrated the spell formation, directly destroying the heavenly immortal level corpse, the core of the spell formation. The entire phalanx instantly obliterated. The immortal spirit dragon, which had lost the binding of the spell formation, instantly got out of its trap, and after roaming around in the void for a while, its body quickly became smaller before entering the divine sea under the guidance of Xiao Ashes. Rumble! The immortal spirit dragon's entry brought an almost endless amount of energy to Xiao Ashes' sea of consciousness, only to see that the green lotus in the holy body's vision fully blossomed in the divine sea. The immortal spirit dragon coiled around it, and the vastness of the immortal spirit chi stirred, causing the 9 miraculous divine tree in the divine sea to grow rapidly, and the 7 immortal fruits to become more and more crystalline and translucent. It's done! Xiao Ashes felt very pleasantly surprised when he sensed the changes in his divine sea. With the immortal spirit dragon, today's Xiao Ashes could be said to be close to invincible in terms of his ability to sustain combat, and would only grow stronger the more he fought. Who dares to take away my creation? Just as Xiao Ashes felt very elated, an angry hissing sound suddenly rang out. Only Mo Huang rushed in with a group of law enforcers, and his gaze turned morose when he saw that the spell formation had been destroyed. It's you! Mo Huang looked at the plain-faced Xiao Ashes, and his heart was filled with anger and some more fear. Steward Mo, pitting an immortal palace deacon with the intent of getting your hands on something that doesn't belong to you. What is the offense? Xiao Ashes said indifferently. Now that the immortal spirit dragon had arrived, there was no longer any need to fudge with Mo Huang. What does the Seiji mean by that? Mo Huang looked at Xiao Ashes and his heart had already moved to kill. Don't bother to continue this nonsense with you. You don't deserve to hear it. Lijan! Xiao Ashen's heavy pupils suddenly flashed, and this part of the heavens and earth was suddenly imprisoned for an instant. The unicorn roared. for hooves stamping. All the law enforcers have been flesh burst. Even Mo Huang was seriously injured. If not in front of the body of a golden furnace emerged, for it's blocked most of the power. I am afraid that it will be directly shocked to death. ********. Xiao Ashes. Are you going to make things worse? Let me go, and I'll rot in my stomach with the secret of that immortal spirit dragon, or else even if you die, you won't be able to live with it. Mo Huang roared angrily as he backed up. This Qilin possessed such terrifying strength. Is this the son of the Changqing Xiao family? One of the precious beasts around him had such strength. And you're worthy of threatening me? Xiao Ashes let out a light laugh as his gaze was filled with indifference. Chapter 57, Black God Mountain Endgame, the breeding program of the son of Qi. A ghostly light flickered in Xiao Ash's heavy pupils as he looked at the golden furnace in front of Mo Huang, which had complicated runes and a hidden aura of the great Tao flowing through it. It was a very remarkable immortal weapon. You were able to kill that heavenly immortal. Apart from taking advantage of the sneak attack, you relied on this divine furnace, right? Xiao Ashes spoke faintly. This golden divine furnace possessed a very strong consciousness present within it. If Xiao Ashes was not wrong, that should be the remnant consciousness of the former lord, which was later controlled by this Mo Huang. Now that you know, how about letting me off the hook? Mo Huang had no intention of fighting Xiao Ashes for his life. It was best if he could escape, taking a step back. Even if he was able to kill Xiao Ashes, with the energy of the everlasting Xiao family, he would only end up dying without a burial place. Yes, as long as you hand over this divine furnace, I don't mind giving you a way out. Xiao Ashes laughed. This Mo Huang has a pretty strong desire to survive. This can't be right. Xiao Ashes, don't bully others too much. Mo Huang roared. If I give you the furnace, I'll live? You think you're a cutie? No way. Giving you a chance and not cherishing it. Do you not think that you can fight me with this divine furnace? Xiao Ash's gaze was indifferent as the Supreme Divine Hall flew out and blasted Mo Huang directly. You made me do it. Mo Huang's gaze also became fierce when he saw this, and the golden divine furnace in front of his chest opened, and monstrous divine water gushed out, transforming into various divine shapes to condense the phalanx, and a shocking pressure suddenly appeared. Surprisingly, it can form formations on its own. Xiao Ash's gaze was a bit surprised to see this. This stuff is kind of fun, but unfortunately, it met the Supreme Divine Hall. Boom boom, the Supreme Divine Hall instantly shattered that spell formation like a meteor, and thousands of golden lights emanated, surprisingly suppressing the power of its divine furnace in an instant. What? Mo Huang was shocked. After a period of time of controlling the Supreme Divine Hall, Xiao Ashes had also developed an ability of its true significance, which was the power of suppression. In the past, Xiao Ashes had always juggled the Supreme Divine Hall like a yo-yo, which could be considered a true waste. Liner, kill him. Xiao Ashes instructed the Qilin. Mo Huang, who had lost the shelter of the divine furnace, was no different from a mole cricket in front of the celestial immortal level Qilin. He soon died under the four hooves of the griffin. My lord! Right at this moment, Xiao Ash's many followers also arrived, and they were relieved after seeing Xiao Ashes. Xiao Ashes put away that Mo Huang's divine furnace and his spiritual sense probed into it, quickly erasing Mo Huang's imprint and establishing a connection with him. The divine furnace of creation, 100,000 grain level immortal weapon. Xiao Ashes nodded, feeling very satisfied. The harvest from this visit to Black God Mountain was considered extremely generous. Not only had he solved the problem of the 9 myriad divine tree, he had also harvested a 100,000 grain level immortal artifact. How's it going out there? Xiao Ashes looked at Scorched Sun and opened his mouth to ask. There are riots going on everywhere out there right now, and it's on the verge of getting out of control. Scorched Sun roared. It shouldn't. Xiao Ashes frowned at his words. These mining slaves of the lower realms have at most the combat power of the Great Saint Realm, and their roots are shallow, and compared to the enforcers who have cultivated the immortal laws, they are not even close. Not to mention that apart from Mo Huang, there were also some immortal realm existences among the enforcers. There's an extraordinary existence amongst these mining slaves, already at the peak of great sainthood, even capable of killing the immortal realm. As if he could see Xiao Ash's doubts, Scorched Sun opened his mouth to explain. A lower realm mining slave, a peak great sage, who can behead immortals? Xiao Ashes felt a bit incredulous at his words. Interesting, go check it out. Xiao Ash's figure moved and disappeared. The other followers saw this and followed suit. This Black God Mountain mining vein, after all, belonged to one of the important resources of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, and seeing as these mining slaves had helped themselves, Xiao Ashes was willing to let them go free, but he would not allow anything to happen to the Black God Mountain mining vein. Soon, Xiao Ashes left the mine all the way to the outskirts of Black God Mountain based on the traces of the fight. At this moment, Yun Yu and Snowdance were organizing the Black God Mountain's enforcers to confront the many mining slaves, and the atmosphere appeared to be very heavy. You're finally here. Yun Yu couldn't help but pat her small chest when she saw Xiao Ashes, and her heart was completely relieved. Xiao Ashes stood before the crowd, and a pair of double pupils scanned these mining slaves, quickly locking onto one of the youths with an extraordinary temperament. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding the son of Qi again. Slaying the son of luck, Lin Yun, will earn you 3,000 luck points. The system's prompt sounded at this time. Sure enough, Xiao Ashes' heart stirred, and when Scorching Sun had said that the person from the lower realm could kill an immortal by virtue of being at the peak of a great sage, Xiao Ashes had guessed that it should be a son of Qi luck. However, the fact that this lower realm son of Qi was actually worth 3,000 Qi points, which was quite a bit higher than that Tangi, had caused Xiao Ashes to be a bit surprised. Name, Lin Yun. Identity, Lord of the Yun realm. Physique, mortal. Cultivation, Great Sage Extreme Realm. Techniques and aptitudes, Hongmeng de Dao Jing, Thunder Road Zhang Fa, Da Destroying Palm, Great Thunder Devil Body. Surprisingly, it's a realm lord of a realm. Xiao Ashes was also even more surprised after seeing Lin Yun's panel information. It was not a simple matter to gain recognition of a facet. That takes timing. First of all, this realm should never be peaceful, and it needed a realm lord to pacify it. I also don't know what the golden finger of this son of Qi is. Xiao Ashes pondered how to squeeze the most value out of it. It's him. At that moment, someone among the mining slaves recognized Xiao Ashes. You know him? Lin Yun's muscles suddenly tightened the moment he saw Xiao Ashes. For some reason, a deep sense of crisis surfaced when he himself faced Xiao Ashes. This made Lin Yun feel extremely incredible, knowing that even when he had faced Mo Huang, a terrifying existence at the true immortal level, he had been able to escape with ease. It was this person who taught me the method of lifting the immortal Dao's shackles, the man told Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt a little surprised at what he heard, and his gaze looked deeply at Xiao Ashes. But it looks as if he's in league with these people. Lin Yun said in a cold voice, the desolate ancient battlefield is about to open. There's no time to deal with this guy for now. It's a bit of a pity to kill it just like that. It's better to nurse it for a while. Xiao Ashes finally decided. As for whether the son of Qi will surpass himself afterwards, are you kidding? You're an opener yourself. Would he be afraid of a mere son of Qi? Immortal Cultivation World Scorn Chain, Liver Emperor Son of Fortune Hanging Man. Unluckily, Xiao Ashes belonged to the hangers-on. If you have been set free, why come to seek death? Leave on your own. Xiao Ashes spoke to the many mining slaves. But, my lord, an enforcer was a bit reluctant. Xiao Ashes glanced at the man, and the terrifying power instantly caused him to half-kneel on the ground, his gaze filled with fear. Don't make me say it twice. With a cold voice, Xiao Ashes prepared to leave. And what are you? What qualifies us to leave so easily? Chapter 58 From Mining Slave Riots to Internecine Warfare. I won hemp in this round. The sudden voice pulled back Xiao Ashes' attention. The heavy pupil looked towards the person who spoke, and it was none other than Lin Yun. So it seems you don't want to go? Xiao Ashes looked at Lin Yun. Originally, I didn't want to take care of you for the time being. Why did you have to find death, enslaving us for several years? Should we just let it go? Lin Yun roared as terrifying thunder exploded within his body, while a Hongmeng violet aura emerged, mysterious and incomparable. The Great Tao Sutra of Hongmeng, of unknown grade, was Lin Yun's reliance in being able to step from a mortal body to the highest level of the Yun realm. Enslavement? It seems that I am the one who bestowed upon you the method of lifting the shackles of the immortal Tao. So what is this talk of enslavement? Xiao Ashes sneered. They call you Lord. You are also a traitor to that fountainhead immortal palace. The reason for granting us the method of lifting the shackles of the immortal Tao was merely to fulfill your purpose, not for us at all. The person who had previously been given the method of lifting the immortal Tao's shackles by Xiao Ashes pointed at Xiao Ashes and said, yeah, you're just doing it for your own selfish reasons, not for us at all. You're equally no good. Kill him. The many mining slaves were furious and their eyes stared menacingly at Xiao Ashes. Bold. When Scorched Sun saw Xiao Ashes being made difficult by a group of lowly people from the lower realms, he immediately stepped forward with a fierce gaze. Xiao Ashes waved his hand, signaling Scorched Sun to go down. His eyes looked indifferently at this group of mining slaves from the lower realms. For you? Xiao Ashes laughed, a very cold laugh. Are you all saying that I should be there simply to help you get out of slavery and shouldn't have any other intentions? So because I made you guys do something, you deserve to die? Xiao Ashes' tone was icy cold, and the power of his heavy pupils instantly enveloped the entire field. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Xiao Ashes knew too well what kind of mentality these people had. Do me graciousness, tam me enmity. Poor mountains produce unruly people. These people of the lower realms don't deserve any sympathy at all, and deserve to sink in the mines for eternity. One is still too merciful. If you let them go today, instead of remembering half of your favor, you will be seen as an enemy. Kill them all, not a single one. Xiao Ashes coldly said. Yes, the many followers were ordered to do so, and their gazes were cruel as they looked at these pariahs of the lower realms, with Xiao Ashes suppressing Lin Yun. How should these lower realm pariahs be their match? It didn't take long for a scream to ring out and blood to flow. Seek death. Lin Yun roared angrily at the sight and was about to strike. Boom boom. Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils looked at Lin Yun indifferently. Countless heavy pupil shadows emerged, and a terrifying suppressive force suddenly descended, causing Lin Yun, who was strong enough to decimate the immortal realm, to be unable to move. Interesting. Is that what you wanted? You were given a chance to live and you didn't leave, only to leave your lives here? Xiao Ashes didn't rush into action. That would be too cheap for Lin Yun. Damn it, obviously it's only also the Great Sage Realm. Why is it so powerful? Lin Yun was puzzled, his gaze a little blank. Shouldn't he or she be invincible in the same realm? You should know that in the Yun realm himself was able to cross two large realms to fight over. Even to the immortal domain is also able to cross a large realm and fight. How nowadays? Looks like we'll just have to use that. Lin Yun saw that not only were the people of the lower realms being abused, but an arcane pattern appeared above his forehead, and a world power flowed, surprisingly getting rid of Xiao Ash's suppression. At the same time, a large green stone seal appeared, on which greatness surged and suppressed towards Xiao Ash's. Facing that side of the large green stone seal, it was as if one was facing a sea surface pressing down. Is this the power that belongs to a dimensional lord? According to the ancient books, in order to utilize the power of the realm, one needs to be recognized by the realm, and also the faith of its living beings. Xiao Ashes was quite interested, and the Supreme Divine Hall surfaced and fought against that large green stone seal. The terrifying power of a seat surface, facing the Supreme Divine Hall, unexpectedly could not help it in the slightest, and vaguely seemed to have a tendency to collapse. How? Lin Yun felt a bit incredulous at the sight. Although this wasn't the Yun realm, and the power that the Seal of Dimensions could exert was limited, it was still a bit unacceptable for Lin Yun to block it so easily. Things seemed to be getting away from his expectations. As far as I know, this Lin Yun should be the realm lord of your realm, and since I didn't meet him earlier in the mines, I guess he must have left you behind and ran away in the first place? In contrast to that, instead, it's the Xian who let you all go free, and now you're all going to die here because of this Lin Yun. TSK, what a bunch of stupid pariahs, Xiao Ashes sneered, and as these offensive words fell, and as they watched their friends and family around them fall one by one, many of the Yun realm's mining slaves were also a little shaken in their hearts, and had some dissatisfaction with Lin Yun. Shut up, if even I have planted the immortal Dao shackles, then there is no hope. A moment's endurance is but for the vengeance and freedom that follows. Feeling that his control over the realm seemed to be weakening, Lin Yun instantly understood Xiao Ash's poisonous thoughts and hurriedly opened his mouth. Is that so? Then why has no one been seen for so many years? Xiao Ashes let out a light laugh. And what have you come to bring them? Only endless death. I was going to let you all go. Xiao Ashes shook his head. Shut up. Lin Yun knew that he couldn't let Xiao Ashes continue, so the seal between his forehead shone brighter and brighter. At the same time, the thunder in his body continued to roar, and he himself became 3 feet tall, and he fiercely blasted his fist at Xiao Ashes, and thousands of thunders exploded and flashed in the void. Great Thunder Devil Body, Heavenly Thunder Fist, boom! A huge figure that covered the sky appeared behind Xiao Ashes, which held a bronze battle halberd and gently swung it to block Lin Yun's all-out strike. What a rush! Was it by me? Xiao Ashes laughed. This Xian can give you one more chance to kill him with your hands. Can Lev. Xiao Ashes signaled his followers to stop and faintly said, who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Someone looked at Xiao Ashes and gritted his teeth. What do you want? Do you really want to betray Lord Saint Ancestor? Seeing someone actually ask a question, chaos began to break out amongst the mine slaves. I just want to live. Am I wrong? Ah, the man roared. This son of the world is a man of his word. Of course, my son is talking about killing him. Xiao Ashes laughed. Oh, do you not think that this will turn them? I'm the saint ancestor of the Yun realm. Without me, they would have been devoured by that evil immortal long ago. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel confident once again when he saw that no action had been taken. Yes? The corner of Xiao Ash's mouth lifted up a hint of imperceptible sneer. Just now, Xiao Ashes had seen the ugly face of this group of people. Pust. As expected, a sword blade pierced through Lin Yun's chest as it stabbed in from behind him. Chapter 59, One Man's Hunting Ground. Great Sage 9. Yu. Lin Yun turned around with great difficulty, and he saw that it was the person who had obtained the law bestowed by Xiao Ashes who had sneaked up on him. It was also this person who supported himself the most in the party. Don't blame me. I just want to live free too. You brought us out of the Yun realm, so you should die for us. The man roared, and the blood-red longsword was suddenly filled with destructive power. Asterisk 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 off. Lin Yun roared, and the Tao of divine lightning surrounded his body, sending the man flying. He's hurt, let's go together. As long as we kill him, we can all be free and settle down in this immortal region." The man roared in anger at the blow, then brazenly charged again. "Whatever, don't blame us. The only one to blame is why you're so incompetent." The others hesitated slightly at the sight, and then they also gritted their teeth and rushed forward. These people also belonged to a party of indigenous supreme beings in the Confronting Yun realm, and they were ruthless in their actions without the slightest bit of mercy. For a moment, Lin Yun, who had originally been the lord of the Confronting Yun realm, was actually surrounded by the people of this realm at this moment. In the face of this comical scene, Xiao Ashes only laughed coldly and cupped his fists to appreciate this clown-like performance. Scorched Sun and a group of other followers also looked at each other when they saw this. It obviously did not occur to him that the pariahs of the lower realm, who had been united earlier, would kill each other at this time. Having lost the allegiance of the supreme beings of the Confronting Yun realm, Lin Yun's power, which belonged to the lord of the realm, was also weakening, and it could be noticed that the mark between his forehead was beginning to become lighter. "No, it can't be consumed here. As long as we find the divine treasure left behind in the immortal realm by the Hongmeng Heavenly Father, even the dimensional lord can be discarded." Lin Yun knew that the tide had turned and already had the intention of retreating. The great seal of lapis lazuli was summoned by it, and a strong suppressive force erupted, just like a dimensional smash down, instantly crushing the attack organized by these people. And then without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. Where to go? Searing Sun saw this and tried to chase after him, but he was stopped by Xiao Ashes. "There's no need to go after it. I still have it useful," Xiao Ashes said indifferently. A spiritual sense had already been left by himself on that large lapis lazuli seal. Lin Yun, he can't run away. With leeks this long and well grown, of course they should be fattened up before cutting. Yes, Scorched Sun compliance. What about these people? Scorching Sun looked towards these Confronting Yun realm mining slaves who had been injured by Lin Yun and asked, "My lord, we followed your orders and surrounded and killed that villain Lin Yun. From now on, we will take your honor as our leader." These mining slaves looked pleasingly at Xiao Ashes. More obedient indeed. Xiao Ashes smiled at the words and looked at these people with a weird gaze. "Your Excellency, if you command us in the future, we will certainly obey." The man was overjoyed at the sight and hastened to show his loyalty. The others also knelt down and were grateful to Xiao Ashes. And a moment before, these people had threatened to kill Xiao Ashes to quell the grievances of being a mining slave for the past few years. In this world, it's still the strongest. "In that case, you all go to hell. Scorch, kill them, not one of them." Although Xiao Ashes had a smile on his face, his tone was incomparably cold. These words sounded like hellish whispers to these people in the Confronting Yun realm. "Yes, kill me." Scorching Sun instantly licked his lips in excitement at the words, leading a group of Xiao Ashes followers to continuously abuse these lowly people of the Confronting Yun realm. "No, no, my lord, you said you would spare us. You can't go back on your word." These people were instantly chilled and their gazes looked at Xiao Ashes in fear. "I did say that as long as you kill Lin Yun, you can be spared. I've given it a chance, but alas, you guys don't compete." Xiao Ashes sneered. "Scorch, efficiency is a bit slow." "Understood." Scorched Sun also no longer reserve at the word, the power directly full open, like chopping melons and cutting vegetables in general messy kill. "Xiao Ashes, you shall not die." Facing the power of Scorched Sun and the others, they didn't have the slightest chance of escaping. In the end, one can only curse spitefully. Soon, these Confronting Yun realm's mining slaves were decimated by Scorching Sun and the others. The Black God Mountain, which was originally filled with immortal spirit chi, was now filled with blood and chi, and the corpses were piled up like a Jedi. Yun Yu and Snow Dance returned to the Qilin divine carriage at the first opportunity. Not that they felt pity for these people. They deserved to die. Rather, I just feel a little nauseous. Good job. These extreme immortal crystals are yours. Xiao Ashes took out all of the extreme immortal crystals that Mo Huang had paid tribute to earlier and rewarded these followers. After all, he had already possessed the immortal spirit dragon now, and these very high-grade immortal crystals wouldn't be of much use to him. "Thank you, my lord." Many followers were pleasantly surprised at the words. With these extreme immortal crystals, it was believed that their cultivation would become even faster. And even if it wasn't used for cultivation, it could be exchanged for some precious holy pills or even divine pills. Xiao Ashes waved his hand and then returned to the Qilin divine chariot. "The purpose of coming here has been accomplished, so there is no need to stay on." The desolate ancient battlefield was about to open, and the mess here would be left to Qi Bai made a deal with when the time came. Xiao Ashes thought in this manner and then rode the Qilin divine carriage back to the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. Informed the Void Immortal Emperor about going to the Black God Mountain. Xiao Ashes said to Scorched Sun. Scorch nodded and then left. Xiao Ashes, on the other hand, returned to the divine hall that belonged to him and made the final preparations for entering the desolate ancient battlefield. This time, the desolate ancient battlefield was an opportunity that the Fountainhead Immortal Palace had sought for the younger generation of the Immortal Palace's children, and not only the Immortal Palace's disciples, but even the affiliated clans were also qualified to enter. Of course, how much you can get is up to you. It's time to raise your cultivation. Xiao Ashes came to the cultivation room and communicated with the immortal spirit dragon in the divine sea. You're going to eat me? The immortal spirit dragon felt Xiao Ashes' intention and became somewhat wary. No, I'm just borrowing your massive immortal chi to cultivate and raise my realm. I won't destroy your foundation. Xiao Ashes opened his mouth. The immortal spirit dragon sniffed and pondered for a moment before finally nodding. There's no way around it. The dragon is under the roof, so you have to bow your head. Soon, the huge immortal chi that had been condensed around the immortal spirit dragon for an unknown number of years was swallowed by Xiao Ashes' divine sea. And after this period of time, Xiao Ashes' understanding of the great sacred realm was already deep enough. The only thing missing is energy. Soon, under the nourishment of the immortal spirit dragon's enormous immortal chi, Xiao Ashes' realm began to rapidly pull up. The great sage triple, the great sage fourfold, the great sage fivefold. In just a few days, a leap to the great sage ninth realm. This is the charm of the opening. Regular people can only cultivate one step at a time, while Xiao Ashes directly went home to enter the goods. In that case, the desolate ancient battlefield will become my hunting ground alone. Xiao Ashes opened his eyes, and a divine aura exploded in his heavy pupils. Chapter 60, From the extremely cold mountain range to the ancient forbidden land, a battle across the eras. Extremely cold mountain range, a huge iceberg. There were complicated runes showing on top of the iceberg, and through the heavy layer of ice, a silhouette could be vaguely seen sealed in it. Song Yuan slashed his finger, and a drop of violet gold hegemonic blood containing enormous power landed on top of the iceberg. The original huge iceberg was like a big sun that instantly began to melt, and in the blink of an eye it turned into steam and rose into nothingness. Immortal ancient relic land, is it opening again? Sang Zhanting opened his eyes, and it was as if the heavens and earth were quiet for an instant, and his body was covered in purple golden lines, filled with an explosive sense of power. Seems to be still a little less familiar with just after the unsealing of the body. Footsteps a few times to step between the glacier caused to burst, after many attempts to barely stabilize the body. Welcome to waking up again, Song War Thing. Song Yuan looked at this supreme celestial pride that belonged to the same era as himself, and was also somewhat emotional. There was a time when one could only look at its back and keep catching up until it was too far away. By now, he himself had reached the grand completion of his domineering body and could battle immortal emperors, while Sang Zhanting was still only at the great sage extreme realm. Multiple decapitations of cultivation. It all boils down to being too hard on yourself. He was also overly obsessed with that overwhelming creation in the immortal ancient remnant land. Song Yuan, I didn't expect you to be the one to wake me up this time. It looks like your hegemonic body has already become a great success. Sang Zhanting saw Song Yuan and faintly said, how long before the immortal ancient relic land opens? Sang Zhanting moved his muscles and bones, and his terrifying power nearly tore through the void, making people look away. About 10 more years. Song Yuan opened his mouth. 10 years. Sang Zhanting was a bit annoyed at his words and questioned, there are still 10 years to go. What's the point of waking me up? In the face of Song Zhanting's disrespect, Song Yuan was not the least bit displeased. Instead, he explained, although the immortal ancient relic land is still some time away from opening, the desolate ancient battlefield is about to open. This time, you were awakened for the sake of a holy body. The holy body? Sang Zhanting let out a cold laugh at his words. My hegemonic body lineage has such a stable inheritance. Is it possible that even the sacred body lineage can't be suppressed nowadays? There are some surprises this time, so hear me out, perhaps you will be interested. Song Yuan patiently gave Sang Zhanting an account of Xiao Ashes' information. Interesting, there are still such wizards in the world. It's just a shame. Why the holy body? If it's my hegemonic body lineage, I will definitely be able to ask for this immortal region. Sang Zhanting seemed to be pitying Xiao Ashes. Can you be sure? Song Yuan only cared if Sang Zhanting could behead Xiao Ashes. Aside from those few guys who froze with me, any heavenly pride of the world is nothing but dirt. How can the accumulation of one life compete with my accumulation of many lives? Sang Zhanting was a bit disdainful. Let me see just how many moves of my hegemony fist this legendary saint body can catch. Is it finally going to open? In the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, Xiao Ashes and many other Immortal Palace celestials looked at the golden portal in midair. The aura of blood and riot escaped from it, and if one's heart wasn't strong, this aura alone would be enough to drive one crazy. This time, the ageless Immortal Palace opened early, and there are quite a few heavenly prides who are still wandering through the other major secret realms. On the contrary, there will be quite a bit less competitive pressure. One of the celestial pride laughed, looking quite pleasant. The desolate ancient battlefield was the private secret realm of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace, and there was no limit to the disciples of the Immortal Palace. Anyone who was a disciple of the Immortal Palace could go there to explore and practice. However, this time, the desolate ancient battlefield opened early, which caused many of the heavenly prides to only hold on to their regrets. Of course, every time the desolate ancient battlefield opens, there is no lack of some other forces of pride to find another way to enter it from other places. For that matter, the Fountainhead Immortal Palace took an attitude of acquiescence. It was also a way to make things a little more difficult for the Immortal Palace disciples. The desolate ancient portal has opened. Why don't you quickly enter it? Shi Bai Mei was the presiding officer of the opening of the desolate ancient battlefield this time, and he immediately drank after sensing the stabilization of the portal leading to the desolate ancient battlefield. The many celestial prides sniffed and clasped their fists at Shi Bai Mei, then turned into streams of light to enter the portal leading to the desolate ancient battlefield. Let's go in too, Xiao Ashes said to the group of followers around him. Can't wait. Xiao Xian'er waved her small fists, looking quite excited. In her previous life, she had also stumbled into the desolate ancient battlefield through an ancient cave, so she could take some advantage of it. It was believed that it could help Xiao Ashes find the remains of that holy body and repay its favor for this period of time. Xiao Ashes nodded, then surged his strength first and rushed into the golden portal. The other followers saw this and followed suit. After Xiao Ashes and his group entered the desolate ancient battlefield, the other celestial pride waited for a full quarter of an hour before choosing to enter in order to avoid meeting Xiao Ashes. After all, Xiao Ashes was the first seed of the Tsang Dome ranking nowadays, and Yi Qing Tian was not in the Fountainhead Immortal Palace. So just ask the entire young generation of the Fountainhead Immortal Palace who would be willing to run into Xiao Ashes in the desolate ancient battlefield. They hadn't forgotten what happened to Saint Xuanji that day. Shoo shoo. It was a wilderness in which countless desolate ancient battle souls with no physical substance roamed. In midair, a golden portal emerged and Xiao Ashes and his group appeared in it, their powerful aura instantly suppressing this heaven and earth. Are we there yet? Xiao Ashes felt the spatial changes, and his heavy pupils were the first to look around. The body is heavy. Some of the followers came to the desolate ancient battlefield and felt their bodies strangely heavy, falling to the ground one after another like dumplings. Even Xiao Ashes felt what seemed to be a terrifying oppressive force falling on his body, and only when he stood on the ground would this pressure disappear. There is a powerful force of forbidden air in the desolate ancient battlefield. No one can fly in it. Rumor has it that it was caused by the transformation of the precious bones of the entire body into a formation after the death of a supreme power. Xiao Xian'er said literally. Xiao Ashes frowned when he heard this and attempted to bring the Qilin out from within the supreme divine hall, realizing that this place also had a terrifying suppressive force on immortal Dao powerhouses, and if he were to forcibly bring the Qilin out, he feared that he would lose his life. In that case, Elder Xiao Chen would have no way to protect himself. But if that was the case, this desolate ancient battlefield would be a true great sage battle. And in the same realm, Xiao Ashes was invincible. Roar! Just as Xiao Ashes was thinking this, the nearby desolate ancient battle spirit suddenly roared. Its blood-red eyes filled with greed as it roared and rushed over to Xiao Ashes and the others. Look out! These are draconic battle spirits. They have no entity. Fleshly power is ineffective against them. They only know how to devour living beings to strengthen themselves. Scorching Sun reminded, and then he was the first to condense his immortal power, instantly tearing apart several draconic battle spirits. The others also made their moves when they saw this and fought to kill the desolate ancient battle spirits. Flesh power is ineffective? Xiao Ashes let out a light laugh. Golden runes emerged above his body, and a terrifying power of qi and blood rushed up to the sky, instantly exterminating the desolate ancient battle souls in a 100-mile radius. That's because their fleshly strength isn't strong enough. Chapter 61 Flower of Bronze appears. The ultimate siege of the desolate ancient battle spirits. After quenching his body with the golden light divine spring, Xiao Ashen's qi and blood had reached an incredible level. Even if it was normally internalized in the body, many of the celestial pride could still clearly perceive its very surging qi and blood as they approached Xiao Ashes. These draconic war souls were strong people who had fallen in the draconic battle, and their yin qi was extremely heavy, so they were very afraid of Xiao Ashes' blazing qi and blood power, which was like a great sun. However, the number of desolate ancient battle spirits in this place was extremely high, and even if Xiao Ashes and his many followers joined forces, they could not kill them all. All Souls Chart. Xiao Ashes shouted as a scroll depicting the cultivation of all the spirits unfolded, and the majestic greatness poured out, instantly clearing out a large area of desolate ancient battle souls. Inject all the power into the All Souls map. Xiao Ashes shouted at his many followers. Everyone nodded. Then one by one, They condensed their immortal energy and injected it into the universal spirit diagram, and all of a sudden, the entire universal spirit diagram blossomed with an eye-catching golden light. A ferocious beast took shape from within the 10,000 spirit diagram, its terrifying aura shaking the four directions, and all sorts of great ferocious divine abilities were released, instantly exterminating a large swath of desolate ancient battle souls. Humph, just some shadowy souls, how dare they strike at us? Scorched Sun couldn't help but coldly grunt when he saw that the desolate ancient battle spirit had already been pretty much killed. Don't take it lightly, Xiao Ashes reminded, his heavy pupils gazing intently at a direction where there was a stone platform, only to see countless ancient battle souls that had already been wiped out unexpectedly all began to coalesce towards that stone platform, and soon that stone platform began to become blood-red and incomparable. A terrifying aura leaked out, a shadow that covered the sky enveloped the crowd. This breath actually has the true immortal realm. Xiao Ashes also felt some surprise in his heart as he looked at this monster that was condensed by countless desolate ancient battle souls. This desolate ancient battlefield was a place for young celestials under the immortal Dao to practice, and now that they had just encountered true immortal level opponents as soon as they came in, it seemed to be a little too over the top, or that means bad luck. Look, Xiao Ashes, there seems to be a treasure within that stone platform, Xiao Xian'er reminded at this time. Xiao Ashes sniffed as his heavy pupils condensed their strength to look at the stone platform, and indeed, he found that there was a bronze flower in it. The color of blood coalesced above its petals, emitting an extremely ferocious aura. So it's the flower of bronze. No wonder such a number of draconic battle spirits have gathered here. Xiao Ashes recognized the thing. The flower of bronze was a soul-type divine medicine, and if it was refined, it could strengthen the soul. Nowadays, Xiao Ashes' soul was a great sage's soul, and it was just one step away from an immortal soul. So if he could obtain this bronze flower, he might be able to cultivate his soul to the immortal soul's level in the great sage realm. Chop this thing first. A glint of icy light flashed in Xiao Ashes' eyes as he brought his palms together and 9 emerald green leaves emerged, carrying an incomparably sharp and terrifying sword chi towards the true immortal level desolate ancient battle spirit. At the same time, a giant bronze shadow emerged behind him, and Dao power hung down, instantly causing Xiao Ashes' power to increase by several times. The Supreme Being is in the 9 heavens. Roar! The desolate ancient battle spirit roared as a terrifying power condensed in its mouth, and a blood-red beam that extinguished the heavens and the earth erupted, instantly dispersing the 9 leaves that Xiao Ashes had chopped away. The 9 leaves turned and surrounded the desolate ancient battle spirit heavily as 9 different sword chi erupted, constantly chopping away at the body. Xiao Ashes and the others, on the other hand, had their backs to the 10,000 spirit diagram and gathered the strength of the crowd to block the blood-red beam. 9-leaf reincarnation sword formation, time flood. Facing a true immortal level desolate ancient battle spirit, Xiao Ashes didn't dare to be arrogant and directly opened his strength in full. Mysterious runes emerged from the chest, and an illusory river emerged, instantly surrounding the desolate ancient battle spirit. The power belonging to space and time manifested, surprisingly rewinding it back to before the fusion. It's now! Ghostly light flickered within Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils, and countless heavy pupil shadows emerged, each of which emitted a destructive beam of light, preventing the desolate ancient battle spirit from fusing again. At the same time, the 9-leaf reincarnation sword formation was in full power, instantly wiping out many desolate ancient battle souls without leaving a single trace. Shoo shoo! The bronze flower seemed to have seen the power of Xiao Ashes and thus was born of fear, even breaking away from the stone platform to vanish into the void, wanting to escape. How can I let you escape? Xiao Ashes used the power of the immortal bone to block off the void, while the power around his body coalesced and transformed into a giant hand of immortal power that overlapped the bronze flower. Hiss! The bronze flower seemed to have realized the danger, and the blood-red power above the petals stirred, unexpectedly turning into a sound wave that swept out, instantly shattering Xiao Ashes' immortal force giant hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Ashes did not expect that this bronze flower would have a backhand. I'll do it! Just as Xiao Ashes wanted to regather his strength to intercept the flower of bronze, a delicate scolding sound suddenly sounded behind him, only to see a huge hand that appeared chaotic probe into the layers of emptiness and instantly grab that bronze flower. Xiao Ashes turned his head, only to see Xiao Xian'er struggling to maneuver her strength and manage to intercept the bronze flower. Heaven's Destiny level immortal technique. Fasta's sacred hand. Great job! Xiao Ashes gave a rare compliment, and then his figure disappeared in place and came to the bronze flower that was still struggling, using the Supreme Divine Hall to suppress it and put it away. And when the bronze flower was put away by Xiao Ashes, the desolate ancient battle souls in this part of the heavens and earth also instantly dissipated. Congratulations to your excellency on gaining another supreme treasure. Scorch laughed. Other followers also congratulated. Tough guys. Xiao Ashes did not have a bit of a stance and cupped his fists at the many followers before looking at Xiao Xian'er. I didn't expect you to be of some use. I kind of underestimated you before. Xiao Ashes laughed. Humph. Well, at least I'm at the peak of Saint now. so I won't drag you down too much. Xiao Xian'er grunted. Xiao Ashes guffawed. Now that we've arrived at the desolate ancient battlefield, there are countless opportunities. Instead of acting together, we will miss out on many opportunities. Gentlemen, let's start to act separately now and each seek our own opportunities. How about it? Xiao Ashes offered. There were dozens of people in their group, and if they acted together, the range they could explore was very limited. Just what I want. Then we'll rendezvous at the burial pit when the time comes to seize the remains of that holy body for your lord. Scorched Sun laughed, then disappeared between flashes of his body. The other followers also clasped their fists, and then each of them went off to find their own chance. Then I'll leave as well, and go to the burial pit at that time to seek the remains of that holy body for you. Xiao Xian'er said. Go on. Xiao Ashes waved his hand. After Xiao Xian'er left, Xiao Ashes did not rush to look for the opportunity, but instead sat down on the ground. This place is forbidden to the heir, so relying on just 2 legs is just too slow. Just now when I used the immortal bone, I spied a hint of a mystery. It seems that I can get rid of the rules of this forbidden space. Xiao Ashes muttered to himself. Immortal Dao symbols appeared at his chest, and behind him, the long river of nothingness flowed, dragging Xiao Ashes' body and fusing it into one. Chapter 62 10,000 Pill Mountain Surprise. The whereabouts of the Pill of Eternal Life. Wow! The long river fused with Xiao Ashes, and immortal Dao runes immediately surfaced on the surface of Xiao Ashes' body. The entire person's body also became illusory, as if it did not exist in this space and time. This is one of the true wonders of the immortal bone. Under the effect of the immortal bone, Xiao Ashes instantly felt that the constraints of this heaven and earth on him disappeared without a trace. No, to be precise, there is no longer any Xiao Ashes person to be found in the desolate ancient battlefield. At this time, Xiao Ashes was equivalent to being in another time and space, avoiding the rules of this place. Next, it's time for me to find my karma. After lifting the forbidden space restriction, Xiao Ashen's body suddenly drew up and arrived in the dome of the sky, overlooking the entire desolate ancient battlefield. Most of the entire desolate ancient battlefield was barren, and under the power of the heavy pupil, Xiao Ashes discovered that 7 of them contained special treasure chi, each of which represented a piece of treasure land. Ha! A ghostly light flickered in Xiao Ashes' heavy pupils, and he discovered that one of the treasures actually had chi luck flowing out of it. And that chakra, it's a bit familiar. I didn't expect that Lin Yun to come to the desolate ancient battlefield as well, although I don't know how you managed to blend in. Since you're in the same desolate ancient battlefield, let's clean you up all together. Xiao Ashes revealed a smile, not expecting an unexpected gain. With that thought, Xiao Ashes made his move to that treasure place. There was no hurry for the burial pit first. That was the place to fight for the final chance. Before that, fish for other chances. Because this desolate ancient battlefield had a very terrifying suppression force for foreign immortal Dao powerhouses, the Qilin divine carriage wasn't able to be used anymore, and Xiao Ashes could only rely on his ability to stray from this side of space in time to fly over. Moreover, residing at a high altitude, the field of vision would also become wider, and relying on the ability of the heavy pupils, Xiao Ashes soon had a harvest and found several mature sacred medicines. It seems like we have to pass through one more treasure land from here to the treasure land where that Lin Yun is. 10,000 Medicine Mountain. Xiao Ashes took out the map of the desolate ancient battlefield that he had prepared long ago and pondered. It was rumored that someone had previously found a longevity medicine in the 10,000 medicinal mountains that could delay the great death of an immortal king level and increase their lifespan by 1,000 years. It was only a pity that the everlasting pill had become psychic and was finally allowed to escape. If we can obtain that longevity pill, Senior Xiao Chen's longevity problem will be solved. Xiao Ashes made up his mind in his heart that he must obtain that longevity pill, in order to avoid being shortchanged. Xiao Ashes directly ignored the various small opportunities along the way and headed straight for the 10,000 Medicine Mountain. The closer he got to the 10,000 medicinal mountains, the more Xiao Ashes felt a rich medicinal fragrance fill the air. Moreover, through the heavy pupil sensing, Xiao Ashes realized that the celestial pride heading to the 10,000 medicinal mountains were not few, and they were all relatively unknown. It should be a force outside of the fountainhead immortal palace that mixed into the desolate ancient battlefield through various means. What's that? A rabbit? Xiao Ashes landed on the ground and found that a rabbit emitting 7-colored immortal light was scampering furiously towards this side. Stop! Hand over the longevity pill. A loud bellow rang out. Several strong figures surfaced, constantly chasing down the frightened-looking rabbit. The elixir of immortality? The ghostly light in Xiao Ashes' eyes flickered as he looked towards the strange rabbit, and that rabbit also looked towards Xiao Ashes, and its red eyes rolled around. And then it unexpectedly transformed into a woman and flew over towards Xiao Ashes' side. Help! These bad people are trying to kill me. The woman in the form of a rabbit shouted at Xiao Ashes. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business, or else you'll die here no matter what kind of heavenly pride you are. Those who were chasing the rabbit also saw Xiao Ashes, with Xiao Ashes' cultivation as well as his young face. These people quickly guessed that Xiao Ashes should be a young heavenly pride from the ageless immortal palace. But so what? This is the desolate ancient battlefield, not the fountainhead immortal palace. Every time the desolate ancient battlefield opened, there were simply too many heavenly prides who died here. A celestial pride is only a celestial pride after all, not a strong person. There are 11 in total. All of them are great saints. Xiao Ash's eyes closed slightly and he instantly saw the strength of these people. A few of them were still at the peak of great saints, but they weren't young, and they should have been specially sent in by certain forces to look for a chance, seek death. Seeing that Xiao Ash's footsteps unexpectedly did not move at all, they understood that Xiao Ashes was planning to intervene in this matter. Go together and kill him with a thunderous strike. Don't leave any loose ends. One of the peak great saint powerhouses that seemed to be the leader said grimly. Yes. The crowd nodded their heads. Then all of them showed ferocious glints on their faces and displayed various means to attack Xiao Ashes. Griffin power. And you come to make a fool of yourself? Xiao Ashes laughed coldly. 5 kinds of flames were released in his palm, presenting 5 directions in a formation. Immortal Dao runes appeared, and the 5 flames rotated as if they were reincarnated. The Buddha is angry with the wheel of rebirth. Boom! The powerful attack from the 11 great saints blasted in, and even this incomparably sturdy space rippled slightly. But in the face of 5 kinds of strange fire cohesion of the power of reincarnation, what was swallowed up by all, silent in nothingness. This 5 kinds of strange fires are born with each other. This is the burning skill evolution method of the Changsheng Xiao family. Are you the world son of the Changsheng Xiao family? Xiao Ashes. Someone recognized the technique used by Xiao Ashes and said with some alarm, "Congratulations, you got it right. Then as a reward, let you die a painful death." Xiao Ashes spoke indifferently, and the Buddha's fury wheel, which was a fusion of 5 types of strange flames, instantly enlarged and enveloped all of them. Seiji, spare your life. Seiji, spare your life. We are willing to follow your son. I hope your son will spare your life. When the crowd realized that the person in front of them was Xiao Ashes, they no longer had the slightest intention to resist, and they all began to kneel down and beg for mercy. Sorry, if you want to follow me, you're not qualified enough. Xiao Ashes was expressionless as the power of reincarnation blossomed, instantly decimating them all. After his cultivation had been raised to the 9th level of the Great Sage, when faced with an ordinary cultivator of the same realm, Xiao Ashes would only need one move to kill him. In this entire desolate ancient battlefield, only that ancient freak Tsang Zhanting, who had been frozen for 10,000 years, was able to make himself pay a little attention. I hear you know where the elixir of immortality is? After resolving these people, Xiao Ashes probed his hand and directly grabbed the rabbit girl who wanted to escape. Xiao Ashes had already peered with his heavy pupil and there was no longevity medicine on this rabbit, but those people who had said earlier that it had obtained a longevity medicine were obviously not making empty claims. At least it's seen the elixir of immortality. Get off me! Get off me! This rabbit would rather die than give in. The rabbit girl's cultivation level was only at the Saint King realm, so how could she break free from Xiao Ashes, and could only keep clawing in the air? I recently practiced a cooking technique at the Fountain Immortal Palace, so it's a good time to practice with you. What do you think? Spicy rabbit head? Xiao Ashes stared at the rabbit girl and laughed in a harmless manner.